to bring you the most delicious.
All right, guys, we are live and ready to get started with the very first Western Spiritforged Regional. You guys know we've been live for about a month or so previously, checking out the Riftbound scene over in the Chinese region, but I am so freaking excited. It is time for the rest of the world to get in on the action. And with me today, I'm honored to have a good friend, BMU, for the Bologna Regional. How are you feeling today? Bright and early, right? Or maybe not too early for you, right?
Not too early, no, not compared to the Chinese ones. It's a nice, easy 10 a.m. start on this EU time zone. Thank the Lord we've got some good Riftbound at a normal time for EU people. I'm really excited. This is obviously the first English language regional, official one anyway. They had the little sort of like pre-riff with some proxy cards in Bologna not too long ago, but everyone's been cooking. They've been watching the Chinese streams. We've seen the undominance of Draven in top 4 and top 8. So I'm excited to see what's cooking here in terms of deck lists. This is the one I've been waiting for.
Oh yeah, I think we're about to spectate, or not about, but I think today / tomorrow we will see the best Riftbound, and I don't mean like, and just to hype it up, I genuinely mean that I think we might be able to see the best Riftbound ever played, because this is
Absolutely
the longest
agree.
the English regions have had Riftbound. You know how crazy hard practice these guys have gone to prepare for Bologna, as well as Vegas coming up next weekend. So I think the best Riftbound ever to be displayed will be this weekend. Of course, China has incredible players as well, but this is 1,600 players, no lottery system. And what I mean by that is, like, there's some great players in China that just weren't able to play because of that lottery system. Everyone who's anyone is over there in Bologna. I know the Challenger boys are over there. The Tournament Sideways fellas are there. BMU, who else is over there? I think like everyone, like I said, might just be over in Bologna today.
I think everyone that can be there is there. All the professional players. We've got obviously previous regional winners like Dwali over there. We've got Colin Kaiser. We've got George. We've got Randy. You know, we've got all those names that we've been seeing everywhere in the scene. They're all there ready to play. And I've been following on X as well, just all these pro players saying like, "Hey, look, you're going to be surprised by the deck I'm playing." Randy has switched to Draven, even though he loves Sivir,
There we go.
simply because of the timing rules as well. It's been absolutely crazy. All these people changing decks. Personally, I think Ezreal is going to come out of nowhere and really surprise people. I think Ezreal might have a really good chance of winning this tournament. Yeah.
You know, I'm right there with you. I think the best Ezreal we ever seen might just be out here in Bologna, so I am so excited. I have a funny feeling it might not be with the notorious pit crew anymore, but yeah, I think Ezreal and perhaps the best ever Aurelia we've ever seen might be over here in Bologna as well, and perhaps even Draven. We do know Draven Miracle made his winning debut in the Bologna scene, in this Bologna tournament. If you remember, BMU, how big was that event? I think it was like 300 to 400 players. Do you remember what event I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think it was a 512 one or 516, wasn't it? It was one of those regional Chinese ones as well. No, are you on about the English one, the proxy one?
Yeah, there was a European proxy
Yeah,
one
it
that
was
took
like a
place
couple hundred
exactly in
players, wasn't it?
Bologna.
Yeah, it was a couple hundred players. We see like some really good ones, but this Bologna is like the best of the best. And the fact that like it's going to be the first proper like English one for Riftbound as well, people are going
Hmm.
to be trying to show something. I don't think there's anyone that's actually going to sit there with Draven and go, do you know what? I really want to be the #1 Draven in the world. It's like, oh yeah, so what? People are going to turn up with like Lucian, with Rek'Sai, with all these decks that we haven't seen much play, and they're going to try and get to the top. That makes a statement.
Oh
All I'm
yeah.
going to keep an eye on is the card market prices tomorrow. It's going to go crazy.
Right, that's gonna be awesome to see. And you made a couple good points there. I do think the best players, or I mean, among the best players in the world, there's gonna be a handful on Draven just because Draven is Draven, as we all know,
Of
either
course.
love it or hate it. But that brings up a good point, BMU. If you had to pick, let's go ahead and get to some caster predictions for this Bologna weekend. Who are we
Okay.
expecting to win? And then we'll throw it over to chat for your guys' predictions. But first things first, BMU, who are you picking as your legend to take it all the way in this very first Western Regional?
Do I go with my head or my heart plus? Which one?
I'll let you pick it from here, and I'll let you know what I
Okay.
think.
My head says, I'm sorry, mid-range Draven takes the
Okay,
tournament.
okay.
My heart, what does my heart say? I want to see a Teemo. That's what I want to see.
Okay, fair play. I don't know too much of if we're gonna see too much Timo. Perhaps in the Swiss rounds, I just don't know if he's up there with the rest of the legends. But I love it. I think Draven mid range will be plentiful in that top cut tomorrow. Now for my predictions, I'll go similar to you, BM, but I will go with the Miracle version just because Miracle Draven made his initial debut. It's when I mean, it did something in the China City Challenges, but the first time it really caught people's attention was in that Bologna proxy tournament. So I think the best Miracle Draven players are here today, and I just think that deck is ridiculous. Of course, a big nuance we have to consider. Everyone and their mother has prepared for the Draven matchup. So we're
Yeah.
picking Draven despite that everyone in the room, that's the most practiced matchup they have, right? Ezreals are prepping to beat Draven. Aurelias are prepping. Fioras are prepping. Literally every legend, the first matchup they consider is against Draven. So it's crazy that we're both deciding on Draven. Does it just goes to show you how strong Draven is? Or is it just the best players might have leaned that way?
Yeah, so there's 2 points on the whole Draven thing that I'd really like to make. One is I've seen a lot of pro players drop out of these miracle decks simply because they take too long and they're
Okay.
worried about having to draw games and not take those points. So obviously if you go, if you draw, you're pretty much not going to get top cut. So I've seen a lot of players switching to these faster decks to combat that restriction essentially. Like as soon as you get through to top cut, that's fine, unlimited time.
Hmm.
You can hopefully play those miracle decks that take quite a long time to sequence turns, and you have to play them correctly. I mean, even now we're seeing the caster predictions, basically Fiora, Sivir, Kaiser, and Draven. So
Oh yeah.
they're pretty much on the same sort of page as we are.
Right,
The
right.
second thing you mentioned, obviously, about the meta, you're right. Everyone's kind of main boarding, expecting to run into just Draven after Draven after Draven. And that does leave a gap for something that's maybe like, oh, I actually combat the things that combat Draven. We've seen Adir's run up, we've seen Victor's run up, we've seen Jax's run up.
Okay.
There's a lot of depth in there that can just sweep, these non-Draven matchups. And if everyone's kind of thinking the same place, we might have a really, really strange top cut.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. First thing, we do have to get through the initial day one. I believe, guys, if you guys didn't know, today will be 8 rounds of Swiss. So unlike how they did it in the Houston Regional, I believe day one, because I was out there, we had an impressive 9 rounds to get through, something around the range of like 13 plus hours for day one. I'm hoping we don't reach the time length of that, but I'm thinking today might be something like 10, 11, maybe at most 12 hours. So we are strapped in for a long ride today, but I am excited for it. I don't know. I woke up, I couldn't even sleep too much last night because I could not wait to get in on the action. And real quick, guys, big shout out and big old love to Leo. If you guys remember him from one of our Chinese regional, I think it was the last one, Nianjin, he actually got invited to commentate the official regional in Bologna. BMU, were you on the cast with Leo as well that day? He's on the screen now.
Yeah, I saw him. Yeah, he's doing well. And then obviously you got James O'Leary, who's like old
Of
school Riot
course.
caster. from like a long time, and it's really nice. I seen I think it was Sasuke that was casting a tournament live a couple of weeks ago as well. One of the last Origins tournaments.
Yeah,
It's really
it
weird
was
like seeing like people on stream.
yeah, it's awesome to see that. And yeah, one of our dreams, right, to probably be in one of these seats eventually in the future would be an awesome dream come true. But chat, we are moments away, hopefully, from starting round number 1. You know how they did it in Houston? They pre-recorded the matches and they had 2 feature matches. That way, if one finished early, they could go ahead and display the other ones instead of treating us to like really long extended breaks. So I'm really hopeful they do something very similar for this regional. Have you been catching wind, BMU, about any of the players over there, speaking of like how long things are taking?
Yeah, so a few people obviously said about the side events and things like that. They're like moving pretty slowly. But with the new timing rules, we should see much sort of more concise matches. You know, you've got 60 minutes and then you've got 3 turns. And apparently the judges are being very sort of like, hey, you're taking 2.5 minutes for the turn. Like, this isn't acceptable. But it looks like we are ready for game number 1. Both players looking quite calm at the moment. I think I'd be a bit giddy. Like game 1 stream, day 1, biggest regional ever.
Ever.
Yeah.
And man, I am beyond excited, guys. Good morning, buongiorno, wherever you guys are around the world. It is time to get this Bologna Regional Qualifier day 1 started. And just like BMU pointed out, these guys are cool, calm, and collected as they get the very first round on stream. It looks like the production slightly different since this is a European regional than what we were used to in Houston. I'm wondering what the general overlay is going to look like, because do you remember the overlay for Houston?
Yeah, it was really clean. It was a bit old school in terms of like tracking and stuff like that. But hopefully, yeah, we've got a clean sort of thing. What I'm noticing though is it's a bit basic, isn't it?
Wait, like the feature match area, like what we're seeing right now?
Yeah, like compared to like the Chinese one, you got like a big table, you got spinning cameras, you've got specific tokens and dice, you got 2 judges. This guy's just on a blue t-shirt on his iPad, and it's like the most basic mat and table I've seen. This, come on, guys.
Maybe we were slightly spoiled with the Chinese regionals, but I will say perhaps they needed just like a Riftbound legend behind them, something like an Aurelia or Ezreal behind them would be pretty cool. But it looks like the dice rolls are continuing, and let's see what legends will be blessing the screen. And ooh, man, is that a dare? Oh no, they got Houston regional legends there. I believe this is just a Victor versus a Fiora. We couldn't expect this for the first round.
Oh, okay. So 0.1 for production. So it's Victor versus Fiora. Yeah. Okay. Ignore the graphics on the side for some reason. And it also says Lady of Luminosity starter below his name. And is that a heart rate sensor?
Yeah, and look, on Victor's side it says a hand of Noxus. I don't think that's right either, right?
No, and it's the wrong picture. Everything is wrong about this overlay.
Right. The only thing I will say is I love the overlay. Look at the point counter. It all matches up to the full 8 points. It's going to be tricky when there's something like an aspirant climb on the screen. The only thing, I feel like the actual visual video feed is rather small, or perhaps I got a bit too used to the Chinese side. But Fiora starting things off with the classic war Mogs getting played out. Now let's see if they go ahead and establish out that Fiora worthy, or are they a little bit careful of something like a kill spell from Victor? I mean, it's too early considering the fact that Victor backline spells can be things like Singularity. But okay, that's another good secondary option. Lucian on turn 3, or for 3 runes, you can never go wrong with that play.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just sort of like still admiring the scuffness of the overlay. One guy's got his heart's spiking at 122 like he's running a marathon. The other guy's apparently 66, absolutely flat, not even breathing. Yeah, so there's some technical issues here, but it looks like we're playing the control Victor versus the usual sort of aggro Fiora. Fiora's a deck I've been playing around with. I think it's okay in this matchup because a lot of the units have deflect. There's a lot of way to kind of save them and ramp back up, so you're never really losing too much. But it looks like from the hand of Victor, it is the typical control kill Victor. So we should just see a lot of movement from Fiora and a lot of stopping them having fun from Victor.
Yeah, you know, the majority amount of removal spells from Victor does tend to be on battlefield. So things like Wages of Pain, things like the Drag Under, things like the money or the Blood Money. So as long as Lucian is able to get in and get out, similar to how you would play against Draven, I don't think Fiora is feeling all that bad in this matchup. But that is the early establishment of the chosen champion over here on the Victor side. And I think little by little, they're fixing everything on the overlay, right? They got the Fiora and then they got the Victor champ. Nice.
Yeah, they've still got the battlefields the other way around. I imagine Victor is not playing Monastery of Varana. And onto that, actually, this Lucian Warmogs combo is really clever. So obviously Lucian just darts in, gets a buff, spends a buff, darts out. You know, and he's constantly becoming mighty and unmighty and drawing cards. That's a really, really nice combination. And then, as you said, like Victor's got a lot of kill spells, but a lot of them are at a battlefield as the pretext. You know, you've got things like Singularity and things like that that can hit the backline, but they are very expensive. And obviously, Victor already playing his chosen champion out. I think he's ramped down to 3 runes by hiding a card on Varmor's Lair as well, which I imagine is a hidden blade to kind of get his own champion back. But I think Fiora's is probably going to ignore that battlefield and just claim the free cards.
I believe so, on top of getting the buff and then the good old 1-2 combo with the Monastery, as you mentioned, for the free cards. Use the buff. And actually, no, I was thinking something along the lines of Set where you get the buff back, but that Set Brawler is a bit of a different beast. Lucian goes ahead and recalls back to base. Now let's see what they have for the rest of the turn, because I think I see 2 challenges. A challenge should be pretty fantastic to deal with the Victor in the back line, and the challenge does indeed get deployed out. So Lucian versus the Victor. Victor's completely tapped out. He will react with the Consult the Past. Just pick up 2 cards while your opponent's turn. Not too shabby, but getting rid of the chosen champion before he gets any recruit tokens online, that is as good as it gets for Fiora.
Yeah, that was a really good combination there. Challenge is such a powerful card, especially in like orange yellow, where you can just make things really, really big and just sort of like smack it around a bit. Getting rid of that Victor nice and early, really, really good. He seems to have a buff in his battlefield. I'm not sure why. Maybe a little bit of nerves here, but we see his heartbeat calm as anything at 66, never moving. So
I wonder how accurate that is, right? Because what do they have? Heart monitors on both of these players? I feel like that would throw me off a little bit.
Like the guy on the left had a JW Anthony had a watch on.
Okay.
When he sort of like panned his card, so maybe they're doing it via that. But yeah, so it looks like Obekzawao. I don't know how to say that name.
We
the Victor player
QB.
also has a watch on.
Right. It could be calculated from the watch or something, perhaps. Yeah, because they're not going to estimate it. So I wonder how indeed, perhaps if anyone's tuning in while they're out there in Bologna, let us know how they're exactly calculating, because it looks like JW's heart rate slowly but steadily increasing ever so slightly, right? It started around 126, now beating at 130 beats per minute. It looks like he has a juicy plan in mind. He has a really good board established already. The Lucian champ, the Fiora Worthy. That Fiora Worthy alone is such a powerful card in itself. You're able to play out things like Set Brawler, ready it on the same turn, push it forward on the same turn it comes down, and Victor not having the kill spells that I think he wanted early, because as you pointed out, he kind of de-ramped himself a bit too soon, so the Singularity doesn't even go online until the next turn, but at least he does have a Drag Under to deal with this Lucian so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it starts being fun for the Victor. Is like, oh, I can pass. I've got stuff on both battlefields, and I can keep runes up. Like that second turn was a little bit of a tempo shift, but now that the Victor has these spells ready, and let's be honest, there's not a lot of like instant, reaction speed movement in the game, but certainly not in orange yellow. You usually try to buff things, but Drag Under just says like kill a unit at battlefield. Like what can you do? You can repost it, I suppose. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. But as we can see, we don't see a repost in hand.
Yeah, the only thing that I see in at reaction speed will be something like a Death Grip. I guess you could kill your Lucian, add the might over to Fiora, but Fiora Worthy is a unit you don't necessarily want to push into a battlefield to leave exposed against the likes of Victor, so I don't anticipate him reacting with anything. Perhaps just trying to give QB a bit something to think about, saying, you know, I do or may
Yeah.
not have a repose, but I'm gonna just pretend I might have it in hand, but gonna decide to not use it. But the Lucian does get brought down, so that was one of the easiest ways Fiora had of scoring points. Now has to think about another way going forward. Looks like that set brawler paying 5 is the only likely target I'm imagining he's gonna be playing from hand, and then sending it in forward. First things first, though, you do get your legend proc, so I hope he remembers to get the there it is, perfect.
Yeah, there's a lot of like tasks where it's just like, oh, there's a lot of stuff going on in between plays now in Spiritforged compared to Origins. There's a lot more triggers to remember. The amount of times I've seen people miss their Ezreal trigger, which is
Right.
massive. But yeah, Lucian was a great source of like scoring points, getting to safety, you know, drawing cards. And now that's gone. We see him using the Fiora worthy. I suppose now's the time when the Victor's like sort of like tapped out where he can't react, you know, score a couple of points, hold some battlefields. He's not accelerating the set by the looks of things, just looking to use Fiora to draw cards for now. But next turn, you know, your accelerate engine, oh, he's
Oh.
accelerating the Fiora back to keep it safe. That makes a lot of sense. That's a great
Yeah,
idea.
brilliant plays coming out from JW. We were just talking about the simple fact that Fiora doesn't like to be in an exposed position, and the
Mm.
monastery, or I should say the Warmong's armor, getting it into that mighty threshold, getting up to 5, and then using the Fiora worthy's ability to recall it back to base. I don't think I remember seeing a Fiora as well played as this so far. Nice and early in round 1 too. We used to see that a little bit later on in Swiss, so I'm already impressed by the skill level of these players as early as I said, as round 1. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, it's great to see like these I would say like non-conventional lines where it's just like most people would see the Fiora ability and go, I'm just going to accelerate my big units and run at them. Whereas this guy's like, actually, I'm playing against a Victor. I don't want stuff on the battlefield. Imperial Decree coming down? Why?
Yeah, I don't think it had to be, because there was nothing to hit with your
Oh,
units. But
Bellows and Imperial. That's an incredible line.
yeah, absolutely. It's probably the best combo in the likes of Victor decks. You have the Bellows Breath and Pure Decree, as you mentioned, kills every single thing with a single
Wow.
damage. Unbelievable turn of events. Victor really really getting ahead of this game. Now there's no backline pressure for Fiora on the clapback or the follow-up plays. 2 recruit tokens might just be able to hold up to 7 points, and that is dangerously close to Victor closing things out. I thought Fiora had a decent setup, but once that Bellows Breath and Pure Decree came down, it almost looked at that sealing the deal. What a great play from Victor.
Yeah, it's so nice to see. I always forget about the combo. I always read Imperial Decree as like combat damage, but it's not. It's any damage source. That was
Right.
a great play by Victor, just absolutely destroying the backline. Perfect combination of it as well. Like all 3 units, all 3 backline pieces just gone. And we see the Fiora's heart rate spiking to 130. He doesn't look very happy with what's happening right now, and neither would I be.
Yeah, there's honestly very little sequence of events you can do with your cards. Very little combinations period to get you out of this position, as Victor finds himself going up to 7 points, and he just has to hold a single battlefield. He took down 3 units in the previous turn. I believe he's able to take down a simple pit rookie in the back line. Something like a Call of the Week doesn't feel too bad, but going a bit more on the aggressive side of things. Oh, never mind. I thought he was going to play something like a Singularity, but goes a bit more on the offensive with the armory, developing out 3 recruit tokens just in case one of these recruit tokens doesn't see the light of the day for the 8th hold. So I think he's prepping himself for in case there is more action in this game, but it almost looks all but over from this game 1.
Yeah, I can't imagine the Fiora player like coming back. Like, what do you do? You've got sort of like 10 runes by the looks of it, just as a quick scan. You've got all your backline pieces gone. The Fiora to accelerate things. You know, it doesn't look like anything's working for the Fiora this game. But then again, as we were talking before about the meta, you know, do you prepare for Victor as Fiora? Probably not. But will you have things like Unyielding Spirit and the Ruin Runner in your side deck? You absolutely will. So it's a case of trying to recover this game. But I don't see it going any other way. Not with a Victor being on 9 runes next turn. We see a Singularity in his hand as well, so he can pretty much kill anything on any of these battlefields.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I believe the best bet for JW would be something like establishing a big unit, perhaps something like the set brawler that he has in hand, onto one of these battlefields to try to defend. But of course, the very simple fact that there's a recruit tokens on Valmon's layer he has to deal with. We did see there was another challenge in hand. I don't believe he pitched it to the trash anytime between this game one. So at the minimum, you could do like a little challenge, kill the recruit, stop him from holding up to 8, but then you still have to deal with that recruit army in the back. He didn't even put 3 recruit tokens. He just put the dice because I guess this board is a bit smaller. It feels cramped, doesn't it,
this
BMU?
is tiny. I mean, look where he's put his gear as well. It's like above his champion zone. It's really hard to kind of keep track of this player's board because it is so small, which is really disappointing. Like, come on, guys, it's a big regional. Let's do it. And you're right. The challenge comes down. You had to clear that Valmor's layer, but you can't stop it being recaptured. And he's got 4 units in base technically, so all he needs to do is clear this pit rookie and walk in. The only hope I can see from the Fiora side is, does he have a riposte to save the pit rookie? But even then, you just walk in a bunch of units, and you just take it over like that. This is a really tough game to win.
Honestly, there's so many card combinations that Victor, Sabotage is revealing it all, right? There's so many cards that get Victor the victory. The Singularity, the Imperial Decree number 2, and there he goes. JW
he sees the hand and he scoops. Absolutely. Like, you see 2 Singularities and Imperial, and you're just like, okay, yeah, you win.
Yeah, great game to start things off. A rather speedy game, but I guess that's to be expected with 2 a bit more aggressive decks. Funny enough, Victor just more known for a controlling style deck, but once you control a board, or once you kill everything on your opposing board, it makes it rather straightforward for your recruit tokens to get conquer and hold points over and over again. And we saw him, he went from like 3 to 5 to 7 within just the 2 to 3 turns, so impressive stuff from Victor. I feel like perhaps Victor's being slightly slept on. What do you feel, BMU? Do you feel Victor has a potential to make a big deep run in Bologna?
We've seen some Victors come out of nowhere, and when this sort of like new set launched and we seen the control spell Victor come through, a lot of people were like, oh, this is how Victor was meant to be. It was a little bit slow in set 1. Like, it had some early success, but as soon as people figured out like the matchup, there was just nothing left of it. Now we're seeing a little bit more here, and I think there's a good chance Victor wins game 1 against most decks, because you don't prepare for this sort of Victor. You prepare for the Dravens, you prepare for the combat decks, that sort of thing. But game 2, I think a lot of sideboarding will happen, and it should be a much closer game this turn as well. Obviously, Fiora going first. We see Dreaming Tree and Rockfall Path, interestingly enough. Okay.
Yeah, I believe Victor's going more so on that control variant style where you do have Rockfall Path, and I went ahead and put it on the screen for those that aren't familiar with Rockfall Path. It simply says units can't be played on here, so of course better against the likes of sneaky deckhand type decks, but of course if you control the battlefield, you can't continue to build up his defenses on that battlefield with things like Rockfall Path, so you're having to push into that battlefield, making it a whole lot difficult to hold, which is kind of favoring Victor in the sense because Victor just wants to continue to conquer, use those Imperial Decrees, and kill those units as he pushes forward. But as you mentioned, Fiora a bit off to the races, getting the first initial point with that Unsung Hero on the Dreaming Tree, but completely taps out. And there, I believe, what's under that Unsung Hero?
BF swords. Yeah, okay. So that Unsung Hero is mighty.
Perfect.
I did just catch a Coal the Weak in the hand of the Victor as well, which is just horrible. But obviously, because that Unsung Hero is mighty, it will draw 2 cards, so you don't mind losing it. You're not too upset. But at the same time, that BF sword, it sticks around. It's a +3 might for essentially 1 power. It is a very big deal. It's a great card to get down. When he's playing this sort of Fiora deck, this mighty Fiora deck. But yeah, we just need to see what the tempo is going to be. Fiora had a bit of a tough game last time. Hopefully the sideboard is there.
Yeah, and speaking of sideboards, I could only imagine Victor most likely putting in something like a salvage in the board, in the main board from
Yeah.
the sideboard. Salvage is an incredible counter to Fiora decks. You're able to kill those equipments, to your point, that tend to stick around for the remaining of the game. You deal with them nice and early, on top of getting a +1 draw for your troubles as well. So we'll see if that comes into play a little bit later. It looks like he's going to be playing the drag under, so JW doesn't feel all that bad. He will be getting 2 card draws on for that def, and let's see what he ends up picking up. I wish they had a better hand cam, because right now this top to bottom view doesn't give us too much insight, but I guess that's okay. We're kind of playing with the blind. Oh, there it is, as I kind of spoke it into existence.
Yeah, it looks like the production's sort of catching up here. I've noticed, I don't need to rag on production. This is like one of the biggest events that they do. They should have had something better. The mat's tiny. The dice are terrible. The overlay is artifacty as hell. You've got no hand cams that are like decent other than that shot. Like, come on, guys, be better. But, you know, hopefully the quality of the Riftbound games make up for it. We see a Sabotage coming down, 2 Imperial Decrees, a Cull, a Bellows Breath. We saw that combo absolutely devastate Fiora last time. And is that a Sivir, right? The Sivir ult?
No, yeah. Renata. That's the Renata. All your tokens enter
Renata.
ready.
Yeah, that's it. That makes much more sense.
Definitely. And let's see what's going to be the likely target for this Sabotage. I mean, I'm eyeing those 2 Imperial Decrees. At least you take one away, allowing him to only play one of them with the Bellows Breath combo. On top, I'm probably kind of considering Call of the Week. But my money is on Imperial Decree, but it looks like the Call of the Week will be the chosen card. But that's something you have to be considerate of for the remaining in the game. You can no longer hold a battlefield. You know Imperial Decree is right around the corner. On top of that, you can no longer feel good in base as well, as long as you have more. I think perhaps the way to play around is like playing out units individually instead of like grouping them. But then you're kind of slowing down your own game plan as well. This is a tough position for Fiora.
This is a really tough matchup. Like, I'm praying that he had Unyielding Spirits, he had Riposts, you know, he had those sort of things. Set Brawler coming down, that's going to get a buff, which will trigger the Fiora. Hopefully he remembers. He does. Yeah.
He grabbed it from the deck.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's the heart rate of 122 coming into play, BMU. You're grabbing the channel from the top of the deck. I think the judges are just going to let that slide, but you just reviewed information. You gave information to yourself.
He's in pain. He's in absolute pain. Like, he's like, why is there a post in my room? Oh, no.
You know, I will say, I believe that's the first time we've ever seen that happen in a feature match area. Never in the history of my viewership, viewing these regionals, I have seen that happen. But I'm actually surprised it hasn't happened more often, honestly.
Yeah, well, the thing is, so the way I play is this guy plays opposite. So he plays his deck and his runes on the same side. I always play my deck on the right-hand side to avoid anything like this. And obviously, you've got 2 different colored sleeves, but in the heart of the moment, you know, you're going to do things like this. It looks like players stop, so we're going to jump back to the casters.
Way back
and
to the booth
I
too.
think they might make him bottom deck it, which is awful because you want to see the riposte in your hand. Of all the cards that you could possibly want in your hand in this matchup, that is the one.
Right.
And if they make him bottom deck it, that's going to hurt. Yeah, they shuffled his deck. They've made him shuffle his deck.
Wow, I mean, it is fair play to him because you did have revealed information. You know exactly what's coming out the top, so it's a bit of unfair advantage, and it was just an honest mistake. So better than getting like a game loss or a warning. Perhaps he did anyways get a warning regardless, but as you said, that repose is crucial for the Victor matchup. So already feeling down about that. And funny enough, when that happened, I noticed his heart rate went down. I feel like these heart rate monitors aren't too accurate, right? Because my heart rate would have gone up instead of down from that little mishap.
Yeah, exactly. I think his heart literally sank, and I think we watched that, happen live.
Right.
Just a big shout out as well. Just noticed a Challenger TCG guys in the chat as well. Hello, guys. Welcome. Hope you do well today.
Yeah, I hope you guys kill him. If anyone's out here in the chat that is playing in Bologna, best of luck to each and every one of you guys. Hope you guys make it into day 2. Hopefully we could catch you guys in the feature match area. That would be awesome to spectate. But let's
Yeah.
see how this JW Anthony is able to get back his composure and try to progress his game state a little bit more with the full information of 2 Bellows Breath, or 2 Imperial Decrees and 1 Bellows Breath in hand. I just
Oh, he
don't
has
know
a
how you
riposte.
play around it. And oh, there we go, BMU. He actually does have a riposte in hand.
So did they let him keep the riposte and then reshuffle? No, surely not. I mean, he must have already had one in hand.
Had to.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I hate when they cut the camera. Like, I get you don't want to watch like players sit there and talk to judges, but at least keep us updated what's going on.
Right. There should be. I mean, if it wasn't just so narrowed into the UI of the thing, we could see the player's hand. Because I remember in China, when it was screen to screen or edge to edge, you can most likely tell what the players have in hand by them just holding the cards, right? But I think the UI, or the frame of the UI, is kind of not letting us see that. But we'll do with what we can with the information on screen, right? So let's see, as we throw it back over to QB. He does hold on Rockfall, so goes up 3 points. And I didn't actually even see him playing out that Victor champion. Was that just the previous turn?
Yeah, I think it was the previous turn, just judging by the rune count. Obviously, the Victor champion there starting generating tokens every time you play spells on your opponent's turn, which is, something Victor likes to do. We do see the Set Brawler at the Dreaming Tree with the buff on, so it is mighty, so you did get the channel from that. We see Fiora sitting in the back line with that BF sword. That is a terrifying Fiora when it gets on the battlefield.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it has, 7+ shield and ganking. Like, that is a scary thing to have to deal with. But if anyone's going to deal with it, it's the Victor. He just has so many kill spells.
Absolutely. And on top of it, does have deflect as well. So if you're trying to target it, you're going to have to pay 1 additional rune off your rune deck, or off your runes, period. But we do see there's a lot of workarounds. You do have that Imperial Decree, as we keep going back to. It almost seems like he's electing to play it out right now. And I'm seeing another card we mentioned previously in this game. The Salvage is also in hand. So perhaps if Fiora wants to push in, thinking it's feeling safe with deflect, feeling safe with the shield, you salvage that BF sword, and then you could push in or eliminate it without the deflect. So that's something that QB has to keep in mind as well. But thinking about what he can do with 5 runes remaining, that's only for 1 Imperial Decree, but he passes BMU. That's interesting. I'm wondering what was up with that.
Yeah, I mean, the Imperial, you could have run like a token in to kill the set. That might have been quite nice, but then you kind of lose the tempo. I think this Victor likes playing on his opponent's turn. That makes a lot of sense. And he's not too fussed about, this state at the moment. It's 3 points to 3. He knows if the Fiora runs into that Rockfall path, I imagine that's either some sort of card draw, like a Hidden Blade, or a Consult the Past on hidden there as well. So he has got options. He's got plenty of time. He doesn't need to push tempo. He doesn't need to overextend, tap out, and give the Fiora like what I call like a free turn, where he doesn't have those sorts of options. We see the challenge trying to look to get rid of that hidden card, and it is a Hidden Blade, so he's going to Hidden Blade his own unit, draw 2. Typical Victor, just killing his own cards to draw 2+.
Right. And I'm wondering if he would have rather been better off challenging the Victor in the back line, because that blue Victor in the back, he's going to be allowing Victor to establish so many recruit tokens with things like a salvage, with things like a stupefy, and we're going to be able to see it here. So deciding to keep his runes for his opponent's turn, and the salvage does indeed come out, taking down the BF sword, unless he wants to propose a simple 2 energy spell, but decides to forego it going forward, and does get the Conquer. But doesn't Victor get a recruit token as well? Okay, there it is.
Yeah, it's sort of happening very slowly in order, triggers and whatnot. Stupefy coming down, so Victor's going to get another token, and he's going to get to draw 1. Fiora's no longer got deflect. Is it shield? Is it shield, ganking, deflect?
Exactly,
when it's
all
mighty?
3 of those.
Yeah, so it's it's no longer costing him runes to kind of do this. I think Victor played this really well, leaving his runes open, not worrying too much about point tempo. I think that was a really good play in the long run.
Yeah, I could definitely respect this in hindsight as well, understanding that you could perhaps kill the set brawler with an Imperial Decree, but you will be unfortunately tapped out to do so. On the other hand,
Mm.
his play was much better, knowing that the Victor champion was sticking around, or most likely sticking around, had the 1-2 punch, like the salvage, like this stupefy that we're seeing here, not only getting card draw, but getting a whole lot of recruit tokens on top of that, which is why I was considering taking down the Victor champ first. In hindsight,
Mm.
BMU, what do you think is better? Do you think the hidden blade would have gone on the recruit token either way, or he would have targeted
No,
Fiora?
I think he would have definitely done the Fiora, and I think Fiora is just like, hey, I need points, and that battlefield, the hidden card, doesn't seem safe to take. So
Okay.
I can understand, but yeah, you're right. Plus, like, stopping him getting that many tokens is massive, especially like I knew the Imperial Decree was coming down, and he's going to repost the Imperial Decree.
It looks like it's an
Right.
absolute necessity. If not, you're going to be losing your set brawler and your Fiora. So Repose comes down. Let's see where he's going to be adding those 2
Makes
or
the
the
Fiora
5
mighty
points.
as well.
And that does trigger the legend ability, so you're able to channel a rune on top of activating the shield. So yeah, JW catching wind of every single sequence he has to take care of. And now the recruit tokens, it looks like 1 6, or is that 5? 2 4 2 4 5 5.
Yeah, so you could do 5 into 5 here. Like if the Fiora player doesn't have any sort of buff, I'm pretty sure I see the punch first. But do you want to chuck 2 body runes here to keep your set alive? I think you do. You know, I think that's the right play.
It almost looks like you're put in a position where you have to, at the minimum, you do get a +1 draw for that Dreaming Tree, but something to be very careful of. You do have 2 runes as the Victor player. He does kind of telegraph something like a hidden blade number 2 to take down the set. So perhaps is the unnecessary. I mean, it's tricky. I think you do have to hold here, because if you don't hold here, I mean, if you do hold here, you're getting rid of every single recruit token Victor has currently. So it's a huge pivotal turn.
Yeah,
and JW thinking it is worth it. So does invest the punch first. Let's see if it's going to be fruitful for this turn, or for this combat, I should say.
Hidden blade, dude. There is a hidden blade. I've seen the hidden blade. That is so hurtful. You just invested 2 power to keep that set alive, and it's like, nah, you can die. It was a really good bluff, actually, using the 5. I don't think he intended to go this far. But yeah, he's like, oh, it resolves. I get to draw a card. Here's 2 more, but I take the battlefield. This is a decision that needs to be made now. Do you just run the Hidden Blade and give Fiora even more cards, even more tempo? Or do you use it on one of yours as like a sort of, oh, I'll just draw 2 and try again next turn?
You know, funny enough, I feel like QB is in a bit of a lose-lose position, because yes, you take down the brawler, but as you pointed out, you're giving Fiora +2 draws. On top of that, Fiora on the Rockfall will be able to get ganking, or actually, it doesn't have ganking just yet, but if you're able to find a way of something like a Pit Rookie to buff it up to 5 into the Mighty condition, then you gank on over, you're able to take down the majority of those recruit tokens, and it looks like it will be that Hidden Blade. So Fiora not going to be short of answers / resources coming the next turn, but Victor trying to do what he can do best and taking care of creatures, going up to 4. But now he feels a bit exposed, as his runes are completely exhausted out. So JW, if he thinks of a good sequence, especially with the Fiora word in the back line, I think he could get the upper hand in this game too.
Yeah, this is like my ideal game state. You know, my opponent's on low runes, they're tapped out. I've got a Fiora that I can easily gank across as well. We do see Lucians in hand, a Warmog. So there's ways to make that Fiora mighty. So obviously it can gank across quite easily. We see the Fiora in the back line, you know, able to, you know, accelerate units out when it needs to. Fiora is in a much stronger position this game. But obviously the Victor, you know, still even on points, not as much tempo as it had. Obviously running low on cards and runes as well. I think this next, you know, 1 or 2 turns is really going to determine if the Fiora plays correctly and plays around, you know, the typical spells that you see in Victor's hand, the Imperial Bellows, like don't stack units all in one place.
Right.
You know, he should be fine. We do have some other options, you know, in terms of Fiora getting stuff out. Maybe he just sets up for the turn, plays a couple of units, plays some gear, see what happens. But right now, this is where you should be trying to pick up as much tempo as possible.
And he does go ahead and plays the double Warmog, so enabling that Fiora to most likely go up to 6, might ganking on over. So, yep, it puts them both on the Fiora and
Yeah.
now sets up the initial gank, gets the
I think
Fiora
they just
legend
skipped
ability
something.
proc. So, basically only had to pay, and it looks like QB will be scooping things up, seeing that
Yeah.
picture being painted, and Fiora will be tying things up and letting us go into that game number 3. Great game from Fiora, because looking at nice and early at the hand from that sabotage, you could have been slightly worried for her because it was double Imperial Decree, a Bellows Breath, but as you mentioned, BMU, he played it excellently. He made sure to not group his units anytime throughout the game. He was always at least one on the battlefield, one on the base, or vice versa in those combats. So well played and well executed. Now, BMU, who are we leaning for that game number 3? Because both players kind of went to their ideal board states in each respective game. So now is game 3. They have their sideboards into their deck. Who are we giving the slight edge to?
So in Riftbound, I always give the slight edge to the person who gets to go first and pick their battlefield. So whoever goes first in their going first battlefield, I always give a slight edge to. We did see Fiora like sideboarding in the perfect cards. You see a couple of riposts pop up there. Didn't see an unyielding spirit, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's one in there. But the victor now, obviously, he knows exactly what he's playing against. He gets to choose his going first battlefield. I think he had a bit of a rough hand and a bit of an awkward situation last time. So
Right.
I would always give the edge to the person going first, always in this game at the moment.
Yeah, and that's fair enough, right? Because Victor going on the
Ravenbloom as
play.
well.
Victor starting off with the recruit onslaught, but it's going to be a Ravenbloom Conservatory and a Sunken Temple to conclude this very first round 1. And let's take a look what he's keeping in hand. It looks like a Hidden Blade, a Stupefy, and a Wages of Pain for Victor, and picks up a Bellows Breath. So decently good kill spells. Just missing that infamous Imperial Decree of course, but feeling not too shabby about the pickups. We didn't really get to see too much from the hand of Fiora, but I am seeing that pivotal card, the Sabotage. He was able to remove that early call of the week, allowing him to establish a bit more units throughout the game. So I think Sabotage could be one of those key cards needed in this matchup, but I think turn 1 might be a bit too ambitious to do. Might as well play out a unit or so. Let's see, he's tapping 2. Is that something like a simple pit rookie?
Unsung,
Okay,
yeah,
Unsung, even
unsung plus a
better.
Warmogs. Yeah, it's another good start. It's a solid start from Fiora. Obviously, getting some card draw off of that unsung when Victor has to invest runes to kill it. The Ravenbloom is such a nice battlefield for Victor on this, just simply because it's every time you defend, you get to look at the top card. If it's a spell, put it in your hand. I imagine that's 90% of the Victor deck is spells, if not a bit more. But obviously the Sunken Temple, that's when you're mighty, you may pay 1 to draw 1.
Exactly.
So both battlefields only really helping the person who played them. And we do see the Unyielding Spirit, actually. Yeah, I thought that might be in there.
Nice. So keeping it for exactly the best moment, probably when you have to deal with the Bellows Breath, because Imperial Decree has to deal damage, and Unyielding says, Unyielding says it does, it has to, Unyielding damage takes away any damage being done that turn. So I think that's a perfect safety net for those Bellows Breath combo, as well as being a bit of a safety net for those Singularity as well. But plays out the Fiora, the Origins champion, and as the Warmongs, and sensing the unsung hero rather exposed. I think just kind of baiting out cards there, no?
That seems a why would you want that to survive so badly?
Yeah,
strange. Okay,
I mean, right there with you. That is a strange sequence of events there. Unyielding Spirit to protect the unsung hero from a Wages of Pain. I'm saving that Unyielding. From sideboard experience with Fiora, that's one of your only Unyielding Spirits. Who knows if you're going to pick up another one by the time Bellows Breath / Singularity comes around. Let's see how advantageous that play was, because I feel like a recruit token with a Stupefy just takes down unsung hero anyways.
Yeah, right. Like it was a really strange investment, like considering, yeah, as you said, Stupefy goes down, gets to draw 1. Unsung hero is going to die at 1 might here, I guess.
Yeah, it really was a strange play. JW Anthony was playing this really well the whole turn, but Quite an ambitious, unyielding spirit for very little gain, or very little value, we should say, as the unyielding spirit goes to the trash bin either way. I think you just let that go. It was destined to be that anyways. Yes, you stopped Victor from getting 1 point, but 1 point for me is worth keeping that unyielding spirit for the perfect opportunity to deny your opponent bigger and
Oh, and a
better value going forward.
salvage. This Victor just seems to have all the right answers, and the Fiora isn't making the most economical plays. Like if someone made a play like that and this was League of Legends, they get full reported. Just running it down.
Right, and
It wasn't a very good play. Like you've just put one of your main like win conditions essentially onto the battlefield for no reason whatsoever. Like you didn't get any draw out of that. We see him being a bit fumbly with his cards as well. That's usually a sign of someone who's like overthinking, panicking a little bit. Why would you give up so much tempo and so much counterplay for saving an unsung hero to get 1 point? It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Sabotage come down, so he's going to get to see the hand, Hidden Blade, 2 Bellows Breath. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Jesus,
that is a lot of Hidden Blades.
Talk about a hand, a triple Hidden Blade, a double Bellows Breath, and the glue that ties it all together, the Imperial Decree. That is a great hand. But perhaps you just take away the Imperial Decree and just let your opponent give you more card draw, because Hidden Blade has that double-edged sword, but he's able to deal with each and every unit as they come forward. But you do have to keep in mind that Fiora currently with that BF sword does have deflect on it, so those Hidden Blades are going to cost them more than just giving your opponent 2 cards. It's going to cost them a bit on that rune economy as well. So perhaps not as bad as it seems, since he did take away the more key piece of the puzzle for Victor in that Imperial Decree. So I don't know. How worried are you about that hand from Victor?
I'm a little bit worried simply because, like, Hidden Blades is essentially 2 and 1 power, draw 2. So he can be using it on his own recruits, especially now he's going to create 3 every turn with the Vanguard Armory. So it's not just like, oh, my Fiora, he's going to have to pay an extra power and give me 2 cards. It's like, well, actually, he's got a massive draw engine. And obviously, if he hides them like he is doing here, the Raven Bloom plus Hidden Blade is a really good combo, because essentially you get to look at the top one. If it's a spell, draw it. Oh, then kill my own unit and draw 2 anyway. Like, it's a massive draw engine on that spot. So it's not just obviously the aggressive use of the Hidden Blade, although that can be devastating. It's the passive use of it as well on your own units to draw. And we know he's used an Unyielding Spirit. Chances are he doesn't side deck 3 of them, so you've only got 1 more to worry about. And all you need to do is walk those tokens into Fiora and they die anyway. So we see the combo I just talked about, yeah. So Vanguard Armory, ironically, probably the only non-spell card in his deck going to the bottom. And then I suspect we'll see the Hidden Blade pop up there and to draw 2 as well. He might decide to kill the Fiora, There's a decision to be made here.
Perhaps he's a bit hesitant on something like a Repose to counter out the Hidden Blade, but I think the more ideal play for QB has to be the Hidden Blade on your own recruit token. It looks to be a bigger value play, at least in my perspective. I do want to go back to a little bit in terms of sideboard additions for JW. I think a perfect sideboard addition that's pretty good in Spiritforged so far is a Akshan. Imagine here, BMU, a Akshan comes down, steals their armory from the likes of Victor. That would be a huge swing of events for the Fiora player, but of course that's just a bit of hypothetical, because I do know a lot of Fiora players do have that in the sideboard, perhaps even one sprinkled into the main board as well. And as we are seeing,
my
the
Fiora
Blade...
deck has a main board.
Yeah, does it?
Yep. Yeah, for this exact reason. Obviously, there's some big plays that you can use the Akshan. Stealing BS swords is a massive one. Stealing Vanguard armories. I haven't yet stole a Dazzling Aurora, but I'm gonna make it one of my life missions.
Have you stolen the armory? Because that's what JW is anticipating and really hoping for.
Yeah, the thing is, like, at this stage of the game, it's quite slow to steal that, because obviously it will activate next turn. And then all he has to do really is hidden, a salvage or anything like that. Cold the Weak coming down, so you don't even have to pay the power cost. Fiora disappears. He has 5 recruit tokens in his base. He's going to get 2 points this turn, and the Fiora has no tempo.
Yeah, the one thing that kind of catches you back up with the Fiora player though is that worthy. You're able to play it out for 3, and then you're gonna have, I
Mhm.
believe, 3, 4, 5, 6 runes available to play out something like that infamous set brawler as well. So you're not completely shut down in terms of tempo, but it's gonna cost you a lot of your runes to just push it forward by a single battlefield. And QB is just gonna be keep running up the score, going up to being able to hold most likely up to 4, as one of these recruit tokens will be able to hold on. And we do know, actually, no, the Imperial Decree did get taken out, so perhaps these recruit tokens aren't that threatening.
No, they're not that threatening. There's just a lot of them. There's got 2 on the battlefield and 6 back at base. We know he's got at least 1 more hidden blade as well, and I suspect that's what the hidden card is. We do know there's Bellows Breath. There's a lot of backline kill spells here, so you kind of are forced to swing in. He should be on 5 points, right? Yeah. They've just fixed that now. So yeah, it's getting close to the end of the game. So even if an Akshan does come down now, like you've still got no tempo. You're right. With the Fiora Worthy, you might have to get something activated. But what's the best case scenario here? You run into Ravenbloom, you take a single point off the victor, he's still ahead, and then he gets to possibly draw another card as well. So we see the Fiora Worthy coming out. He needs to make something happen, but it doesn't feel very good. Oh, he's readying it and he's moving in, okay. And then we're just gonna see a Wages of Pain and kill it. Yeah.
I like what he's going for, because he's trying to go for the double conquer play. He adds the BF sword onto something like the first mate, ready it, but now with the Fiora Worthy getting taken out, perhaps he had to attach the BF sword before pushing in with the Worthy. Oh, maybe hindsight being 2020, because you're going to lose your Worthy. Yeah.
I was gonna say he couldn't then ready the first mate using the Fiora Worthy, so it's a weird sequencing. I think he had in his head he could do a lot more than he did. He is called to glorying the Fiora, so that is going to save it so far. But we do see 2 runes up still for the victor, so he could actually just hidden blade this and probably take the victory.
Yeah, because honestly, you go up to 7 points. It seems like an unnecessary play, but I think it's a definitely decent play. As you pointed out, you let go, you make sure the worry doesn't allow the first mate in the back line to ready up, and actually readies up herself. But hidden blade most likely coming down, paying that order rune, and now it almost seems all but over. Victor going up to 7 point with so much battlefield presence, so much base presence in those recruit tokens. I don't know of a world where Fiora, especially with the Fiora Worthy hitting the trash as of recent, is going to be able to get out of this position. This is looking tricky. I think it all goes back to Victor being on the play, as you pointed out, nice and early in that game 3.
Yeah, ironically, the Ravenbloom, I think, has hit a seal and a Vanguard Armory. So I was just like, oh, look how many cards he's going to draw, because 90% of his deck is spells, and he hit the only 5 cards in his deck that weren't spells. I've got to say, though, as this game sort of closes out, I do love that Victor's Gold token. The little Poro, we're like holding it up. I absolutely love that.
Have you seen that on Twitter? I saw it was the Polish community. It was a big prominent content creator from Poland, I believe. He brought like 1,000 of those gold tokens and kind of gave it out to all the Polish players in Bologna.
I love that. Well, if anyone's in Bologna and fancies bringing some back to the UK, I will happily pick them up.
Yeah, I saw it. I wish his name starts with the M, Mikkel. I believe Mikkel online. If you guys know what I'm talking about in chat, let us know. But yeah, that is a treasure token, not an official one, but just like a little community fan made one for this Bologna event. And JW picking up a call to glory, not exactly what he wants to see. On top of that, I didn't get to point out, QB picked up another Imperial Decree off the previous turn, and that is a GG. Well played, Victor, prison Victor, mind you, getting that very first victory of this Bologna Regional Qualifier.
Yeah, game finished quite quickly as well. Like round 1, kind of what I really like about like sort of the EU side of play is like, hey, I'm looking at my cards, I can't win. Yeah, there's another 2 turns to go, but it's impossible. We'll scoop and play, up to game 3. Whereas like the Chinese community seems to be very much like, oh, I'll just take 25 minutes deciding my turn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good observation, right? Because I think the Chinese players like to just play it out to the very bitter end. But these guys, in my opinion, are a bit smarter. And knowing that you have to save time, I believe there was just about 10 or so minutes remaining in that round. Which, if that was a 50-minute round, BMU, that one flew by, didn't it? Or was that just me?
No, it flew by. There was a lot of back and forth. Obviously, there's a lot of like non-dead time between games as well. It seemed like we flicked to the casters for like 45 seconds, and then we carried on with the game. And you're right, like when the round time's 60 minutes, a lot of people are afraid of the draw scenario that I mentioned at the start of the stream. Seen a lot of players on X saying about like, hey, look, I'd love to play this deck, but it takes too long to get through my turns,
Mm-hmm.
and there's too much interaction. Therefore, I'm playing a quicker deck. And it makes sense. Like if you're potentially losing game one, you do want to get to game three. You don't want to force a draw because of turn. Better than a loss, obviously. But if you think you've got the edge, you think you can win, you definitely want to speed up and play those game threes.
Yeah, I think decks that don't favor or aren't too favored in this format will be like those dazzling Aurora decks. I know players online, they were notorious for running, I believe it was MF Aurora, perhaps leaning more towards Silver Aurora, and they said with the state of play or with the game, with the pace of play, I mean, out in Bologna, they decided to switch decks because they realized that they're not most likely going to be able to finish 3 games in 60 minutes. But is it just the deck, or you think just players not playing as fast as they should be, or a little bit of both, BMU? What do you think's going on out
It's a
there?
little bit of both. Like obviously it's a new set, yeah, they've had some time, but there's still some possible interactions that we haven't seen and can't understand fully. But there's
Okay.
a lot of purple decks that are basically like playing solitaire, and there's a lot of really important decisions every time. Like every time you play a called shot, you got two choices. It doesn't sound like a lot, but in the pace of the game, it can be a lot. Every time you play a stacked deck, you've got 3 choices. There are choices to make constantly. And I tell you one thing, I've dissed on production a little bit today, but the speed at which we're jumping into games is very promising.
Oh yeah, it is phenomenal to see, especially coming off the backs of those China's regionals that take
Mm.
forever to go on. And BMU, it looks like they do have a secondary backup match. So let's go ahead and join these guys as I refresh
Oh
the
my
stream.
god. Oh my god, it's the Garen. Yes.
Wow, with Commander Largos and Karina as well. This is a token heavy. I believe Largos comes down minus recruit. You kill your recruit tokens to make it come down for 1 power less, but a Divine Judgment, a really good card against those Miracle decks. So this Garen onto something, but perhaps just kind of going for that best of metal Garen card, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Garen wins this tournament, like the price of Garens are gonna skyrocket. I
Yeah.
would absolutely love to see it. This is a battle of I want to see who's he playing against. Is it going to be like a normal deck, or is this going to be like another crazy deck? And I think we were right. I think they're tracking heart rates through the watches because they're all wearing the same watch.
That makes sense. Honestly, look at the player on the right here. He has 2 watches on. It looks like he has a normal watch and then he has the heart rate monitor watch. I don't know how I absolutely feel about it. I don't love it, but I guess to just add a little bit more production value, let these players know how fast and how nervous slash excited they
Timo,
are.
let's go. Oh, it's not. It's not a Garen. What are we talking about? It's a Leona.
That is strange that they gave us the Garen deck list, but you're absolutely
Why
right.
would
It's a
you do that to
Leona
me? You've
versus a
you've ruined my
Teemo.
day. You've ruined my day. Okay, Timo versus Leona. It's a classic from Origins. Let's mix it up with the Spirit Forged. It is a battle of the hairstyles here. There's 2 big choices that were made by these players. Apparently, they're both dead as well. They've got 0 heart rate. But let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, let's see. Trying to think back in the old school Origins meta, and as well as some potential additions coming out from Spiritforged Set as well. I'm trying to think back who tends to be favored in this matchup. Timo, obviously known for hiding cards and catching your player by surprise. Leona looking to stun and stop his opponents in the tracks trying to conquer. So one more on the game plan of holding the battlefield. One more so on the game plan of stopping your opponent from getting onto those battlefields. So it's a little bit of a perfect, almost opposites of decks. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting matchup. There's someone in the chat that obviously knows me. It just says Beamy's least favorite deck is Leona. He's absolutely correct. I used to play
Really?
Annie in Origins, and this Leona player from locals just stopped me doing everything I wanted to. And ever since then, when he turns up, I'm like, hey, how are you doing in your top cut? And he's like, oh, I've lost. I was like, oh, great. I don't have to play you. I'm happy. You're right though. Plus, like Teemo's battle plan is get on a battlefield and stay there and hide cards and do all these tricky interactions that you have to play around. Leona is, I want to engage you on battlefields and I want to stop your cards working.
Yeah, so it is going to be interesting nonetheless. I love the treasure hunter coming out from Teemo. Even though Teemo doesn't have to pay energy or pay power, I should say, for the hidden cards, he does tend to have decently heavy power hungry cards, things like Mind Splitter late game, things like Singularity in that mid to late game. So I think treasure hunter is a really good addition for those Teemo decks, as he does get a gold token, and with the few space remaining, you have to put the gold tokens in that rune area. Funny enough, let's see, it looks like he's playing okay. It looks like the UI was showing us an Ezreal legend or Ezreal champion. I was just about to say, is this more so of a miracle package for Teemo, but maybe we're too soon to call.
Yeah, I mean, I think when the casters are sort of talking about cards, like, oh, there could be a possibility of an Ezreal in this deck, they sort of flash it on screen rather than, it's in his hand. So I'm not sure if they know the deck list, but Treasure Hunter and Black Market Broker, isn't it, that's on the field? The camera's a little bit blurry there. Doesn't lean towards Miracle. And I think a Miracle package in Teemo would just be too expensive. But I'd like to be proven wrong. I'd like to see Teemo do something incredible.
Yeah, same would I, but it looks like, as you mentioned, the Black Market Broker, perfect addition for Teemo decks as well. When you reveal a unit or when you reveal something from a face down, you do get another gold token. So perhaps is Teemo also working with a bit of a gear-centric game plan? Things like, what's the skateboarder card? I think what's the one that if you have 2 gears, you enter ready? Perhaps that's going to be a great card with all these gold tokens as well.
Yeah, it makes a sense. I mean, we do see the Ornn take advantage of that. We do see an Ezreal in the hand, but then again, Ezreal doesn't point to Miracle. Ezreal points to it's a really, really, really good purple card.
It really is.
And that's kind of what you want to see.
Is it still the most expensive Spiritforged card right now? I haven't been keeping up with the market.
It actually drops. Yeah, it actually dropped significantly. Like, I thought it would be like, $100+ or, sort of around 78 pounds. But it seems to have dropped to like a reasonable, like 30-40 pounds. The things that surprised me was Defiant Dance, and those signature spells just cost an absolute fortune.
It really does. I was trying to get my hands on some Aurelia cards. I'm like, I'm going to wait a little bit till the Aurelia hype dies down, but perhaps Aurelia is just destined for greatness. Yeah. Perhaps she makes an incredible run here in Bologna, and those Defiant Dance might just skyrocket. But the Emperor Monk does get established onto the monastery with the face down card or the hidden card on top of that. So you're going to be able to get +2 for every hidden card reveal. So this is a great combo, or a great card combination. The Ember Monk, the Broker Market, the Treasure Hunter. You're getting gold after gold, getting some increase in might as well to protect against the Leona coming on through. And let's try to think about what can this hidden card be. I mean, we're talking about Teemo. He has so many options when it comes to hidden cards, doesn't he?
It could be absolutely anything. And you're right. Usually like an Ember Monk with a hidden card on a battlefield, like, to me, is like, oh my God, I'm going to have to play around this. It's going to be horrible. He's going to go 6 might. But with Leona, just done it. Like, yeah, I can't, I need to win the combat, so you still need to buff Leona. But, it doesn't matter how much might your Ember Monk has got. If I've got more, you can't deal damage back to me.
And it looks like he's going for the simpler, straightforward Conquer on that Black Market. So stuns the Black Market. It does get the buff onto most likely this Fiora, or not Fiora, we just watched Fiora, onto the Leona, of course. And let's see if there's any combat tricks coming out from Teemo. I'm not seeing any in hand that cost 2 energy, so going to be hitting the trash for the time being. Does go up to his first point for the Leona player. And let's see what else they have with the remaining 6 runes, because they do have nice plays available. I mean, usually I can't see the whole hand, but the Zenith Blade is an incredibly underrated card, I feel like.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong card, and it invokes that surprise defender rule, which catches so many people out, including myself.
Oh, yeah.
Where actually, technically, even though it's moved, you're the defender, not the attacker, so you get your defense triggers. It's a really weird ruling, but it does catch a lot of people off guard. You got to be really careful of that play. What I'm seeing as well is these absolute blinged out decks on the screen. We've got all the alt arts, we've got the alt runes, we've got shiny Teemos. Everyone's really happy.
Yeah, the shinier the deck, the better plays, apparently, is what Leona's head is at. as she goes ahead and plays out a Find Your Center. So perhaps of a mid-range slash late game Leona trying to ramp up to there a little bit earlier than she needs to, but perhaps signals to me that she might have something. I mean, where's some great green, yellow late game cards? Do you think she has things like Harness Dragon, or is that a little bit too crazy?
It depends how slow this Leona deck wants to be. I mean, it's not a crazy card because it can just pick off like, you know, a scary Mundo and stuff like that at the back. You know, it can do a lot of things. We see the Teemo generating a lot of gold, so it's not going to deramp. Ezreal finally coming down. Again, this is one of the strongest cards in the set for sure, especially when you're not even paying the recycle costs. You know, you can just pay in gold. You know, discard one, draw two, and then all your additionals, which we know there's a lot of, reduced by one. So Watcher suddenly becomes one less power to accelerate. Cold Shot suddenly becomes a gold token to look at 4 cards and draw 2. What's it? Frigid Touch as well can be repeated for free. You know, it just adds so much value to the deck. We see a lot of kill spells actually coming off the top deck there, but put him Singularity back, keeping stack deck. He has a Singularity in hand, so there's a lot of backline sort of kills that he can do here. And yeah, I think Leona, you know what? I always thought Leona into Teemo was probably Leona favored, but this Teemo is setting up absolutely perfectly at the moment. It is kind of a miracle package. You do see Razes in that.
No, yeah, it definitely has been revealed to us. That is most likely going to be something like a Miracle Teemo, very reminiscent of the Ezreal decks, the Miracle Ezreal decks. So I like what Teemo is bringing to the table. You have the Go generation from those Call to Glories, or for the Call Shots, I should say. So, and the Rasa. So I think gold in Teemo's deck perfectly plays out. And, you know, just to go back to the Find Your Center, the battlefield or where he decides to put his trash in his main deck are so confusing. That Find the Center was just pitched off from the Zon Warrens. He didn't play it. I was wondering why he didn't get his additional rune. He has his main deck below his legend and then his trash above his rune deck. I don't think I've seen this combination before.
No, I mean, this is high play, right? So you know, everything needs to be above board. We've seen random tokens. We've seen not like just normal dice being used. You know, we've seen just random placements of decks and everything like that. So whoever's watching this production-wise needs to go out and buy a bigger mat tomorrow and some proper dice. Like, my God, even I've got better tokens in this stream, and this is a professional stream.
Right. But no, much love over here to the Bologna production crew. They're doing the best they can. And I will give it, the UI does look fancy, just as a couple people pointed out in chat, just slightly cramped, but Fiora getting brought out to the Zon Warrens as the Leona hitting the back line to try to gank on over, not gank on over, but to push onto the Monastery Hirana, as Teemo has been able to hold onto it ever since he claimed that battlefield nice and early. But there is a phenomenal card in the hand of Teemo, something like the Watcher coming down could be exactly what he needs to defend or to conquer if that battlefield does get taken back over. But okay, plays the Watcher a bit more aggressively to try to just deal with a simple Fiora on Zon Warrens, I would imagine.
Yeah, so he's accelerating the Watcher for 1 gold, essentially. So it doesn't even deramp you by 2, which is one of the main reasons you don't play Watcher. So everything's -3 right now. And I think he might just run in, take the Fiora out. And it looks like Teemo is in a very, very strong position at the moment. Not deramping, keeping his runes nice and high. It's one of the weaknesses of Teemo, is the fact that you're constantly paying for stuff that you don't want to use. He is swinging with the Ezreal as well. That's
interesting.
Strange. What's he playing around here? Stuns? Facebreaker? Something like that?
Yeah, perhaps playing around a stun, something like a Twonk or something like a Rune Prison as well. He's paying 3 and recycling 1. That might just be something like a Rune. Oh, the Janna coming down, healing where it needs to, but it's pushing 1 back. Wait a second. Let me remind myself what Janna does. Yeah,
so Janna comes down, heals everything, and pushes a unit back. But obviously, it's not affected by the Watcher. So it does have free might. So it can just kill the Ezreal here, which is strange. This is probably one of the reasons you don't want to push in with units like this. I always forget about the Janna. I've got to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, not a lot of people play him, but when you play me, heal your units here, then move up to one enemy unit back. So a bit of a chaos fighter flight, push your unit back, and now leaving little old
Push the
Ezreal
Janna.
alone. I think
Yeah.
Teemo had the fighter flight of his own to push something back, but now he has to deal with 2 units. So the Janna, funny enough, gets pushed back, but you are getting your Ezreal champion dealt with this very same turn. So this push not being too favorable for Teemo, as Leona is able to hold. Actually, what did we miss there?
You've seen it the other way around. So
Oh,
obviously the Watcher
Watcher.
reduced the Fiora down to 1. Yeah.
Of course.
So obviously it got pushed back, which obviously left Ezreal there with the fight or flight pushing the Janna back. The Fiora remains on 1 mic because of the Watcher.
Of
and
course.
yeah, Teemo does take the battlefield, but now Ezreal's in quite a vulnerable position, so it can be killed. But to be honest, if I'm on 6 points, I've got a loaded battlefield with a hidden card and an Ember Monk. I've got a Watcher in my backline. Like, fine, take the point on Zorn Warrens. I'm not really that bothered, but just in case, I'm going to hide a card here as well. Yeah, he's right. Zhonya's missed. They did miss the Zhonya's.
Yeah, it's honestly
So
right
Fiora should
there
have
in the
saved.
base, but perhaps getting a bit overlooked
he
because
just
there's so
remembered.
many cards. I mean, his trash should be below his main deck only for the simple fact that it looks like he's part of the base. That's why I'm not the biggest fan of having trash next to your base, because it looks like Fiora is just chilling and that the Zhonya's actually got used properly. But either way, to your point, Teemo in a fantastic position. Not only does he have a Watcher in the back line, he actually has a Watcher in hand. So just in case these battlefields do get taken over, all he has to do is Watcher one more time, push double Watcher in, and most likely feeling comfortable going from 6 up to 7 up to 8 point. And it looks like we're getting a bit of a judge call. Perhaps these players are saying, wait a second, the Zhonya's Hourglass did not proc. What is the resolution for that? It seems like a rather simple fix, honestly.
Yeah, so because the turn's passed, technically it's a missed trigger. However, it's a mandatory trigger. So they're probably checking like if that happens. So what I'd expect to happen is if Fiora does go back, it's a mandatory trigger. He'll get a warning, but it will happen essentially. So the Fiora should be recalled to base alive. Some people in the chat are saying like, oh, doesn't Janna heal the Fiora in that case? You can't heal minus smite, you heal damage.
Oh yeah.
So the Fiora would always remain on 1 because of the Watcher. But yeah, it looks like from the brief interaction we've seen on stream, the owner player was like, oh crap, I've missed my trigger. And the Teemo player was like, yeah, sure, take it. It doesn't matter. Interesting enough, they didn't give the mandatory trigger. So we do see the Fiora in the trash and the Zhonya's open.
Yeah, interesting enough. Perhaps it was another judge call or saying, you know what, you missed your trigger, so we're just going to let it ride from here on out. As the Leona goes and plays out another Leona champion, it looks like to be the alternate art one, but I believe it's the same one as the one currently on the board, right?
Yeah, it's a stun one, yeah.
All right, let's see how this push is going to go on the Monastery Harana. What is going to be behind that hidden card? Fiora looking to stun the Ember Monk, so it doesn't matter how big or tall this Ember Monk gets. He doesn't apply any combat damage for this turn. Does he have enough might to get over it is the question, because you're swinging in for 2 buff units, so that's 4 and 5.
Yeah, so Teemo gets 4. Ember Monk would get 6, but I think it's stunned if I'm correctly. Then there's 1, so there's 5 might there. Versus the 8 or 9 of Leona singing there. So it's a case of, so there's technically 11 might there. So Leona does need to get a couple of buffs in here to take this battlefield. Otherwise, stuff dies and it gets recalled and Teemo holds on.
Yeah, at the minimum, he will be able to trade out that Teemo and the Treasure Hunter, but the Ember Monk, or the Ember Monk as well, but most likely only able to take out 2 units unless you have a little bit more of a might increase coming out. And it looks like a find your center for 1 since your opponent is above that 5 points. And let's see what he picks up, because green decks have discipline. They have things like On Guard. The question is Leona running those cards?
Must be. I can't imagine a green. I was just seeing a discipline in hand actually, but I can't imagine a green deck not running the best buff spell in the game for green at the moment. It's interesting that you used Find Your Center there. So he's looking for an answer. I think he might have found it, or he maybe had the discipline already. He just wanted to kind of look for another card on top of. So it can be buffed and it can be used here. There's no other tricks in the Teemo hand. so far because he is tapped out. So Leona can take this battlefield, but you go into 3 points against the Teemo, what is going to be 7. We know there's a Watcher in his base, and we know there's a Watcher in his hand. Zenith Blade, we talked about this earlier as well, coming down. So this is going to start moving stuff around. Oh, he stuns the Teemo as well.
Interesting. So Zenith Blade, as you point out, does come down. Most likely going to be choosing the Leona in the back line to stun the Teemo and bringing in all the units from that back line. So able to take care of the monastery, but this is a bit of a win-lose situation. Yes, you take care of the monastery, but what's stopping Teemo now from going all in on Zone Warrants? Because you're able to hold up to 7, and now you don't have any units in the back line to try to contest the Zone Warrants. So I like this play, but perhaps there was a discipline in hand, because discipline, correct me if I'm wrong, BMU, wouldn't it go up to 11 to 11? John is at 4. The Leona stun champion was 4 to 5, 9, and then discipline is 11. Wouldn't that have been 11 to 11?
Yeah, and it would have obviously with the stunned units, you know, it would have been a pushback situation. So it's a little bit weird. But you're right. Plus, now he's loaded up all on one battlefield. He's got 1 rune active. He's got nothing in his base. I mean, just watching the Teemo's reaction to that play, he was like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead. I don't care." And now he can just play cards onto Zorns and pass. And he's got, you know, he's got fight or flights. You know, he's got singularities. You know, he's got all these options to just take away any sort of pushes. So I'll be interested to see what the Leona's game plan here is to take the Zorn Warrens, but we'll see.
Yeah, honestly, with the lack of ganking units, with the lack of maybe another Zenith Blade, this is all but over. Teemo in that driving seat. As we point out, all he has to do is just stack it up, but perhaps wants to be more aggressive and push on the monastery. He says, forget the hold. I want to win right here, right now. Double Watcher into that board. Should be able to do it on top of having something like a pushback fight or flight, and he's going for BMU, taking on the offensive. He had a bit of a safer line, but this isn't necessarily too dangerous as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you've got a Watcher on board, you've got 7 might, and then you play another Watcher, so you've got 14 might ready to swing in, and everything on the battlefield gets -3. Like, that is a scary combination. Like, double Watcher is just terrifying. And to be fair, like, your opponent's got 1 rune up. Like, what are you going to do as Leona here? Nothing. It was a good play. I think he done that really well. And it's nice to see my boy Teemo getting some love in Spiritforged.
Oh yeah, guys,
straight into game number 2
in the chat. Who's a Teemo fan? Are we gonna see Teemo making a really good run out here in Bologna? Already off to a fantastic start, getting a first game victory against the Leona player. To be perfectly honest, I don't want to put down any players, but the Leona didn't seem like they were playing at the highest of levels, but perhaps it was just a little bit of a misstep early on that threw them off. Let's see if they're able to gather their composure for this game number 2, or perhaps even better, maybe the sideboard additions coming into play for this game number 2. I'm trying to think, what are some good cards from Order, from Calm? Can you think of any off the top of your head, BMU, that Leona could probably utilize against the Teemo?
So you got things like Charm to kind of pull and push things around. You've got things like Defy, you know, to stop, you know, hidden cards, you know, working as well as they should. You've got a lot of options, but unfortunately, I think Teemo, like, his play style is just indicative to playing against Leona, unless you've got things, you know, we see it on the screen. Blitzcrank to kind of pull stuff about and just kill it is a really good combination. But getting an Ember Monk plus Watches in your base is really good. We see the perfect start yet again from the Teemo player, which is that Treasure Hunter, just generating gold, stopping the D ramp. So he just basically gets free power throughout the game. And it looks like the Leona has missed a 2-drop as well. That is not what you want to see.
Yeah, especially in the face of a treasure hunter, allowing him to get onto a battlefield first, and most likely allowing him to get back onto the base, getting 2 gold tokens for that as well. So yeah, not the best optimal start for Leona, of course. On top of that, playing out and curving out pretty much the exact same way they decided to do in that game number 1. The black market broker coming down, so getting a gold token for every hidden card revealed, and it looks like the Teemo champion will be the first hidden card reveal, but I don't think this Leona champion or this Leona will be able to push forward as soon as they come down. I think they lack a bit of accelerated pressure, don't they?
They do, yeah, they really do. It's kind of like, once they're on the board, they're pretty scary. They can move about, they can push and pull you, they can go to places, you wouldn't expect the cards to go with places, cards like Zenith Blade and things like that. We do see the Leona coming down as a turn at one play. Teemo's probably just going to get, 2-3 points here, hide some cards, and then Leona has to play around a lot of things. But as you alluded to, plus, we're saying like the level of play, maybe there's a little bit of nerves, it is round one of the biggest regional, the first English official regional of the thing as well. So, don't forget, these aren't just normal players,
Oh yeah.
until we see like top 8 is probably, majority professional. Right now, this is just people who bought a ticket and could go to Italy.
Yeah, and then just hoping for the best. It looks like Teemo looking decently good on getting that best of Teemo card. I would only imagine there's not too many Teemo players running around, because most often with that color combination, most players will be leaning towards that Ezreal legend.
Absolutely.
So I think this is just a really good call out saying, you know what, let's play against the odds. I like Teemo. He's able to take some wins off a lot of great legends, and I will most likely be the one Teemo remaining at the end. So hope Targlek, I believe that's, we'll call him Trag. I hope Trag gets there, of course. And I'm loving that card in hand. The Blue Ornn, we saw it do so much good work in the recent Cash Cup we hosted, and it looks like the Blue Ornn will be hitting the board as early as right now. That is a monster to take care of, and I'm seeing where the gold comes into play. So that's going to be +2 currently, +3 once the hidden card gets revealed as well.
Yeah, Ornn is a absolutely terrifying counter to Leona on the Trifarian War Camp as well. So it has 5 might, it has deflect 2. So it's like, hey, if you want to stun me, you're paying 2 power. That is absolutely terrifying. What a great card for Teemo to run. You're right. We're not going to see as much Teemo because blue purple is Ezreal, and Ezreal is kind of known as a stronger color combination right now. But if Teemo gets top 8, we can see a resurgence.
Yeah, guys, let's go in. Teemo, let's see you get the job done. But I believe Ornn, the Blue Ornn exactly, pretty much replaced the role of Dr. Mundo in this Teemo decks. I'm wondering if they have a ride the win strategy still involved in the main deck. A ride the win Blue Ornn doesn't seem all that bad, but looks like Leona wanting to put some points onto the board for the first time in game number 2. Goes ahead and conquers the Valmon's lair, but you're kind of effectively stuck. A core Zenith Blade does allow you to effectively gank on over, but this doesn't feel that great because that was Leona's battlefield, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and forgot about the Ornn. The thing people play Ornn with is the gold token generation means Ornn gets +1. So that Ornn right now is 7 might. Yeah, 7 might because of Trifarian War Camp, and it's only going to get bigger. I don't see the Teemo playing a lot of gear, but he has that gold generation, which I think is going to counteract the Ornn. But right now, this is looking very, very, very dangerous for the Leona player. He does seem quite calm, judging by his heart rate, if that's accurate. But it is a very difficult position to play back from. You've literally got the counters to your stuns on one battlefield, and you've got Ezreal, causing free draws. We've got switcheroos in hand. We've got fight or flights in hand as well. It looks like Teemo just might have all the answers for this matchup right now.
It honestly does feel that way. To look at a different perspective, it almost just feels like Leona getting a slightly outclassed in the current Spiritforged meta. It looks like Leona doing 1 to maybe 2 things per turn. But yes, as you're alluding to the switcheroo, swapping a 1 might for a 4 might. Actually, it was shielded, so 5 might unit.
Yeah.
And I think there's a bit of a counter play coming out from Leona. The not so fast completely countering the switcheroo. That's a big play there.
It is, but at the same time, like the Teemo's, paying with gold rather than runes. We just had to see a recycle and another switcheroo. Never mind.
Who would have been able to play out 2 switcheroos? Thank God Teemo had that gold generation nice and early in this game number 2. A double switcheroo will be very problematic for Leona, as the Leona does indeed hit the trash, and this is a very formidable position for the Leona player. It looks like Teemo might just be able to run away with this game number 2 as well, following up from that game 1 victory. But this is tricky because now Teemo only has 1 rune available. But you still have the blue Ornn, you still have one hidden card, and all Leona has currently is a single unit with Fiora. Is that one Fiora going to be able to do all the heavy lifting? It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, so it was a big investment, four power, four runes. I think he paid one with the gold. So it's quite a lot of recycle, but he does have quite a strong board presence already established there. You're right, it just feels like the Leona is a little bit behind, but he does have more runes now. He does have options. He does have cards in hand. He's got, quite a powerful Fiora. We're going to see, I don't think there's anything that can happen there. So, Treasure Hunter dies. The gold generation's now gone. It was a lot of investment for 1 point, and I think he overdid it. I think he got a little bit excited and think, if I can take out this, I gain so much tempo. And I'm not sure if a double switcheroo investment was worth it.
I know. I would tend to agree. If it was pure rune economy, I think for the fact that there was some gold some gold resources utilized there, it wasn't as detrimental as it normally would be. Because taking 4 runes out of the rune deck or out of the runes in base does feel bad. But I believe he ended up using at least 2 golds there, as he only has, or did he only use 1?
Did he recycle the power?
I mean, he only has 2 chaos currently, and man, this shaky camera. Who's hitting the table like this?
Someone's legs jiggling. Mine does this. I get restless leg and jiggle the table all the time.
It must be pretty aggressive jiggling, because it's shaking it like an earthquake or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he recycled the power. I'm gonna have to look back at that and double check, or if chat can clip it. Let me have a look, because that's a big deal if he didn't. We see the Sona come down. This is such an underrated card. It's one of my favorite cards to play in any green deck, because if you can get it on the battlefield, it forces your opponent to kind of focus on it, because you don't want someone restanding runes every single turn.
Yeah, I would imagine it's a decently good card for the Leona deck as well, with those stuns like Twonk and then those disciplines to kind of keep that Sona protected. But what's going to protect you from a singularity coming down? You don't even have to play the additional deflect cost, as the Fiora currently at 4 might. But do you have a not so fast number 2? Anything to counter the singularity? Yeah. It looks like at least a buff increase, or it might increase the Shen. Okay, just a hold for now.
Yeah, so he's just going to hold it there. He's going to lose the Sona and the Fiora here, I think. But doesn't Shen... No, Shen doesn't buff anything, does he? He just comes in with shield.
Yeah, I think this is strictly to continue the hold, because as you pointed out, it does have shield too, so it goes up to 5 on the defense. So not even the little Ezreal in the back line can move on forward until the Valmond's lair. So I think Shen will be allowing him to hold up to 3. But still, you still have to think about how are you going to be able to deal with the blue Ornn, as the Shen is effectively stuck in Valmond's lair. Even if you Zenith Blade over, you're just swinging in for 3 might. I mean, Ornn did dwindle down a bit because of the gold being used recently.
Yeah, the thing is, like, that Ornn plus the hidden card on Trifarian Warcamp is so difficult to deal with. The only thing I can see sort of it working is the Green Leona coming out and like a stun and -8. That's probably the best way to deal with it. But what is that hidden card? If it's a fight or flight, you just lose the game. If it's a switcheroo, it's very, very painful. And you've still got to pay that 2 deflect. Like, Teemo is in apparent complete control in this game. He is tapping out, so it's given Leona a chance, but there's just no tempo in the backline for Leona.
Yeah, it does feel that way, and I believe we did see the hidden card very early on. It should be that Teemo champion. If memory serves me right, I'm pretty sure it's the champion for Champion Zone Teemo. But let's see. I think you nailed it perfectly. That Green Leona could come down, but I believe Teemo has to be at, what's the threshold for Leona to come in ready? Is it 5?
Yeah, 5. Yeah, so he is at that threshold now. Yeah, it's within 3 points of victory or something like that, isn't it?
I think so. Similar to how Find Your Center works. And yeah, Find Your Center goes ahead and plays out for a single energy, recycle 1 or channel an extra rune on draw 1, feeling good for a single energy. And it looks like he might just have another Find Your Center. There we go. He's digging deep, trying to find some answers off the top of his deck. What gets him out of this predicament? Because this is a heck of a predicament, to say the least. You have 6 runes available, or 5 runes now. what can you possibly do to take care of this Triferian Warcamp? Because it almost looks like an impossible task, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's really tough. And it looks like he's just passed his turn. He's not playing anything to base. You know, the Teemo is going to go up to 6 points. He is only gaining 1 point per turn at the moment. And he doesn't really have anything to contest the Shen, especially with 6 runes up or 5 runes up from the owner side as well. So it's going to be tough. He is going to start digging for answers using the stack deck. He can get a Watcher. I think he's got just enough runes to accelerate it with the Ezreal as well. So there are possibilities, but with a Leona with 5 runes up is quite scary.
It really is. I mean, it could threaten out a decent. I mean, you could even play Zenith Blade on defense as well, right? Because it's action speed. And this situation doesn't work too well, obviously, because you have nowhere to go. But just something to keep an eye out for in the future if we see any Leona decks. And Teemo does get revealed just to kind of get an extra gold from that black market. And let's see what else he decides to do, because he could pick up the Teemo with the Teemo Legend and then play it out. It looks like he's doing exactly that as we're saying it.
Yeah, I like that. Just sort of generating gold. I think he just doesn't want to deramp. He's realizing this game might go on a little bit longer than he wanted it to. Or he just wants to hide a Consult the Past on the Triferian Warcamp. So he needed to move the Teemo. So either way, good plays. No, he just rehides the Teemo. Okay, interesting. I'm guessing he just wants gold generation for a slightly longer game, but
I think so.
Right now, I don't think you can contest that Vile Wars layer. No, he's just going to pass. I think it's going to get to a game where just 1 point hold, 1 point hold, 1 point hold, and then someone's going to have to do something drastic. And I imagine it's going to be the Leona player that has to do something drastic.
I mean, it has to be the Leona player, because Teemo currently with that point tempo advantage, he will be progressing onto that victory point, 8th point faster than Leona, as Leona only goes up to her 4th point currently, but has a full grip of runes to work with. What is she able to get done this turn? As we pointed out previously, that green Leona most likely does come out, or does indeed come out ready. The question is, how are you taking down Triferian after that? Because Leona doesn't necessarily stun, but if you have something like a Rune Prison, yes, you will have to pay the deflect too, but then Leona gets +8, or let me read her again. I think it's every stun unit minus is 8, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. But then you obviously just still need a reason to stun them. So if you, does it say choose which units, or does it say just passively? Because that make a massive difference to the amount of runes you have to recycle. I'm pretty sure
passively, like all stun units. Let's look it up here, because Leona, we don't get to see her too often.
No, exactly. It's one of those niche cards, and these are the situations we're talking about these long rounds. Like, Leona's been around since day one, and people still don't know quite what she does, and neither do I, to be perfectly honest with you.
I'll pull her up here on the screen. So for anyone newer to Leona, if opponent scores within 3 points, which Teemo is currently at 6, so it does enter readied, and then stunned enemy units have -8 to a minimum of 1. So every single stun unit. So if there's any window of opportunity for this Leona player to try to get back into this game, it will be something like we said before, the Rune Prison, because you stun proactively. The green Leona comes down. You're swinging in for, I believe, just 8 or 6 might. That's enough for the black market. But the Teemo, if that, well, we did see it, right? It is the Teemo champion, goes up to 4, so 4, 3, 7. So you're just, and of course
he has he has a fight or flight in hand as well. Oh, Tasty. Okay, Tasty. What can the Tasty do? Is he just going to set up for one more turn? Yeah, I think he's setting up, and like next turn is go turn. You know, next turn is all or nothing. But the Teemo also knows it's all or nothing, so he can just set up now to make sure that no matter what swings in here, he survives. You know, he's building up some tokens for the Ornn to get plus might, which is a great use here. But if I was the Teemo player, what do I do here? Do I threaten the Shen, knowing he's got 4 runes up? Singularity, I think that is a threaten.
It has to be. You have to bait. You have to bring out the not so fast. If you don't have the not so fast, this is all but over. The Tasty goes down. The Shen goes down. And Leona loving her position, looking through his cards, trying to see what other counterplay capabilities is he able to do. He's tapping too.
Not so fast. He does have it. Okay. That is the best possible situation for Leona there. He's not going to lose this battlefield. Teemo is going to go up to 7, though. He is tapped out a little bit. He's only got 3 runes, which obviously we know he's got a fight or flight in hand because we've seen it. So that is a possibility. So does it go for one big, push here to try and take the battlefield, in which case Leona will be in a really good position. Like, it's really hard to score your 7th point as Teemo with no tempo and no units. Yes, you do have 8th point. You do have accelerated watchers, but it only takes one battlefield. You need to take both in the same turn, obviously.
Honestly, I'm leaning very towards the fact that towards the simple game plan of just hold your Triferian War Camp the best you can. All you have to do is hold for a single additional point. Throw the Ezreal in there. You have a Rasa in hand. Go ahead and pay the additional power. And this is interesting, getting a little bit intimidated from that game plan, because I don't see a world if you have an Ezreal that's +4 might, you have a Rasa that's +7 might. How is a Green Leona and a Tasty Faithful able to take all those units down? I guess he keeps 2 open for fight or flight, so effectively you're able to -6 from the Tasty Faithful coming in, or -6 or 7 from the Leona coming in. So I guess effectively about the same, but you do leave it in the hands of a Defy. A Defy could counter the fight or flight, so this kind of threaded on skating on thin ice slightly, as I feel like the safer play would just stack the battlefield. But perhaps there's something I'm missing here.
No, I think you're right. I think the Teemo is running out of resource. He looks like he's got a couple of Razas in hand, so he's probably aiming to like, oh, hey, yeah, I'll lose this, and then I'll play Razas next turn and just kind of sweep up. I don't know why he wouldn't play the Razas this turn unless he wants to try and keep as many runes up as possible, just so he's got like a crackback on the battlefield, because right now it's really hard to kind of push battlefields as Teemo. Your game plan is to hold them. The only thing I can think of is like Green Leona, Fwonk, for the double stun to get both of those things as -8. We'll see the battle plan here. Obviously, we haven't seen the cards for Leona in a very long time, so we'll see. Green Leona does come out ready. It is a 6 might unit ready to push in. Still plenty of runes up on the side of Leona as well. If he has a Fwonk here, it might just clear the battlefield.
Yeah, well, keep in mind, Twonk is only attacking units, so you actually can't use it offensively.
It is. You're right. You're absolutely right. My bad. Maybe some rune prisons then?
Yeah, that's the only out, but you're not able to repeat the Rune Prison, so you're only able to stun out the deflected Ornn, which might be as good as you can get, but you do have to deal with the fight or flight. If you don't have something like a Defiant Hand, sending in the Leona first, I would imagine there is a Rune Prison right around the corner in the hand of Leona. Let's see if they have it. It looks like a Zenith Blade to play it at action speed, bring the Tasty or Shen over, stun the Ornn. Let's see what they have in mind. They're recycling 2.
It's a complicated turn for sure. Yeah, Zenith Blade coming down. That's going to be able to stun and move. Yeah, if he targets the Ornn, though, he has to pay. He has to pay. That's the right decision. Ornn's only at 5 might. It's not the worst case scenario. You don't want to be recycling all those runes, that's for sure.
You know, interesting enough, why did he decide to push in with Tasty Faithful and then bring in the Shen on over? Perhaps I'm thinking it's a bit overkill. Perhaps even so, Leona may be prioritizing trying to hold both of these battlefields, because that's going to be one way of getting back in this game. If you're able to take care of this war camp right here, right now, I think there is a world where Leona might be bringing us to a game number 3. All Teemo had to do was hold on this battlefield, which is why perhaps it's just me with all the knowledge here being in the casting booth. Maybe I was telling him to just stack that battlefield as heavy as he can. But let's see how this ends up playing out regardless, because we still have that fight or flight in hand, as we pointed out.
Yeah, we've got a couple of runes on the side of Leona, so Defy is definitely a possibility. The reason he kept the Shen there is obviously so he can't just walk the Ezreal and then, drop a Watcher and clear everything. So obviously you don't want to give it any sort of free battlefields where you can. Yeah, so that's going to move back. So he pushes the Leona back, but the effect still counts. It still happened. So I think that's what they're discussing now. Yeah, it still gets the minuses and stuff like that. But we do see a Tasty, which is going to be what, 7 might versus 5 plus the 4 of the Teemo. Yeah, so I don't know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I would imagine it's going to be a GG hold to victory for Teemo. As I just looked at the hand of Leona, there was a Guardian Angel and 2 cards that actually I see a Twonk and a Zenith Blade. Okay, wait a minute. You invest
Another
the
Zenith.
second Zenith Blade, stun the Ornn, bring the Green Leona over.
Oh, you're paying so many runes, though.
You are, but this
So
is a
many
desperate
runes.
situation. You're on the
Yeah.
cuffs of losing the games. Would you rather lose or just
Yeah.
invest all your rune economy? It looks like the latter is chosen for the Leona player, and let's see how
Yeah, now
beneficial.
he has to target the Ornn.
Oh yeah,
that is such an expensive like interaction. You're right. Plus, it is so expensive. But it's either look, I pay all these runes or I lose the game, and I know which I prefer.
Yeah, just trying to stay on the board as long as possible, trying to do what you can do. And now let's do the math. All he has to think about is a 5-might Teemo with that war camp going on. So he most likely will be able to conquer. Actually, you have to get over the collective might total on that battlefield. But because stun units are 8 minus 8, you definitely have more might on that battlefield.
Yeah, obviously the Leona has got buff. The Tasty has a buff as well because of Leona's effect. He's looking at putting 5 might into, well, nothing dies here. So yeah, he's absolutely fine. Everything dies on the side of Teemo. Everything survives on the side of Leona. He does go from 12 runes down to 5 in a single turn.
Wow.
That's the power of Ornn, I suppose. All he's got on the field is Ezreal. That Shen does have shield +2 as well, so it's not as weak as it looks. And all of a sudden, after one big almighty turn, Leona looks like it's stabilized just that little bit.
I believe so. That Green Leona paying so much dividends with that -8 on 2 units, and then the double Zenith Blade. I don't think anyone would have been able to play around that double Zenith Blade. As you pointed out, it was quite the hefty investment in terms of runes, but a necessary one, as I believe this has completely turned things in the favor for Leona. You're most likely going to be holding at least one of these battlefields, and all you have to do is continue to hold at least one of these.
I just saw the rebuke, which means he can get rid of the Shen on the Valmors, and then he can move the Ezreal in, draw a card, obviously, and then the Leona needs to find a way to accelerate a unit out and push it off the Valmors.
Yeah, we know they're probably out of ganking options with those Zenith Blades already getting invested that previous turn. So I like what you're saying. You could rebuke the Shen, push in Ezreal, go up to effectively, right before the 8, so you draw 1. But finding more cards with that stack deck, it's a second rebuke. Wait a minute.
Oh, can he just take the Trifarian? But the thing is, right, so Leona comes in ready. So if you get rid of the Leona, it just comes down again. And then you can swing in and take battlefield. This is the most frustrating thing about playing against purple is like, oh, you've got 3 cards in hand. You might not have the answer. And then they just go double cooled shot stack deck. You've probably got the answer now.
Yeah, definitely.
We see him take a Watcher as well just then. I don't know if you spotted that off the top deck. Just took a Watcher.
Watcher, and it looks like the other option is going to be Ember Monk and something that was a bit off the screen. So just so many great options. I think a Watcher alone might just be able to get the job done. Watcher -3 onto every unit, and then Accelerate, you have 2, 4, 6. Yeah, you definitely have enough because Accelerated gets -1 because of the Ezreal champion. So Accelerated Watcher coming down. Are you able to take down both battlefields? That's 7. And then what's the unit behind? I can't remember. Oh, that's a Tasty. So 7, 7.
Tasty.
So -3. That's going to be 4, 4. So 8 total might. You effectively trade with your Watcher, I believe, because the Watcher goes up to 8.
Shen trades as well because it go down to 1 + 2 because of the shield. So the Watcher can take the Shen, but then Ezreal can't take the other battlefield. Unless he's got, Stupefy or something? He's got Rebuke in hand, so he can still rebuke something away. So, yeah, this is a really weird situation. He hasn't quite got enough.
I think the play here might just have to be something like a Rebuke the Shen, push in your Ezreal, and then just take the trade. You're taking down a Green Leona and a Tasty Faithful. Yes, you give him a draw. Yes, you give him 2 runes, but you're not letting him go up to that 7th point, and now all you need to do is hold for dear life with that little Ezreal. There's no more Zenith Blade, or most likely there's not going to be the 3rd Zenith Blade in hand. On top of that, he might just not have enough runes to develop out a unit on top of the Zenith Blade to push in and contest the Ezreal battlefield. And going for a different line of play, let's see how fruitful this line is going to be. So Watcher does indeed get that conquer, and just like we saw
Teemo
in the
misplayed there.
I was just gonna get
Timo
at, just
misplayed.
like what we were telling him previously, to just hold all in on one battlefield. He could technically do that this turn as well.
Yeah, I think that's the game plan there. The Timo misplayed. He didn't. I don't think he realized the buffs in the Trifarian War Camp. So he calculated the might, and then Raza coming down as well, which is like the pinnacle of a miracle deck. Just make sure you pay the right amount for Raza and Rebukes, yeah?
Oh yeah.
We've seen it go very wrong. 2 Razas
The
coming
double
down.
Rasa.
Yeah. And he has 2 runes up for the Rebuke as well. So this might be all she wrote. I don't know Leona's deck, but I can't imagine you can clear, what, 12 plus the 7, 19, 22 might?
Yeah,
And
just
he
a
has a
little
Rebuke in hand.
22 might, right? What is that? What that's not gonna be able to hold, right? No, Timo definitely has this one all but locked in. There's no sequence of cards that really get Leona out of this, even if you're able to bring in. No, honestly, as you pointed out, 2021 might, that's one too many, especially with the cards in hand, and Leona having to call it in a 2-0 fashion. Timo getting it done. Well, good stuff from him.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. And that was only like, that was a double round 1. So we're not even on to round 2 yet. So we're still seeing the people that could be literally the guy walking past the convention center and going, do you know what? I play Riftbound. I'll come and join in. So it's an interesting situation. But so far, 2 really, really good games in round 1.
Yeah, what I'm really impressed by, but as you said, that was 2 full game ones. They're not game ones. That was 2 best of 3 games in the round 1. So I'm really hoping that they do something similar for the remaining of the event. It goes to show it should be a very enjoyable event with minimal breaks. Now is where we get our answer to that question. How long are the breaks between round 1 and round 2 will take? Because if it's anything like Houston, for anyone that was out there in Houston, it was like an hour window between these rounds. I don't know. What is your prediction for that, BMU? Are we thinking we're going to get long extended breaks? And maybe let's listen to this interview by the Timo player. I'll go ahead and turn up the volume.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'll put in a bit of commentary and then we'll have a listen. So it sounds like they're recording games and then playing them to stop any sort of gaps, because the go from the table to the winners interview that quickly is almost impossible. So I think they've got a really good production schedule here. Hopefully no breaks. Let's listen to Timo.
It's proving to do really well at the beginning of the day. How do you feel now that you've got that first game out of the way and you're
Man, the convention center is loud. I hear the commotion in the back.
Hopefully. I mean, it's
a really good sign.
I was a bit stressed. You're on TV stream, you know. I'm playing against Leona.
Just comment on this guy's hair as well. What glorious hair that is. I'm so jealous.
Just want to see him shake it.
Well. And yeah, I'm happy, so I can start even. It's like I had a buy, you know.
Right, exactly.
But it's not.
Wow, the disrespect, calling Leona the buy.
700 games, so we'll see what happens.
You're right.
I hope it goes well.
It's a long day, but you've got through almost the hardest part.
That's a good point as well. All these people starting round 1 don't have the regional buy.
Exactly, on stream. The hidden mechanic is something I really love about Timo. Do you think people will underestimate that today?
I don't think people underestimate it. I think they know that you can hide like a lot of things. It makes people think a lot more than in other matchups. So yeah, I think matches takes more time, and yeah, maybe a bit of stress of what is going on the battlefield. So yeah, I like the mechanics. I hope that other sets will bring more hidden
Timo
cards.
player asking for hidden cards. There's a shock.
Absolutely. I think you've picked a really fun deck, and I really appreciate that as well. The best of prizing is obviously something that we're going to be talking a lot about. It's very exciting. Is that something that you were thinking about when choosing Timo?
Yeah, I think that Timo is a powerful deck in the meta right now. It's not one of the most powerful, but it can do a few things. So yeah, metal was on the way, on the look, I mean. So I hope it goes well. Yeah.
He's manifesting it, BMU. He said the Timo Best of Legend is on the way.
I'll try my best and go for
It would be
it.
crazy to get those metal cards. They sell for so much money. They're more likely bigger than the actual prize as well, which is insane.
Right.
Tragic, his name is, by the way. Just spelled it
Tragic.
odd.
Makes sense.
Tragic.
Makes sense.
I love
Just
that.
spelled slightly different. But there we go. We get a little bit of insight to that Teemo player, which I was pleasantly surprised by. Granted, Leona isn't the most incredible deck to go against, but I think I was impressed by just the pure cards in that deck. He's playing a very similar Miracle package to a lot of the other Chaos decks, but doing it with Teemo things, the hidden Teemo, a little bit of Go generation with that Black Market Broker as we saw before, and of course that one card that changed it all, the Blue Ornn holding down. Did he also do the Blue Ornn in game 1, or was that only game 2?
Game 2, so I'd imagine it was a sideboard option. I've just spotted the stage on the little production thing as well. They're filming 2 games at once and sort of replaying them on top of each other. So hopefully that means that we shouldn't get any breaks.
Wow.
So it should be non-stop action. As soon as, like, if a game 1 like ends early, we get a game 2 straight away.
No
so
way.
Hopefully back to back. No hour and a half long breaks. No hour-long chatting about free bukes and cheating and,
oh my
judge
goodness.
goals. Straight in.
BMU, if they go straight into the next round, I'll be out of words. That would blow my mind, because I'm used to waiting in an intermission screen for at least 30 minutes, sometimes up to an hour. And don't tell me, I was just about to say, are they about to go into round 2?
Yeah, I thought they were, for sure. I think they're just talking about combos in general. So caster pick combos. Look at the rat. Oh, you can't pick the rat as the combo.
Leo picking the rat and the call, which is a great combo. Out of these 4, what's your favorite combos here?
What's the scariest one is probably Ornn's Felswanger. Like, deflect 4 double gear like points is terrifying. I haven't seen Vex and Fizz really work that well together, but obviously the classic Jason, the Vanguard Armory.
Yeah, you can never go wrong. I don't think, as you pointed out, the Vex and Fizz is necessarily a 1-2 combo. It's more so just in the package of those Chaos decks, which are kind of scary in themselves, of course. I mean, the strongest probably power level has to go for the Fizz combo in those Miracle decks. But I think the most fun, maybe it just goes maybe Leo's onto something. Yeah. The pit crew going in and going out, ganking on over with Boots of Swiftness. What's not to love about that combo? So I love this. Chat, let us know, what's your favorite combo? We'll try to answer here. I kind of like that Lucian, Trinity Force, and Skyfall of Aeon combo. You conquer, or you get the point on the conquer. Maybe it's just too many pieces of the puzzle to actually make work, but it's kind of crazy when it does work.
Yeah, and now we see the MVPs coming down as well. That is some good choices. Ferris Forerunner, for sure. What a absolute bonkers card.
Oh, yeah.
Like, invest so much to clear it, and then I'll just get the mic back split in 2. Draven, obviously, just unreal. And my favorite MVP of the set is Punch First. Who thought that card was a good idea?
Right, for a single energy. Who would have thought? You thought you balanced things out with 2 power, but it's still honestly such an incredibly strong card. Honestly, every card here on screen are indeed the MVPs of the Spiritforged meta. Guardian Angel, some people have said that card should be banned. I don't think so. I think it's properly well balanced. Fervent in himself. I think the girl, do you know the girl's name who was just on screen? Apologies if you guys are fans of her. I should know her name by now.
Is it Katie? I can't remember. Sorry. Yeah, it slipped. I wasn't really paying attention. I was kind of looking at all the lovely decorations in the background.
We'll call her Katie for now. But yeah, the cards Katie picked out can't go wrong, right?
I don't want to say Katie now.
The Red Draven, and then the Fervent. Those are some of the strongest unit cards out of Spiritforged. So yeah, I think these guys have a good eye on the Spiritforged meta, and those decks, and each and every deck those cards are played in, those are the decks that we're most likely going to see progressing into day 2, and of course, little by little making their way into the top 8. And something to point out for anyone just joining us, it's a bit different for how Houston format worked out. Houston was 9 rounds as day 1, and then I believe it was a cut to top 128, I believe, for day 2. The only top cut in this entire Bologna Regional is going to be a cut to top 8, which is crazy different.
No, seriously? I didn't know that.
Yeah, but think of this is how they're going to be able to how they're able to get this done. They're doing 8 rounds in day 1, and then they're doing rounds 9 through 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 13 rounds total in Swiss, and then cut to top 8. So instead of doing like top 28, top 64, top 32, they're just making those rounds into Swiss rounds instead.
That's crazy, but it should speed up the day because obviously Top Cut is unlimited time,
Exactly.
whereas Swiss is, you know, an hour plus 3. So that is going to speed up the competition. But wow, imagine going like 11-2 and still not making Top Cut. That's wild.
Yeah, well, I know it really is, but only the people that go X2 on day 1, I believe it's every single player that X2s in day 1 gets invited into day 2, and then day 2 goes from there, right? The top 8 players after the 13 total rounds, those will be the final top 8 players remaining. So it's going to be interesting. We never seen a whole tournament starting at 1,600 players, maybe a little bit more than that, get narrowed down to such a small top cut. Are you familiar with any other TCGs that do that? Oh my goodness, BMU, round 2 is about to start. I am so impressed by this production value. I think it is pre-recorded, but I love it nonetheless.
Look, if it's pre-recorded, that's fine. If they can keep the pace of the games over 2 days like this, it means that instead of like a 10-hour long YouTube video where there's 4 games, we've got a 10-hour long YouTube video where there's 11 games.
Oh, yeah.
You know, which is great. Right, I got baited last time with a Garen. Please let it be Annie. I played so much Annie set 1. I want to see Annie do well. We'll see. Please be an Annie. Don't bait me again. Come on.
I mean, it is in fantastic colors, right? The Chaos, the Fury, that is the same color combination as the Menace, the Dravens. But Annie does have that resource safety net rating to every turn, and I like the cards in this deck, right? The Sneaky Deckhand, I thought falling a bit to the wayside recently in Spiritforged, but perhaps still a great card to expedite your points nice and early. What I'm seeing a big addition here is, as you mentioned before, the Farer's Forerunner. I think that goes in any Fury deck, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to play a Ferris Forerunner. Essentially, it's 6 might 1 power. It's Annie versus Draven. Oh, this is a slightly different Draven. Minotaur, Reckoner, and a Gem Jammer.
That's not something and
you
the
see.
Minotaur, so almost countering his own card. Or let me double check Minotaur, because isn't that every single unit?
Yeah, units can't move to base. That's not your enemy units can't. It's not units here can't.
That's a whole collective passive on the entire board state, which is so interesting. You know, we're seeing the Thundersong, those are cookie cutter staples. We're seeing the Switcheroo, the Tide Turner, those are good. The Piercing Lights are interesting when you don't have things like the Ezreal Legend to benefit from that repeated cause. But let's see if we didn't get jebaited. Is it going to be Annie versus Draven, saying which Fury Purple deck is going to be coming out on top? I am excited for this matchup. It looks like Targon's Peak for the Draven player and then Dreaming Tree for Annie. And real quick, is that Annie metal card? Because she almost looks like I'm seeing a little bit of an emboss going on there.
It could be the metal, or it could be the new Spiritforged Nexus Knights Annie as well. Can't really tell.
The foil one,
yeah, or he could have picked up the metal card yesterday. I saw a lot of people grabbing
so
metal
many,
cards
right?
yesterday.
I'm so jealous of that. They're making it look so easy. It was so hard in Houston to get metal cards. It looks like everyone is able to get metal cards, or it could be a little false consensus effect as the people that got it are the ones posting online.
Yeah, exactly. It's winner's bias, isn't it?
Right.
The interesting thing about the Minotaur is I think it hard counters Aurelia, and I think it actually hard counters Annie. Like a lot of Annie stuff requires to, push their units back, push your units back, flashes, those sort of things. Interesting choice of Battlefield as a blind first as well. Targon's Peak. You often see that going first rather than blind first. This Draven deck is confusing me. Plus, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, so far it's benefiting him because he was indeed on. Actually, no, he was on the play, getting to the battlefield first, so it ends up benefiting here. But you're totally right. Dravens do tend to go for things like a Reaver's Row on that blind first play. But so far, not feeling too bad. It would be better with that Treasure Hunter on a Reaver's Row, but it looks like Scordo choosing to go for the straightforward Conquer on the Dreaming Tree just to not deal with anything with that 2 extra might from that Targon's Peak. It could be something like the Spinning Axe, so it doesn't want to face into that, of course. Now let's see what they're able to put down on this turn. They have 5 rooms to work with. It looks like just a Tide Turner and maybe a second Merchant in hand, so not the biggest units.
No, not the biggest units whatsoever. We do see a Tide Turner looking to filter through the deck, getting rid of the 2 drops that he just doesn't need anymore. Great use of the Tide Turner there with the Traveling Merchant. Probably one of the old school combos that we're used to seeing. And it's this Draven deck. I think it's going to play really, really, really well into what the Annie's going to try and do, and I'm really interested to see, is there another meta of Draven? Is there like this aggro Draven? Is there this, Miracle Draven? Is there mid-range Draven? Are we going to see a control Draven at some point?
I mean, those are great colors. You do have some control-y options. You do have some great kill spells, because you do have Falling Stars, the Void Seekers, those kind of cards that don't really see the light of day in those Draven decks. So potentially in the future, they might be a little bit more beneficial to run. But so far, Draven has been pretty well established on what are the more optimal cards to run in that 40 card deck. As the Treasure Hunter does get pulled back, and look where he's placing the gold, BMU. He's putting gold in the battlefields now.
The deck list was wrong. They picked the wrong deck list.
Did they?
Like, I've just seen a Kaiser in his hand, and on the deck list he didn't run a Kaiser. Also, I've just noticed a champion on the deck list was Darius, not Draven. This is the wrong deck. There's a normal mid-range Draven. We got excited for nothing.
It looks so far to be decently normal mid-range so far. So we'll see if there's any surprises. But Draven does get pushed up. And funny enough, invests the gold before the overzealous procs. It should be the defensive player chooses first.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so it's a bit of misplay on the trigger. And don't forget, this is still an open. Yeah, it's just an open. So, there are going to be missed triggers, there are going to be misplays, there could be missed times. I suspect as we get closer to day 2, the end of day 2 and the top cut, those sort of things won't happen. But we should have a judge sort of, making sure things are going well.
Right. I mean, it is at the end of the day to both players to kind of keep a clean board state. It's on both of their. I think it's on both players to kind of keep eye on both interaction. Of course, the judge can step in to try to do any kind of resolution for these players, but I think that wasn't the biggest kind of a mistake anyways, because most players don't know that the overzealous fan has to trigger first before you decide to use the Draven. Either way, It looks like he's getting a simple draw with the cleave, so kind of using that cleave just for a draw 1. And let's see what he decides to play out, because you still have some good options. It looks like cleave into Nox is hopeful, and then leave a flash open doesn't feel all that bad.
Yeah, I mean, now that we know there's no like hard counters with a Minotaur and stuff like this, I think Annie can just play it like normally. Obviously, they wouldn't have known the deck list anyway, but we're, considering, what does Annie do when it can't flash units back and stuff like that? Yeah, I think it's just going to play a standard. And I imagine Annie's played a lot into this mid-range Draven sort of style. There was a bit of confusion in the chat just about the way triggers work with attacking and defending. The attacking goes on and it says you may. So the attacking goes on, then the defender has to choose to resolve, then the attacker may choose to add that gold. So you are absolutely right. Plus, it should have resolved that way. You don't need to declare whether or not you're going to do it first.
Just for extra clarification in the chat, Draven is on resolution. So it goes on the stack, but you don't actually pay the gold or pay the fury until it actually resolves. So yes, the attacker goes on the chain first, but then the defender first in or last in, first out, right? So the last in was the overzealous. That's going to be the first one to resolve, and then it goes over to Draven. At least that's my understanding of the ruling, as how a lot of the judges have explained it to me as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So may, when it says you may, it's on resolution, and then you can choose to do it or not. Right. So obviously it goes on the chain, defender resolves, attacker then resolves and chooses may if he wants to pay or not. So yeah, anyway, that's the rule sharking. This is why Draven into Draven's really weird, because it's like, oh, are you going to do it? If you do it, I'll do it. You've got that little sort of like wink, wink, nudge, nudge thing going on.
Right, especially when we have battlefields like Reaver's Road that tends to be on the defense. Reaver's Road would trigger the same regard as would Overzealous Fan. But something to keep mindful of is Draven getting to that 4-point tempo first. I think how Draven's want to play, and actually foregoing the Dreaming Tree Conqueror because he doesn't feel confident that he's going to be able to defend the units. Or I might be getting ahead of myself. Perhaps he's still going to push forward with that Kaiser.
Yeah, exactly. And, the Draven's doing Draven things, which is basically like, I'm going to hold a battlefield, I'm going to score, and I'm going to keep loads of might in the back of my base and loads of runes up. So, Draven is playing exactly how Draven should here. Kaiser drawing cards as well is just absurd for a deck like Draven. I'm going to draw one for just conquering, I'm going to draw one for just winning. He does get pushed back by the fight or flight. He could hard bargain if he wanted to, but I don't think it's worth the investment.
I don't think so as well, especially when Annie could simply pay the 2 for that hard bargain. And you do have another follow-up push with the Draven. Is there going to be another fight or flight coming out from Annie's side? I don't think it's worthwhile. Just let Draven. I think the most important thing was neglecting the draw, because Draven's already going to be able to draw so much throughout this game unless you effectively starve him from that draw power, which is how a lot of people have chosen how to play against him. But the Tide Turner keeping the Draven safe in the back line and just pretty much leaving 2 units you're able to sacrifice. Don't feel too bad letting go for that next turn. The more important thing, you got to 4, and that's how Dravens tend to play. They try to conquer both battlefields each and every turn. Once they get to 6, they are feeling very comfortable in that position, and so far so good for Draven heading towards that way.
Yeah, I love the way this mid-range Draven sort of plays. It's kind of like, well, you can combat me, but I've got 8 runes up. Like, what do you want to do? And Annie, like, usually Annie's the one with all the cards in hand, and it's not working right now. They've got 3 cards in hand, a hard bargain, a flash, and obviously the Ferris we were talking about. Ferris is really good if you can get it onto a battlefield. How do you get a Ferris onto a battlefield when the Draven's looking at you with 8 runes?
Right.
Like, it's just so hard. It's just so hard.
And one way of getting him onto the battlefield is trying to conquer battlefield first, but it looks like the fight or flight will come down, pushing the Noxus Hopeful back to base. And real quick, just to point out some comments in chat, those cards being displayed on the screen, those are on the Bologna production side. I saw a couple of people saying and asking me to make them bigger. I can't control that, but I could bring out bigger cards. For example, let me bring out the Minotaur. Can you guys see this? Would you guys like to see it bigger? Like the Minotaur on screen, can you guys read that, or should I make that even bigger for you guys?
I think you should just take up the whole screen.
I'll do it during the intermission break. If we even get any intermission breaks, I'll try to make these cards bigger for the viewers.
Yeah, we're seeing like a few sort of reactions here from the Annie play. I think he's considering either a flash to gain the Dreaming Tree trigger, or he's considering a hard bargain to kind of make the Draven pay a couple more. I mean, if you hard bargain here repeated, the Draven has to pay 4. He might do that, in all honesty. I think he is, yeah, repeating hard bargain. So he's going to make the Draven pay 4 if he wants the fight or flight to go through. And the Draven goes, yeah, sure, I don't care. I want the draw.
Man, honestly, I don't know how I love this play, because you're just leaving Draven with 2 runes available. I don't think Draven was going to be able to use all 6 runes. All he really needs is 2 runes for that spinning axe, which is why I believe the Draven player said, okay, that's fine with me. I'll go ahead and pay the value, and does get that combat win. So that's more importantly what it was for the Draven player. As we pointed out, he does have that all-important 2 runes. And how many plays does Draven have with 2 runes? Isn't it obnoxious sometimes, BMU?
Yeah, I mean, he's got like rebukes, he's got fight or flights, he's got spinning blades. I'm probably missing a few here as well. Do you see the swing in with the Tide Turner and the Traveling Merchant? There is a good chance that he can't win here. If he goes spinning blade, he trades evenly, and it might not be the worst decision. But obviously, because of the hard bargain repeated, he can't play the Ferris Forerunner, so he's forced to chuck it on the Traveling Merchant trigger. Annie not looking good into this matchup right now.
Yeah, definitely not, especially when we consider the fact, as you mentioned, if a spinning axe comes down, that's going to be trading 1 for 1. I don't think there's any might increases in the hand of Annie. We see a flash, we see a Ferris Forerunner getting picked up, so Treasure Hunter does hit the trash for the time being, as he looks like he doesn't want to invest or doesn't have any additional combat trigs. But it looks like a Kai'Sa in the back and a Draven in the back will be able to clean things up. And more importantly, that Tide Turner should be able to hold up to 5 points. All you have to do is conquer that Targon's Peak, and you're at that pivotal 6 point we talked about. And there's not too much board development from the Annie side. You don't even have enough rooms to play out that Forerunner. So having to play, or what does he have for 4? Oh, the Annie Chosen Champion. What spell is he going to be able to put back? It looks like he's deciding on the fight or flight for the time being, but you don't even have enough runes. Actually, I misspoke. Annie always has enough runes at the end of the turn, doesn't she?
Always has enough runes. Yeah. It's weird because she conquered Targons as well, so she gets to restand 4 this turn.
Right.
But Draven's going to go up to 5. They have 8 might in their backline. They have 10 runes open. I don't know how many fight or flights and stuff that you want to have, but it's never going to be enough in this situation.
Yeah, it might just be a bit of a similar situation as we saw in that previous turn where you push one unit in that eats a fight or flight, and then you could just put the other follow-up unit the next as a follow-up play. So I think a single fight or flight just might not be enough. Of course, you have a flash, you're able to keep your unit safer or follow-up push the next turn. But the job's been done if that happens, because you're at 5 and then one conqueror up to 6, and the any player is simply at 3. If Draven gets up to 6 points and then just tries to establish more battlefield, or I should say more board presence going forward, there's very little things Annie can do to stop Draven from conquering over and over up to that 8th point, especially with the hand given in the current hand of Annie. Just one fighter flight, that is the only defensive tool. A flash isn't going to be stopping anything. A Farrah's Forerunner from the hand isn't going to be stopping these conquerors. So first thing's going to push forward. I like this sequencing. You push in with the non-draw, and then you see if a fighter flight gets chosen.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's the right way to do it. You know, all you have to do is spend a gold, and all of a sudden the Annie has to do something, or else it loses its battlefield. And obviously gives Draven the draw as well. So it's the right sequencing. Like, yeah, you could run in with a Kaiser and, spinning blade it or something like that. And hopefully, the Annie doesn't push you back. But they've got a fight or flight in hand because you saw the Annie grab it. So it's well worth doing the sequencing. It's like, yeah, sure, push me back. But then, you got a Kaiser and 10 runes coming at you. I can do a lot with 10 runes, says Draven.
Oh, yeah. A whole lot. We actually haven't seen what's in the hand of the Draven player, as he kind of keeps his card rather close to him, so we're not able to take a peek like we are for the Annie player. But the flash does get played out, bringing the Tide Turner and the Traveling Merchant. This could be somewhat big because Traveling Merchant allowing him to see one more card off the top, so perhaps trying to save himself with an additional rebuke for we'll see. Let's see what he hits off the top.
Yeah, the problem is you save to here, but you have to chuck another Ferris as well, which obviously is pretty useless in this game state. You do give Draven the draw, and he doesn't have to spend any runes, and he gets another gold token as well. Draven winning combats and just getting all these resources just seems massively unfair, but that's the world we live in at the moment. Plus, that's the world.
Oh, yeah, and that's the Draven, the League of Draven world we're living in right now, which is why we're expecting to see Draven do phenomenal in this Bologna Regional. We both said it. We're expecting Draven to take it all the way. It would be awesome to see something else go down, but just keeping it as realistic as possible. It looks very likely with the Tide Turner coming down. I love these plays coming out from Draven. Yeah. You're able to keep your Draven champ nice and safe for the second time in this game number 1. And now you are at that all-important 6 point. Go ahead and play out more units. Or wait a second. I don't see any cards in hand for Draven. There's no way he's completely... No, he put it down on the board, didn't he?
Yeah, he must have put it down on the right-hand side. I've seen him sort of reaching there a few times. There's no way in 2026 Draven, there we go, he doesn't have any cards in hand. It's just, there's never a Draven with 0 cards. It just doesn't happen.
And does decide to develop out a nice Darius, so has such a strong board for the following push. Has the Darius, the Draven brother, the Tide Turner in the back, and a Kaiser. Man, this is going to be a mountainous task for the Annie player. She does have a decent amount of units, but you need a little bit more than that to defend both of them on this next turn. I mean, even if you split the mites apart, that's just going to be what? Collective 6 might apiece, 1, 5, 1, 6. And then you have 1 fighter flight. This is tricky situation for Annie.
Yeah, I imagine the Draven player is just like, yeah, sure, kill my Tide Turner, who cares? He might start pushing stuff back to make the Annie invest a little bit to stop anything happening. But I think, honestly, with this much might sitting in your base, obviously, because the mats are really small, it's hard to see. But that's a Darius, a Draven, a Kaiser. And what's that last purple card there?
On the side of Draven? I think that's another Tide Turner.
Yeah. So you got loads of might, and you can have so many runes up. You've got rebukes, you've got fight or flights, you've got spinning blades, spinning axes, whatever it's called. You've got a lot of ways to punish the Annie, and you're on 6 points. So all you need to do is conquer 2 battlefields. Usually, that would be difficult versus an Annie with lots of runes. But right now, the Annie's only got a couple of cards in hand. They haven't got a lot of options, and you've got so much might in your base.
Yeah, I believe your best bet for the Annie player is just to stack everything onto one battlefield, because right now Draven has to conquer both in a single battlefield. And you know, these proactive or low value cleaves just for a draw don't seem to be too beneficial, but you have to do what you have to do to just get a +1 draw. You need to see more units, or you need to see more units to stack up these battlefields. Noxus Hopeful goes and backs up Annie. I could only imagine we're going to see a Draven and that Pouty Poro stacked up on Targon's Peak as well, to try to do the best you can to hold on to one of these battlefields, because if you could hold on to one, that is one step forward to trying to reclaim control of this game.
No, you're right. You need to kind of hold one battlefield, but then obviously the Draven just goes, okay, I'll conquer the other one. True. And then I'm on 7 points, come at me.
Right.
But splitting your might like this is really scary, especially now. Like, the Draven sees you've got one card in hand. You know, all he needs to do is go, right, I'll rebuke the Noxus and swing in there and see what you do, and then just do whatever you want from there. Like, it's a really scary place to be. This is going to be really, really tough for the Annie. If any deck can do it, it's Annie, but we know it's one card in hand and it's a fight or flight. It's not a good position to be.
Yeah, make that 0 cards in hand for Annie as she goes ahead and hides the fight or flight. I wonder why he wants it at reaction speed rather than just playing it out and keeping him guessing a little bit more. Because right now, Draven, just straightforward math. You know, you don't have to play around anything except that hidden card. And as you pointed out, the simple fact that Annie's only going to be going up to 6 points if she holds one battlefield. What is stopping Draven from throwing everything in the kitchen sink over to Targon's Peak, conquering, going up to 7, and then just holding on from there? I mean, Annie has Ride the Wind, but she has 0 cards in hand. A Ride the Wind for a single unit is not going to be able to take down a Kai'Sa, a Darius, a Draven, and then whatever is lurking in the hand that we haven't been able to see this entire game from Draven.
Oh,
it looks like
Brynja, of course.
The Brynja, right? Actually, it doesn't even matter. He doesn't have cards in hand, but it's just
but he can't play the fight or flight now. Yeah, he can't play the fight or flight, so it makes the math a lot easier on the Draven side. I do appreciate it. He's going to fight or flight. He's going to reveal it anyway. Like, what do you move here? Do you move the traveling and try to get a card in hand? That's the right play, right?
I think
but then
so,
again,
but
if it's a
you
spell,
draw
can't use it
one
anyway.
For Dreaming Tree, and then you have to pitch it, draw 1. So I just think you let go of the fight or flight, because you can't play anything after this anyways.
Yeah, unless it's a reaction speed. In which case you can play it now. Like, but what reaction speed cards do Annie play that can be beneficial in this situation?
I think
nothing,
very
really?
little, especially to base interaction, right? You can do reaction speed against battlefield interactions, but to interact with the base right now, Draven, there's very little cards, if not 0 cards, and it looks like he's electing to get the draw second. So, it's inverted timeline, and I believe Rengar is exactly a reaction speed he needed. What a fortunate top deck for Annie.
Yeah, but can you do that way? I thought his
reaction speed.
No. The traveling merchant trigger. So he moved the merchant to discard and draw. So he just drew because he had no cards in hand. And then the Dreaming Tree. I thought the Dreaming Tree would.
I'm right there with you. I'm pretty sure Dreaming Trigger has to trigger first and then the move, right?
Yeah, but it's on choose.
So it'd be for Annie.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters in the grand scheme of things, but I think it's the reverse order resolution, so I think that was correct to do that way. But yeah, the Rengar comes down. It's only an extra 1 might compared to the Traveling Merchant, because obviously it gets Assault, not Shield. So it's not the biggest of deal, but it did help a little bit.
Literally helped by just 1 might. Replaces 2 might unit with a 3 might unit, so didn't really change the math all that much. And for those wondering in chat, Rengar can be played at reaction speed. Doesn't necessarily have to be on attack. So it has the reaction keyword, meaning you could play it like a discipline on defense, on action, and a double Darius coming down. That's going to be 14 total might. Should be enough.
Yeah, 14 might. Yeah, fist bump. You got it. Annie, do you know what? It looked really, really lost in the early game and mid game for Annie there, and they brought it back just that little bit. They should have a very, very good sideboard into Draven. Like, that is the matchup you're thinking of of seeing. And again, ignore the sideboards. It's not even the correct name. It's not the correct deck. It'll be a standard sideboard, guys. Don't worry about it.
Right. Yeah, we're seeing sideboard additions are going to be Thermo Beam, Mind Splitter, and Ferris Forerunner, which seems a bit top heavy. Perhaps not really necessary for any, but I'm seeing in chat, everyone's saying Judge. It's such a little bit of the dichotomy between the Western regionals and the Eastern regionals, because in the East, like in the China regionals, the judges are hawking over every play. They're tapping your cards. They're looking at hitting cards. Over here in Bologna, they're kind of letting things slide. How do you feel about that, BMU? You think it's just the judges not paying as close as attention as the Chinese judges, or are these just a little bit too like intricate of plays going on?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of intricacy, but there are some like basic rules and understanding that don't seem to be happening in the correct orders. But I'm thinking the judge is there to kind of go, I'm a judge live for you guys, so the play continues. So it's only if they call on the judge will they interrupt, I think. But yeah, you're right. It is helping the pace of play. So from a viewer perspective, it's quite nice.
Yeah, I don't mind.
But from a legitimacy perspective, I would rather them intervene and go, actually, no, that triggers first. That goes that way. Those sort of things.
At the end of the day, it honestly wouldn't have changed anything. That was a GG victory for Draven nonetheless. But it is nice to execute, especially at a regional level. That is the highest official play level we can have to make sure the plays are as clean as possible. But it could be a way, like the judges could intervene. But at the same time, even though it's a feature match, they're perhaps letting them play it out as if they were just sitting without the judges straight looking at them the whole time. Because over there on the other tables, the top tables, middle tables, lower tables, you don't have a judge staring at you the whole time. So perhaps they're leaving it to the players to recognize how each trigger, how these cards sequence and interact with each other, which is kind of respectable as well. But let's go on over. It looks like game number 2 is just about to begin, and Obelisk of Power seems to be that cookie cutter option for Draven decks, right? When you know you're going to be on the second day, on the second turn, on the draw, as I like to call it, even though both players draw. You do get to play out your Draven champ on that opening turn, which feels pretty good, I will say.
Yeah, so Obelisk of Power is just the best like going second battlefield in history, I think. Like, it's just like, look, if you let me go first, I get the advantage of going first and I get an extra rune. If you want to go first, I just play Draven turn 1 and go. It doesn't even de-ramp you. Like, you've just got 4, and then the 6 drops for Draven are usually the most powerful. You've got your Ferris and things like that just to build so much tempo. I see a lot of Kaiser into Noxus for like an 8 might turn 2, essentially, with 4 might already on the board. There's so many combinations you can do with Obelisk of Power. And it looks like the Annie is not going well. 2 Tide Turners for turn 1 and 2.
It looks like she cited in additional rebukes from the likes of things that she has more than one in hand. But yeah, curving out not too optimally, as you said. On the other hand, it looks like Draven off to a really good start. If he has something like a Ferris Forerunner on turn 2, that is going to be an incredibly strong start. I know they have a Piercing Light, but there's no units on the current battlefield, and you don't want to take out your own Draven to do so, but a stack deck just to see what is in the top of the deck. And to take this time from the stack deck to answer someone in chat saying, why were they able to play the Rain Guard, is because it's all reaction speed. Brynir goes on the stack, and then you're able to react to that activation with reaction speed. So Fight or Flight Hidden was reaction speed. Rain Guard off the top was reaction speed. Once the resolution of Thundersong happens, that's when you can no longer play any cards. For just anyone wondering, that's newer to Riftbound or just newer to that interaction alone. And did we see what was the pick from the stack deck, BMU?
No, I didn't catch it, but the Kaiser does come down. So he wasn't looking for answers this turn. I think he already had the Kaiser in the hand, but I missed it. But you're absolutely right with the ruling. So what people don't understand about the chain is parts of it can resolve in order. So the Bryn here would just sit there until basically all reaction spells are done. So the move is a reaction, a reaction speed. So we can look at cards and then react with the cards he drew. And until all the chain resolves, the Bryn here effect doesn't count. So that's why he's able to play Rengar on that situation.
And interesting enough, doesn't decide to conquer any battlefield, saying because you tapped out to just one single rune on the defense, you don't feel too confident that Draven's going to be sticking around, because we did see the double cleave get revealed from the NA player. So a cleave on the Tide Turner would almost be enough, but It would take a little bit more than that, considering that Draven can buff up to 6 total might, but didn't like his odds, as we do see a cleave, we see a flash and a double rebuke on top of this traveling merchant. And now is Annie trying to be a bit more on the aggressive side, perhaps feeling confident with a flash to protect his units. The only thing I don't love about a flash is that combat still happens, and when combat still happens, we know all how that benefits Draven, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like, oh, combat doesn't really happen because no one's actually swinging, limbs at each other. But in the rules of the game, combat absolutely happens. As soon as that starts the chain, combat happens. So it's really hard to avoid combat with Draven in these situations. And interesting enough, this is where I find like good players versus bad players. Like bad players will generally just go, I have 10 runes. I have 10 runes worth of stuff to play. I will play 10 runes worth of stuff. Whereas good players are kind of like, actually, I'm going to try and leave 7 runes up here. I'm going to make my opponent think. And this is exactly what both players are doing at the moment. Does look like the Draven is choosing to pay the power to go up to 6. I'm not sure why, but, as you do. Oh, rebuke. That's a very early rebuke.
There we go. The rebuke coming down, taking care of the Draven, which doesn't feel all that bad. You do have plenty of runes to play the Draven out again, and that is 2 runes taken out from the rune pool of the Annie player. So as you said, it does seem like a bit of a premature rebuke, but you do get rid of the Draven, effectively having him to invest and replay it one more time, kind of changing his game plan, having to pivot around. Perhaps he had another game plan in mind. Now he has to consider the fact of replaying the Draven, but Kaiser comes down. This is the more value target he wanted to actually conquer. Let's see, there's 2 rebukes in hand, but that's all your chaos runes. I just don't think that's too advantageous.
You can't deramp by 4 runes this early in the game. I know you got an extra one from the obelisk, but deramping 4 just feels really bad. But it doesn't look like it's a rebuke. It looks like it's a flash. That does give the Kaiser obviously the draw from Kaiser's effect and the draw from winning combat if that resolves.
Yeah.
So that's a double draw, and essentially all you do is now you replay the Draven for 4 and don't even deramp. Like just obscene amounts of resource management here from the Draven player.
It really is. The card advantage is mounting on top of each other. As you pointed out, the 1-2 draw coming out from this Kaiser survivor. And I believe he's pointed out now, unless the showdown hasn't concluded, but it looks like it resolved. Kaiser does get the conquer point. 1 draw for the Conqueror, 1 point for the Draven. And this is exactly why a whole lot of old school Annie players have moved on to Draven, because sometimes Annie does decent to Draven, but it just looks like time and time again, Draven tends to outclass the old Fury Chaos combination legends. It looks like Draven just tends to have an upper hand every single time in this matchup.
Yeah, Piercing Light coming out as well. One of the new additions to Spiritforged. Again, most red decks I can see are running this. So he's repeating it and he's doing it in a really clever way. The judge is now checking. So essentially what he's saying is I'll do 2 damage to the Traveling, 2 damage to one of the Tide Turners, 2 damage to the Traveling, and 2 damage to the other Tide Turner, effectively splitting the 8 damage, rather than 8 damage, 6 damage over 3 units. I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
You can overkill a unit. So since it all goes on the stack together, you can choose the Traveling Merchant before it actually dies. So you're applying 4 damage, but of course it can't receive the 4 damage, but you can't in terms like overkill it to kill the 2 Tide Turners in the back. If the judges step in on this, that's going to be a curious situation that they're stepping in rather than the other plays, because this is correct.
Yeah, it's absolutely correct. He's recycling the runes. I assume that's going through. The Annie's now got a decision to make. I don't think they have another flash, which would get rid of the Piercing Light, right? Because if you flash that back, it has to deal 2 to something at a battlefield first. So I think that would invalidate the chain of events. But we'll see. I think they're just doing some judge calls now to make sure what's going on.
Interesting that's going to be the judge call. Maybe perhaps you're trying to, maybe the Annie player said, wait a second, if I flash, I believe the targets have been chosen. So it would just, I know cards don't fizzle in Riftbound, but I think it would effectively just wouldn't go through. But it looks like it was like a 1 second judge call. These judge calls are totally different from the Chinese judge calls.
Yeah, and then just sort of swapping in the Tide Turner to keep the Kaiser back. Draven has completely killed the tempo of Annie. He made him invest 2 runes into a rebuke and then just went, I didn't even need the Draven anyway. I'll just draw 2. I'll conquer. I'll get a point. I'll keep my Kaiser safe. And then I'll clear your whole board, Annie. Like, go. Do what you want.
That's right. She actually does end up picking up a great card off the top of the deck. It's going to be a Kaiser Survivor of her own. Most likely will be played out in accelerated speed to try to conquer the Tide Turner because she's in desperate need of a bit more additional cards in hand. As after this Kaiser plays out,
2 runes.
Yeah, 2 runes available. Not in a great position. But she has to do what she has to do. If this Tide Turner has something like a spinning axe to let go of, oh, a fight or flight. Okay, I was about to say that's going to be a huge play. You take care of the Kaiser Survivor because I believe there is a cleave / a rebuke in hand. So perhaps that would have been able to kill the spinning axe. But the fight or flight is a cleaner answer to the Kaiser.
Yeah, I was going to say, if a spinning axe came down there and the Annie didn't have an answer, I think you just bump fists and go next.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like, that's just devastating. Absolutely
really
devastating.
Is. And that is another combat win for Draven.
Yep.
This is why it gets a bit out of hand. Every fight or flight, every rebuke, every conquer you do is an additional draw, it seems like, for Draven. While on the other side of the board, Annie is struggling to get some card advantage of her own. 2 cards to, I believe, if that's the hand of Draven, has to be something closer to about 6 or even a little bit more than that. So this is very in the driver's seat for Draven.
Absolutely. I think they're just sort of arguing over the order of which he got the rune from start at peak there as well. But look at the amount of cards Draven has. I think that's like 8 or 9 cards. We know he's got a Draven. We just saw another Kaiser. He's got plenty of options just to fill that backboard. Yeah.
I think like 9 or so cards, which is an impressive amount. Make it even a 1 card more because of the Survivor conquering Obelisk of Power, now going up to 4 points of her own. And now I think it's time where you start just establishing some board presence in the base going forward. You have your Draven, and is that a Mind Splitter coming down? The only 2 cards available. Things are going from bad to worse for Annie. I think I'm agreeing with you, BMU. Perhaps I just extend the hand and call it GG from there because this is disastrous for Annie.
Yeah, you're basically playing top deck now. Like, the Draven is tapped out, don't get me wrong. So it's not like the worst case scenario for the Annie player. He's going to be able to like draw 1 and, you know, take a Kaiser off or take the Tide Turner off if he really wants to. But what do you get rid of here? Do you get rid of the cleave, knowing that if he swings at you, he's going to win the combat? Or do you get rid of the rebuke, which says obviously he can just put something back in my hand, but it cost him loads? I might get rid of the cleave here.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm leaning towards that.
It's a cheaper spell.
Is a cheaper. Of course, rebuke can be seen as the more higher card quality card. But I think in this circumstance, you do. I mean, you're not hurting for units, right? If 1 unit gets put back in hand, you still have some follow-up plays as well. I think the cleave is what's going to be allowing that Kaiser Survivor to guarantee the conquer. So it looks like we're both right. The cleave gets picked off the hand, leaving just the rebuke behind. Tide Turner gets recalled back. And now the Kaiser Survivor forced to stay for the time being. So perhaps the Survivor won't be surviving for the next turn, but still in a decently comfortable position. As we know, Scordo just has 1 rebuke. And I believe, I didn't get to see the card in hand, but he's probably going to play the card in hand this turn as he doesn't have any other option.
Overzealous fan. It's Draven's biggest fan versus Draven. I think he's just going to have to take the Targons here, draw a card and see what he can top deck. The Annie is in full top deck mode now versus a Draven that has lots of might, lots of cards in hand, and lots of runes. It's a scary place to be.
Yeah, I believe Draven on any department of this game is winning it on the hand, on the runes, in the board. He's currently in a great position. Overzealous, as you said, and it looks like a fight or flight off the top. So trying to hold on to star type peak, which I believe with the Overzealous and a fight or flight, you should be able to do so. So perhaps this is the one little bit of window of opportunity Annie needed to try to get back into this game and not let Draven completely run away with it. But with that said, there's just 1 too many cards in Draven's hand, and that's not a position you want to be against.
No, Annie is definitely stabilizing considering like where they were a turn ago, down to 1 card essentially. Now they look like they're stabilizing just a little bit. And Draven doesn't have a lot of might. It has a Titan that has the Mind Splitter, but they've got rebukes. They're grabbing some stuff from the trash with the Annie chosen champion as well. So they're going to have to show what they grab. A Flash is a great one. It can sort of drag Kaiser back, but again, every time you engage with a Draven and your units are not there and his are, then you give him some more cards.
Yeah, so I mean, this flash might not be too beneficial, but it will allow you to keep that survivor safe for the next turn, perhaps setting up some more card draw in the future. But you are going to be able to give back a point, and then that's another additional card draw for the side of Draven. So Flash is a bit of a win-lose situation, as I like to say from before. So he hides, I believe, the fight or flight. Interesting enough. Is that just in case the Brynjar gets played out again, like he did in game 1?
Yeah, that's a really good sort of line of thought there. Plus, to be fair, Brynjar comes down and you absolutely get devastated. Yeah, you can push stuff back, but who cares? Like you can't be losing units now. You need to build up your battlefield. You need to build up your base, and you need to have cards in hand. And to make that happen, you need to have Kaiser on the board. Like if Kaiser dies here, like I know in my Dravens, I've run 2 Falling Stars in my main deck. Falling Star like right now would be absolutely devastating. Yeah, it'd be absolutely devastating. I haven't seen this Draven play one yet. But look, we've got Ride the Winds, we've got Rebukes, we've got Kaisers, we've got so much accelerated stuff. And he's just like, look, I'm going to move my Mind Splitter in. Choose. What do you want to use on this Mind Splitter to hold onto this battlefield for 1 more minute?
Yeah, if I'm here, I guess I'm letting go of that overzealous fan, pushing the bigger might unit back, allowing that Titan to have to invest a bit more to get over the Kaiser Survivor. So I think you have to go ahead and use the overzealous fan. And we caught a bit of a picture from Draven's hand. He had so many great cards. He had a switcheroo. He had the Draven that got rebuked a couple turns ago, and a whole lot of units on top of that. So even if these plays don't go through, I think as time continues on in this game too, it's just going to be leaning towards Draven more and more so with each and every turn, especially with only an Annie in the back. And I believe it's just a Flash and maybe one other card for Annie currently, but investing a Rebuke, that is not what you want to be putting back in hand. But perhaps because you only have 1 card in hand, it doesn't really make too much of a difference, does it?
I know, but like, I don't know. Like, you've got an overzealous fan there. You've got a fight or flight at reaction speed. Why would you drop the Rebuke? That just seems really strange to me. And like now he's in a weird situation where he has to like overzealous fan to push the Titan back or just trade with it. Like, you probably just trade with it, right? But you lose your overzealous unless he wants to now use the fight or flight to push back the Titan. Like it's so bizarre the situation he's ended up in on this game.
Yeah, especially when we consider the fact that we haven't seen a spinning axe in all of this best of 3 series. There has to be at least 1 spinning axe in that massive hand Draven has. So if you don't push back the Titan now, a spinning axe is going to be able to go up to 5 total might. That's going to be enough, and funny enough, BMU, he actually doesn't have it. That's crazy.
No, do you see the gem jammer though? He can gank across to the Kaiser. That's wild.
I love it. A nice little tech gem jammer. Maybe that's where the falling stars are, because to your point, I believe the winning list from last weekend's 1K we hosted, Colin had 2 fallen stars in the main board, or maybe 1 in the main, 1 in the side, but falling star is an incredible card in the current meta. But investing
I would tell you exactly because it's the one I'm running as well. It's 2 falling star in the main and 1 in the sideboard for Colin Kaiser's legendary list that I am running, because he does some crazy stuff, and I think he's one of the best players in Riftbound at the moment.
Yeah, one of the best players NA for sure. I'm loving what he comes out. I'm wishing we see him in the feature match, because we saw him in the feature match in Houston. Perhaps when it starts getting closer to the higher tables, we will be seeing Colin perform well. He's most likely going to be playing Draven. I can't see a world where he won't be playing Draven this weekend.
Yeah, he's playing Draven as far as I know. He might have switched up at the last minute, but I'm a big fan of theirs. I'm on their Discord. I talked to him on Twitter, and it seems like that he's definitely going for Draven. So hopefully we see him in the finals, because I think he's one of the better players, and I would love for a NA player if I can't get a UK player to win, I'd love an NA player. My brothers from across the
There we
pond,
go.
yeah.
And you know, since these players, since it looks like it's all but over for the Annie, it's surprising enough. I know it could be a little bit early to say that, as Annie's just at 3 points, Draven's at 4, but it just seems to be the picture being painted with Annie just a single card. A fun little side note, speaking about Colin, you know, he actually used to be the owner of my locals. So like 7-8 years ago, when I first started playing TCGs back again, I say again because, you know, everyone played in like middle school Yu-Gi-Oh just for fun. But when I started taking TCG serious, I found a locals near my college, and he was one of the owners at that local. So I've known Colin for a very long time, and we both went to like regionals, competed together from then on. And then I think he lives in Houston or Texas now or something like that. But I've known Colin for quite some time. So obviously I'm a big fan as well. But let's get back to this game and see how Draven closes out this game. Or is there a world where Annie just goes on the Kirkalian comeback, but a flash? Oh, man. I think like chat said, I think Annie's just here for a bit of the screen time, because these plays are just not going to be enough to take down this game from Draven.
Yeah, if you're sponsored as Annie, now's the time you start like sort of nudging the badge into camera. You know, try to get some more sponsorship points and some sponsorship money. But I think, yeah, this is all but done. The only hope Annie has got, and I'm being absolutely honest here, right? The only hope Annie has got is Draven overextends, misplays, Annie top decks like an actual god. It goes to game 3 and they draw because of time. Right. Honestly, I think that might be the only hope Annie's got. The biggest indication to me of how a game is going is how many runes you've got compared to your opponent. And right now, Annie's been forced to recycle a lot of Chaos runes. He drew the stack deck, which is probably the best top deck you could ever do.
Right, just finding the more ideal card from the top of the deck. And it looks like he wants to get an additional draw before committing to that stack deck. So going for the Tide Turner, as Draven is the one tapped out for once. And now Kai's able to go up to 4 points, able to get an additional draw. And that would be a Ferris Forerunner, not too shabby. Perhaps you want to go ahead and establish that Ferris Forerunner onto the opposite power to back up your Kai'Sa. But if you do so, you can't play your stack deck until your opponent's turn, which is not all that bad either, but you can't really do too much with just a single rune. But goes on the offensive, the overzealous, the Annie, 5 might versus 4, and there is nothing Draven can do. Wait a minute, BMU. Is there a world where Annie tries to come back with these attacks?
This is what I mean. Like Draven players, right? It's a mid-range deck. You build points, you build might in your base. You conquer points, but you keep your units safe. And like, although Annie is behind still, don't get me wrong, you know, it's a tough place to fight back from. You know, this is the kind of thing that can lose Draven the game, is by overextending, not keeping your units safe and not playing around possibilities. Now the Annie has, you know, a card in hand. I think it's a stack deck. So he can play at action speed looking for reaction, but I don't think there's any one cost reaction spells. But now there is a Ferris Forerunner on the battlefield, which is going to be really hard to deal with. And if there is not, I think it's a stack deck, but if it's not, if it's like a fight or flight or something, then there could be a possibility where Annie gains some point tempo. Don't get me wrong, it's still in the favor of the Draven, but this is a type of situation where it's just like, look, I'm really far ahead. Why would I risk possibly falling behind when I don't need to?
Yeah, and honestly, there's just one too many cards in the hand of Draven. The double switcheroo, the rebuke, the ride, the win. There's so many available options to get Draven continuing on the pressure. So perhaps that 1-2 turn from Annie, it seemed to be a bit of a pickup for Annie's momentum. But in the actuality of the bigger picture, it looks like Draven still in clean control of this game as they go up to the 6 point. And now the big question at hand is how you take care of start to peak. I think a rebuke is a good step forward in that direction. You take care of their Ferris Forerunner, put it back in hand, and now, I mean, switcheroo seems a bit too ambitious to kind of switcheroo Tide Turner for Annie. If there's a cleaner way, I just don't know if he has it in hand, because I didn't see any spinning axes.
No, just play safe. Just rebuke the Tide, rebuke the Ferris, push the Annie, and then just take the point. But he's playing super safe here. He's like, what is that possible card that could have 2 runes up? Like, who cares? Yeah. Like, you know, just push in. We've seen the rebuke. I'm pretty sure I've seen a fight or flight. That's an instant game win. And I said about playing safe, but there's playing too safe as well. And I think from this point of view, I think this is unlosable now from the Draven. I don't think there is a world other than, I don't know.
The best hit off the top would be an inverted timeline. Inverted timeline, maybe there's a world, but you have to pay 3, leaving behind just 4 runes. You can't even play out a Darius accelerated after that, because if you top deck a Darius, you don't have a secondary card to activate Darius. So inverted timeline, if that deck list we saw earlier before the match started, you get rid of all these amazing cards for Draven. You all start from square one, drawing 3 cards. Yeah. So that would be the best, most opportunity she would have to get back in this game. But the stack deck that Annie wishes she had in hand, it goes for Draven's side. And let's see what better cards are able to be picked up.
He had a Rebuke Ride the Wind as well. So he could have got the Draven trigger on there, gone to 6, Rebuke the Ferris, Ride the Wind across, go to 8, and he comes back ready. So even if that was a Fight or Flight in his hand, the Draven's sitting there with 8 might and ready. You can just move in and win the game. There was so many lines for the Draven player to win there. Maybe the fact that the Annie kind of regained a bit of tempo really sort of frightened him, and he went, "Oh, I better play safe." But there was just an absolute game winner there. Like, you put the Ferris back in his hand, you control both battlefields, and he has 1 card in hand. GG.
Yeah.
There was so many opportunities for Draven to win there. That was really, really weird play. And we see him top deck the Ferris, which is not what you want to see. I mean, what do you do here? You just put the Ferris on the battlefield and close your eyes?
Like, yeah, I mean, you have 12 here, right? Impressive might, or 15 total might on start to peak. It's not an easy number to get over. I mean, Draven goes up to 6, the Mind Splitter attacking for 7, so you got 13 might there. The Tide Turner adds up to 15, so you have enough with a Ride the Wind over, but that's going to be 4 3 might mech tokens spawning after everything's said and done, and you don't even get the Conquer for your troubles as well. So perhaps that Ferris Forerunner doesn't seem like the best hit off the top, but maybe the best you can do in this current situation. You just kind of defend, because right now Draven is posing as he just wants to go ahead and conquer both battlefields on this turn, or I should say hold one battlefield, hold the opposite power, and then try his damage to try to go ahead and conquer start to peak. Will he do that? Draven's is the question.
Yeah, Draven's got the point tempo, so if he can conquer... Oh, if he's got like Fight or Flights, but we know he's got Rebukes and Ride the Winds and all those lovely things. So there's just too many, like, Mind Splitter plus Ride the Wind, Rebuke. You just can't lose. Yeah, you can't lose. Like, the Annie player's holding on, but it's like fingertips while you're dangling off a mountain. You know, there's no hope. You can just last a bit longer.
There's no such thing as bluffing for the Annie player, as the only thing he's holding on to is his current hands. So 0 cards in hand, just straightforward math. Sends in a Tide Turner and a switcheroo. It looks like he wants to win the combat. So going up to 6-2, but you just need a little bit more. But it looks like he's just giving up, and not really giving up, but he already saw that Draven was just going to be able to take it home. Was the switcheroo enough? You just go up to 6, and then that was 8 on the other side, right?
12 on the other side. Yeah, sorry, 8. Yeah. So you just trade for one, and then you rebuke the other one, and then you just walk in with the Mind Splitter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter in any possible way. But I think the Draven could have won like 4 turns earlier. But he also could have lost if he overextended like that again. So there was a weird sort of mindset shift, I think, with the Draven, but I think logic kind of went out the window a little bit when Annie regained that tempo. Maybe he got a little bit scared. I would have liked to see the heart rate monitors working on that one. They weren't working on that one.
Yeah, maybe the players complained they didn't like to have a watch on hand. But yeah, I would have liked to see the heart rate monitor.
They were wearing the watches.
They were
wearing them. They just weren't working. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but great matchup for the Draven player. Looking like he is looking good to move on forward. Looks like he's starting off the day in a 2-0 fashion. So well played to Draven. Annie falling a bit short. It looks like there just wasn't too much. I don't know. Annie just seemed like she lacked card draw. Despite starting with Dreaming Tree, didn't really utilize Dreaming Tree throughout the entirety of game 1, and then in game 2 just starting with Draven Chosen Champion on your opening turn, and then second turn it wasn't the Mind Splitter because you don't have 7 runes, but shortly after the Mind Splitter coming down, it just felt like Annie ran out of card economy way too quickly in game 1 and game 2, especially when you're going against the likes of Draven. That's just a recipe for disaster. So I think Draven just had it all locked in from that simple fact alone.
Yeah, the Draven was like doing really good things, and the problem with the Annie is it's kind of hard to get that card advantage against the Draven. But it looks like we're going straight into the winner's interview. So I don't know if I want to turn this up and listen.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and turn it up to listen to the winner's interview.
Winner of round 2, Zonda. Thank you very much for joining me for an interview following your win. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, of course, happy to. We just watched you play Draven against Annie.
Yes.
Obviously,
Let's see what he feels about Draven.
One from Origins, one from Spiritforged. They're the same domain, like colors, match. How does that match up different for you? Like, how are the two different when you play against each other?
I mean, as you said, they are the same colors, but the variation which you get from Legend and Champion unit changes everything. Because the draw engine for Draven is just insane. And for Annie, I mean, it's mana acceleration and resource management. So you get more money, but you have less resources to play. I have a lot of stuff to play, but not so much cash to do it. So that's the main difference. But in the end, I choose Draven to bring. So I think that having more options rather than more mana to pay for it, in this particular case, show that it's a better solution.
That's very fair. And how was your preparation and decision making?
Chad, this is the loudest I can turn it up. I have it turned up all the way.
Or did that take some time to figure out?
Actually,
is it just low on
in
your
the Origins, I was first playing Master E, but
I've
then
got
I
it
switched
on my
to
own
Annie.
stream, so yeah.
So as I saw first preview of Draven, I said it will be too powerful, because as Master E with his Legend was just +2 might was really huge.
It's quite quiet on my stream
one
as well.
card will be better. So I knew at
Yeah,
this point
Chad,
I
it's
will
not
be
just me.
playing.
I have
And
it turned
regarding
up all the
preparation,
way.
there was only 1 week after the premiere, so there was not so much time to
I think he needs to
do
put
so.
the mic
I
slightly
played some
closer to his mouth,
online
maybe.
games and proxied some matches, so I
background
played
noise as
a few
well.
games. But actually, this was my first match against Annie with Draven.
Said it was his first matchup versus Annie as Draven.
You were like,
I know.
Easy work for him, I guess.
I kinda know what can happen.
That's fair. You had the information coming into it from playing the other side of the matchup. Well, thank you very much for speaking to us. Hopefully we'll see more from you.
I love that
across
Timo
the
statue
weekend,
in the middle as well.
Yeah, you know, everything in the current picture, like those plushies, the statues, those are all on the prize wall, funny enough.
Oh, are they actually?
Surprise!
Yeah, but everyone's after those metal cards,
We're still
right?
here.
You can't resell a Timo statue.
Amy, I'm the one that needs to say sorry.
All right, I'll turn it down a little bit, but great interview coming out from Draven. It looks like he didn't really need too much practice for the Annie matchup. I mean, you know, with similar cards to be expected, we just saw Annie win one of the Chinese regionals, so he had a good idea, as well as the Houston regional. So no one can be a true stranger against Annie, right? And Kyle's, how are you guys? How are you? Hostman 1 and Hostman 2. Kyle's, what's going on?
Good,
Welcome on in. And Broken, he me saying, turn it up. It's a plugin on Chrome. Broken, a plugin to make the volume even higher. Someone said it sounds good on their end, so perhaps it was just on your end.
Someone on Twitch chat says, how is Colin doing? I'm his dad. I'm trying to follow without disturbing him. I really hope that's true. I really hope that's true.
Yeah, something's telling me that's not really Colin's dad, but if it is, welcome on in, Colin's dad. And good morning, Dirk calls. Hoping to see some Rumble today. Yeah, Dirks, imagine if we do get to see a little bit of Rumble action. I'll be a fan of that. I don't think we'll see him at the higher tables, but we're just going into round 3, so if there's time to see Rumble, it would be right now. What other legends would we like to see as well, BMU? What are your picks if you had to pick for this next round?
I want to see an Ezreal. I want to see some good top-level Ezreal play. I think it's underrated. I just saw a flash of that, so it was a yellow deck or had yellow in it. Is it a Rek'Sai? This is one of my ones I want to see as well, actually. Rek'Sai.
Oh, I love me some Rek'Sai.
Yeah, very interesting. Looks like they've got the deck list right this time as well. Yeah, so Rek'Sai, Bryn here, Falling Stars. It is a very controlly, killy Rek'Sai. Looks like it kind of plays like the Victor deck.
Yeah, very reminiscent of the Prison Victor, but it has a bit more options with that Immortal Phoenix. So every time you use your kill spells, you're bringing back your Immortal Phoenix. And sometimes with that Chosen Champion from Rek'Sai, Immortal Phoenix is going on accelerated speed. So I love the synergy coming out from these Rek'Sai decks. You have all the kill potential, as you mentioned, from Victor, but you just have a little bit more meteor units with the Rek'Sai Champion, with those Immortal Phoenix. And as we're seeing here, those are essentially the only units. The Brynir, the Noxus Hopeful for the nice curves out off the top from Rek'Sai, but that's really it. Everything else is just kill spells, and I guess we do see the Honest Broker as well, but I'm a fan of Rek'Sai. How are you feeling about him? Do you feel like he's decently competitive? Or her?
Yeah, the queen herself, Rek'Sai. I think there's something there, and I don't think we've seen it utilized properly yet, but it seems like a powerful sort of way of dealing with things. Is basically you get to see 2 more cards every single turn. So it could work out, but I don't think we've seen her played correctly yet. I think there's a strategy there. I haven't seen it. I'm not smart enough to see it, but I think some of these players this weekend will definitely know how to play her correctly.
Yeah, I think if there's one time to bring out the best Rek'Sai player, it's going to be Bologna to bring that out for us. Funny enough, I'm seeing the sideboard inclusion, so perhaps we're catching this best of 3 series in the middle of things. Perhaps we're going ourselves into a game 2. I wouldn't blame him because that game number 1 for round number 2 took a little bit longer than it should have for just being at 2-0. But since they're pre-recorded, I would only imagine they're going to start us from the beginning. But I'm only saying that because they showed us a sideboard, or they're showing us a sideboard now. Do you think they're just previewing it, or we're starting into game 2?
Yeah, I think it's just a preview, but we haven't actually seen. It's red purple, so I'm assuming we're seeing another Draven, maybe Annie.
No, that's definitely Draven, but maybe Annie, you're not wrong. But the against all odds, the hard bargains, maybe Annie, but I'm definitely leaning towards Draven. So most likely Rek'Sai versus an overnumbered Draven, and that's a fancy Draven. The overnumber and the alternate
has all
Draven.
The bling. He has all the bling. Obelisk of Power, Candlelit Sanctum. That must be Rek'Sai's battlefield, right? They must have that in the wrong way.
So go ahead and get the plays off the Rek'Sai legend ability a little bit more cleaner because you're able to scry them, of course.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. This is another round 2 game. So this isn't
game
round
3 actually.
It looks like game 3. Yeah, so they're 1-1 at the moment. Okay, so production are doing a really, really good job at making sure that the action is non-stop. So we're going into round 2, game 3. It's 1-1. I think, yeah, by the looks of it, the Rek'Sai went first. The Rek'Sai won game 1, Draven won game 2, and now Rek'Sai is on the play on game number 3. Candlelit Sanctum, really, really good for Rek'Sai. Obelisk of Power, obviously changing things around a little bit, but they're playing really fast because they've got 19 minutes to go, unless it's a draw.
Yeah, I think 19 minutes should be plentiful, especially when we have the 3 turn overtime rules. And let's see these hits off the top. A Piercing Light doesn't feel all that bad, but you can't necessarily use it as you do. I mean, you could take out the Treasure Hunter. You could.
No, you'd have to shoot your own unit because it has to be done at a battlefield first.
Yeah, I know. You shoot your own unit. It would survive 1, but if you repeated it, funny enough, you could actually bring your Immortal Phoenix back from that Piercing Light as well.
So is he killing the Hopeful? He's killing his Phoenix and the Hopeful. Yeah. Okay. Fine. I guess.
Yeah, but then you don't have the energy to pay for Immortal Phoenix. So just making sure you get their Immortal Phoenix later down the road. So prioritizing just taking down the bigger unit. But to be honest, I don't know how I love that because now that's a simple conquer for Draven. But it actually, thinking about it a little bit more, is similar to the fact of kind of retreating your Phoenix to not let Draven get any combat wins. And you're kind of just retreating it to the trash rather than to base. So I kind of see the method to the madness of that Rek'Sai play.
I do, but at the same time, like, I don't know. It doesn't feel very nice to do. I've had it like played against me like that before, where they've kind of like killed their own unit to take out a backline unit, and then being Draven, I'm just like, cool, I'll play Draven, and then I'll just take the battlefield next turn. Who cares?
Right.
So yeah, it's a big resource investment. Like I know he had the seal, so he ended up playing 1 power, but then he can't do anything that turn to build up tempo. And don't get me wrong, Immortal Phoenixes, you want them in your graveyard, but do you want to give up that much tempo that quickly?
Yeah, I know. I mean, the only thing I would imagine is you have some follow-up kill spells, perhaps something like a Falling Star to get rid of the Draven in the back line. It's a bit of an overkill, but you might as well get rid of it while you can, while your opponent's tapped out. But I say tapped out, but there's 2 runes, 2 essential runes, mind you. But the Piercing Light is a perfect opportunity. You get the overkill shot on the Treasure Hunter, and you're doing that exactly.
Only paid 2.
With the seals, right? Or no, he still needs to recycle 1. Or did he only do it 1 time, it looks like?
Once. Yeah, once. I don't know why you wouldn't do that twice.
It looks like a Call of the Week coming down, so it didn't necessarily have to do all the damage, because even if there was a Spinning Axe coming down, a Call of the Week would have been the perfect option. So I think he's playing this perfectly. Now the question is, can he bring back Immortal Phoenix? You have 1 energy, you can do 1 power, but I think forgoes the Immortal Phoenix activation for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, that makes much more sense. I was like, why wouldn't you just repeat the Piercing like that? But yeah, you're right. If a spinning axe came down, then obviously that just saves it, and then you have to Cull the Weak, and then it's a bit messy. So it could have happened, but I really like the order in here from Rek'Sai, and this is why I said Rek'Sai is for smart players, not me.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is an incredibly tough deck, similar to how Draven, the beta hook Draven, now in the right hands, Draven seemed to be the most incredible deck ever. And then in your average hand, it just didn't really seem to pack too much of a punch. But let's see what this Rek'Sai has for this next turn. The Soaring Sail coming down, the Noxus Hopeful following up and just passes. So nice little quick play, knowing that there's only 15 minutes remaining and both players at just a single point apiece. They have a long road ahead to get up to that 8th point winning point. And Darius is 1 good step in the right direction. Are they going to be able to double conquer? Or going up to 2 never feels too bad, staying on that even tempo. But ideally, you would want to perhaps at least play out another unit this turn.
Yeah, I think Draven now needs to just build up this back line and just, the point tempo at the moment isn't bad. It's 1-1. Yeah, they're probably going to go up to, 3 points next turn. But I would spend a turn or 2 developing, playing stacked decks, looking for the cards that you want to win, picking those fights. And if you can protect your Darius, get it onto a battlefield. And if you can't, forgo the points. Just chill, build up that back line, play really safe. But Falling Star comes down, double targeting Noxus, so that eliminates a lot of the might in the background. And now, yeah, Darius is kind of free to do whatever he wants because there's no tempo on the Rek'Sai side. But Red has a lot of Accelerate units.
Yeah, one of those being right there in the Chosen Zone. I believe he has +2 Assault as well, so swinging in for 5 total might on the offense. But most likely has, if he doesn't have another unit to follow this Darius up with, perhaps even a simple Call the Week number 2 coming down for Rek'Sai, Rek'Sai Legend. Because where there's 1 kill spell, there's definitely many more down the road. Let's see what he has in hand, though. I wish at the beginning of the turn, they will cut to a hand cam. And then maybe a couple turns later, cut to... They need a bit more hand cam value there. But the Soaring Scout just getting Conquer number 2. Now this is going to be the more important play. What does he hit off the top of the Rek'Sai? Void...
Vanish Blade. There's a lot of removal here, but the Void is probably the better pick here because you can then just play it and then look at some more cards. The Seal's doing work there, stopping him recycling, so he's able to keep his rune count up, which is obviously, the Rek'Sai does a lot of power. There's a lot of power. And a Falling Star, that's devastating.
That's a beautiful card off the hit. You already get the +2 energy from the Void Rush, so you only have to pay 2 power. I say only, but 2 power is a good amount of power. Pays 1 for the Seal, recycles 1 with a pure rune, and that is a Falling Star getting chosen on Darius.
2?
What was that?
He paid 2 energy for the Falling Star. I thought
Void Rush
makes
should have
it free.
been +2 energy, no?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm pretty sure that's how Void Rush reads. You get 2 energy, or your play costs 2 energy less, but the Spinning Axe coming down, protecting Darius. Void Rush number 2 coming down. Let's see if he's able to hit anything else. He has 2 energy remaining.
Yeah, but he should have 4, right?
Energy.
Yeah, he should have 4 because of the old Void Rush, and this might really hurt him if he doesn't realize that.
He technically still has 4 with the Void Rush now.
Yeah,
but
look, he's realized he's calling the judge to say that he shouldn't have paid for that because of Void Rush. He's just realized. So we'll see how this resolved. Yeah, it's absolutely. We were correct. He missed the
Falling Star. Yeah. If I'm the judge, he missed it, but that's just me being the competitive player, perhaps not the best judge. Because if my opponent tapped for the falling star, that was on you not using your runes. But technically, I believe, no, that's not energy in the rune pool. Unless he would say, I tapped those
you could
to
technically
put
say
the
I
energy
floated.
in the rune pool.
Yeah.
So it's in the rune pool, technically.
Yeah, he tapped it, but he has to leave it tapped. Yeah. But you can just say he floated it and he used the Void Rush energy
floating.
instead.
They're floating. They haven't been cleared until the end of the turn. If it happens before the draw phase, they were clear at the draw phase. If it happens until the end of the turn, they stay until the end of the turn. So, yes, I think everything has been remedied. There's 2 energy floating on top of the 2 energy for that second Void Rush. So, effectively has 6 total runes to work with.
There's no way the judge is arguing. This is like the simplest thing ever. Like, he missed a trigger and he's trying to get it back, but he just said, look, I paid 2, so I float 2. So it doesn't matter. And I think the judge is disagreeing with him. I think the judge is disagreeing with him.
Wow, I can't believe they're disagreeing with it. Is this where you appeal a judge's decision?
I go head judge here. I go head judge 100% here.
You're not in the wrong.
I paid 2, but I already had 2.
I mean, we are talking about that decisive game 3 situation. If there's any time to appeal, of course, you're running a little bit low on that time clock, so you have to be mindful of that. But it does make a difference because you're about to see 2 cards from Void Rush, and you should have 6 total energy to work with. That makes a world of difference from just having 4, even 2 energy that they're kind of letting them have right now.
Correct. Yeah. No. When you're looking at Void Rush, you definitely want as much mana. That's why the card says it gives you 2, because it's trying to give you the most it possibly can to look for the biggest things. And if you've got 2 compared to 4 or 6, it's a massive difference to what can be played. But yeah, I think the judge, if they don't let him have the floating mana, that's so incorrect. Like, so very incorrect.
Very incorrect. And just to break it down for anyone that's rather confused, I think Heart Crew or anyone else in chat saying what just happened. So Void Rush comes down. For those that don't know Void Rush, you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and you could play one of them for 2 energy less. He wanted to play the Falling Stars. Yeah, so Falling Star was just simply going to be paid for 2 energy or 2 power instead of 2 energy. And was that a hard bargain on the Void Rush?
Yeah, he went through all that. He's like, I've got the 2 floating. And then he just hard bargained it anyway. So he had to pay the extra 2 anyway. So it didn't actually matter at all.
So he should have 4 runes, but didn't have enough for the Bring Your Thunder song. So plays out the Honest Broker essentially for free from the Void Rushes, and now throws it back over to Draven. Keeps the Spinning Axe, keeps the Darius, loves to see that, and now goes up to 3 points on this turn, but doesn't have too much going on other than that. So this turn rather, should be very important for Draven. Does he keep establishing this dominance he's been performing, at least not in this game, but overall as a Spiritforged set, or can he do any little bit else? Let's see though, because this is a key turn. If he gets rid of the Soaring Scout, he's going to be feeling in an even better position. If he sets up a good back line, he's going to be feeling in a decent position as well. So I think this is Draven's game to lose, but it all depends on the hand. If we could see the hand, we could definitely see a better picture painted.
Yeah, the thing about the Rek'Sai, so Draven's very like telegraphed to a point. Like you can see the cards on the base, see cards in hand, you can see runes up. It's quite telegraphed like what can happen and what can't happen. Whereas Rek'Sai just pops out of anywhere and just like suddenly it's got like 10 might on the board from nowhere and it's attacking you and it's drawing cards and it's playing cards. I think the Draven right now has to retreat, which he is doing, and he has to start playing a little bit slower because it looks like he's got a serious lack of cards in his hand. It looks like he's only got 2 or 3 in his hand at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think he's had any combat victories this game number 3, so perhaps he is running a little bit low on card draw right now, because as you said, I'm kind of seeing the camera on the upper right of the screen. He's only flicking through like 2 or 3 cards to your point. So let's see. It looks like he did decide to play out the Gust for the Soaring Scout. That doesn't seem too impactful, but every point you could take away from Rek'Sai, especially when we think about perhaps maybe going into overtime where you have to win by 2 points, that could be coming into play. But honestly, with 10 minutes remaining in this game 3, I'm pretty sure both of these more aggressive decks should be able to finish it out.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, so you haven't got a lot of cards, so you haven't got a lot of options, which really worries me, leaving, you know, stuff on the battlefield when you don't have that many options. He gusted the the Soaring Scout so he could reactivate the Darius so he could swing in to get a 4th point. But I'm not sure if like gaining a point there is worth risking the Darius on the battlefield, because you know it can be hidden bladed, which obviously loses your spinning axe. It does give you 2 cards, don't get me wrong, but I would prefer to have a Darius with a spinning axe and 2 more cards in my hand at this point.
And it looks like the Candlelight Sanctum will be activated and decided to keep one of those cards at the top. So likes what he sees for the Rek'Sai ability, the Blood Money, and the Hidden Blade, as you said. Does he decide to deploy out the Hidden Blade right here in this moment? It doesn't seem too bad, because as you pointed out, that is going to be a spinning axe getting taken care of. So the Hidden Blade does get decided to get played out. You do get 2 draws. That's exactly what Draven needed, because he was desperately looking for additional draws. But losing your spinning axe is a big tempo swing, especially when Rek'Sai has the battlefield advantage. 1 unit in the back. If he plays out a Noxus Hopeful, and actually even more important, the Immortal Phoenix, always looking to come back whenever you kill a unit. This is a fantastic position for Rek'Sai, looking good going forward and making it even juicier with another unit getting played out. You're essentially all but tapped out, but with only 1 unit in the back line, or with only 1 unit on the battlefield, you don't feel too overextended or too much of a risk of giving Draven some extra draws. So this is good.
Yeah, exactly right. And I've seen the 2 draws off the top where from the Hidden Blade, where Rebuke and Tide Turner. Not really that useful in this situation. Rebuke, not really either. Like, do you want to rebuke a 2-cost unit back to someone's hand?
Right.
Like, honestly, like, do you want to do that? We do see the Bryn here, but you know, the thing is, he's forced to play the Bryn here just so he's got some might in his base. But it's not the ideal turn to use it. Now he's just forced to pass. So this is what I mean about like overextending with cards, like especially as Draven, when you've got no way to save it. Like, knowing you're playing against a yellow deck, why would you leave something on the battlefield for 1 point? Giving up so much tempo for 1 single point just didn't seem worth it to me.
It really didn't. This is rather a low-tempo Draven. I mean, compared to the Draven we saw previously versus Annie, it seems like a much lower game plan coming out, and to bring your Thunder Song of your own Rek'Sai coming down and now negating.
How'd you like Brynhia's, bro?
Yep, exactly. A little bit of twinsies, but the spinning axe can still come down, but it looks like there is no reaction speed combat tricks for the Draven, so everything rather straightforward, and you do want to get to even points. But I think in this situation, you go up to 5 either way, because Soaring Scout will be allowing you to... Actually, with Rek'Sai, you're always looking to conquer, aren't you?
Yeah. How'd you like Soaring Scouts, bro?
Might as well play one
Here's 2 more of them. Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, the even odd point thing is a little less relevant within Spiritforged, because like a lot of decks hold and a lot of decks push and things like that. It is still very much like a target to look for. But look, you know, the might in the back of the battlefield, or the back of the base, sorry, for Rek'Sai is just so much greater than the Draven right now. He is going to draw a card and win a combat, but you also get, it's Channeling Rune Exhausted, isn't it, for the Scout?
It is, yeah.
When
so
it dies. So yeah, you get a little bit of benefit from it.
Exactly. You do get some resource generation nonetheless. Draven will be going up to 5, but as you pointed out, there's just so much might in the back line for this Rek'Sai player. So feeling decently in that driver's seat, has a 5 might push, or 5 might, or goes up to 5 might with the Assault 3 or the Assault 2. Actually, yeah, Immortal Phoenix Assault 2. It goes up for 5. You have another 5 might unit with the Thunder Song, and then the little guys, you know, there's power in numbers, right? So the little guys can add up.
Yeah, you got your Rek'Sai Chosen. We know Red has a lot of, you know, combat trick spells, you know, Cleaves. I don't know if Rek'Sai runs Cleaves. It's got, you know, what's the new one? Blood Rush as well. I don't know. Again, I don't know what Rek'Sai runs because I don't really play it. But there is options in Red that say, I will get more might on my unit. And of course, he could just decide to swing in. He's got the Candlelit Sanctum plus the Rek'Sai ability. So he gets to choose what he sees as well, which is such a powerful ability. And look, Draven is forced just to play whatever he can. He's trying to keep the Bryn here safe, which is the correct move, but it's a tough spot for him. He does have Rebuke, so he does have Fight or Flights, so maybe he can stop the Rek'Sai scoring, but look how many units are in the back, you know, in the back ready to go.
And I might be mistaken, but it almost feels like this Draven player very lacking on the Chaos Runes. And there they are. They were just hidden behind all the Fury ones. But I was going to say, he might not even have enough Chaos Runes for the Rebuke, but does decide to play out the Overzealous Fan, backing up the Tide Turner. But just for might, yes, you could push one of these units back, but Honest Broker also has 2 might. So Honest Broker, Soaring Scout. Actually, Soaring Scout, I believe, just has a single might, similar to Treasure Hoarder.
Yes.
So this is
so
tricky.
yeah, you kind of push stuff in, you force the trades, you force the the Overzealous Fan trigger. You can definitely go to 7 points this turn. Like there's not much stopping that, in my opinion. 2 Overzealous Fans. Draven is really investing, but it's just not worth the trade in this scenario, I don't think. Like, because you can just run stuff in and force him to do something.
Yeah, the only thing I will add, with those Overzealous Fan on the Obelisk of Power, it's essentially saying push a unit back, draw 1. Because every single time you push something back, it's a combat win for Draven. And Draven isn't limited to a single card draw per turn. So I like what he's setting up here, because he does need some additional cards. We saw the hand. He really doesn't have too much going for him. He has the Rebuke, as we pointed out. I think he has maybe 1, maybe 2 more other cards, but other than that, this is it. So he's desperately in need of some better cards nonetheless. Let's see how this Rek'Sai approaches this turn, because this is almost feeling like his Rek'Sai's game to lose, as she goes up to 6 and now looking to conquer up to 7. But let's see what these hit off the top
from Candlelit back on the top as well. Killer unit and Sundisk. Oh, Sundisk is an interesting one here. Obviously, Legion gives something rush, so you can play another unit. I doubt he wants to use a Vengeance unless he uses it on the back line, on the Bryn, to stop any sort of crackback. That could be the way to do it. Now he plays the Sundisk. Okay, that makes sense.
Not too bad. That is a bit of a hefty investment on the Order Runes, right? Because you don't have the seals for the yellow. You only have them for the red. And now that the Sundisk get played out, I believe Legion is online, allowing you to exhaust it right now. You don't have to play an additional card, don't you?
I think it's when it comes into play, so it would have to see the second card.
Okay.
As far as I know, anyway. Again, Rek'Sai is a lost deck on me. It's one I've not invested in.
I'm pretty
sure.
You know
what? It looks really fun.
It is really fun, but I think I've seen the Sundisk ruled either way. But either way, it looks like he played the Honest Broker and doesn't want to go to that 7th point. Realizing you're at 6, all he has to do is push both battlefields next turn. And with the little might presence currently being displayed from Draven's side, he feels pretty good about that. He has a Rek'Sai, he has a Sundisk as well. You play 1 card, Sundisk, and then your next unit comes accelerated speed. So I am liking Rek'Sai's position going forward. And there was something like an unchecked power for the base, that would be the only out for Draven. But so far, so good for Rek'Sai. I don't see a world, but let's see. Draven is a heck of a legend in himself. If he has enough combat trigs, perhaps he could hold on.
Yeah, he's just arguing about the trigger on the draw now. So technically, it's on combat win. So he has to draw before he uses Candlelit. That is the correct sequence. Because on combat would win before the conquer.
Right.
So combat has to resolve before the conquer triggers. So yeah, he shouldn't be looking at those 2 cards. He shouldn't have looked at those 2 cards.
Are they ruling it the other way? It looks like the judge said, hey, you can take it. Because it's different than saying you get a draw for the conquer. This is a draw for the combat win.
Correct. Yeah. So technically the draw should happen first, then the Candlelit on the conquer. So yeah, it's a little bit rule sharky, but it is the correct order, and it makes a massive difference. Because if Draven knows the top card that's coming, then it makes a massive difference. Yeah, so combat resolves first, so the draw would have to happen first, then the conquer on the Candlelit. I'm not sure how they're gonna do this, but that's a good catch by the Rek'Sai player there, because that does make a massive difference. He's picked one at random, and then the other one goes to the top of the deck, so he knows what card he's getting anyway. So he got the spinning axe in hand. I think that's the one he was going to choose anyway.
Okay. I believe he just picked up a Gus, so not the best card. It decently changes things. You could Gus one of the Honest Brokers back to hand. But that's about it. Honestly, Gus not looking too good.
Thermo
but
beam.
the Thermo Beam, just to deal with the Seals and the Sundisk, not a bad trade. The Seals were getting huge amount of advantage going forward in this game. But this is all down to the final moments of this game number 3. You have 18 seconds remaining. I believe the active player will be Draven. So turn 0 most likely will be on the hand of grab. And then Rek'Sai will be that turn 2, or turn 1, I should say. I think this game should be able to finalize within those 3 turns, right?
Yeah, so we've got, what, 5 might with a Bryn here, 3 might plus Assault 2 with the Rek'Sai, couple of 2 might units, a 3 might. That Phoenix has Assault as well, right? Bryn here comes down. That stops cards, but he's still got to deal with the overzealous fan pushbacks. But then again, you know, now you're not worried about losing combat because Draven can only really play spinning blades or spinning axes, sorry.
Yeah, that
So we'll
was
see what
the
happens here.
final nail in the coffin. The Bring Your Thunder song number 2 should be able to close things out. As you pointed out, the overzealous fans still get their ability, and the fact that Draven draws just doesn't matter anymore as they aren't able to play out or
Does he have
benefit from
enough
those
here?
additional draws.
I can't work out if he's got enough.
No, he
like, keep
should
trading and
have
pushing
enough.
back.
There's no world, because you can trade the Brynjar, just bring your Brynjar, send it on his broker, you go up to 7, and then you have 2
Yeah,
on
but
his
we know
brokers
he's-
for the overzealous,
Yeah.
and then you have yeah, he should have enough. The curious question for me is, why didn't Draven put a spinning axe on the Tide Turner or the Brynjar? That's reaction speed. He should have at least invested
Yeah, but it's a
anything.
gear. It's a gear, right? Oh no, does it say you can't play cards? That's Bryn here, right?
No, you can't play cards, but you can react to the activation. But
Yeah,
either
yeah.
way,
I was
it
just
looks like-
thinking, like, does it say spells or cards? So if it said spells, then I can understand not using the spinning axe. But yeah, you'd think you just put it all on something and hope. I think the Draven could have held out there, you know, possibly with a spinning axe. But
I think well, no. I think if we actually did the math there, Rek'Sai had 1 too many might on the board. I think chat can agree with us because I think it was like 3 on his brokers, 2 5 might units. The Rek'Sai that all 3 5 might units. Bring your or Mortal Phoenix and the Rek'Sai. It was over because it was just straight maths. Yes, you could get pushed back, but as long as you keep, I mean, it doesn't matter because 2 on his brokers take care of the overzealous. 1 of the 5 might units take care of Tide Turner. And then the other units go into the Bring Your Thundersong. I don't know why he didn't decide to play the spinning axe there, but perhaps it was as good as over either way. Man, VMU, I am so happy. Bologna production value, maybe the UI, maybe the mat a little bit cram. But I am loving the pacing of things. We get to see 2 essential full games in every round. We can't ask for better than that. There's so much Riftbound action to enjoy.
No, I can fully get on board with the UI and stuff like that if the games are thick and fast like they are. Let's listen to this interview and then we can see what's going on.
How are you feeling, man? Good. Starting 2-0, so that's good.
How did you prepare for the event?
I play with some of my friends in Montpellier, and we did a lot of testing on
Good shout to
TCG
CCG Arena. Love that.
And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, it's going well for you so far into. You have picked Rek'Sai. Can you explain to me why you did go with
And
this
shout
pick?
out Leo.
I was maining Rek'Sai when I played League of Legends, so it was a given when I saw it. I was ecstatic.
So Rek'Sai also likes combats a lot. How did you prepare for the Draven matchup?
I don't really do combat with my Rek'Sai. I index more in creature removal, so I don't play Under Titan. I'm more with the Vengeance, the Dragonder.
Okay.
So I don't play combat and I don't play day games.
That's very nice. Does that hurt any other matchups of yours? Some that you
I think I've
want
got
to
the same
avoid
suit
now?
as Leo.
I want to avoid Azir.
I
Azir,
think
it's my worst matchup.
Looking good.
Too much little creature, and I can't do with little creature.
Well, so far it's going really well for you. You just beat a Draven in the last game with the Bryn here Thunder song.
Yep.
Do you want to say a little bit more about that card, how you're using it in this tournament?
Yeah, so for the last game I was at 6 and my opponent was at 6 as well. So I knew that my next turn was probably my last. So I prepared a few units and Brynir in my hands to stop all his interaction.
Right, now one last final question, of course, before I let you go. What is your approach in deck building? You are playing a rogue deck. What do you think is the most important thing when building that deck?
I'd say check the meta decks, check what other players play with your legends, and try to keep an open mind, not just follow the list as the players play, but you try different things and see what goes with your game plan.
Phenomenal. Muska, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We have a huge day of Riftbound ahead of us, so we're going to give it right back to the casters.
Honestly, that 2-round felt like nothing. I don't know about you, BMU, but compared to the Chinese ones, that 2-round was actually super enjoyable to cast. I could only look forward going forward in these next couple rounds. If this is the pace, maybe we're not in store for a 12, 13-hour day, which I'm excited about. But chat saying Brynjar's not healthy. I think set 2 just brought the best out of Brynjar because it's just how you close things out. Because why wasn't Brynjar that crazy in set 1? Why do you think is that, BMU?
I think because of the amount of interaction now that's on your opponent's turn, that you save runes for. Like if you leave like 8 runes up as a Draven and someone just plays Bryn here and you go, oh, my hand is completely dead now, it makes a massive difference. With decks like Aurelia, again, they want to play a lot of stuff on your turn. But let's look at the distribution here.
Meta
oh
share.
My god.
15%, that's way lower than I actually anticipated.
Yeah.
And wow, an impressive 1,700 players. Second place is Kaiza. Interesting. Ezreal, Annie, Ari at 4%. Wait a second. Beating Victor
People are looking for that best of Ari. I'm telling you, they're looking at that Ari card best of, looking at like 100k US and just thought, I'll bring Ari.
Wait,
that is not indicative of the meta.
Missing here, BMU. Where in the world is Aurelia? Aurelia has to be number 2. There's no wait. Let me see. I know official Organized Play Twitter also posted it. Let me make sure these numbers are correct. No, Aurelia's at 9%, chat. I knew there was something missing. So the Ezreal you see here is 8%. Aurelia is at 9%. So for the numbers that I'm seeing, actually, I should be able to pull them up here shortly. But Draven 15% is correct. Kaiza number 2. Aurelia number 3 at 9%. And let's see if I'm missing anything else. No, after Rek'Sai is going to be Azir, Jinx, and Fiora, all at 3%.
Okay. Yeah, the domains are incorrect as well. We've got that's why Ezreal is green
Aurelia.
purple. So I think that's Aurelia. Yeah.
Okay. They'll get it together by day 2, chat. By day 2, they'll get it together.
Yeah, no Fiora either.
Fiora's in 3%, so a little bit under Rek'Sai. They'll probably show us page 2
Victor is meant to be Azir as well, right? The green blue. No, green blue. Who's green blue?
Ornn.
Wait, green.
Ari's green blue. That's what it was.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Look, the games are coming thick and fast. The caster is on point. We've got after work interviews. We can forgive some UI issues.
Absolutely. I'm loving the production value nonetheless from Bologna. But I know we had committed to 2 rounds, BMU. It kind of flew by I'm saying, but that was awesome to cast with you. I hope you had some good time in there. What'd you think about those 2 rounds?
I absolutely loved it, and I'm not going to take any more of the time. I know the other casters are waiting. I'm going to sign off and say, look, if you want to follow me, it's BMU Casts on YouTube. I'm on Twitter at SC_buttonmeup. Plus, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for hosting me. You've got an Azir deck, I think, but the chosen champion seems to be Fiora. So again, UI issues. But yeah, the next caster is going to come in, and I'm sure it's going to be an amazing day for Riftbound.
Yeah, guys, show some love over to BMU. I posted the links here on the chat, but BMU, it was a pleasure working with you. Looking forward to tomorrow. He will be back to do the same thing one more time. The first opening rounds of tomorrow's day 2. That's going to be round 9, round 10. That's going to indeed be the best top table players. So I'm excited for that, but I'll go ahead and let you go now. Okay.
Cheers. Have a great stream. And again, good luck to the casters. Have some amazing games. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye-bye. All right, guys, joining soon was going to be Dimitri. If you guys know Dimitri, he's a fantastic community member in our Discord as well. He got 4th place in our 1K Cash Cup just last week, so a really brilliant player, having a good expertise of the game as our co-host is going to be awesome to have. I'll go ahead and see if I can bring him here ASAP. But it looks like we have a great game. Ezreal versus Chad. What was the legend that they just showed? I didn't get to catch it. I'm over here trying to bring the second caster in. You know, these rounds are going so quick. I can't even prepare. We have no breaks. Guys, I can't believe this is completely different than what I imagined. I thought we would at least have like 10, 15-minute breaks. They're just going back to back to back. And thank you, chat. Azir versus Ezreal. And yeah, Timmy, no breaks, Corey. Here, let me tag Dimitri. All right, for the moment being, I'll go ahead and start things off. Just a little solo casting for the time until Dimitri gets in here. And Dimitri is going to be starting, will be joining us really shortly. And it looks like these are both undefeated players. So Azir's undefeated. Ezreal is indeed undefeated. And let's see who's going to be taking out, who's going to be coming out ahead after everything's said and done. It looks like Ezreal didn't have an opening turn. And mic check, Dimitri, can you hear me?
Hello. How's it working?
I can hear you loud and clear. Chat, can you guys hear Dimitri as well?
Perfect.
And how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you doing? I'm excited for this one.
I'm doing great. I'm excited that we get to catch so much of the Riftbound action. Have you noticed that they're giving us 2 games per round?
I think they've figured out that, yeah, it's so much better when they have a backup game ready with the setup so that we can jump straight into another one. I really like that improvement that they've done. Has there been any interesting spice that I've missed so far in these first couple rounds?
No, it's been pretty straightforward. I believe we just saw Annie versus a Draven versus a Rek'Sai, and then in the opening round, it wasn't too spicy. Chat, remind me because I completely forgot already. I can't believe I forgot just a round ago, but nothing that caught us too by surprise. But do you have the stream open on your end? We have Azir versus Ezreal at the moment.
I am opening it up now.
Perfect. I can also share my screen if you prefer that as well.
That actually would be easier for me if you could, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and do that. And chat, bear with us, of course. This is just for the little opening turns, and we'll get right back to the game. But it's just, you know, curving out as ideal as you can. Azir with the Brutalizer and the Sand Soldier will be able to get the initial first point of the game. And Dimitri, let me know if you can see the screen.
Yep, I can. All right, so the Azir Ezreal matchup. This is one that I don't have a ton of experience in, but I know Ezreal loves going in and out of battlefields with pit crew, loves playing all of those burn spells, loves ramping to the late game, and Azir, I imagine, gives a lot of problems for that. Have you played this one at all?
I'm not super familiar with this matchup, but I know Ezreal tends to have decently good control options, things like Singularity, things like Bellows Breath. So on paper, it almost feels like Azir has, Ezreal has the answers to Azir. But on the other side of the coin, it almost feels like Azir goes a bit too wide and gets a bit out of control for Ezreal. How do you think on paper it plays out?
Yeah, I think it's just going to be too many units that are slightly too big, right? These units are going to be around 3 might, so a little too big for Bella's Breath. They're going to be spread out at different locations, moving around pretty consistently. So it's not like lumpable for like a Bella's Breath Watcher combo either. And once you kill the units, the gear just gets reused. So I really put Azir favorite here, weirdly.
I believe so as well. I mean, we just saw Azir do some incredible stuff and the most recent Chinese regional, making it all the way into the grand final. So I wouldn't put it past Azir doing great stuff here in Bologna as well. As we see a Fizz getting played out, and I didn't get to catch this out setting up your camera. What did Fizz end up bringing back there?
So Fizz brought back a Wages of Pain.
Okay.
To kill the unit at the Void Gate, get that very strange gold token that he's going for. I kind of like it though.
Yeah. I think it's a Polish gold token. I've been catching wind on Twitter. For anyone keeping an eye on Twitter,
okay.
it's a big Polish community. I believe it was 200 to 300 Polish community members, and they're all playing with those little cute Poro gold tokens today. Funny enough.
That is adorable.
But okay, it looks like the Wages of Pain, as you mentioned, did take care of one of the Sand Soldiers. Now able to push forward with that Sand Soldier with the Eye of the Herald, getting the recruit token. And Ezreal only has 2 runes available, so doesn't really have any kind of removal option. So Azir, one more time, off to the races, trying to score as often and as quickly as possible. I wonder if this is definitely going to give Ezreal a tough time. Like, where is the opportunity to stabilize for Ezreal? This is tricky, I feel like we were saying before.
It really is. And Ezreal, I feel like, is one of the decks that you do have to play more precisely because it is known for starting off down in points. It will be down 6-1, 7-1 points early on, and still come back because its late game is just that good. So he has to be feeling a little upset about how well the Azir is tempoing here, but I don't think he's going to be feeling out of it, even if he's down another 2 or 4 points.
Yeah, I mean, at one point, you do have like a good amount of answers in hand, especially if you could continue on the card advantage game plan, as most of the Ezreal legends tend to do. And now establishing that chosen champion, plays the seal so it doesn't have to recur one of those power costs or one of those runes for the power, sends down the Rasa, picks up 2 cards. It's going to be a Raven Bloom and a Stupefy, it looks like. So it has a decent amount of combat tricks. But honestly, it looks like he's lacking in the units department. He needs some kind of units to push these battlefields away from Azir, which might be a little bit, is getting a bit later. He wants to do that sooner than not.
It really is, but he does still have time. You know, he can go for, how many runs does he have? 5? Like a Wages now, and then next turn do a Mind Splitter, and then start moving into the battlefield.
Okay.
He does have a couple of turns, I think.
You're right. He does have a bit of breathing room, if you will, as it's still early game. As you pointed out, Azir just has 2 points, just has 1 Sand Soldier now in the back line. And with that Raven Bloom getting established for the Ezreal, I feel like he's not feeling all that bad. I could definitely understand why both of these players are undefeated, as they know how to control the battlefield state. They know to not let these players hold too often. And let's see if he can stop. Actually, no, you're completely tapped out. So Azir might be able to conquer twice.
Yeah.
But at the minimum, just once, because I don't think they're going to accelerate their champion. But a Desert Call does decide to get played out, and that's a repeated one, right?
Okay. It does look repeated, yes. So 2 Sand Soldiers coming out, each can get a gear, but they're not accelerated. The issue with the acceleration, Azir is known to have very little accelerate. He's got the chosen champion, but you really don't want to accelerate that into Vile Moths. So he's very limited right now in ways he could get another point.
Decides to get out that Brutalizer just to enable the Azir, a legend, to get out another Sand Soldier. So doing what he does best, just goes on the build the base backline game plan, as a lot of Azir players tend to do. That's 4 Sand Soldiers in control of this game so far, but something like a Bellows Breath Watcher might be bringing those all down to size, but I don't think he actually has that card combination in hand currently.
I mean, it's 2 might, 3 might, 3 might, right? So it could even just be a Bellows Breath combo. You don't even need the Watcher at that point. But I agree, it doesn't look like he has the cards for it. He might just be going into Vile Moths, getting a point, and who knows? Oh, Stupefy for a draw. Okay.
Not too bad. He does have the ability to target one more time for an additional draw from the Ezreal legend. He does have a Frigid Touch, but it's going to be a little bit of overkill. Funny enough, Frigid Touch does allow you to get under the minimum of 1, so it's a clear, clean answer, or clean conquer, if you will, on one of these battlefields. But if you conquer both battlefields, are you a little bit worried that you're overextending and leaving your units a bit vulnerable?
Yeah, well, I do think he does have a way to go in here, exactly. If he goes Ezreal into the Vile Moths, he has that Arcane Shift in hand, where he can exactly pull him back out. And then he can use the Ezreal effect to get that more draw he needs to figure out how to deal with the Void Gate in the backline.
Yeah, and on top of that, he's going to be able to do 3 damage, but all that goes down with the Defy counterplay option. That's a big Defy. Arcane Shift would have been monstrous, as you pointed out. That's +2 draws. You get rid of the Sand Soldier on the Void Gate, don't you? Because of the 3 damage?
Because of the no damage. Yeah, because it's negated by the Defy.
No, now it is. Yeah, but he would have if it didn't get defied.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it would have been great for that.
Yeah, so honestly, that Arcane Shift would have been perfect for Ezreal, but now has to pivot the game plan going forward.
A Singularity and a Card Sharp, it looks like. What do you do with those?
It looks like you just have just about enough energy for something like a Singularity, but you will have to completely tap that one. A Singularity is a bit of an overkill, especially with the Void Gate, but the Frigid Touch is allowing the Raven Bloom to simply conquer super cleanly, and you keep up at least 4 runes for some kind of combat tricks to defend your Ezreal, to defend your Raven Bloom. So not feeling all that bad, but you're only at 2 points, so Azir definitely has a bit of the point tempo. If they get up to even points, I'm starting to get a bit nervous against this Azir.
The thing making me the most nervous is that Ezreal is now stuck in Vilemaws, where you were planning on retrieving it with the Arcane Shift, and now he's just, even if you protect him with spells for a turn, can you protect him every single turn going forward? What do you think?
Right. Yeah, you're totally right, because Frigid Touch is only going to be on one of these Sand Soldiers. You have more where that came from. So the Brutalizer and a BF Sword swinging into the Ezreal. I believe that's a collective, what? That's 3, 1,
6
2.
might.
Yeah, 6 might coming in. Frigid Touch will be bringing that. Is that repeated? Yeah, that is repeated. So down to 2 might versus the 3 from Ezreal. Is there anything on top of that, or is it even needed?
I think you just re-equip to the next Sand Soldier. Double it, give it to the next, and then the next one goes, oh! But he can't do that.
It's not action speed, right?
You can't play units to a battlefield you're attacking.
Yeah, you don't control it. What is he going? He's used to hiding it. I think that's what it is. He's used to hiding it, but Guard still develops out a Sand Soldier, but you develop it out in the base. You take the Brutalizer away. Let's see what the judge resolution. I know, Dimitri, you're a fantastic judge. How are you resolving this?
Yeah, so they've come out with something that says if you do use a card with an illegal target, and here I believe you would be targeting the location to play the Sand Soldier unit at with the card. If you use a card with an illegal target, then you take the whole card back.
Okay.
So if you try to Falling Star a Camel, for example, you don't have to choose a different target with the Falling Star. You take the Falling Star back.
I see.
So I think they resolved it correctly here.
That makes sense. You know, on top of that, Guards doesn't even have action speed. It has hidden, so you couldn't have even played it during that showdown regardless. So I could definitely understand how the play just kind of gets taken back to hand. So nothing really on top of that. But as we said, where one Sand Soldier, there was more Sand Soldiers where that came from. So the Sand Soldier number 2 coming down, taking care of the Ezreal, conquering up to 4. And I wouldn't blame him for just kind of playing a bit on the safer route, but what do I know? Azir wants to conquer as much and as often as he can, so going up to his 5th point. Now I believe you try to set up a bit more of a back line because you're just down to 2 little units. Something like a Singularity might be able to clean both of those up.
This is very much a matchup where Ezreal has the late game advantage. You need to be getting those early points. You need to be setting up the back line so that you can prepare your next wave. I agree. Any ways that he can get Sand Soldiers down again this turn seems very important. And it looks like he's doing just that.
And he almost did a double Weapon Master. That'll be busted if Sand Soldier could get 2 equipments in the same turn, but does decide to get rid of the BF Sword from that Void Gate Sand Soldier and leave 6 runes available on his opponent's turn. Are we telegraphing anything with the 6 runes, or what can Azir really have as some defensive capabilities in your opinion?
Yeah, so there's like Defy, right? There's Discipline that I've seen some beyond, where Discipline is a bit against your game plan because it really isn't a weapon that you would want most of your ways of increasing your might to be. I haven't seen anyone on like Sterix Gauge or any Quick Draw weapons.
Right.
So I'm really just expecting a not so fast, a discipline, and that kind of range. Is there anything that you think I'm missing?
I think those nailed it perfectly. A not so fast would be essential in this position. It almost looks like he wanted a hidden blade, an action to an action.
Yeah.
I'm glad he didn't play it out, but how? Maybe he just flashed it on screen for a second. But if he did try to hidden blade, I'm starting to get slightly worried about this undefeated player here in our round 3 because he's making some interesting decisions. But so far, so good. The fizz comes down. What other? Oh, did he get the fizz from that morbid return?
Morbid return, yes. I have not seen that one get played out yet. I think
Wow.
it's generally not used because 2 extra energy is not worth the toolbox, but it is used here. And do we know what spell he's getting back with it?
It looks like he's leaning towards that arcane shift. That's 3 damage on the Sand Soldier. Make that 4 damage with the Void Gate on top of playing Fizz again, getting another spell. This time around, you might be able to get something like a simple stack deck or a call shot. At the minimum, you will be able to trigger Ezreal ability. True. If there's another unit, you could get Ezreal back.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm loving the synergy here.
Goes for the Rasa. Interesting. So just a free 6 might body coming down, it looks like.
Not too bad. And I think the Ezreal got banned. I didn't see it in the trash there. Where did it go?
I don't know. It might have just been hidden alongside another card in there because it definitely should have gone there.
Yeah, it looks like Morbid Return, one of the newest additions to these Ezreal decks, and it seems to be backed up with Fizz. Seems to be a proper card, a really good card at that. So I'm loving this. I'm loving the synergy coming out from Ezreal so far. Let's see how this follow-up play for the Azir will be playing out. The Savage coming down, taking care of one of the seals, which the seals are very important for Ezreal. They allow him to stay rune efficient throughout the remaining of the game. Has 1 to rely on, but 2 is a whole lot better than 1 sometimes. So decently good play. And now tries to play out another Sand Soldier, gets the Weapon Master, and that is a whole lot of equipment. I know he's waiting for that pivotal card, the Arise, to come out, right? Because that's a lot of Sand Soldiers.
Oh yeah, he's definitely feeling a lack of Sand Soldiers right now and wishing that he had more cards in hand to be able to find that Arise, more weapons to be able to play, to just be spamming out Sand Soldiers every turn. But this is where Azir tends to start running out of cards, so we might see him hide that Hidden Blade to use it on his own unit and refresh that hand a bit.
Yeah, interesting enough, he goes ahead and just passes, doesn't want to go ahead and actually no, he just retreats it back. He didn't have any use to push on forward, so gonna be staying at 5 points for the time being. And as you said before, Ezreal's a bit more of a late game deck, so this is exactly what he's looking for. If he's able to clear that final Sand Soldier in the back line, he should be feeling all but good in this situation, despite being the fact that you're just at 2 points for the time being. I think little by little, the Fizz can go conquer one, the Rasa could conquer the other, bringing you up to 4 points, kind of shortening the margins in terms of that point department going forward. So I'm liking Ezreal's position from here.
Yeah, which is going into which battlefield, though? I don't think Void Gate matters all that much, right? So you probably send the Rasa in there because Azir doesn't have any burn?
Yeah, right. He doesn't really have any kill spells that do damage. I'm trying to think. They have Hidden Blade that's just going to kill outright. So yeah, I don't think they have any burns kind of spells. So yeah, Rasa on it makes sense. Goes up to 4 points themselves. And then you're just leaving a lot of runes available for some combat tricks. Things like Wages of Pain, things like Frigid Touch. So Ezreal feeling like in a decently good position. And interesting enough, has a Vex in hand as well. Doesn't want to play it out yet, as they do want to leave some combat tricks available, of course.
I haven't seen a Vex in Ezreal, but if you're planning on doing things in combat, that will make everything super cheap. So I could see it saving a lot of runes, especially with all that draw power you go through.
Yeah, perhaps just a nice little cheeky one-of, but the Sand Soldier packed to the brim, a BF Sword, a Doran Shield, and a Brutalizer, trying to take care of a little Fizz. But what is all that equipment worth when you have to eat eat a rebuke to the face? That Sand Soldier will be effectively removed unless there's a not so fast. Action to an action. All right, Dimitri, I am confused. I am confused by this.
exactly what you were saying before, where he was thinking about doing it as a reaction. He didn't want to do it then. He was trying to save it for now, but it just doesn't work like that. A lot of people do get confused by hidden cards that are reactions when hidden, and either just actions regularly or not even an action. And it's clear that this guy's a little newer to the game and hasn't quite learned all those intricacies yet. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Slightly bit of a newer player, despite being undefeated. Perhaps Azir can just get rolling nice and early and just conquer. Not to say it's a straightforward deck, but it is more on a bit of a singular game plan. You play a unit, get a token, play your equipment, play a token, and then kind of push your pace from there. Because he has made, I believe, 2 to 3 plays. Not to say he's a completely newer player, but a little bit curious plays to say the least. But a unit we don't get to see too often in Azir decks is a Fiora worthy. Thinking about it from here, I don't mind a Fiora worthy because you have so many equipments that make your threat, that increase your Sand Soldiers into that mighty condition, right?
And especially, there's a lot of issues, as I said, with Azir, where you don't have enough Accelerate in the deck, and Fiora just turns every single Sand Soldier into an Accelerate unit if you want. So I think she's amazing in this deck, and I think that there's a reason why you might not even want to push her into a battlefield now, where you can just keep her safe in the backline and accelerate 6 other units over the course of this game in.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think Fiora Worthy is an excellent unit to keep in the back line. Similar how a lot of Chaos decks prefer to keep the Ezreal champion in the back line, but Brutalizer does get attached. Fiora going into the threshold herself, and it's still, I thought for a second there he had passed the turn, but it's still the Azir's turn. So ready's the Fiora as of now, able to push forward with, I believe, what is that, 6 might?
Yes. And we're looking at going even higher. So we're floating in energy to go up to 9 with that sword. 9 into 3. That's not enough, right? 3, 4, 5.
You're saying if you Frigid
Okay.
Touch, Wages of Pain, Frigid Touch repeated would be down to 5, Wages of Pain would be down to 2. So he would have traded with the Fizz, but prefers to just keep those cards in hand for perhaps a bigger turn.
We don't have the runes for it. We only have 5 runes, and we would need 6 for that. Yeah, so he did just have enough. The Azir did do the math correctly there.
Yeah, he was off by a single rune because you get the repeat value 1 less from the champion on board. But Wages of Pain does have to cost 3 runes. But Rasa does allow that Ezreal to go up to 5 points. And now you have to take care of the Fiora Worthy. It looks like a stack deck will be step number 1. Let's see what he hits off the top. What are some good hits here? I mean, I wish we could see exactly what he picks up, but it looks like a Watcher might be a fantastic addition to the hand.
Anything works here, though. Singularity works, another Wages works, another Frigid Touch. There's so many options that will just beat this Fiora. Let him have all of the units versus Azir's nothing. And this is just the game state that Ezreal wants to go for. It's that late game, I have it all, you have nothing at all.
It really feels that way. It looks like so much card resources in the hands of Ezreal. Despite not having the most abundance of cards, he has good high quality cards like this Watcher picked up from the stack deck. And looks like it does cost 1 less from being accelerated because of the Ezreal blue champion or purple champion. And does play it out. He's hovering it, but yeah, sends it into the Fiora Worthy. That should be enough, but we know there's a hidden blade in hand.
So this now might be Ezreal moves in with the Frigid Touch. You've got the Fiora player, or the Azir player could move in the accelerated Azir. But that's just desperation if that goes through. I think the plan is to Frigid Touch the Fiora and walk in the Ezreal.
Yeah, because right now, Fiora's at, what is that? Just 4, 5, 6, 7?
Yes.
So Frigid
down by 3 because of the Watcher. So
right,
4.
right, exactly. So just 4. Yeah, so Frigid Touch would bring you down to just 0. So Ezreal seems like a clean conquer. So spends the 3 for the Fizz instead. You could still get a Frigid Touch from the trash, but you won't be able to repeat it no more. But you do get to see, okay, leaning for a Stupefy for the Chosen. Because that's 2 draws, right? Because didn't you choose earlier? What did he play before?
It is, yes. I think it's only the 1 draw because Fiora wasn't targeted. It was just decreased by the Watcher. So then he goes for the trade with the Ezreal. I think doing a Frigid Touch and being able to get over the Fiora might have been more value, especially with Azir on such low runes.
You know, it seems so straightforward. It almost goes to say, I don't think he has a Frigid Touch. Let's look at the hand one more time. Superfly Wages of Pain Vex.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think he has, because it seemed like he's been playing pretty cleanly this whole game 1, so I'm pretty sure he would have seen the Frigid Touch, so doesn't have it in hand. It looks like 2 Vexes, believe it or not, so not just a cheeky one of, and Azir establishes a good back line, but doesn't get to progress the board say any further. Rasa able to hold up to 6, now with a Fizz in the back line. Ezreal, if you clear both of these Sand Soldiers with something like a Singularity that he doesn't have in hand, this is Ezreal's game to lose. Fizz going up to 7, but is there a world, because Azir's also at 6, with something like a Rise might be able to close things out? The Vex might be a bit problematic though.
I think Azir's Arise signature spell is the only shot he has of coming back in this, really. And that Vex being able to play the Stupefies from hand for free, I believe, right? Isn't there no minimum 1 on that?
Which one?
So Vex, in reducing the cost of the spells, does it reduce it to a minimum of 1 or
yeah,
not?
I believe it does say minimum 1, yeah.
From hand?
Yeah, a minimum of 1.
Yeah, then this will be a bit expensive for the Ezreal players still to try and defend.
Yeah, I believe so. More importantly, just putting 5 total might on top of the Rasa, because right now you're at 7 points. You just need to hold for 1 final additional point. Can you hold from this onslaught of Sand Soldiers? So far you only have 2, but there's so many gear, and right now if you equip 2 Brutalizers, that's going to be effectively +6 might, but sends in the Sand Soldiers towards the Fizz. That almost tells me that you do have an Arise, because how are you going to be able to deal with the right side? Or do you, Azir chosen champion, accelerate and bring the surviving units forward? Perhaps that's the game plan for the Azir player.
Yeah, I think the reason that you send both into one side when it's excessive might, and you could just go one at a time, is you're planning on Aziring everything back to that other side for the final conquer. This does have its risks. Azir does need to resolve while staying at the battlefield. So if that's a hidden fight or flight, this Azir does not get there.
Yeah, let's see if that is indeed a fight or flight. That is the only unit, and it remind me the activation of bringing all the tokens. Oh, he's showing them. He's saying it's as good as over. I have a fight or flight. I have a rebuke if you play your accelerated champion. And what I was going to get at for the question, even if you swing and get rebuked, your tokens don't come along, right? You have to make it onto the battlefield.
Exactly. Not only do you have to make it onto the battlefield, when Azir resolves, he says to move them here.
Right.
Which he's no longer here if he gets fight or flighted, and so it won't work out. Yeah, and there's the scoop.
And finally sees the writing on the walls. It looks like Ludwig was trying to save some time, saying, I have all the outs. And you know, this Ludwig looks so familiar. Is it just me, or is he a competitive player that we've known from the past? Do you recognize him, Dimitri, or anyone in chat?
I don't recognize him. No, he does look vaguely similar to Randy, I will say.
That's what it is.
Chinese streams that he's been shown on. Yeah. I don't know, maybe they're related or something.
Yeah, they honestly almost look pretty related.
Too.
I'll head back to the little intermission for now. And real quick, since we didn't get to introduce you guys, or introduce you to Dimitri, guys, this is Dimitri, as we said before, a great community member in our Discord and a great Riftbound community member in general. If you want to go ahead and let these players know who you are, this is a perfect time before we get into round 2, or game 2.
Yeah, I'm Dimitri. I'm coming at this from Retro Yu-Gi-Oh! So I've played a ton of Edison format predominantly and been involved in the communities over there. Been a fairly top player in those games. And then I've come over here pretty much right when it hit the US markets. And I've been doing every tournament I can, going to all of them, flying out. topping a fair amount of them as well. So I do have a bunch of practice on the competitive side of this game. I wouldn't call myself quite at the top yet, but we will get there. And I love casting. I love talking through plays and reviewing matches with people. And I've really loved the community you built here, Fluff.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you coming on and joining us for this Bologna Regional Qualifier. It has been a great event so far and looking to get better going forward as we see higher and higher level of play. And, I know you were discrediting yourself a little bit. Guys, Dimitri just got 4th place in our 1K last week. That was out of 86 players. Dimitri was in that final 4, so he definitely knows what he's talking about. But let's see. Now it's going to be Azir on the play. Actually, who was on the play last round? I can't even remember.
I don't know. We missed like the first turn or two there.
Right.
But the battlefields last time were both negatives, and now there is one positive one. So there's finally at least something for Azir to be going into when he's going first.
Yeah, and does get that desert call going forward. So Sand Soldier number 1 gets played out. And it looks like the Azir, as we pointed out, is a bit more of a late game deck. Doesn't have any low to the ground, so no pit crew strategies coming out from this Azir. It looks like Bologna favoring more so that traditional miracle package as we saw in that game number 1. Wages of Pain will be the perfect card to get rid of that Sand Soldier, neglecting him any points going forward. Even the production crew almost gave him a quick point there.
When you're the Azir player in that situation and your opponent leaves 3 up going second, are you even going into that battlefield?
Right, you'd rather maybe punish your opponent, but I guess he's saying if you have it, you have it. Might as well take it out the hand when I can. I'm just gonna get another Sand Soldier right away anyways, but I'm right there with you, Dimitri. Maybe he could have been a bit more patient there.
Yeah, and now he has that gold to play with to find better cards for pretty cheap to play out that Ezreal. He's got all of the choices and a very good setup with Ezreal right now.
He doesn't. Looks like he picks up another seal. As we saw before, the seals were one of the key pieces to that puzzle for Ezreal, allowing him to save that rune economy for the remaining of the game. Plays his chosen champion, pitches most likely the Rasa, picking up 2 cards at that. We don't get to see exactly what he picks up. The call shot and the retreat, I believe, and another stack deck. Was it a Watcher?
I think it was a Watcher, yeah. And that's going to come out sooner than you would expect, or at least be able to, because he's not going to be deramping at all from these purple seals that he has going on.
Yeah, he really isn't. So making sure. And how was the way? I believe Azir did have salvages, but you can take 1 seal, but at the minimum, you will be able to stay with some kind of rune protection going forward. So, okay, does get a chosen champion from that stack deck. So Azir has a lot of gas in the hand. Or Azrael does.
And if Azir is using salvage on one of these Seals of Discord, he does have to spend a rune himself, and that power is much more expensive for Azir than it was for Ezreal, I think. Ezreal's going to ramp eventually. Azir needs to be able to keep equipping over this long game.
Right. It looks like he's deciding to play out something like a BF Sword as he was about to tap 4 energy to do so. And BF Sword is at the forefront of his hand. But thinking about something like a Call of the Week. But BF Sword does get established. Taps the 1 for the Sand Soldier. I wouldn't necessarily hate the Call of the Week there. But you do have to take care of your only Sand Soldier to do so. So I think I like this play a little bit better. You're able to most likely hold 1 more time. So get your first point. Potentially even your second point from the hold. But let's see, there was a whole lot of great cards from the side of Ezreal and looking to be even better cards as a repeated call shot comes down.
Now, this play to do the BF Sword now, he might have been thinking about holding it back simply because of Singularity. How do you feel about leaving what is essentially your only 2 units other than your chosen champion that you have this exposed this early?
Yeah, it doesn't seem too ideal. And you're saying because he couldn't, Azir leaving his units exposed?
Yeah, so Azir plays the BF Sword, plays the Sand Soldier, when he could have held that for a future turn and just had 1 unit out at a time. Sort of a way that people will play around Kai'Sa as well sometimes, where you just, I only have 1 unit, you're not going to Cathy and Rain 6 guys off the board. But he goes and plays it, and now this is 2 units that will go down to a single
Singularity, yeah.
Oh, it looks like a Wages.
Yeah, Wages of Pain coming out from the Fizz, taking down that Sand Soldier, unless you have a Defy. But yeah, leaving it rather exposed, but in this circumstance, doesn't have a Singularity. And, oh no, yeah, he was at 4 because of Trifarian War Camp.
Yeah. Yeah, so the Stupefy to try and kill it. Now, if we react with the Hidden Blade to kill it, a second Stupefy will stop the Hidden Blade draw too.
Oh, really? Because it's reaction speed, isn't it? That makes sense.
Yeah, and the unit has to be there for the Hidden Blade to know its controller.
Wow. And he had actually the second Stupefy. I wonder if he knew that interaction, because it's so intricate. A lot of people wouldn't consider that.
Yeah, he just must have not known, and that is 2 free cards for Azir that he didn't have to give him.
Very true, because he was in the range of dying by just 1 more less might, of course. But yeah, that's 2 cards going in the favor of Azir, feeling good. Does get another Conquer, going up to 2. And this time around, he does indeed have the Arise. But the only thing he's lacking currently is a whole lot of units to benefit from those Arise. Or not units, a whole lot of equipments to benefit from that Arise. And I'm not seeing too many additional ones. I believe that's Eye of the Herald all the way in the back of his hand. Has a Call of the Week, but now with the Fizz, most likely should be the likely target. So Azir not feeling in the best of situations going forward. Does play a Desert Call for the time being. It's not repeated. Actually, it is repeated. It looks like he didn't tap the 4, but he does tap the 4.
Yeah, so he does get at least more board presence for now, which is something. But he is just lacking enough units to have that significant might threshold and enough board presence to really cause this Ezreal issues, I think.
Yeah, he's not really posing too much of a threat overall, right? He has 2 points. He does have the slight point advantage, but as we said before, the later it goes, the more it favors Ezreal going forward, the more card draw he's going to be able to recur, and the best, and that's where he's going to be able to shine the brightest, as he does have cards like Watcher to easily take care of any units on the battlefield, and he does have that notorious spell we keep going back to, the Singularity. Doesn't currently have it in hand, but Singularity, despite having enough equipment on your Sand Soldiers, 6 is a lot of damage. So you're going to need a little bit more than a BF sword on top of your Sand Soldiers to get through a Singularity. So we'll see. I do like Ezreal's position going forward, despite him being at just 0 points going as of now, but does feel like he has a bit more card resources.
He has so many resources, so many options as well, that all look pretty reasonable in this kind of situation. And this is one of the reasons I think Ezreal is one of the tougher decks to play right now, is you just have so many choices at all times, and you have to be comfortable being that down in points and knowing how you'll come back in the long run. So it looks like he has been. He's been very reserved. He's been doing this slowly, and it's been working out for him.
Yeah, and you're so right about keeping your composure, understanding that you're not truly out until it's done. But real quick, Dimitri, we did caster predictions as this turn goes on. Who is your likely favorite to take it all the way this weekend in Bologna?
To the first place, or are you talking like spicy tops?
No, I'm talking about the champion. Who's going to be claiming the crown in Bologna? Are we going straightforward as Draven, or you got a bit of a different pick?
I'm going to go with Aurelia, actually, this time. I think that he has a good shot for sure. I think Draven is the better deck at getting into top cut, but once you're in there and people are playing precisely, he does move down a bit, and he's still on top, but not quite as much. And I think a tricky Aurelia might be able to pull it out this time. What did you predict?
I love that. You know, me and BMU both predicted. BMU predicted a mid-range Draven. I said a Miracle Dravens because Bologna was where it kind of debuted, right? I know it was played out in China, but Miracle Draven made his big winning debut in a proxy Bologna 300-man tournament. So I thought the best Miracle Draven might be in the room. But I love what you're saying. I'm an Aurelia main currently, so I would love to see, or maybe not love, because I haven't got my dances yet. So those prices might skyrocket if she wins.
Go up, that's fair. Yeah. we'll do a quick casting break just so that you can buy out the card right before
Yeah.
finals. That'll be fine.
Right. We'll see. But here we go. The signature spell from Azir coming down. Arise. He doesn't have too many units. There's too many equipment. So just gets 2 Sand Soldiers. They will enter ready as those are the only Sand Soldiers. But it looks like not making too much of a difference as he passes it back over to Azir. Does get up to 4 points. But other than that, it doesn't look like he really progressed his potential board state or, game state that much greater. Especially with a Rasa in the back and some more spells in hand, I feel like Ezreal's going to have a decently easy time getting rid of the current battlefield.
Yeah, it's a question of which line. And we do see a hard bargain arriving in that hand. That is one of the issues with Azir's Arise against purple, is if you do try and hold it for later turns where that accelerate matters a bit more, you might end up just getting hard bargained and losing that very strong spell for nothing.
I know, it really doesn't feel too good. I mean, in this circumstance, if you would have hard bargained the previous turn, you just have 2 energy to pay for that. If that was a repeated hard bargain for 3, actually for 2, because you have 2 Chaos Champions. And what's his second name?
Yes.
It's Ezreal what? So I can stop calling him Purple Ezreal. I'll look it up.
I don't know. I call him Purple Ezreal too.
Chat, help us out. Help us out real quick as I look it up. Ezreal Prodigy, of course, the Prodigy child. So yeah, the Ezreal Prodigy, 2 of them, making that hard bargain just 2 for a repeated cost. So that would have been detrimental for that Arise player. But let's see what he does for the remaining of the turn as he goes and plays 1. It looks like a call shot might be getting played out, but this looks like a repeated play. The Watcher coming down. Almost seems like a bit of an overkill for the Trifarian War Camp. Maybe expecting some kind of counter play, some kind of combat tricks, but sends in just 1 of the Prodigies to deal with the remaining Sand Soldier.
It is a bit overkill, but he has so many cards, and this Watcher, remember, was accelerated completely for free. So I don't think he cares that much about wasting the energy. He just wants the might on board to start taking over this game.
Yeah, funny enough, we're seeing the hard bargain could come into play right here. The guards gets playing out the hidden zone and hard bargain for free repeated cost. You can't pay 2, you have to pay 4. So guards will be effectively countered here. And that's going to be another second point for the side of Ezreal. And little by little, mounting his comeback in this game. Despite being down by 4 points, never truly out until... never truly out in general, feeling good in control. In terms of just battlefield presence, Ezreal's winning that winning that really, really well.
Yeah, he did have a death grip where he could get bigger as an option from this Azir side, but opting to Hidden Blade his own unit instead and draw off that to find some new answers to these big units in back.
Yeah, it does decide to Hidden Blade your own unit as you need a little bit more card draw. But now it's time for Ezreal to hide a card. And I didn't get to see, is that something like a Wages of Pain perhaps being hidden or a Fight or Flight?
Didn't see either, but I do think he had a Wages in hand, so that would make sense.
Yeah, it might just be one of those cards. And oh, I thought the judge were going to pull a China move where the judges they want to know it's a hidden card. They actually take a peek at the cards being hidden, funny enough. But he was just moving it onto the middle of the board.
Were there some issues early on in the China regionals of those hidden cards not actually being hidden cards?
I don't believe so. It was just judges being such stricklers that they want to make sure everything is perfect. But here we go, the Fiore Worthy. We didn't get to see her get utilized too well in game number 1. Let's see if she's able to get a bit more value out of her card in this game number 2. Doran's Blade, or Doran's Shield rather, does hit the board. Now it's time to attach some of these Sand Soldiers to try to get them into that Mighty Threshold status. And let's see, does they decide to move on forward? I'm a little nervous. You have to get over 6 with the Rasa. You have to get over a decent amount if you think that's a Wages of Pain. Azir not feeling too good in this position.
Yeah, and you can see as well some very fundamental issues of space going on where he's trying to find a way to show that these 2 equipments are unequipped and this one's with the BF sword with such little space. It looks like he did it pretty well. fight or flight his own Ezreal. Interesting.
Yeah, not too bad. Prioritizing the safety of that champion just in case there's a second Sand Soldier coming in, which most likely should have been attached with Brutalizer to come in, even if you push back that Sand Soldier. So I think that was the proper play. Save those decreases or save those efficient repeated costs going forward. And let's see what he has now, because now it seems rather straightforward. There's just a 3 might, or what is that actually? That's 5. There's 6 might unit on that Trifarian War Camp. And quick side note, as you point out, the units and the tokens and everything seems rather cramped. I think that's the one thing we have to take, or how should I put this? You know, we have 2 feature matches. China had a whole lot of room, but just 1 feature table. Maybe the fact that we have all this cramped, no room, is because there's 2 feature tables. So I'll take it. I'll take it. If we have a cramped room, but 2 feature tables, I think that's a decent compromise.
You know what? You're right. That's fair. That's very fair.
Let's see though what this Ezreal player decides to do. Looks like 2 rebukes, a retreat in hand, and I didn't catch wind of what the remaining cards were, but seems to have a good set of cards. Thinking about the Watcher, simple conquer over onto the Trifarian War Camp. Sends in the Watcher, so should be sufficient enough with the 7 current or the 8 current might currently. So does get the conquer up to 4, narrowing the margin. So down by just a single point. Ezreal feeling good, feeling in control. And whoa, Dimitri, do you see that card in hand?
Is that a Downwell plus?
That is a Downwell. If they're not going to show it on the screen, I'll go ahead and bring it up for the viewers at home.
So Downwell's been a deck build for some time. That came out very early and didn't get much popularity, of the game plan of using Downwell repeatedly and adding it back with Annie to be able to basically bounce everything your opponent has to hand every single turn. And I don't think he's on the full game plan. I think it's just a 1-tech Downwell. How do you feel about this? Have you seen this before?
I haven't seen it. I've heard about it. I've heard rumors of Downwell Ezreal. I don't think it's a main board from Ezreal. I think this is a sideboard because Downwell puts back every equipment, every unit. And when you put back Sand Soldiers, you're pretty much killing them, right? So I think Downwell might just be a perfect sideboard addition for the likes of Azir. But I'm trying to think of the other matchups. The matchup against Aurelia, against Draven, against the Annies, against Fioras. I don't think Downwell is the best, but you are a bit of a later game deck, so I don't know. I don't hate it, but I think in this situation, Downwell is incredible if you didn't have the control of the game as you do right now.
Yeah, I remember from testing Downwell heavy decks early on, Azir was extremely weak to it, both because what you said of the tokens just disappearing, and also because the lack of accelerate in the deck just means that once everything gets bounced, you take a full turn to set up and then a full turn to get back in. So it's very slow relatively.
Does make sense. Yeah, and we'll see if that Downwell comes in play. Most likely would be more of a hindrance on his own battlefield or board state because you have already progressed so much further than your opponent. But the Eye of the Herald gets played out number 2, Sand Soldier number 3 or so getting hit the board currently. And does Fiora Worthy want to send any of these Sand Soldiers in the ready position? I don't think it would be too fruitful because that's just 1 too many might on the Trifarian War Camp. We're holding it for 8, 4, and then 4. Yeah, that's 1 too many. 16 total might. So Ezreal will be holding up to 5. And you just have to take down a little Sand Soldier. No equipped Sand Soldier at that, at the Sigil of the Storm. This is feeling rather good. What will make it even better if Ezreal hits a Singularity, because we haven't seen a Singularity all game 2, haven't we?
No, we have not seen it. It might have come out through the Downwell. It might be that that's just a swap in this matchup because they are kind of similar.
Right.
But we have not seen it. I'm a little surprised that the Azir didn't go in. Didn't he have enough if he equips like the Eyes of the Heralds and stuff and the Brutalizer? Maybe it just wasn't worth it.
You're saying into the War Camp?
Yeah, because each of those eyes, right, adds another recruit token that gets boosted by Trifarian. There's a lot of might that he could have set in if he really wanted to.
Yeah, you make a really good point, but there was 16 total might, I believe, because it's 4, 4, and 8. So perhaps he did the math even despite having those additional recruit tokens, just one too much might. The rebuke getting played out on a Sand Soldier from the Death Grip. So Death Grip doing some good work. You get an additional draw one regardless, but the rebuke basically saying kill the unit in front of me. Rasa should be able to hold. Actually, he does get the conquer up to 6, effectively tying things up. And now both of these players just one turn away from closing things out. I know Ezreal would love to close things out in a 2-0 fashion. Can he get it done? It almost feels like the momentum is favoring him ever so greatly. But I'm seeing in hand, perhaps doesn't have the most defensive options. Might have to rely on a double conquer push. He does have a Watcher in hand, but I'm not seeing any combat tricks like a Frigid Touch, Wages, or Stupefy.
Yeah, he could just go for a downwell now, and then on the next turn be able to accelerate twice. But I think the Azir player would be able to double conquer because of this Fiora if he went for the downwell.
Yeah, Fiora
So
comes
just
down because you
stats.
definitely have the runes to do all of that, right? You could play Fiora, play an equipment, then Azir Legend. But wait, how are you playing more unit? Actually, you equip it on Fiora, go in. Yeah, you're right.
And then you steal that equipment to the Sand Soldier, who you can then ready as well. Yeah, it's a very efficient play with this Fiora really coming in to save from the downwell line.
Yeah, I believe so. But let's see, they still have their Azir chosen champion to try to do some kind of accelerate shenanigans. Sends in a Brutalizer and BF Sword Sand Soldier into the Rasa. So definitely has enough might to get over the 6 currently being displayed. But we see a factory recall in hand. That's going to be enabling to take out one of these units. I would most likely be leaning towards that BF Sword since it's the same might and costs so much more energy. Having them force them to tap out more runes to do so. Does he have something like a not so fast or a simple defy will get the job done?
Okay, sure. It didn't stop the rebuke, which you would have loved to stop last turn, but it'll work for this for sure. And that does win that combat.
Now let's see, as you pointed out, there's 2 Eye of the Heralds in the back line. Is there a world? I mean, you technically have point tempo advantage, right? Ezreal will be holding up to 7. If there's a world you will be able to hold the Sigil of the Storm, you will be getting that victory to 8 point before Ezreal. But we know what's in the hand, don't we? There's a Watcher.
We do, and that's how I lost that that run in
the 1K
your tournament, your 1K tournament. Yeah, was against an Ezreal player who just let me get to 7 points every single game, and then every time I would try and take or hold that battlefield, he would have answer after answer after answer for it. No matter how much I put in there, he would just have 6 more cards that could, you know, break it down. Maybe it's a Watcher and I rebuke it, and then he follows up with like double Wages of Pain or Fighter Flights or something. Azrael just has all of the answers in the world to stop you from winning once you were at 7, and I don't see it working out for Azir here, to be honest.
Yeah, it really feels that way. It feels like the 3 decks to beat, as we pointed out before, is Aurelia, Draven, and I think Ezreal's definitely up there in the mix. Were you playing in the 1K against Tiger Death, or was it Bradikin?
Tiger Death.
Tiger Death. Okay, he made it all the way to the grand final, so definitely a good opponent to lose to. But here we go. As we said, the Watcher was indeed in hand. Does come in at free accelerated speed, -3. So what is that? I believe that's just 4 might or 5. 3, 5, 1. So yeah, it's 3 might, 3 might.
Yep. Should be 3 might, and that is the fist bump. Wow. Ezreal takes the match 2-0. Very impressive, I will say. I think he played that amazingly.
Yeah, I don't think I saw a single mistake from this Ezreal player. Brilliant plays coming down. Ezreal perhaps feeling a bit overwhelmed from the control style coming out from Ezreal. So well played, as we said. And Rhythm, they're showing the deck list right before the match. So Rhythm, you're on Twitch. You might have to go to the VOD. If you're on YouTube, I know YouTube allows you to simply rewind the thing, but that was a great match. And Mario saying ciao ciao. Did you hear any little funny commentary we were doing in the 1K about mind splitters, Dimitri? Did you catch that at all?
Oh, I did hear a tiny bit. What I didn't like follow the joke because I was too focused on playing. What was the bit from that?
Ciao ciao is just what the Italians like to call. And real quick, let's hold on at that. Let's hear the winner's interview from this Ezreal player because I really want to see what he has in mind.
Why you decided to bring it here to Bologna? What made you make that choice?
Well, I was testing a lot with my team and my friends, and it just turned out to be like really good pick because it fits well into the meta. It's kind of really complicated deck, so you have to be really prepared for the meta because you can get like distracted easily and you might misplay, and that small misplays might cost you a game, so you have to be really careful. And yeah, this deck is like really strong into the meta, so that's why I picked it.
So when you talk about making small misplays, making small mistakes, are you worried at all when you have 8 rounds today, a possible like 6 rounds tomorrow, like, and then top 8, and like all of these games? Are you worried about endurance for that sort of length of time?
Well, I'm playing TCGs for like 10 years.
Okay.
So
we've seen him in another TCG.
I'm kind of used to this. I like playing the card games that TCGs a lot, so I don't really get tired that much, and I can think properly even after like 6-7 rounds and things like that.
That's really good, right? Because for me, my old brain is like, I have to play like Ornn or something. It just has to be really easy for me. You played into Azir. How do you find that matchup goes? It seemed like he just didn't really have the ability to get anything to stick on the battlefield at all.
Well, the matchup goes for me kind of onto my favorite. He goes like to 5 or 6 points early because he's having some pressure. I try to like slow him down, and then I just slam some like Feast, Russes, Thousand Tail Watchers, and I just control the board with like rebukes and wages on Foffs, and it's like I get the old tempo back that I lost.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is there any deck that you are fearful of in the meta? Anything you think you would struggle into?
From our testing, it turns out that the Miracle Draven is like the hardest matchup. So I'm kind of scared of this particular matchup. I managed to win it yesterday on the pre-regional event, but it was really, really tough. And I'm also kind of scared of Aurora because it's a deck that if you just high roll, you win. But on the rest, I think I'm pretty well prepared.
Awesome.
And,
well, thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything you want to say to your friends, your fans out there before we conclude the interview?
Well, I would like to thanks to all of my friends that were testing with me, and that's mostly it. Thank you very much.
Sweet. Thanks so much for joining us. Good luck on the rest of the tournament.
So Aurora, he's a little bit nervous about, but that makes sense. You know, Dimitri, you played, I believe, the more traditional Draven list in the 1K. How do you feel about Miracle Draven? Do you feel like there's levels to it, or is one easily better than the other?
I think Miracle Draven has more biased matchups. It has more of those, like the Ezreal matchup, where it's super, super favorable. But it also has a couple of matchups with some issues going on.
Okay.
And it's slightly unfavored against mid-range Draven, which I really don't like for it. That is my current issue.
You think the Miracle Draven is at a disadvantage against mid-range, you're saying?
I do, yes.
Okay.
I think if it was favored into mid-range Draven, it would just be a straight-up superior deck. But because it's unfavored into the mid-range, it has an amazing Ezreal matchup. It's got other amazing matchups like I think against Aurora, it's also extremely favored against Kai'Sa as well. But yeah, like Draven just always has such a good matchup spread. I think the mid-range one just pulls out slightly ahead by winning that mirror.
Right, I know one of the biggest downsides to the Miracle decks, especially Draven Miracle, is there's so many intricacies, there's so many decision points in your turns that your turns end up taking, even that you're playing at a moderate pace, your turns still end up being what, like 8 minutes long sometimes. Call shots, you're able to do so much. Rasa, bushwhack, batter ram. You do one too many things that your opponent thinks you're slow playing, but you just have so many points to do, so many things to do in one turn that perhaps sometimes if your opponent's not keeping up with your pace of play, you end up going into a predicament where it's just like one, you know, you end up tying essentially is what I'm trying to get at, because you don't get to play out the full 3 sets or the 3 games in the full set.
Yeah, and I don't really know how much to plan around that in advance when planning for these events, because I haven't worked quite enough with going into time, because I was an Annie player set 1 and we would never go into time with how fast that deck wins or loses. Yeah. So I'm not really sure how much that holds back Miracle. Do you have much of a gauge? Do you think that's coming up, you know, 2-3 matches a tournament? Or do you think that's maybe a downside that you can play around by playing faster and making your opponent not slow play?
Yeah, sometimes you just have to have the bit of an uncomfortable talk to your opponent saying, hey, we have 60 minutes and only 3 turns. Can you please speed up your pace of play? Right now, we're shooting on, you know, we're projecting and not finishing time. So I hate being that opponent, but sometimes at the regional level, like these highest major level events, you have to be sometimes a bit of the bad guy if you want to come out ahead. But oh man, Dimitri, we have a fun game number 2 for this round number 3. It's gonna be a Lucian versus a MF Aurora. And actually, wait a second. Oh no, I was just about to say I don't see the Dazzling Aurora, but yeah, there it is. There it is.
That is only Mind Splitters. He has 1 unit that he can grab off the Aurora, and
oh
that is
my
it.
Goodness.
What do you think about that? That's fascinating.
It really is. It's a whole lot of great spells and Mind Splitters to hit from the DAs. I would imagine he has a couple more units in the sideboard, but I love this game plan. You have Sabotage, you have Mind Splitters going on the full card hand destruction game plan. On top of that, you have cards like Punch First. What else did we see in hand? Did he also have things like Hard Bargain?
I didn't see any hard bargains. There's a lot of neat tricks, though. I was playing a fair amount of Silver Aurora with like around 5 units or so and just testing that out to see if I want to bring something like that. And it has some issues with when you run out of units and your opponent can just stack their base and get to bigger might totals. But he might be going for things like challenge to kill his own Mind Splitters more often.
Okay.
So that he can recycle it with a shovel and play it again. I'm not really sure his game plan with 3 units only. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, you make a really good point. We did see the Last Right coming down in the deck, so I think Last Right is one way of getting those Mind Splitters back if they do end up hitting the Trasher cores. But Lucian's such a great card in these Lucian decks. I love the fact you could get in, get out versus the Draven matchups, especially when you add that 1-2 combo. We saw it in the 1K briefly, but it looks like he has it in hand. The Trinity Force into the Skyfall of Aeons grouped together. Every single Conqueror will be an additional point, and quickly you can get out of hand. But MF Aurora with the Gust coming down, you can't react. I thought he was about to play a Punch First, Dimitri. I was getting nervous for these players.
Yeah, a lot of players seem to be struggling with that difference between reaction and action today. I think he should have equipped that Trinity Force first and gone in, because if you're against an Aurora deck, they really don't want to be dealing with that Lucian on the battlefield, and going up to 3 points if you hold is pretty extreme.
Yeah, but a great play nonetheless, right?
Yeah. This is really gonna set back the Aurora player, since they're losing that Aurora even game 1 on this early.
Yeah, luckily for the MF Aurora, though, he at the minimum has that Mind Splitter hard casted, of course. Doesn't feel as great as a Dazzling Aurora, but I'm right there with you. Going back to the point of attaching the Trinity Force before swinging in, the only thing I will add to that is I believe since this is a game 2, if we look at the upper right UI, MF Aurora actually has game 1 under her belt, so has 1 game in. I could imagine those gusts came in from the sideboard, so perhaps Lucian had no idea to play around those gusts, because I think most MF, actually I could be corrected, perhaps they do have some gusts, because Gus is a really great tempo killer against opponents, and you need that tempo advantage if you're going to play Aurora. So we'll see. Develops out her nice little chosen champion for the time being and passes it forward. So far, a really slow scoring game so far.
Yes. I've actually, in Sivir at least, found Gus to be more effective for early game than Mobilize. Obviously, you'd rather have both. But if you're just going to find one of those, finding that Gust and denying them the point and then from the Conquer and then the hold afterwards and making them spend those runes again is very effective. You would be surprised, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the Mind Splitter, as we were speculating, comes down and gets the action on the board. Imagine that it was able to take the Dazzling Aurora, so perhaps the play was to leave the Aurora, but no, that's never the play. But the challenge, I believe that's the second challenge of this game, number 2, does get taken away, so leaves behind a Trinity Force. What do you feel about taking one of those combo pieces away? Do you think it's just one too many puzzle? One too many things to put together in a single unit that he's not too worried about?
I think he's planning on keeping the Lucian pretty low on units and low on points. And I think he's more worried about the challenge coming down and clearing that Mind Splitter for free when MF does not have much going for her at all right now with the Aurora taken away. So if Lucian does get to that combo, he probably will be extremely favored in a way that he can do sustainably. But if he's just going to send it in right now, spending everything on that, it's not going to get him very far. It's just going to get taken out on the crackback.
Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, at the minimum, you go up to 2 points. Yes, that feels good for a temporary gain or temporary mini victory. But as you said, MF Aurora looking like she has enough with the MF champion and the Mind Splitter to take down an Ashkan. But funny enough, with only having 3 Mind Splitters in the entire deck and then just the MF in the champion zone, if you're somehow able to clear 3 Mind Splitters, they can't do anything else, because last right you have to hold or you have to conquer. Don't you just effectively win the game if you somehow defeat 3 Mind Splitters?
Big part of this kind of build is exploiting the fact that your opponent has no idea how many units you are on.
Right.
If they knew, oh, it's exactly 3 Mind Splitters, that's all I have to deal with, yes, very much so. But they also could be on a Yone, like that one list, or Yone, I don't know how it's pronounced.
Yone,
they could be on a Volley Bear or something. They could be on Dead Blooms. Who knows what they're on? Except us, we do.
Right, we know here in the casting move as we see all the knowledge, because I believe they're showing us the deck list, but I'm pretty sure these players are playing under closed deck lists, because imagine the entire Swiss rounds, 1,719 players, all in open deck lists. It doesn't make too much sense. Open deck lists most likely going to be saved for the top 8 in day 2 tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure these players, as Dimitri's getting at, doesn't have any idea what they're playing against. But speaking of the last right, most likely going to be attached, it looks like on the MF, funny enough. Do you like the push into Mind Splitter first and then ready it to come back with the Mind Splitter, or are you looking to hold perhaps?
So right now the auction's at 8 and it's going up to 13. I think the equip to the MF is because he's expecting one of these to die and he doesn't want to lose 9 might from this trade. He wants to only lose 7. So he's equipping so that it's more evenly split. And I think it's going to go through.
It looks like exactly what you said, a bit of an overzealous push, trying to get up to 2 points, and it looks like production only gave him 1 point for that conquer. He should be at 2 because of that 1-2 combo we discussed before. Mobilized to follow up the conquer, so I believe MF Aurora getting her very first point on the board, but really good impactful play, because now you got rid of a unit that was able to get those points online. Now has to rely on some kind of accelerated pressure. You do have access to Fury cards, but I don't think he was running things like Kaiser Survivor, Darius. I think he was relying a whole lot on those Lucian champions. I can't think back at the deck list from memory. Did we really?
I don't remember the deck list entirely, but I remember seeing his hand has a Kaisa, and there she comes down, accelerated. She is just so strong for drawing you into your combo as well, because you're trying to find these 2 Skyfall Trinity Force together. I think you just have to run 3 of her in this kind of deck. I don't have much experience with the deck to know for sure, but I mean, it's red, it's Kaisa, like, she just goes everywhere, right?
Yeah, one of the best cards. I think she's honestly still the more expensive card compared to the Spiritforged cards right now, but attaching that Wombo combo onto her, she does have accelerated, goes for the Forge of the Fluff. That's a little bit scary because you still have to play around a punch first. I thought it was a straightforward conquer Omblas of Power, but once to deny any additional points going forward and the MF gets taken down, a bit of a calculated risk, that's huge. Because right now, with lacking Dazzling Aurora, I don't believe he has too many cards in hand. If the Kaiser Survivor survives another push, and I don't think production is doing the points right, he should be at 4, shouldn't he?
He definitely should be at 4 because he did have that Skyfall Trinity on the auction who did conquer. Maybe he put one of those on after conquering and we just didn't quite notice the order. But this went through because both players had punch first, I think. And so neither one wanted to be the first to waste it, which makes sense.
Oh yeah, chat's correcting us. Thank you, Lunatic. He's saying that, yeah, the Skyfall was from the Forge of the Fluff getting attached, so that makes sense. So just at 3 points, so something to be very considerate of going forward. Let's see if this call shot is going to be enabling him to get something like a DA, but I think it's a little bit too late. How many runes do you have available? That's 2 floating, and that is a GG scoop. MF Aurora said, I'm out of units. I'm out of DAs. I don't know what I can do going forward. That is an impressive defeat coming at the hands of Lucian. Great stuff. I'm loving what I'm seeing whenever I see a Lucian.
Yeah, that early sabotage really changed the entire scope of the game, and I think he had enough runes where if that last called shot found him a second Aurora, he would have been able to play it.
Did he?
But didn't get to it, and yeah, it might have even then been too little too late if he found it.
And chat, here's the deck list. I'll go full screen mode so you guys can take a little bit of a screenshot. It looks like it is 2 challenges, 2 Thunder Songs. Wow, he hit the 1 sabotage. No. He definitely had more sabotages in the side deck. Definitely.
Yeah, the Kaisas might also be sided for him. That's very strange. I wonder why.
Yeah, honestly, Kaiser's just one of the better Fury cards in general. I would like to main board. I know my brother's been cooking with Lucian recently. He put 3 of them in the deck, but he's not going for the Skyfall Trinity. He thinks that's a little bit too cheeky of a play, a little bit too cute of a play. But let's see if there was any cards we didn't get to see from this MF Aurora player. It looks rather straightforward, with the simple caveat being there's only 3 units, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. Only 2 punch first as well for a little less defensive side of being able to get big. Only 2 last right, so you might not even find your way to cycle the Mind Splitters if you do manage to run through them all. This feels a little light to me. What do you think, Plus? Do you think even if he finds Aurora, he might still be in trouble?
I feel that way, right? Just 3 units. Aurora tends to hit more than 3 units in the entirety of a game, right? So once those 3 units are established on the board, Dazzling Aurora is doing absolutely nothing except revealing some card information for your opponent. So I think at the minimum, of course, I'm not an expert Aurora player to say the least, but I know there's a couple good players, Kid Leo being one of them. He was the #1 after the Swiss in Houston. I believe he was the #1 MF Aurora player going into day 2 or in Swiss. So maybe he has some insight if 3 units is a little bit too little for something like this deck, or is that just what you have to do to guarantee that card destruction game plan in these type of decks? You do have Aspirant Climb. They named it Aspirant. Man, production has to get it together. I thought I was messing up clicking buttons when we throw our tournaments. They put all this of power on Aspirant Climb and vice versa, funny enough.
Ooh. Kid Leo also saying that list is 37 cards, so it is possible that there are 2 Dead Blooms or something in the list.
That makes sense.
It just didn't get filled out by production. So we will have to see.
Oh, here it goes, Dimitri. The sabotage perfectly on time. Of course, he was 1 turn away from Dazzling Aurora, but might as well take it out while you can. We did see the Volley Bear, the 10-drop Volley Bear in the hand. So Dazzling Aurora getting recycled all the way to the bottom of the main deck. That feels good. That is one step in the right direction for the Lucian player. And we didn't get to see too much interaction from MF. Did she have a challenge at least? I just don't think she has any units to benefit from the challenge.
Yeah, she just doesn't have the pacing for it. It's gonna take her a few turns to get anything down with that volley bear. Maybe I guess the MF champion unit she could bring on board and start getting things done with. But with the Lucian going in and out, she really does need challenge to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, I believe next turn will be the best opportunity for her to do so. You bring out your chosen champion MF, challenge the Lucian. I say that, but if Lucian's able to get some equipment attached onto this Lucian, that challenge is going to just be a bit of a double-edged sword. You're going to be able to kill yourself. The Bone Shiver coming out, and that is the promo, the Bologna exclusive. I say Bologna exclusive, but I believe it's a Spiritforged Regional exclusive. Pushing forward, every time you conquer, you're able to channel a rune exhausted, as we're seeing the channeling of a rune being happening right now. And more importantly, it takes Lucian up to 5 total might, allowing that challenge to effectively trade 1 for 1, unless there's a little bit of a might increase coming out from this MF Aurora player, of course.
Yeah, and he might just be going slamming a repeated called shot and finding that next Aurora, right? That might be the game plan, is he just needs to find one sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Looks like it is. Does he find it off the called shot?
That is the big question. Floating some runes to make sure he has enough in the rune pool to do so. It looks like he wasn't too lucky to hit it off the top. Well, he did see another called shot, so using one... No, a stack deck.
And he found a stack deck, and he's at 10 runes, which means he can play it and find an Aurora and still be on curve.
Oh, Dimitri, I'm not seeing it. That's a challenge. That's a punch first and a fighter flight. Picks up the punch first, but in the eyes of no units, you said 10 runes, so at the bare minimum, he will be able to establish out that volley bear. Floats a couple more runes because we know what he's digging for. He's desperately needing that Dazzling Aurora. Let's see, he's going to be looking at 4 more cards off the top of the deck. I think he finds one. He has to find one here.
He has to. He spent one on the stack deck, which means that he doesn't have 10 available. So he has to be going all in on this Aurora.
Oh.
He might bail himself out with the Catalyst and be able to go back up in runes again next turn for hopefully spiking it next turn, but it looks like he whiffed on it. Wow.
Yeah, perhaps a bit. All 3 of them closer to the bottom. Luckily for him, Lucian doesn't have that impressive combo already set up, so he's just going to be conquering one by one going forward, which might be the breathing room she needs to try to climb back in this game. But as you pointed out, the Catalyst kind of replenishing the runes that were diminished this turn. So Calzavon, a good pickup, but that's about all you're doing. Yes, you get to establish out your champ, but you don't even get to accelerate it, or you don't necessarily want to accelerate it. This kind of opens up the window, though, if there's another equipment and a challenge coming down from Lucian, and then you don't pick up a Dazzling Aurora. I don't want to say that's GG, but you're getting awfully into that danger zone territory.
Yeah, keep in mind, things have been going a little fast here because of the Obelisk of Power, and it will be a longer game because of the Aspirant. So he might have a little more time than our normal vibe of how a game will play out for this specific one. But I do think he's going to be struggling a lot if he does not top deck the Aurora this next turn. He can't afford to go into battlefields if the Lucian can just kill him. He can't let Lucian go in first and then kill the Lucian because Lucian just gets to go back every time. There's not a good answer unless he finds that Aurora.
And he's almost considering leaving the Lucian on the board. He has that quick draw capability with the long sword, but I'll rather play it safe. Go ahead and retreat it back to base is what I'm thinking, and exactly what Drinkmaker thinks as well. Leaves 4 available. Relentless Pursuit is an action, right? So you can't play it on your opponent's turn. And how do you feel, real quick side note, about that new-ish ruling with Relentless Pursuit? Were you aware of the ruling all along, and it's just new to some players?
It was new to me when it came out, but it does make sense where at activation of cards, you have to target for everything, and all choices are made at resolution. Pretty much every card in Riftbound works like that. The only exception I know of is Tide Turner. And so because you choose whether or not to move the equipment resolution, you have to have an equipment on board to target for it. It makes sense to me. I don't know how much it changes for Lucian. I haven't played enough to figure it out. What do you think? Do you think there's fewer Lucian players because of the ruling now?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think it changes too much of anything because Lucian is an equipment-centric deck, right? You're more often not going to have at least one equipment online by the time you have a good play like a Relentless Pursuit. So I don't think it changes all that much. It might have just caught people by surprise, like, oh, I absolutely needed equipment on the board to even get any benefit from this card, or else you can't even play it, right? It's just an illegal card or illegal. There's no targets for it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, like I said, I don't think it changes too much.
It makes the deck even weaker to Thermo Beam, which is very rough.
Right. Oh, the punch first on top of the challenge, taking down the Lucian in the back line. You thought he was all but safe, but we knew there was a challenge looming in the hand and benefiting from that punch first. Despite having a quick draw longsword like we saw before, Lucian was at 3 plus 5 plus 2 plus 5, so he was up at 7. So yeah, he needed that punch first, invested onto the Mind Splitter, of course. And now this is where MF Aurora tries to make a bit of a comeback. But funny enough, she is a very late game deck with early game runes. Is that just 4 runes to her name?
Yes. All of these called shots repeated and not getting gold the way that Sivir does from each turn playing these cards means that MF goes very low very fast in this meta. And I don't know how that's going to work out for her. It looks like the Lucian player passed doing nothing though.
Yeah, whiffed any kind of units. Unbelievable. He needed just anything to progress his board state going forward. And Lucian, you can see Drinkmaker shaking his hand, shaking his head, saying, I do not love these draws getting hit off the top. The Sabotage trying to give some kind of indication, some kind of life to this game. But Sabotage able to take down a bullet time and a fight or flight just might not be enough, because right now you do have a Mind Splitter able to play out the very next turn. You're at 6 runes, go up to 8 runes, of course.
8? Yeah.
Oh, this is tough.
The Lucian player we know has double Relentless Pursuit in hand, and that is not a hand that's going to get him there. So the Mind Splitter is not going to do that much damage. It'll just let the MF player know how far ahead he is. Yeah, and here we see it coming down.
Yeah, not the best card. So 2 Relentless Pursuit, but no units to benefit from. Man, Drinkmaker is not having a grand time. Just back and forth, ganking one battlefield to the other. Kind of what Lucian wishes he was able to do going forward. Got to 2 points, and that was everything he got accomplished in this game. Let's see, does he hit off a single unit? But at this point, it just feels a little bit too late. Let's see if it's an equipment. I could almost see his, I'm not going to jinx him, but it doesn't feel like it's a unit. He's putting up his finger.
I am going to jinx him actually, because he's at 2 points. He has to go to 9, which means there is a world where a Trinity Force OTK could come down within like 2 turns. This camel might be the thing he needs to stabilize, though. Being untargetable means the fighter flights won't be able to push him back off the battlefields.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs. Not challengeable, not fight or flightable. This camel coming in and posed to do some work. But the question is it just a little bit too late? You're only at 2 points. MF Aurora will be going up to 7 points, making her just 2 points away from closing out this Aspirant Climb game. So, this is a very difficult position. If the camel had any kind of accelerated pressure to try to progress and push that Aspirant Climb right now, I would feel a whole lot better about this position. But the fact that you're going up to 7 points doesn't feel all that great. You have 2 Mind Splitters in the back. You have the MF able to get retreat for that double conquer push from 7 up to 9. But is there a world where Camel just holds it down? Or is something like, what is that, 14, 19 might enough for the Camel?
The real issue here is the Relentless Pursuits means that you cannot really force everything into the Camel and kill it. Because as soon as you send the 2 Mind Splitters in after it, it can just dance over to the other battlefield. And how are you going to deal with it through all of that?
Oh, you're absolutely right. I can't believe I completely forgot there's 2 Relentless Pursuits. A little bit of a red-orange ride the win, if you will. So I said Camel had no way of making it to the battlefield. Yes, he does. On top of that, he adds the Skyfall of Aeons on top of that. Sends it over most likely to the Aspirant Climb, I would imagine. Or are we a bit hesitant about a punch first? That's 10 might. Camel's a 5 might unit plus the 2, 7 plus the 2, 9. And a fight or flight on her own unit. Nice, nice, nice. Not too bad.
That is a 14 might Roadrunner, I believe, going in. It defends for 11, but it attacks for 14, and that's going to be very hard to deal with, especially when it can do that ride the wind that you were talking about. Oh, and he backed it up. Wow.
I believe, is it a May ability? Let me read Relentless Pursuits, because I know it says move me to base, but does it say May move me to base?
It is optional, yes.
I don't know why they wouldn't put up Relentless Pursuit, but I'll pull it up here for anyone at home. And yeah, it does say, when I conquer you, may move me to my base. So you don't ready it, you just simply move it as an optional optional thing you can do. So it does decide to take advantage of that. But I almost feel like holding could have been better, but as you pointed out, Lucian gets +1 assault for every equipment online, so a whole lot stronger on the offense. But you do allow that MF Aurora, as we said before, to get up to 7 points, and that is a crucial point to be at for these players. In a relentless pursuit number 2, Dimitri, pushing the Camel.
Yeah,
and
I don't like this.
That's still defender status, so you're not going to be able to get the benefit from the Lucian ability. Fight or flight on your own MF one more time, but that's another conquer up to 4. But now you're completely tapped out. Wait a minute. How much might did we say? Did we say 11 might on the defense?
It's 11 might defending, and there's 2 Mind Splitters that go in. I think if instead he leaves the Ruin Runner at Aspirant's Climb, and then holds that battlefield unless, who is it, Sabik, goes in with something like a double Mind Splitter, then he can Relentless Pursuit over to the other battlefield and conquer that one to try and catch up on points and hold something down. But you can't just let Sabik take things with Mind Splitters like this, I don't think. I don't think you have the point tempo to do it.
Especially because you just invested your final Relentless Pursuit. You can't conquer one, then send it over to the other one. You just have everything, all your eggs on this Camel's back. Is it going to be enough? I mean, if you had something like a Trinity Force, I would almost see it, because those double conquers would have been netting you up to, I believe, 6 points here. But, oh man, you are in top deck mode. 1 card to change it all. Heart of the cards. What does Drinkmaker make of this? And I don't think he loves it. He made a bit of a face. I can already tell that is not going to get him out of this predicament.
Player. Yeah, I love watching his expression as he's figuring out what to do and checking out the topic. Okay, he does find the combo, but I don't think it's enough here.
It's not, yeah, because you're going to be able to leave 1. But is there a world? MF has ganking abilities with the Legend, so you're able to send in 7 plus 5 plus a 2 last, right? So that's 7 to 7, 14 total might. He added 3 from Trinity Force, so he's defending for 14. So I believe the Camel is going to be trading 1 for 1. You go up to 6 points. He needed that Trinity. Actually, Trinity Force is 2. Corrected, right? So just 13.
Yeah. 13 to 14 means he's going to lose this might battle, and he won't be able to hold.
Yeah,
right?
he
Unless
won't
we're
be able to
missing
hold.
something. Does he have a punch first?
Yeah, no. Lucian is completely out of cards. This is straightforward math. As long as MF realizes what's going on, that's the last right attach over to the Mind Splitter, and you gank over and send in everything, and that is going to be a GG conquer for the MF Aurora on the Aspirant Climb. You know, this is awfully close, but it ends up being that Lucian doesn't have too many card generating tools. Like, what are the draw capabilities? Is it just Kaiser Survivor? Because I don't know. I feel like that's the one thing holding Lucian back is card power or card draw power.
Yes, I very much agree. It's Kaisa, pretty much only Kaisa. There's a couple other cards in the colors that are cantrips where, you know, they're like a 2 energy that'll draw one, like an angle shot. But they're not real draw power that will get you those pluses that you need to play in the long game. I think it's amazing that this MF player managed to pull it out without Aurora at all there. Yeah.
Yeah, some players will tell you that you don't need Dazzling Aurora to get the victory. It's just a little bit of extra win. It's almost like a win more. But I think the Sabotage were really impactful in this game. I think if somehow he had a bit luckier draws, like there was 2 turns where I believe he did absolutely nothing. I know there was definitely 1 turn where he did nothing. And then there was 1 turn of just establishing the board. But that was 2 turns that Dazzling Aurora, or not Dazzling Aurora, that Misfortune got 4 points in those 2 turns, and those 4 points changed everything in that game. And here we'll get a little interview with the winner.
Of course.
We saw it a huge amount in Origins, but it kind of has fallen down the pecking order when it comes to Spiritforged. What made you pick Aurora for this tournament?
I used to play Misfortune on set 1. That I felt in love. I was basically kind of almost dropped the game entirely, and my friend showed me, oh, there's a super nice deck, Aurora Misfortune, you should try it. And I was like, super obsessed with her. That's why I'm following it. Mid-range version looks a little bit better, but I feel like if I want to go to the tournament and win something, for at least like best of metal card or qualified to Texas Day 2, you still need to high roll a little bit. It's card game, not chess. So I have high hopes that I'm gonna ramp Aurora every game.
I hope they actually,
and we'll see how it goes.
Have you played many card games before playing Riftbound?
I played one. I'm not gonna say the name, don't worry.
Okay.
For like 2 years, and this decks works similar to what I played. It's like playing 1 card per turn, waiting a little bit. Yeah, it's super close. That's why I like it.
I get that. I think sometimes, especially when it's an endurance competition, when there's so many rounds, having something that is relatively simple to do and you know exactly how it's going to interact really helps you in that sort of stuff. Is there any deck in the format that you're really looking forward to playing against, or any deck that you really think just, I don't want to match into a single one of those guys?
There's one deck, Victor, without units, and how it's possible that I'm playing unit for like 12 costs and he can kill it with 2 cost spell. I'm just like looking into his eye, and he's like scoring points records, and okay, you can win, you can take the game, and we can finish in 15 minutes if you want. But I would love to play against Irelia. I feel like the matchup's really good for Aurora and Misfortune. Okay. But other than that, everything is kind of okay. Yep. But as you said, like the deck is simple. But for example, like Draven, Miracle, or like Ezreal are super complicated decks, and I don't feel like I will sustain playing 8 hours or 10 hours.
Yeah.
With that deck. It's my brain is like will be super tight after that.
Yeah, understandable. I think my brain will be the same way. Before we let you go, firstly, good luck in the rest of the tournament. Hopefully, you manage to make it to the top 8, or even the best of, if that's what you're looking for.
Maybe the one.
Yeah, maybe. Is there anything you want to say to your team, to your friends, anyone who might be watching?
Thank you, friends, for showing me that deck, and thank you for the testing. Thank you for the list. Thank you, Team Poland.
Thank you so much for joining us.
There we go. Well said. Hey, you know, I have to respect that in a sense that, you know, playing Miracle Draven for 10 hours long, your brain is going to be mushy by the end of it. So playing, quote unquote, a more straightforward deck, it's straightforward in a sense, but you still have to sequence things correctly. I know a lot of MF players will tell you it's not all about ramp, play Dazzling Aurora, because in situations like we just saw in that game number 3, where Dazzling Aurora gets removed from the equation, you still have to go ahead and pilot the deck as best as you can, making sure, you know, your gankings come online from MF, playing, you know, doing all the math properly. So it's not as cookie cutter, as straightforward, easy as a lot of people like to point it out. But it is a little bit more straightforward than something like a Miracle Ezreal or Miracle Draven. So I can respect that from that player.
Very much a different mindset that he has than the Ezreal player that we saw. Very interesting to see how they contrast.
Right. Yeah, the Ezreal player said, my brain is there. I'm all for it. Let's go ahead and get the hardest kind of matchups. Well, this guy, he doesn't want to cruise, but he seems like a very bright guy as well. But he wants to, you know, work smarter, not harder type of attitude. So yeah, it is cool to see the different players approaching this. And real quick to catch up in chat, Corey Milhouse saying Team Poland going to win the next country showdown. Oh, Corey, you're talking about the yeah, the Worldwide Wednesday, right? We need to get that going. So Team Poland will probably crush a lot of people. Isn't Dimitri? You know Alan, right? Alan ZQ. Or
I've seen the name, but I don't know them personally.
okay, he was a world champion over in Legends of Runeterra. He was one of the world champions of Legends of Runeterra. Okay. He's playing here in Bologna. He's obviously a likely favorite for a lot of players. He's bringing Ezreal into the Bologna Regional today, and he says he has a great matchup into everything. He says he takes down Dravens, he takes down Aurelias. So I think by 1 point throughout this weekend, either day 1 or day 2, we should be able to see Alan on stream. So we'll see. Hopefully, we get him in the next round. That'd be awesome. I just pulled a signed Soraka. Hey, good stuff, Fluff. Good stuff. GG's.
Nice.
And Navik saying, what was the ruling on Relentless Pursuit you mentioned? Do you want to go over that, Dimitri?
Yeah, the ruling is that cards need targets to be able to activate for everything that you would potentially want to do. And so because Relentless Pursuit lets you equip an equipment, you need an equipment on board that you could equip to target with the Relentless Pursuit in order to be able to activate it at all. So if you have no equipment on board, you cannot activate Relentless Pursuit, which is something that people did not realize early on.
Yeah, so Navix, let me know if you got that together. Basically, if you don't have equipment, you can't play Relentless Pursuit. Says you may. I know, Navix. That's where a lot of people are complaining. Not complaining, but having a little bit of a fit about, because it says you may thing, but it's more about having the targets on board. What's another card that's similar? I guess Switch Your Route, yeah. You need 2 targets. What are some other cards that activate that way?
Everything in Riftbound does end up working like this, where the maze are decided at resolution. So everything triggers, but then you decide at resolution. So things like Reaver's Row or Draven's ability to increase his own might when defending, or Overzealous Fan, right? All of these are things that trigger, and then like Overzealous Fan and Reaver's Row target the unit when they trigger, but you decide whether or not to do them at resolution. So this is a very common thing with how Riftbound maze work. It's just a little strange, for sure.
It is the wording. I mean, we know from the beginning of Riftbound, some of the wording on cards, especially the English cards. I don't know how it is in China, but the English cards, they pose some kind of problems for traditional TCG players coming into this game, of course. And CJ saying, what about Beast Below? Same thing, CJ. You have to have 2 targets to play Beast Below, so the same idea goes for that. Well, that's not a may, but you have to... Go ahead.
Beast Below is a unit that you can just play.
Oh, okay.
And then when he's played, he has that trigger effect to bounce to. And you can only activate that trigger effect if you have the targets. But you can still put the Beast Below on board if you do not, is my understanding.
Nice. Much prefer this commentating, just throwing that out there. Hey, Muller, I appreciate that. We're just commentating as community for fun. I think these are really great casters as well, but this is what the type of content we've always created, so we might as well do it here for the Bologna Regional. So we enjoy doing it. You know, one day we would love to do it. I don't know about you, Dimitri, but I would love to get a chance of casting in the regional. Gotta get better and better practice. I'm running on very little sleep, so sometimes my brain is going a little bit too crazy for me, but I'm trying to get it together. But yeah, it would be a dream come true to cast one of these regionals.
And you're doing all that organizing behind the scenes too, where if you get to cast for one of these, you'd just be able to fully focus on your commentary. I think it's amazing how you managed to put it all together like this, and I would be so excited for Runes and Rift to do the actual broadcasting for one of these, the actual commentary. That'd be so cool.
One day, hopefully Riot catches wind one day. I think we're a long ways away, but little by little, we'll keep grinding, put out great content. I appreciate you guys all in chat for tuning in, because I know the official broadcast is there for anyone that wants to check out the stream, but it's kind of the same thing. Like for players that I know, when I watch a stream, yes, you could talk to chat, but sometimes it's fun to have like a friend or a couple friends to be watching the stream with, which is kind of like me and Dimitri are in this sense. I don't know how Riot hasn't reached out to you. Yeah. Muller, like maybe a year or two, we'll give it some time, hopefully.
Believe, chat, it'll happen.
Yeah, Mashi in chat saying Sabib is my guy. I played against his Aurora with a 0 and 1 last time. That's Mashi. That's funny. So wait, how many of you guys are actually in Bologna? Who's in Bologna right now? Let us know in chat. Do we got anyone actually playing in today's tournament? I would imagine you guys are like focused on the games.
And anyone with Spice as well watching. I'm curious what you brought, if there's anyone willing to share.
All right, Dimitri, it looks like game number 2 for this round number 3 is about to get things started. Let's go ahead and get a little background music here. And ooh la la, we get a bit of a legend we don't get to see too often. It will be Lee Sin joining the party. I'm seeing a couple great cards. Of course, the Stellarcorn Herder, Starish Gauge, nice little cheeky one of, what is a Show of Strength? I don't know that card.
A Show of Strength is 2 energy, 1 power reaction that lets you draw 1 for each mighty unit you have, I believe. So you're going to be drawing 3 cards, maybe at most with that. It's just some good draw power.
Okay.
Very interesting.
I could see in a world where Lee Sin's lacking a little bit on the card power or card draw power. Let's see who the opponents will be. And how do you think about the feature match table? I think I think they definitely could have got a slightly bigger table. Like, come on. But hey, I know we're giving them a little bit of our very first Aurelia deck of the day. Let's take a little peek at how they build it, because every Aurelia player tends to be slightly different. It looks like they're going for 6 lower to the ground units in the Sneaky Deck Cannon Tide Turner. And then just everything on the...
I'm not seeing any Draven.
Yeah, no Draven Audacious. You're definitely right. It looks like just a Stellarcorn Herder and then the Protect the Queen game plan. I love Aurelia as a champion. I know you said Aurelia is taking it all the way, so I know you're a fan of Aurelia. So this is going to be a fun matchup. Lee Sin versus Aurelia, the power of the Comdex. I just think Aurelia is a little bit too good in Spiritforged. I don't see a world, unless this Lee Sin plays out of his mind.
I feel like Lee Sin is like a toned down version of Jax right now. I don't have any experience in this matchup at all, though, to know how it goes. Do you have any idea how this plays out? Have you played it since you're on Aurelia a lot of the time?
I haven't played this matchup, but funny enough, this matchup literally came up in our 1K last week, and it was a Lee Sin versus an Aurelia. Because I know this because I just uploaded one of the videos this past couple of days, and Lee Sin did okay, but it was a 2-0 in the way of Aurelia. She just has too many tools in her box and just has too many options. She has the card advantage. The double Dreaming Tree is going to be very favorable for the Flash player, for the Chaos player that has a bit more to her, the Fighter Flights, the Rebukes. I mean, Fighter Flight are your own units, but more so, I think we saw at least one Flash. Dimitri, imagine a world where you're holding both battlefields and a Flash, a double draw. If you have a Stellarcorn Herder on one of those, that's a triple draw. So I think this double Dreaming Tree can favor... What happened?
Oh, in Annie set 1, it happened all the time.
Right.
You have double Dreaming Tree games, especially in the mirror or against Kaisa, and oh man, those flash.
Yeah, chef's kiss, right? It feels so good.
I hope we get to see that today. Yep.
It most likely will come into play.
Now. You're so right.
And weirdly enough, it looks like Aurelia started on the play, but perhaps something of the like of a judge call, because it looks like both players stopped playing for the time being. And yeah, chat, I don't know. Were we looking away for a slight second? How is there a judge call within the second turn of the game? Maybe one too many cards on the main board? What are we thinking?
I'm not sure. I didn't see anything strange or suspicious anywhere. It just looked like the Aurelia missed their turn 1 play. Maybe someone missed a draw?
Maybe, like, but Tatiana Pai, thank you so much. I think he channeled from his main deck. Guys, that's the second time someone channeled from their main deck. Thank you, Tatiana, and welcome on in. Let's head back to the game, though. But, man, is it maybe the layout they have? Why are these players so confused on where to channel from?
I don't know. It's maybe just tournament nerves with being on stream and everything causing this. I could totally see that being the issue here.
Definitely. Hey, no, this is what makes Lee Sin so good. Normally a Poro, Pouty Poro, Lonely Poro would trade 1-for-1 against a Sneaky Deckhand, but because you have the 1 buff increase from Lee Sin, you're able to actually conquer here no problem. Of course, there is that one little rune, and one little rune in Aurelia can get a whole lot done. You have the On Guard, you do have the Defiant Dance. Could be a little bit of premature to invest that Defiant Dance, but I think an On Guard doesn't feel all that bad because of the Dreaming Tree battlefield currently. So Lee Sin has to thread carefully going forward. Let's see what he decides to do and takes the safe route. I don't blame him, but I almost would have taken the risk. What about you, Dimitri? Where would you go there?
It really depends on his hand. I think because he has the Thwonk, it looked like, being able to grab his own battlefield, and especially with his Sona, he's much better equipped to defend a battlefield than attack into one. So I actually do kind of like this play. Okay. I do see it working out.
Yeah, actually, as you said, if we knew the actual hand, the cards in hand, it makes a lot more sense, because why risk it? You want to go ahead and establish a Sona onto the battlefield as soon as you can, getting your 4 runes back and available on your opponent's turn. Now is your turn to try to do some kind of Dreaming Tree shenanigans. You do have a calm deck of your own, most likely with a Discipline, most likely with a Punch first, because you do have Body as well, and that is 4 body runes. And it looks like the Queen has arrived. Aurelia Fervent hitting the board. Now I'm slightly nervous for something like a challenge. Sona's up to 5 total might with the buff. Are you throwing it, or are we scared of a Defy from Aurelia? If you have it.
I'm always scared of that Defy, or even more so a Defiant Dance, right? Because that pushes the Aurelia up to, what, 7 and the Sona down to 3? And so being able to overcome that seems tough, but it looks like he's going for something expensive instead. The Chosen Champ comes out. Interesting.
Interesting, and that's actually a +2 for every buff unit on that battlefield. So Sona will be defending for 7, that Pouty Poro up to 5, and then the Lee Sin himself, is he a 6 cost or 6 might? Yeah, 6 might. So man, what is the math on that?
The math
14 plus 5?
Usually you deal with this by going in, trading something for the Lee Sin, and then getting rid of all of those extra bonuses that he would give before killing everything else. But Aurelia doesn't have enough units usually to make that very feasible. So he might be able to, would you say 14 might on this battlefield?
No, even more. I think it's total like 19. 20. Because it was 6-6. No, 6-6-5.
6-7-5, right?
Yeah, 6-7-5. So 13 plus 5, 18 total might. Right? I'm pretty sure.
He's got more options to defend with this summit. He's just stacking this battlefield hard. Wow. He is all in on, this is my battlefield, and I'm going to at some point get to the other battlefield to just get slightly ahead in points.
I mean, right now he's losing the point tempo. He doesn't have the point tempo, right? The Stellarcorn Hoarder will hold up to 4 points, so he's investing so much on that upper Dreaming Tree. How is he going to maneuver his way down below? I mean, Lucian is a way of getting there, but now if he tries to set up the Aurelia Fervent onto the opposing Dreaming Tree and just holds it for dear life with things like a Discipline, Defiant Dance, and then even rebukes or fight or flight, unless I'm mistaken, no, yeah, Stellarcorn Hoarder did hold up to 4 points, so he will get to 8 before his opponent does.
I think Lee Sin has a couple of tools. He has that first mate in his hand where he can gank something over. Okay. And the other thing is, Aurelia has to be holding up multiple runes every turn to be defending, whereas the Lee Sin player has this Sona at the battlefield that means he can tap out and then untap 4 every turn. So he can build up his base and build up his might even faster than the Aurelia player, and you can see the difference on board already.
Yeah, you definitely can. It's usually Aurelia having no problem going in and out of these battlefields, but setting up a fortress, a monstrous fortress at that, on that upper Dreaming Tree, a Sunlit Guardian, and with that Lee Sin getting 2 might increases on every single unit on that battlefield, that is going to be a big problem to crack for this Aurelia player. But let's see, because you do need to take a sneaky deckhand. Actually, funny enough, you do have effectively enough might with the Lucian alone, but whenever you see an Aurelia player with 5 runes at the ready, I am nervous. I am not feeling too confident about this Conqueror, but you have to do it. There's no other way of winning this match except by doing this one play right here. Discipline does get played out, so that's a double draw to start things off, and 2 can play at that game, it seems like.
Yep, I think it's just the game plan of I'm going to go in, test a little the waters, and discipline on Dreaming Tree means if this Lucian dies, I'm fine because I get my draw 2 off. How much further are we going to test them, though, now that we're not getting Dreaming Tree draws anymore and we're getting Defiant Danced?
Yeah, Defiant Dance does pose a bit of an issue for this Lucian player. Or not the Lucian player, we just had a Lucian player, but for the Lucian champ, a punch first will be enough to get him over the hump, though. Does he have something like that, or is he going to be letting this Lucian go? The discipline looks like it's resolving now, so they're resolving last in, first out, so the Lucian discipline goes first, then the Aurelia player draws her 2. And let's see if G1L has any additional might increases. We at the minimum see something like a discipline, but is that just going to be trading 1 for 1 there?
Yeah, he's still 1 too small with this discipline, so he needs to find something else to be able to get through.
Oh, there it is.
Wow. That's an expensive equip. But very strong, basically a spinning axe, and we all know how strong that is for Draven.
And you know, Aurelia has a final trick up her sleeve. It looks like there's the Rebuke / Fight or Flight getting invested. Do you have a Defiant hand? Actually, you could have a Defiant hand. I was just going to say he doesn't have any Calm Runes, but he does have a couple Calm Runes, and that will be a not so fast, meaning the Lucian will be able to conquer up to 5 points, and that is a bit of a disastrous situation for the Aurelia player. She just invested, what was that, a Discipline, a Fight or Flight, and a Defiant Dance. That is 3 cards taken out of the equation for the Aurelia player going forward. I mean, granted, the same can be said for Lee Sin, but one of these players is in firm control of these battlefields, and one of them is just sitting pretty in the base so far. So I like Lee Sin's position from here.
Keep in mind, though they did invest 3 cards, they drew 3 cards each between Dreaming Tree and Disciplines. So they're not really down in card economy at all. They're just maybe lower on combat tricks in hand relative to other tools. And I do think the Aurelia is going to need every combat trick possible going forward to clear this 30 might battlefield.
Yeah, honestly, like chat saying, this Lee Sin is chefing something up. He is cooking. He is undefeated in this Bologna regional run, so he knows exactly what he wants to get done. He is actually poised to look pretty good on locking in a best of Lee Sin meta. I mean, a 3-0 Lee Sin, you obviously know what you're doing with this deck, so I'm going to bet we might be looking at the Lee Sin best of winner, but of course, we will know when everything's said and done. Let's see what Aurelia does on this turn. Double Stellar Corn Herder, meaning double draw, and is it going to be enough? Because Theric, as you said, brings it up to 3, so that's 8 might versus the 7 might, and simply to flash. Interesting. So what is that, a quadruple draw this turn?
That's a draw 5.
Right, a quintuple draw.
Wow, the Lucian is at 7, I believe, right? Theric Gauge for 3, Lucian's at 3, and the buff for 1.
It was. He was definitely at 7. So Double Herder was just attacking for 6. So he's definitely just did that for an impressive 5 draw. When do you ever draw 5? That's more than a progress day.
Yeah, I've seen it out of like Aurora Volibear playing out a Cadrigan with 5 guys on board, but not much else. It is hard to get draw in that number.
Yeah, funny enough, you draw 5, but you still have to get through that upper Dreaming Tree. I mean, you have to get, the Lucian one isn't too much of a problem. It is the Dreaming Tree up top. On top of having a hidden card, thinking about the hidden card potential being Calm, being Body, I would only imagine perhaps something of the like of a Zhonya's Hourglass. What are we thinking, Dimitri? What can that hidden card be?
Yeah, Zhonya's makes a lot of sense here. there's not really many tools that he could have. I mean, the other things are like here to help if he wants to pull something out of his hand, but I don't think his list had many tools for that kind of thing. That's about it. Yeah, so it's probably just going to be that. Oh, it could be the green card that was like designed for Azir that's a flash basically. Where it's like
Oh,
move
the
as many
Emperor's
units as you want from a
Divide,
battlefield.
right? That makes sense on a Dreaming
Yeah.
Tree.
And if you send Aurelia with like 16 buffs in and you have an answer for a repeated Thwonk, the Emperor's Divide to save all your units really makes sense to so that this Azir can, or this Lee Sin can double conquer back after that. So I really like the hidden here. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, I'm loving it, as you said, and the big nuance and the big difference between a Flash and an Emperor's Divide. Emperor's Divide, I'll pull it up here shortly. It actually says any amount of units on a battlefield back to base, so you're not restricted to a single 2 or single 1 or single 2 units. And Ride the Wind, this Aurelia is greedy for the card draw, but perhaps just short of answers, which is surprising to me. After drawing 5, you should have the answers in hand, but who knows? And a Defiant Dance, it looks to be quite beneficial at that. And look, yeah, so yeah, draw 1 for pushing forward Dreaming Tree, draw 1 for pushing back.
The issue is, right, is now the Aurelia gets to the point where he has so many cards in hand that his limiting factor is runes. And so spending 1 for the Ride the Wind is rough. But the need to find really efficient cards like the Defiant Dance is high. So I think it makes some sense for him to have gone in with that Ride the Wind just because he needs to get to those really efficient rune tools.
Right. And we'll see. It looks like he has no priority in trying to take down that upper Dreaming Tree, as we said before. Honestly, there's very little things you can do. I've never seen quite an established battlefield as we've seen this Lee Sin player get to. And he did it nice and early. I believe that Sona and that Poro on top of the Lee Sin has been there for at least 3 turns now. Or it might be the 3rd turn as he passes his turn, but it's been staying there for the entirety of this game, which is honestly super impressive because one of the hardest things to do in the game of Riftbound is to hold a battlefield. You're like, yeah, there's a couple ways to score. You could score by conquering, you could score by holding, but I believe the stats are extraordinary in the favor of conquering. I think like 70% of the points scored in a Riftbound game is usually just strictly conquering. Very few are actually from holding, but this Lee Sin wanting to change the game a bit, and he's trying to get the majority of his points from holding, interesting enough.
Yeah, Sona really letting him go for that. And it was Poro down on turn 1, Sona turn 2, and what is this? Is this a Leona?
No, that's another Lee Sin. That's +4 for every single buff.
Wow. Those units are massive now.
Yeah, Aurelia is going to need something like an unchecked power to get rid of this Dreaming Tree. And now with the point tempo leaning in the favor of G1L, this is looking very good for Lee Sin in this game number 1 of this round number 4 to go his way. There is just nothing you could do. Rebuke one of the Lee Sins. Yes, you have another one. Rebuke both of the Lee Sins. You still have a big amount of units to get through. I am loving Lee Sin's position. More so, I'm loving what he's doing in this deck. This Sona allowing him to get 4 runes every single end of turn. This is like Annie, but on steroids, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from Lee Sin.
I do think there is a possible line for Aurelia. One of the things that lets Aurelia break massive battlefields is being able to pump up Aurelia massively and then go in with the Guardian Angel, trade for half of their might, ready that Aurelia again, and go back in. So it's possible to, with like a double Defiant Dance and a Boots of Swiftness, get in there for enough damage, clear out both Lee Sins, and then head back in after that. I could see it being broken, but it's a very uphill climb to do so. Have you done much breaking these 30, 40 might battlefields plus?
You know, if there's one
unlikely it is?
unit that can do it, and there's one card combinations, as you said, the Guardian Angel with a plethora of combat tricks. We're talking about multiple Defiant Dances, multiple on guards and disciplines at that. There's one unit that could get it done, because once Guardian Angel trades, you keep all the might increases for the remaining of the turn, so you're able to ready it with the final combat trick and then send everything over. And we said there wasn't any Draven Audacious in the deck. Perhaps they were in the sideboard, and that's actually could be a way of closing things out. Wait a second, but you need your opponent to conquer, because Draven needs to win in a combat, doesn't he?
Right. This is one of the decks where Draven can win combats while doing holding because of Charm. He pulls out the Charm to bring a unit over, forcing the opponent to start a combat and letting him win to win that point tempo over. Does he have the cards to actually win this combat though now?
Yeah, he does win a combat, so he's going up to 7 points. He needs another. Actually, wait a second. Taking the point tempo from this Lee Sin player.
And now Lee Sin has to figure out how to take back this Dreaming Tree, and if that's an Emperor's Divide hidden, he can send all of this might in there. This might come down to one massive final showdown.
I love what you're saying, Dimitri. Let's see that Emperor's Divide. Everything comes back in the ready position, and then you send everything over, trying to conquer the Fervent, the Stellacorn, the Draven Audacious, and there it is. The Emperor's Divide was indeed the card under the hood, so every single unit, if you want, for sure think the Lee Sins come back. Oh, double Defy! But the Defy for the Defy!
It's all coming out to stop this from happening, and it looked like Lee Sin is going to come out on top with one more Defy.
Unbelievable sequence of events going down in this very last moments of this game number 1. Incredible stuff. He said, no, I have the Defy for your hidden card. Oh, I have another one, Defy for the Defy, making sure every single unit will get recalled back to base, more importantly in a ready position, allowing each of those units to standard move over to the Aurelia battlefield. He conquered one, or held one at 7, and will conquer up to 8 points. GG. Power Spike should be all but locked in to get this game number 1. And it actually, it's funny enough, I can't believe we're already in round 4. These rounds have been flying.
Yeah, well, this is, round 4. Wow. For anyone confused, it went Emperor's Divide, Defy. He let that resolve. He does another Emperor's Divide. It gets defied, and then he defies the Defy. So the second Emperor's Divide should be going through as it stands right now.
Yeah. No, I mean, Aurelia is completely tapped out unless there's a card we completely don't know. Maybe a future card in set 3. But Aurelia is out of options. That was 2 cards invested. And Yuri saying, wait a second, what is he complaining about the judge for? No, chat, maybe he's a little bit upset of the results of that matchup, but I don't think there was any kind of judge calls. We throw it back here in this intermission. Did I miss my blind boy winning? No, Mara, you're just in time. Your blind boy actually took down the victory against the likes of a meta contender, Aurelia. If you asked me before, I mean, I kind of said it. I thought there was no world for Lee Sin was taking it down, but GG, I think he's scooping now. Yeah, it looks like the judge calls
a pretty dominant fashion too. Aurelia had a lot of tricks, had 20 cards, and Lee Sin was still managing to take that down. Wow, does that change your view of the matchup going forward? I think that was just game 1, right?
Yeah, I think the biggest card and the biggest difference maker in that matchup had to be Sona, because Sona enabled him to have a whole lot of defensive capabilities in that game number 1. But, I mean, it was a little bit of a combination between the buffs coming out from the Lee Sin Legend and then the Lee Sin Chosen Champion. The +2 was very crucial with holding that fort down, right? Because that was every single turn he buffed the unit. And then when you stack those up, you're like, oh, that's not going to matter too much. But now those buff ended up being +3 on every single one of those units. And little by little, it was like a little bit of a snowball rolling downhill. It just kept getting bigger and bigger the longer this game went forward. So yeah, I do want to say, I don't know if I completely favor Lee Sin for the remaining of the game, but I was very impressed with what I saw in that game 1.
Yeah, I agree. Chat saying turn 2 Sona was really lucky, and that might be what it takes in this matchup, is if Lee Sin can find the Sona early, he can just stack things better. But that Sona did really make that hold strategy work for the Lee Sin.
Oh yeah, it really did. It works so well. Now with Aurelia keeping that in mind, you do have an option of playing things like Rebuke on the Sona, making it that much more difficult to hold, because then you won't get the tap back for playing the Sona. Yeah. So it's going to be tricky going forward. And oh, this is a scene we didn't get to see unless I've been sleeping on this scene. I don't think, because this is a little reminiscent of what the China Regionals does. They show you the battlefield selection, and then they show you game 2 battlefield selection, which it looks like they didn't show us. They meant to show us, it looks like.
Hasn't come out yet. Yeah, we're still figuring out what those game 2 battlefields are. Okay, and they've dropped. Sunken Temple versus Monastery of Hirana.
Yeah, fantastic battlefields for both of these players, as Aurelia will be on the play. So things like Sneaky Deckhand won't be online, but you do have a Siren. Best card in Aurelia deck to play around the likes of Draven, I want to say. You get in and then you come out with the Siren. A really fantastic card for the Stellarcorn Herder. We saw how impressive card draw potential the Aurelia had going forward with the end. Speaking of the devil, the Stellarcorn Herder established as early as that opening 2 turns, so feeling good about the curve so far.
The issue is sometimes, even when you have that Stellarcorn, you run out of runes. And so with this Lucian going in and out, not losing any value by holding potentially, they might be able to get ahead by just having more runes in the long run if they have that Sona line again. Let's see.
Let's see, and he's saying you have to tap 1 for your unit, so +1 on the Lucian, allowing him to pick up 1 draw. I think this Monastery Hirana will be changing things, because the only card draw he had last game was on the back of Dreaming Tree. Granted, he did pick up quite a bit of draws from that Dreaming Tree, but now the Monastery Hirana, it will strictly benefit Lee Sin only in this game. So let's see, and it looks like 2 with the Stellarcorns, right?
It's going to be a Stellarcorn on Stellarcorn game, and you were talking about draw power being an issue. It is no longer going to be what it looks like. Both players will have very healthy hands with these Stellarcorns.
I do believe so. The only baseline interaction for Aurelia will be those charms, and the charms doesn't look to be too impactful, as you don't have any units to benefit from the charms, of course. Establishing out a naked Aurelia Fervent. Maybe that's not the best word to use, but you guys know what I mean. I mean like unprotected, no guardian angel Fervent hitting the board. So if there's a challenge, a discipline, there's a world you could take down the Fervent before it really starts getting out of control, but I don't think he has the cards in hand.
Yeah, it is possible. Challenge would work. Potentially could do a charm somehow. I don't know if he was on that, but there's not a lot of options here, and his might is pretty small at the moment.
Yeah, it is. And even if he did have the challenges, it would cost him a bit with the deflect as well. Does buff up the I almost want to say Soraka, but it is a Stellarcorn Herder, so buffs it up. Sends it into the Monastery. That's going to be a double draw, but you're not able to retreat it back like the Siren did on the Aurelia side. Uses the buff, so as we said, that will be the second draw of the turn. Let's see what they have in mind, because Lee Sin no longer able to add any buff, so Lucian does go up to 3 points themselves, retreats back to base. And what do they have? Okay, the Sona that did incredible work in game number 1. Trying to make a difference in this game number 2, but it feels slightly different because none of your units are buffed. So what? You're only defending for 7? I'm wondering about this play.
Yeah, I mean, it might just be this is the efficient time to get value out of this Sona and attempt to protect this Stellarcorn. And even if the Sona dies, you might be able to pull it out from being ahead in the point tempo and making your opponent waste too many cards. But it does feel like this might be Aurelia's chance to break into this battlefield before it gets out of control.
Yeah, I could definitely agree. Let's see if he has the same idea in mind. Goes ahead and plays out that biggest safety net for the Fervent. Gets the Guardian Angel online. Chooses it, so +2. 1 for turn, 1 for the Chosen. Tries to get the simple conquer first. I wouldn't blame him of getting a double draw here before committing to this push. But likes the push first, so I believe right now it's 7-7. Okay. Emperor's Divide, bringing both of those units back, unless there's something like a Defy, like we saw at the end of the game number 1. But I don't think I would use it here. I don't think it makes too much of a difference.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. And it really makes sense for him to have played that Sona like that to the battlefield when you know that he has that Emperor's Divide in hand to just pull everything back to safety. I like this line that he's taken.
Yeah, I definitely do. And you know, I'm kind of seeing that the synergy coming out from the Lee Sin. I see how he makes Sona work, because one of the biggest downfalls for Sona is that against this Draven filled meta, you're leaving a unit on the battlefield. And I mean, yes, Draven does get an additional draw even if you Emperor's Divide, but at the minimum, you're keeping your cards safe, but trying to not keep them safe. A Charm coming down, forcing his hand with the Defy. Is there a Defy to the Defy? Man, these calm decks going crazy.
Yeah, they're just going back and forth. We're getting our Sona charmed over, and now do we try and defend her, or do we just let her lose this?
Yeah, honestly, I'm a bit worried because we are talking about a Fervent, right? One discipline is a +3 on the Aurelia. You could punch first, but that's still not going to be enough. And then you're out the door, 2 body runes. Honestly, I mean, call it hindsight or commentary booth knowledge, but I think you just let it go. What about you, Dimitri? Are we letting this go, or are we committed?
I think I let it go as well. However, it does look, based on that Aurelia's hand, like he doesn't have combat tricks, really. Okay, he does have a discipline at least. But this is very expensive. I think the Lee Sin is priced into using a discipline now, too. And he's so low on runes for the next turn. I don't know. This seems rough.
Yeah, I think the one bit of a deciding factor for me is the GA. No matter if you win the combat, Aurelia doesn't ever truly die because of the Guardian Angel, right? So you're investing a whole lot of resources on saving the Sona. Yes, is a big pivotal card, of course. You're able to ready 4 runes. But as you said, you're going down to 3 runes. You have 5 runes the next turn. You're not able to make too much of a play. I don't even think you could play your Lee Sin champion. Or if you do, that's everything you're going to be able to get done that turn. So you can't buff up with your legend and play that Lee Sin champion. So things aren't looking too good. And to make matters worse, the Aurelia still sticks around.
I think if it works, it's worth it. Because you get to untap, because you get to keep that Sona, which means instead of 5 runes, you realistically have 9 to be working with. And you get the point from conquering on the opponent's turn. So he is way up in point tempo at this point.
Yeah, definitely up there, because he should be able to go up to 6 points here. Lucian, get in, get out, stop messing around, and then back to base. I think this Sona had a great game plan of holding the fort down like he did in game 1. I think in this game number 2, you have to try to adapt to the current situation, and he might be better off retreating the Sona, because you just invested a punch first and discipline. I don't know how much more he has. I'm leaning towards just try to play out as much units as you can. Maybe a Sunlit Guardian, a Lonely Poro, even a First Mate, something of the like to try to push forward on that final 6 to 8 point hold. And looks like he does play the Sunlit Guardian. And maybe just the Poro, I would imagine. No, the buffs, it looks like. Valuing the buffs, because Lee Sin can make that +2 for each of those buffs. So that makes somewhat sense.
Can you move the Stellacorn here and get any draw power? I guess if you're pulling back the Sona, you can't afford to, yeah.
I like this play. As we were saying, I think you just retreat and you bank on going from 6th to 8th point. You need a couple. I mean, you're praying Aurelia taps out. That is a dream come true, but Aurelia never truly taps out. You have enough runes for something like at minimum a rebuke. And to make matters work, there is a charm in hand. So that Sona / Lucian might not be around for that final 6th to 8th push, of course. So this is tricky. I think Aurelia, with the sheer hand size, looking to close things out despite being behind slightly on points. I just think she has one too many answers in hand. Let's see how it plays out though, of course.
Yeah, I mean, Aurelia can get a lot going here and hold up a lot of runes, but the issue is she's not used to facing down these defies and stuff that the Lee Sin keeps bringing back to cause issues with. I still put this at Lee Sin favored, but I don't know. I think it could still go either way.
Okay, you're still feeling good about Lee Sin's position. I could almost see it. I just feel like Aurelia Fervent will be able to hold any kind of onslaught. I mean, I guess Lee Sin accelerated. Sunlit Guardian goes up to what? 3, 4, 5, 6 attack. I don't know. It's tricky. It's definitely tricky. It looks like he's prioritizing getting one more additional draw before passing it on over. Because I think from that point, you need to keep as many runes available on this push as you can. You have a double rebuke, so at the minimum, you want at least 4 runes. Maybe 2, 4, 6. Yeah, you might just have to pass from here. Double rebuke and a discipline might just be the best line of play, or at the minimum 2 1 cost plays, double on guard, double defiant dance. But I think 2 rebukes is essential for that final hold, or at least stopping
my
Lee
issue
Sin.
is, yeah, Aurelia has to be so focused on keeping one battlefield, right? And so that means all of these combat tricks are probably going with the Aurelia, which means Lee Sin could just sneak into Sunken Temple and hold it down the way he was doing in game 1.
Okay. I mean, with the Siren, it makes it rather easy to kind of effectively gank on over to the other battlefield, and then you save your combat tricks on the offense. You could just rebuke proactively instead of defensively. So I still think like it ends up being similar situation, but he does decide to invest one of those rune resources to hide most likely a fight or flight. And now the ball is in Lee Sin's court. Can he close things out with 7 runes, 3 units? It seems like a tall task if you ask me, but let's see.
It does. The other option he has here is the Aurelia player is only at 5 points. So he could just take a full turn off to build up his base and choose not to go in yet.
Right. Especially you have to be a bit mindful of the Draven Audacious as well, but saying, you know what, let's go ahead and risk it for the biscuit. I don't believe you have a way of taking down all these units. I guess he's banking on that Lee Sin champion, buffing up one of these Lucians like buffing up one of these units like a Lucian. But it just doesn't seem like an impressive defensive hold. Maybe because we know there's a double rebuke in hand, but there is a not so fast, I believe, as well from Lee Sin. So both of these players coming down to the very last moments of this game number 2 does get the draw from Sunken Temple. Actually, no, from Stellarcorn it was.
And that was a very long pause while you were talking of the Aurelia player considering, do I waste this hidden card and spend everything I've got moving the Aurelia with Ride the Wind over to Sunken Temple and conquering here to try and go up to 8 on my own turn, or do I let this be a longer game of fighting it out for 2 more turns? And he chose the long route. Do you think you would have gone for the conquer the Sunken Temple as Aurelia on this turn here, or do you think you also favor the play it defensive strategy that you've been talking about of, you know, hold it back and rebuke on his turn?
Yeah, I feel like with the Siren, you don't feel too bad. I do like the Ride the Wind play to try to catch your opponent by surprise. But looking at the hand in Lee Sin, that Tuan coming into the equation might pose a bit of a problem for any incoming attackers, of course. If the Fervent tries to buff up, or of course you wouldn't buff it up beforehand, but as anticipated, the Lee Sin champion does get played on the Sunken Temple. do you go ahead and play... do you go ahead and buff one of your units with your last remaining rune? You know, this is just going to be straightforward math for the Aurelia player because you're completely tapped out. You do have one hidden card. I guess the one saving grace, Aurelia doesn't go up to 8 the next turn, does she? She is going up to a max of 7.
Exactly. Your one threat here of Aurelia going up to 8 would be a Draven, but the number of runes that Aurelia has to spend to be able to get into the Sunken Temple means that she won't be able to play Draven as well. So I think it will work out, if that's an Emperor's Divide hidden, to be able to defend potentially. But or retreat and then double conquer. But the issue here is he doesn't have the runes for Thwomp. So a single Defy might be enough to get Aurelia there.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think a Defy will change the entire game plan for this Lee Sin because he's banking off if Aurelia has enough combat tricks to get things done on the other side of the battlefield, go ahead and Emperor's Divide. And Emperor's Divide is a reaction speed going before the rebuke. Does he want to go ahead and reveal his hand, retreat everything back to base? And that he does. The options are clear though. Do you choose your entire units? I feel like you just can't pick apart one or two. I think it's all or none, right?
You can choose any number of units, but the thing is, he doesn't need to defend this. As we said, the Aurelia player is only able to go up to 7 points, and now that he spent the rebuke, he can't afford the Draven. So there's no threat of 8. I think you just pull everything back and double conquer on your own turn.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. I think you just choose it all. I believe Aurelia's perhaps considering a negate / defy, something to counter out this Emperor's Divide. I mean, if he had a defy, I would only imagine it would have been played out already. So most likely doesn't have any counter capabilities for the Emperor's Divide. So thinking very carefully, he does not like his position. He doesn't most likely have any impactful units with 5 runes available. You can perhaps play out another Aurelia if you had one. You could play out another Stellar Corn, but that's just 3 might. I like this Lee Sin. Are we about to see a 2-0 from Lee Sin? I could be getting ahead of myself because there's a lot of combat tricks for Aurelia.
Yeah, Aurelia has 5 up, and Lee Sin, we know one of his best tools in hand is that Thwomp on defense, and he's not going to play defense here. So that Thwomp is dead. He's only got, what, like a discipline or 2? He's very low on combat tricks right now. It's very close.
Yeah, perhaps if he hits something like that impressive punch first off the top of the deck, could feel a bit better about that. But he has to conquer both, so it's tricky because Aurelia could choose to, you know, let go of one battlefield and invest every single combat trick into the Aurelia battlefield. With that in mind, maybe you test the waters, go for the Fervent battlefield first, see how much combat trick he has. I mean, this is a tricky position. I don't envy the Lee Sin player because I don't know how I'm maneuvering this, honestly. It would have to depend what's in hand, of course. But this is definitely a very, very tricky position, like I said.
I think for me, the first move is that buffed Stellacorn into the Aurelia Stellacorn. You're 1 bigger, and you're going to be able to get some draws off that. So you can force out any combat tricks on that less important fight that the Aurelia doesn't want to defend. And then you get to draw 2 cards off of that. 1 instead of going to 8, and 1 for the move. So you get to see extra tools before going into that Aurelia. I think that's how I would play it.
Okay. Yeah, let's see what he decides to do then. I do think that's the more optimal line. It looks like, is that a marching order? Something like a challenge, but buffs up the Lucian just to get +3 essentially. Ooh. And goes for the straightforward conquer first on the Stellar Corn Herder. Does he decide to invest any kind of resources, or does he want to save every single combat trick for the Aurelia hold? You do get more of the value from those hold with the +1 being chosen on the Fervent each and every time. And now's not the time to see the whole hand. I guess now better than ever. I do want to see the entire hand. Okay, I think I see a Sterix gauge, so...
Yeah, the reason we went in with the Lucian is Lucian can come back and we have a first mate, I bet. And that first mate means this Lucian can do double duty and attack into both battlefields this turn.
I love that. Most likely what he has in mind, but the Defiant Dance having another thing in mind. So up to -2 for Lucian, trying to equalize that -2 with a discipline of their own. I think Aurelia's short on counterplay. So I don't think the 5s are not so fast coming down, or I think I do see one not so fast, but it doesn't work on spells, of course, or it doesn't work on when you don't choose your own, it doesn't work on anything that doesn't choose your own units, of course. So Lucian should be able to have enough, forcing Aurelia to have one more combat trick in mind. And every combat trick invested into Stellar Corn Herder, that's one combat trick not invested into the Fervent Hold. So this is a tough. You see Euro just kind of digging deep into that think tank, saying, wait a second, what do I actually do here? This is coming down to the bitter end of this game number 2.
I think he has to go for a ride the wind over and defend harder on one battlefield. I think that's his only shot of getting there, is a ride the wind plus the rebuke, maximum defense on one spot, and he doesn't go for that. I think the math just doesn't work out here for him. And he might have seen that it doesn't work out, but just doesn't see a ride the wind line.
Yeah, I didn't see it going forward. Perhaps, I mean, he does have, he does indeed have the ride the wind, but didn't see it. I mean, Aurelia's already ready, so wouldn't get that plus additional draw. But it looks like the graphic already gave Lucian the victory, being at 8, but he just holds, or doesn't hold. But I wonder if this is, no, they can't have the inside scoop. I don't want to see it. I want to see him actually do it. And oh man, a challenge being picked up from that 7th to 8th pseudo conquer, if you will, gets retreated back, has exactly enough runes for something like a punch first and a first mate. Is that everything you need to get over this Aurelia? Oh, wait.
I think so. Okay.
I guess
so
2's less than
ready.
3.
Yeah, it is. The Emperor's Divide pulls it back, and that's going to be enough there. Wow.
I didn't do the math, but was all that might enough for the Aurelia Fervent? I guess so. I mean, he conceded for a reason. Perhaps he had no remaining combat tricks. That has to be the case.
He had a rebuke, a ride the wind, and a not so fast, but no ways of buffing or targeting the Aurelia, really. So there was not a way for him to defend that Aurelia beyond just trying to rebuke one unit. Yep.
Yeah, and man, Dimitri, like I said before, if you asked me at the beginning of this round number 4, who's going to be taking it, I thought Aurelia would clean sweep, but man, I said the only way Lee Sin will win is if he played out of his mind, and that he did. I am so impressed with that Lee Sin.
Yeah.
I think he is all but locked in to get that best of Lee Sin medal card for sure at the minimum, but I think chat and myself agree with you. I think the ride the win was your only out there. The only thing I think he was a bit hesitant on, if you ride the win, that's just less runes you have available going forward. So yes, you win that combat, but maybe that was just the one combat you needed to win, because then the Lucian gets eliminated. I think that had to be the correct line either way.
I think you do it the other way. You ride the wind, the Stella coin, which was at 5 might because of the Defiant Dance, over to the other battlefield with the Aurelia. You get another draw. Maybe that will also be a card that can save you, like a Defiant Dance. And then with the 5 might Stella Corn and the Aurelia that you can pump up more, or you can rebuke their Lee Sin, you defend for your life on that other Monastery of Harana battlefield.
Right.
That's, the only line I was seeing, but maybe he was too low on purple runes to use the rebuke and the ride the wind, and maybe that's why he didn't go for it. I don't know.
Yeah, perhaps trying to save something for like a rebuke that didn't even come into play either way. So Emperor's Divide, I guess he was trying to say what you were saying, like the first mate, but instead of paying 3, he paid 2 to effectively do the same thing. But what else was he about to play to buff up? What did he just have a single discipline, or what else did you catch in hand, Dimitri?
So he had 3 units that were at 4 might because of buffs, plus the Lee Sin. And so you have to rebuke the Lee Sin. And so then it's 12 might still left going into that Aurelia. He doesn't need more buffs. He's already way bigger there. Yeah. It's just Lee Sin had the numbers somehow.
Yeah, I
It's
mean, I could
amazing to
totally
me.
see it. I think it's all off the back of that Lee Sin champion, right? The Lee Sin champion getting +2 for every single buff, doing some monstrous work. And guys, for those asking for the Lee Sin deck list, if you guys
Yep.
are on YouTube, rewind it right before the round number 4. They showed the deck list. For those on Twitch, you might have to go to the VOD to find it, but they are showing the deck list before the game. So they're probably going to be showing this deck list, as I believe we have another Aurora player, most likely a Sivir, perhaps even a Misfortune. You know, I like what I'm seeing in Bologna. Is there a resurgence of Misfortune coming out to Bologna? Because I'm hearing great things from MF.
I have no idea. I could definitely see it being that way. I've been liking it some in testing, but who knows? The meta definitely seems different with Draven only at, what was it, 15% here? So 7% of the meta has moved away from Draven and to these other more rogue decks, and maybe that's one that's been finding some success.
You're so right. You know, that's another point to kind of nail on, is to 15% of the current deck distribution out in day 1, or actually in the entire main event for Bologna, is on Draven, where as we saw in China, and whoa, what is this matchup? Sivir versus Volibear. I love to see it. I haven't seen a Volibear what feels like a lifetime. This should be exciting.
Same. Yeah, I do think another caster's ready. I'm not sure if we're switching over now. Do you remember?
Oh no, this is still round 4. Look at the bottom. But yeah, after this,
one. I see. Okay.
they get,
yes.
remember, it's 2 matches
I
per
love
round.
I forgot that they did improve the stream by having the backup matchups. That's great.
Yeah, so this is the backup
Volley
matchup. But yeah, Dimitri,
Sivir.
we'll go ahead and close this one out together, and then we'll bring in the next caster.
Okay.
But has these been flying for you, or is it just me? Because I feel like we've been moving and
It has
grooving.
been, yeah.
These have been flying. I almost feel like we could have done 3 rounds each caster, but maybe we'll think about that going forward. But yeah, we'll knock this one out together, as I already had the little agenda. But this should be an exciting one to close things out together.
So double obelisk, is that, or is that 1 sigil, 1 obelisk?
Yeah, as you said, 1 sigil, 1 obelisk.
Okay. Do you expect these sides to both be Aurora? Because I know people have been experimenting with Miracle Sivir and with mid-range Volley, and I don't know what lists to be expecting from people. Minotaur, wow.
Wow. Minotaur coming down. A bit of a Draven counter, a bit of a Miracle package counter. And to answer your question, I think the simple fact of the Ezreal champion, the Ezreal prodigy being on the board, that has to be an indication of a Sivir Miracle deck. I don't think a lot of Aurora decks would run a low 3-might unit. I mean, he's a great 3-might unit, but I think it's definitely more that Randy build he displayed in China.
Yeah, now that we're seeing these, we're seeing the On the Hunt, we're seeing the Confront, it checks out. How well does Sivir do into a Minotaur, though? I know Purple loves to move back out of battlefields. I don't know Sivir in particular, though.
Yeah, I mean, at the minimum, I know the Sivir champion can enable ganking to move from battlefield to battlefield, but Minotaur specifically says units can't move to base, so you can rebuke them back to hand. You can ride the wind over to other battlefields, so perhaps Sivir has some workarounds for this Minotaur, but it is tricky, and 2 Minotaurs, that effect doesn't necessarily stack. But what is the card in the middle, the dragon? I know him as a dragon. You get +1 draw for everything that's mighty. What is it? Cadrigan. Okay, I always mess up the name. I'll try to remember going forward. Cadrigan. He's such a great card.
He is. And so it looks like this is a mid-range Volley playing these efficient 5-6 cost 5-might unit to ramp really high and then spam Cadrigan as your draw 4, draw 5 late game blowout.
And yeah, I think we get full 100% confirmation with that scrap heap getting pitched. This is indeed that miracle, miracle Sivir, as we said before. So I feel like Sivir can go decently quick if this is more of that dazzling Aurora / late game Volibear list. But we didn't see an Aurora in hand. Perhaps this is just like good units. Volibear good stuff. Volibear mid-range, if you will. But I still feel like Volibear is just a tad too slow, because from the looks of things, I think Volibear is going to be establishing a unit one by one. Pass the turn, play one unit. You back to your turn, play a single unit. He's not really known for playing more than one unit, and I think that's what's going to be giving Sivir a slight upper hand if she's able to deal with each of these units effectively.
I agree. I think the advantage that Volley could have is playing these mid-range units and being able to start turn 2 with them means he's not that behind in points, and he's gonna ramp to the point where he can play unit plus some sort of powerful spell each turn. So if he's drawing into Falling Stars or more of these Sky Splitters, he might be able to keep up enough defense going on that that one unit per turn doesn't hold him back.
Yeah, very true. And some of these units at least cost just 5 energy, like the Minotaur, so perhaps can leave some open. It looks like a Catalyst of Aeon, so that does signal to me that it is most likely a Dazzling Aurora deck. Perhaps with the Sabotage, it has been eliminated, but we got in on the yeah, this is definitely the beginning. It's just not game number 1. If we look on the screen above, this is actually game number 2, whereas Sivir took game number 1 away from Volley.
Yeah, I could see Catalyst coming in because he needs some play to do before he gets to 5 runes. Even if he is not on Aurora, there's not really much that Volley wants to do with 4 and fewer runes. So it does make some sense to me. Bryn here coming down early. This is like a tempo Bryn here. Very interesting.
It is. It's almost just like playing him out for the might. But interesting enough, he had another Minotaur. I would have elected to just play out. If we just need a 5 might unit, might as well just play out a Minotaur of your own. Perhaps just trying to guarantee the control or guarantee the conquer against the Traveling Merchant. But I agree with you. I think that that Brynir was a little bit unnecessary, but it is a good unit nonetheless. It's just not a great time for now.
Yeah, I think the Bryn here comes down if you're afraid of a punch first, and it looks like he wanted to move that Minotaur in, but chose not to, which means that it really didn't need to be the Bryn here at all. I agree.
Yeah, especially if you're not going to contest the battlefield. It looks like he's prioritizing the safety of the Minotaur, because if you leave it on the battlefield, I believe something like if you pay 2 power this turn, that goes up to 6, so 1 more over the might of the Minotaur. So perhaps just trying to prioritize the safety. And then once Sivir, if he finds the opportunity that Sivir's a bit overextended with the champion on maybe the Sigil or the Obelisk, then he wants to go ahead and push on forward. But I want to see a bit more of the hand from the Sivir side. Does she have any kind of defensive cards? Things like the punch first he was probably worried about. Things like a fight or flight, which in this situation completely nullified from the Minotaur. I actually think this is the first time I see Minotaur coming into one of these Spiritforged games. And look at that, the merchant saying, no, Minotaur's on board.
No movement for you. Yeah, all of these low-cost purple units, the Traveling Merchant, the Treasure Hunter, the Overzealous Fan, all hate this Minotaur card. It definitely messes up purple pretty bad.
Yeah, and it definitely messes up Aurelia. Aurelia's lucky she didn't face this Volibear player, but perhaps this is what Volibear's game plan is all along. Going against the Dravens that want to go back and forth on Reaver's Row, it kind of completely shuts down Reaver's Row as best as you can. But they're showing a challenge on the screen, so most likely the card that got pitched from that Ezreal Prodigy getting played out this turn. And now it looks like they're not going to be pushing forward on Sigil, so a bit of a low scoring game. It looks like Sivir approaching this matchup very similarly how you would approach a Draven matchup. You don't want to give away free combats, as it seems to me that Volibear player might just have these high might units that can easily take down your units. But I don't know. I think you could have scored perhaps 1, but you are at 2 points. There's no aspirant climb, so I don't blame him staying at the even point tempo.
I think Volley has the better long game. He's going to be on higher runes, going to be summoning bigger dudes, and able to just, like, as you said, the issue he has is playing that one dude a turn. But if you're not going into the battlefields, you're not going to be getting that point advantage by nearly enough. So I don't like that holding back. I also don't love the discarding challenge, right? Doesn't he have the 6 might Sivir? Couldn't he just have used challenge to just kill the Minotaur for free or something?
Yeah, that was
know, it
very
seems
curious
strange
to
to
me
me.
as well. But one thing I do want to point out, Dimitri, when was the last time we saw a carnivorous snapvine, right? It was so popular earlier on in
Ooh.
Riftbound. Everyone thought it was busted. But ever since, I don't know, I guess since Spiritforged came out, or even a little bit middle into Origins, it hasn't really seen too much play, even in Volibear decks, funny enough.
Yeah, this is a card that I gotta look back at to remember what it does because it's been so long.
It's basically a
see.
challenge on a unit. When it comes down, it does the challenge ability, but on a battlefield only.
Okay, I mean it's definitely solid for volley because all of these units he gets to essentially pay one less power for. But I don't know, that killing the merchant was worthwhile. There was probably going to be some better target later on.
Yeah, I think more so it's just about establishing the unit nonetheless on the battlefield. Just a little extra ability coming into play there, but does play out another Minotaur. So if you challenge one, there is going to be another one to take care of. So this is looking like a tricky situation for Sivir because these are starting to get a bit too big for the Sivir to deal with. I mean, you do have things like Rosses that are 6 might. You could kind of effectively try to deal with them that way, but it's going to cost you a bit. And oh man, did everyone play?
Plus, did you see what I saw?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. I think we're on the same wavelength here. There is a downwell in the hand of Sivir, isn't there?
Yes, sir. And that seems very strong into a volley bear that's putting 5 energy, 6 energy down on each of these units. Oh my god, that's going to go for so many cards soon.
Yeah, sooner than later is what he has in mind. On top of that, you get your Ezreal Prodigies back, getting 2 extra draws from your deck each time you play them out, of course. So I think downwell soon enough. I don't think this turn would be perfect, but you do want to play it out before that Kadrigan hits the board, because right now, I mean, quick side note, I hate when players stack the runes like the volley player is doing because there's no way of knowing how many runes he has. I can see a shadow, so it looks like a little bit of a deck there, but he doesn't just have 3 runes, right?
No, he is somewhere around 10 runes, I think. And that's a round where it's like, it's pretty hard to keep them all separate, but if you look at the rune deck, it's very thin. So I think he's at that 9-10 rune range.
Okay. What I was getting at, though, was you want to probably downwell before the Kadrigan hits the board, because that's going to be a +1 draw, +4 draw, actually +5 draw because it counts himself as well. But is it the time? Because downwell is, I believe, what, 7 energy costs, or is it 8?
I think it's 8, because downwell plus Annie costs the full 12 for you, so it's got to be 8. I do think there's a world where you're fine with Kadrigan actually coming down, and you're fine with him getting a ton of draw power off of this, because you're just planning on winning the tempo game by killing off the things that are in battlefield, winning those points, and then bouncing everything back to hand on his own turn. So once the Kadrigan comes down, it doesn't matter how many cards the Volibear has, as long as he cannot get established for long.
I can see that as well, and it looks like he might be investing 2 of those powers to get those Rasas from hand onto these battlefields, perhaps just splitting the difference, Ezreal Raza on one, Ezreal Raza on the other, but it doesn't seem too much of an impressive hold. Perhaps I was spoiled on how big those Lee Sin holds were getting, but I feel like Volibear might not have the most trouble trying to conquer both these battlefields. It depends what's in hand. I actually don't see too many great hands in too many great cards for the volleyball player. Is he going for it?
You can do the downwell and then play the Rasas. That's the game plan here.
Oh, that is the game plan. Let's see if he's catching wind of the game plan, because he is going to be playing the downwell, everything on the board, going back to the hand. And if the Riftbound production is not going to show, I'll go ahead and put it up here on the screen for everyone at home. That 3 energy floating, were those Chaos runes floating?
Yes, so those are from Rasa's, like the money being spent for Rasa, but the Rasa not coming down yet.
Yep. Okay. Perfect. So as you said, I'm seeing the synergy coming out from this Sivir deck. So the 3 energy floating were all chaos runes. So Rasa Seal will be the follow-up play on that downwell. So the tempo completely swinging in the direction of Sivir. As we said, Volibear player is a bit too slow to the punch. He's going to be playing out the most, maybe Minotaur, Snapvine, but nothing more than that, which will allow Sivir to conquer 1-2 battlefields next turn. And at that 6 points, you're not feeling all that bad. I mean, it's tricky. You do have a confront for that push from 6 to 8, but I don't think he has too many great units. But we'll see. It looks like this is a great game so far for sure.
Yeah, Sivir's not really about having super strong units or being able to overcome those 30 might battlefields that well. It's more about having that massive toolbox to be able to have just enough in each situation. And I think they're really going to have whatever tools they need to clear these battlefields after the Minotaurs get over these Rossas if Volley has some way to do that.
Yeah, it does have to try to find a way, because right now Minotaur is just 1 might short to deal with those Rossas, of course. They don't have anything like a simple Stupefy. You do have, as you mentioned before, those Sky Splitters doing, I believe, 5 damage. But I think... No, what's the spell? No, yeah, Sky Splitter does just do 5 damage, but it costs...
Yeah.
It costs less for the highest might unit on the board, but Confront coming down... And, oh, it looks like they might... Actually, no. Randy did play that Treasure Trove package as well.
I know he played Treasure Troves, yeah. I don't know if he played Pack of Wonders. I don't think so. I think it was just like a Treasure Trove because it lets you get a draw and get a gold off your legend, basically.
Yeah, I remember that as well. I believe it was strictly just the Treasure Trove to get the Sivir ability. So you get basically... one channel rune, 1 gold, and then 1 draw for that treasure trove. So it looks pretty synergistic for Sivir decks.
Yeah, so Sivir opting to go in with the Ezreal instead of with the Rossas. This feels a little backwards to me because the Rossas do pose a threat to Volibear that he doesn't have clear answers for. How do you feel about this? Is he afraid of like a Blood Rush or something?
Right, that is an interesting decision because Volibear players don't tend to run those smaller spells like Cleave, like Blood Rush. So I like conquering up to 6 on that next turn, but playing it a bit more patiently, perhaps knowing and understanding that Volibear player simply has 1 point. Just his first point being scored right now. So you have a whole lot of room to work with. Is that 2 points now?
It might be 2 points now. I did not notice how low the Volibear player was. You are so right about that. That does make things a lot easier to slow things down.
So yeah, just prioritizing the safety of Rasa. But I agree. I anytime I can have the opportunity to get a clean 6 points, I love that position because then you get to 6, and then for the remaining next 2 to 3 turns, while Volibear player kind of stacks up their battlefields, you could go ahead and just establish the back line as healthy as you can. I say that, but I don't think Sivir has that many units. You do have the Sivir champ back in hand from the downwell. So this is tricky. Let's see, of course, and the Cadrigan does hit the board finally. So that will be a +3 draw. Volibear player already has an abundance of cards in hand. So is the 3 additional cards really going to be worth it? If it's something like a Sky Splitter, it could be pretty good.
Keep in mind, this Cadrigan also makes all of the Sky Splitters free now, right?
Right.
Because before his highest was 5 might, so he's probably saving runes in the long run, and he needs to be able to threaten the Sigil of the Storm as well. Oh, challenge coming down. I mean, this makes sense as another reason to have played the Cadrigan. Yeah.
Yeah, and it almost in hindsight looking better if you would have gone ahead and got that 6 point, because now you're just behind one Rasa. As Cadrigan would have most likely taken down the Rasa on the Sigil of the Storm, but you just didn't end up getting the point for that Rasa nonetheless. So let's see Sivir back in her turn. She has a stacked deck, so I believe she might be able to start off with things like that. But I really want to see, as I keep going back to the actual units in hand, I'm seeing a Fizz. Oh, aren't the double Ezreal still in hand, or is it just one?
Oh, I think so, yes. It was the double Rasa, double Ezreal turn. Yeah, so both Ezreals should be in hand. There might be another unit in there too from that turn. That gives a lot of draw, and you probably push in the Rasa to go to 6 this turn, and you build up that base to get something to happen next turn.
Right, right. Let's see. I mean, he's looking like he wants to tap the 3 and maybe a seal for the Ezreal just to look a bit deeper into the deck, seeing what kind of resources you find for potential establishing the base game plan. So tapping 3 and it's gonna be a last right. So looking to bring back a Rasa for the Conquer. So gonna be pushing it onto the Rasa itself. Gonna be putting back the Silver Champ Treasure Trove. Okay, that makes sense. Scrap Heat and Treasure Trove back to the deck. And yeah, I believe the most likely target has to be something like a Rasa from the trash, right?
So here's a fun rulings question. You use the shovel with the Rasa, right? You play a Rasa from the trash. How much do you have to pay for that Rasa? Does it discount by itself or not? What do you think?
That is an interesting one, right? I mean, if you have, it looked like to him, he definitely had way more than just 10 cards in hand. But you're saying if there was 10 in the trash and you remove that Rasa,
Right,
making
for
it 9 in trash, do you have to pay the 1 energy?
Yes.
I would say you do.
Give your answers.
Yeah, chat, let us know your answers, but I'm saying you do as the Sky Splitter comes down doing 5 damage on the Rasa. But go ahead, what is the actual answer?
Yeah, you do. So when you play a unit, you pull it to a like off the board zone of like, this is where you play things kind of spot. And then you figure out how much it costs. So the Rasa is not in the trash while it's being played. So the cost is then, if you had 10 cards in trash and you had to pull out the Rasa going down to 9, you would have to pay that 1 still for the Rasa. So good job on that. Yeah.
That does make sense. I think it literally came up in one of the Chinese regionals with the Silver Randy list. I think he came up to the exact same issue with him, which is why I took a good educated guess. But the Rebuke bringing that Minotaur back, the Rasa gets the Conquer up to 6, and now exactly the interaction we're trying to bring to everyone's attention. You're trying to bring back the Rasa, but in this circumstance, you have way more than 10 cards. It looks like at least 15 cards in the discard, so you're not too worried about that situation. You're only worried about losing your last Chaos Rune and leaving behind just 2 bodies. That can't feel good for the Silver player.
Yeah, and you don't have enough runes to protect this Rasa who's at 8 from the Cadrigan, unless maybe you're gonna use the last 2 runes on a punch first, but that seems very expensive. I don't know how I feel about the Silver's position at the moment.
Yeah, funny enough, we're talking about a Silver at 6 points on the cuffs of winning up to 8, and then a Volier player being at 1 point, and we're saying we don't love her position, but I totally agree with you. I think the simple fact is the rune economy coming into play. Granted, Silver players tend to get very low on runes. This is nothing too unusual for Silver players, but I think with the simple fact that there's just 2 Rosses on the base, or 2 Rasas on the board in general, and Cadrigan being such a beast of a unit, having 9 total might, you take care of the Rasa. Unless, is Silver players that crazy? Are we going punch first, protecting everything we can, just trying to hold up to 7 and then conquer up to 8? Because there's a world he can't deal. Let's take a look at the hand. Snapvine, yeah, he doesn't have challenge for the back line. Snapvine doesn't kill the Rasa because of the last right, so this is tricky. If there's a punch first, you might just win it out.
Yeah, another punch first coming down could do it, but the Aurora is very interesting with this many units to see. Cat's a little confused. What happened was Rasa played, or the Silver player played a punch first on the Rasa to put it up to 12, which is bigger than the Minotaurs. The Minotaur player then played that Sky Splitter to damage the Rasa, and then the Rasa player rebuked one of the Minotaurs so that he was still big enough for it not to be a trade. And then, yes, he did miss the Sivir trigger. There's so many Sivir triggers to tap and untap. It's very easy to miss those in these competitive environments.
Right, very similar how perhaps people miss Ezreal draws. A lot of people tend to miss the Draven combat draws, funny enough, as well. So small little things you always have to keep track at the highest level. And those little things do indeed add up, because perhaps having that one additional goal, we'll see if it does make an impact in this game number 2. But Volibear playing having a tough time deciding on his decision for this turn. As we said before, he doesn't have like phenomenal options, but you have to do what you can. I mean, do you just test the waters? Do you just send the Cadogan in first and say, let's see what you have?
I would be tempted. There is also a line. He does have another Snapvine in hand. If he's afraid of a punch first, he could play the Snapvine just as a 5 damage spell, so that he doesn't lose immediately to a punch first. But it's a rough choice to make on that for sure. And he does go for just sending in the Cadogan.
Yes.
I don't know. It's rough.
Yeah, skating on rather thin ice here, but it has to do what you have to do. The Cadogan going in, trying to say, do you have any kind of might increases? The only thing you would have is something like a punch first, and does get paid for that interaction. So Cadogan going up to 2 points. More importantly, you took care of one of the Rasas. If there's a world to take care of that Rasa in the back line, I say it, but I don't see any kind of challenge coming out. Is this just a play the Dazzling Aurora, and it looks like he's deciding on just that?
Yep.
What will be the hits off the top? Because there's so many units, I don't know what to expect from this Volibear player.
Yeah, something that could kill this Rasa in the backline, if that's possible, would be amazing. But I can't think of a unit that could. So maybe it's just hit a Volibear, hit a Cadogan off the top, get something strong on board? I don't know.
Yeah, anything over 6, possibly over 8 might has to be feeling pretty good because of that. I would imagine, I mean, I saw an orange Volibear unit in hand, so perhaps running just one of those. We do see some Volibear players running things like Mountain Drake, as we've seen in the past. That's gonna be Sabotage, Sky Splitter, and Nefarious Forerunner. This is a this Volibear player is running every single red and body card over 5 might, it looks like.
Pretty much. I mean, there are so many good, like 5 to 6 cost cards in red and orange that that fulfill this mighty condition. It is tempting to run them all, but I do think he's just on so many units he might be struggling to get the tools he needs here.
Yeah, just struggling a tad little bit, but he should most likely be able to hold with a Cadogan, with a Ferris Forerunner, and at the minimum, if you do get to take down the Forerunner, you do get those mechs in the base, of course, so you have to take care of 15 total might. Of course, a whole lot easier said than done. The Rasa, the last right, only gets you up to 8 total might. If you punch first, that brings you up to just 13. Actually, yeah. So you still don't have enough even with a punch first. So I think this Volibear player should be looking pretty good at the minimum to hold this next turn.
Oh no, but the Akshan stealing the Aurora comes down.
Oh.
And equips the last right. So this might turn things quickly. And also, the Sivir player is at 6 points. So you're talking about breaking this battlefield. Sivir doesn't need to.
True.
Sivir can just go into the Sigil, go up to 7, and try and hold that one. And that's going to be very hard to deal with, especially with the Aurora switching sides.
Yeah, the Aurora just being a bit of a traitor, switching sides, as you said. And I love what you're putting down. You're saying the Rasa go to Sigil the Storm and then just try to hold from there. Dazzling Aurora is going to allow you to play another card on top of that. But one thing we haven't seen from this Volibear player is too much of accelerated pressure. If they have things like a Confront, that could be one step forward trying to close things out or actually try to bring themselves back into this game. But the last right does come in. So yeah, I think at the minimum, you should be able to go ahead and play last right Rasa onto Sigil, bring back the Rasa onto the Sigil, and then the final third and last unit from the Dazzling Aurora, and then just pray from there. That 7 to 8 point hold should be your way of guaranteeing this up to that 2-0 victory you deserve. But Volibear player is making it awfully close. It does depend what he has in hand, but in his hand right now, he doesn't have the answers. So I think it does depend on that final draw he gets next turn.
And there is one card when I've been testing against Volibear that time and time again can pull Volibear out of these situations, and that is his signature spell, which moves a unit into that battlefield, deals damage equal to that unit's might to everything the opponent has in that battlefield, and then would let him conquer it after clearing it. So very much can turn the tides and speed his way over there, but it is expensive, and I don't know if he's going to be able to afford playing that and playing enough defense.
Are we talking about the Volibear signature spell or it's a unit?
Yes. No, the signature spell.
Yeah, that would be a brilliant card to play, but the Fizz off the Dazzling Aurora most likely going to allow him to get something like a stacked deck, but you're completely tapped out, so you're not going to be able to do too much. Looking at the Rebuke, wishes you could play it. At the least, I think a stacked deck doesn't feel that bad. A challenge doesn't feel all that crazy, but a Sabotage seems to be like the ideal card to go ahead and make sure he has exactly full knowledge of what's coming down on the next turn. And yeah, as it stands, he doesn't have the answers. He doesn't have the accelerated units to push onto the Sigil of the Storm. So this Sabotage was just to kind of have a bit of a breather, if you will, because I'm feeling pretty good after seeing this hand.
Yeah, he does get a draw from the Catalyst of Aeons to try and find an answer, but that really needs to be an answer in the top 2 cards of his deck, or this game is already over.
Yeah, and I guess the Volibear signature spell might just be the answer. Does signature spell really read deal damage to everything on that battlefield? I have to pull it up again.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
Is deal damage to everything and then move a unit in there. Yeah, it's so strong.
What was the name again? Oh,
like
why can't I remember
cost.
the name of the signature spell?
Chat, what's the name?
Chat, help us out. What is the name of the signature spell for Volibear? I'll pull it up here as soon as I find it, but Stormbringer, I think.
Stormbringer. I found it.
Yeah, I found it too. Nice.
Stormbringer.
So that is the only out for the Volibear player. He plays Sabotage, but not too fruitful in this circumstance, as all you're looking for is something like that Volibear signature spell. The Stormbringer might be the only window of opportunity to try to get back in this game. You're down 1 game. You have to win this game, or else you're going to be going in 2-2. And that is not a good record to start your Bologna journey off with. I believe X2 is the most amount, X2 is the least, how should I put it, is the most amount of losses you can actually give up to make day 2. So having 2 losses as early as round 4, you are not looking too good on your chances of moving on forward, unless you go undefeated from here. It's not impossible, but not too likely, of course.
Yeah, it is a very rough position. It looks like a double Carnivorous Snapvine is going to be enough to let the volley player see another day, but it's not going to feel good, and this Aurora is still going to be giving the Sivir value turn after turn.
And this all comes down on Volibear player just being 1 too many points behind. I guess the double Snapvine is one way of effectively kind of pushing those units away from the Sigil of the Storm, but now you're out of Snapvines, and now you do have 1 5-might unit. Actually, I think Snapvine might be a 6-might unit. I just haven't seen it in forever, but it looks like 6 from here on the screen. So if you're able to defend with more than 6 might, oh man, this is getting awfully close. If Volibear was any bit closer to getting up to the 8th point, it would almost feel like he's favored. But the fact that he's only at 4 points, holding up to 5 points, that's at minimum 2 more turns that Sivir gets to work with. So I still feel like I give the upper hand to Sivir, but perhaps she's running a bit low on resources as well. I haven't seen the hand in a couple turns.
Yeah, it's an Ezreal, it's a Fizz, and whatever they topped for turn. I think this Aurora and the Akshan being coupled is a very awkward thing, where at some point they will need to go into the battlefield with the Akshan, and it looks like they might be doing it now, and risk giving this Aurora back, and just putting it all in on this turn, it looks like.
Yeah, because you can't even bluff. Actually, you do have a gold there, so you can't bluff something like a punch first. But you're absolutely right. The last thing you want to do as the silver player is return that dazzling aurora, and if you do, perhaps it's not the end of the world, because you have to hit something like a Dead Bloom Predator to contest the Sigil of the Storm. If it's anything else, which he has so many other units in the main deck, so it's very limited. That is going to be something like as picture perfect as that Dead Bloom. And this is looking like he's wants to hold as best as he can. Because what is that? That's 6, 12 up to 3. So 15 total might. Or no, more than that. No, 15.
Yeah. Yeah, and then also whatever the Aurora hits in addition. So it's going to be a lot of might on this battlefield. And it might just be another turn of, can we top the Stormbringer?
Yeah, I imagine it's now the time. You do have maybe 2 looks at it. Actually, because you recycle so much, Catalyst of Aeons is no longer good. And the Rasa. That is probably the best card. The highest might unit you have in your deck to hit the board. And that is a monsters of a battlefield. I don't think Volibear, he got pretty not lucky, but he had the perfect card combinations to get rid of 2 units, the Snapvine followed by the Snapvine. I just don't think, funny enough, you would only have 1 additional Snapvine, but now you have to clear 4 units in a single turn. I think Silver's looking good, despite being a little stressed out at 127 beats per minute.
I agree. This is definitely an intense game for the Sivir, where they have to be playing fairly precise about the timing of when to go in and when to not for these card rages. But I think they've been doing it well, and I think the raised heart rate is going to pay off for them.
Right. Perhaps just using all that energy into brain power, but it looks like the time has hit. So I think the Silver player was active player turn 0. So throwing it over to the Volibear player, going to be turn 1 for them. Catalyst of Aeons gets completely exhausted out, leaving 1 rune available. And I don't know about you, but there is no single card that costs 1 energy that gets you out of this predicament. And Silver will be victorious. Well played and well done. 2-0 against the Volibear player. And I wanted to see a bit more from that Volibear player. It almost looked like, I don't want to say he had jank, but he had one too many strategies going on, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's just a little too much in terms of top end that you want to be running in volley, and nothing at the bottom end. And so it tends to put itself towards those kinds of builds where you're ramping by playing units at 5, and you have all these runes late game, you might as well throw Aurora in there. But it really does struggle with those the tempo game plan.
Yeah, it's honestly so crazy to see the big difference between the MF Aurora, which was so cleanly set up to just bring out the Mind Splitters, versus a Volibear Aurora, where you're kind of just like the luck of the draw. Whatever I hit, I'm happy with, whether it be a Minotaur, a Ferris Forerunner, a Volibear. I like my Aurora decks, if I did play Aurora, to be slightly more cleaner and considerate and more intentional of what you want to bring out, right? A Dazzling Aurora works best when you know exactly your 1 to 2, maybe 3 targets that you're going to be hitting off the top. Not when it's a bit of a casino, you're actually rouletting, hoping to hit the card. So fair play to the Volibear player, but I think the deck building is what made a big difference that round 4.
I agree, yeah. And it might also come down to having more space for more of those disruption spells that would have let the Volibear player deny some points and stay in it a little longer. I agree.
Nice. And funny enough, this might be the first break of the entire Bologna tournament. I'm impressed. I did see someone pop in chat saying the stream is on a delay, and not our stream is on the delay. I hope we're not too far behind the mainstream, but I'm pretty sure how Houston worked. Houston was always one round entirely behind the actual game. So hope no one comes in and spoils anything for us, which I think is kind of hard to spoil the Swiss rounds. But yeah, I think how Bologna is, they're probably already finishing round 5, and then they're going to show us the pre-recorded matches for round 5. Pre-recorded to them, but all live to us. It honestly doesn't make any difference. But I don't know how long of a break, because I would love to go get a little bit of water, but I'm nervous the games are just going to start right away. Dimitri, let's go ahead.
It can happen.
What was that?
Oh, it can happen. I've seen it. Yeah, the breaks be 2 seconds, and I've seen them be 20 minutes, right? So who knows?
Yeah, who knows? But Dimitri, we did commit to those 2 rounds. How'd you find those 2 rounds? As I said before, they kind of flew by, but were they good 2 rounds for you?
They were great rounds. They blew by, and especially the Lee Sin Irelia matchup was super hype. So much fun commentating that stuff with you. Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely, it was a pleasure to have you on. As we always do for the casters, if you want to let these guys know, I think you don't have a Twitter, but you do have a YouTube if you want to let these guys know. I know we are live on YouTube. That's kind of easy for them to hit you with a sub or anything.
Yeah, so I've started my YouTube at Dimitri RB. I've basically transitioned my Edison YouTube that I had before over to Riftbound. So I'll be definitely making more content there. So check me out if you're interested in seeing some of that. Thank you.
There we go. I just posted the link. So big O love to Dimitri. We will be seeing more of him tomorrow, as I think we're doing the same thing we did today, right? 2 rounds tomorrow.
Yep. Same
Perfect.
time too. Yeah.
I'm excited for those. You know, those are going to be top table events. Anyone that makes day 2, they're already the higher level players. So we saw a little bit interesting plays here in the early Swiss rounds. But I think tomorrow we're not going to be able to see any type of mistakes. We're going to see the best of the best come in here, you know, best of the best from Bologna on display. So I'm looking forward to those rounds. I hope you are as well.
Oh, for sure. I'm excited for the really impressive skill level of very precise gaming. And I'm sure there will be a mistake every once in a while, but it will definitely be much cleaner build, much cleaner play.
Yeah, we're going to see the decks that will progress forward. We'll probably see a handful of Draven, handful of Irelia, similar to the deck distribution, but it's going to be more refined deck building. So it's going to be awesome to see. I can't wait for day 2. But yeah, Dimitri, let's go ahead and sign off now because we don't know when the next round. It could be in the next 2 seconds. Like, I think we had some problems bringing you in, so might as well take advantage of a little bit of break. But yeah, guys, shout out to Dimitri. We'll catch him tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Good luck to the other casters and the rest of it. Have fun the rest of the night. Plus, see you around.
See you, Dimitri. Take care. I'll go ahead and hide your camera for now.
Cool.
All right, guys. So we are right in the smack middle of things, going to round 5. And you know, the rounds have been flying, but I guess time has still been timing. Because what, we're 6 rounds going on 7 hours. Oh my goodness. And we're just 4 rounds deep. 5, 6, 7, 8. We need 4 more rounds, and it's already been 7 hours. So is this about to be a 14-hour day? Oh my goodness. And chat, what happened to the YouTube stream? That's so weird that the YouTube stream is lagging. 6th and what? Sweep, I know what you're saying. I know what you're trying to hint at. Here, let's hit a quick refresh. Is anyone only 3 more rounds? No, it's 4 more rounds. Stream got tired too. Gedu, yeah. Let's go ahead and take a little bit of a mini break. Let me get some snacks because we're right in the middle of things. You know, the timer on my end says about 7 hours, but it honestly has felt like 3 to 4 hours. So what's going on with the stream? For anyone watching it at home, is it just me or is it just happening to everyone? Because I feel like it's not just me. I don't see where a YouTube video would be lagging. Unless what they do is for all YouTube chat saying F. Oh, guys, spam F's in the chat here as well. Stream got tired for me too. Yeah, guys. So F's in the chat. You know what I think they're doing? Because YouTube caps it at 12 hours. They already catching wind of what's going on. If we're 7 rounds deep, 7 more rounds is going to put the stream at 14 hours. So they're probably resetting the stream, making 2 live streams. We won't be doing that. Or maybe we should. Chat, should I go down and go back up to have 2 separate streams? I don't really want to deal with that kind of hassle. How many rounds are total? Kappa, we have 8 rounds today. Chat, give me 1 second. We'll see if the stream comes back on. Let me know in chat, actually, if they started up a second stream, because I don't think they're going to be starting the round without everyone knowing when the round starts. Let me go ahead and take advantage of bring. Hey, Arachneds, I see you in there. Arachnids, I mean. Arachnids, let me know if you want to go ahead and come through. Join the little caster camp so I could bring your broadcast in. And then once you're in, I'll feel a little bit more comfortable taking a mini break. I think they had a second stream. Yeah, oh, I think so. Let's go ahead and see if they have a second stream. It says live. Yeah, 6 through 9. Oh, it was a second stream, chat. We needed to refresh it. Ned, whenever you're ready, it looks like it is game time. We'll head over to the casting booth or head over to the feature match area. It looks like we have a heck of a game. It should be set. And this is an interesting build. The Sea Monkey, the Fade Dragon, the Actions, the Bone Shivers. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far from Set. And let's see if we have a good competitor, maybe perhaps something like a Draven, but knowing from the from the side of things, it might not be those higher level decks just yet. I wouldn't be surprised to see something we haven't seen on the feature matches yet. So guys, what are you guys thinking? Let's go ahead and put some votes in the chat. Oh, Kaiser, okay.
Ooh.
Hey Ned, welcome on in. How are you
doing?
Hello.
Doing good. How about yourself?
Good, great to hear you. Have you been catching a little bit of the Riftbound action out here in Bologna?
I have. I've been watching. That Lee Sin match was insane.
It really was a phenomenal match. We don't get to witness too many of those, and it looks like we have an interesting matchup, to say the least, as well here in round 5. Set versus Kaiser. Have you seen this matchup go down in the past?
Well, I haven't seen it go down in set 2 yet. I've seen it go down in set 1, where it all depends on how bulky the set can make their units to get them outside of burn range from Kaisa. And then it depends if Kaisa can just outspeed or burn them out.
Yeah, it is true. You know, at one point they were calling Set the Kaiser Killer. I remember when Colin was making his impressive run out in Atlanta. So let's see if Set can channel a bit of that energy and take down the likes of Kaiser. Or is Kaiser in Spiritforged a bit too formidable? Do they have one too many removal spells? Do they have one too many Watchers into Bellows Breath combo? That is what we're going to have in store for this round number 5 of the Bologna Regional. And it looks like Kaiser on the play with the Sea Monkey getting curved out for Set on that turn.
Yeah, I'm looking up these battlefields. Void Gate. From Origin, spells and abilities deal an extra bonus damage. So that could help Kaisa get over the bulkiness of the set.
Yeah, that is one way around it. And of course, the Monastery Haran is strictly going to be benefiting the Set players alone because of those buffs getting utilized with those pit rookies. Even with the Sea Monkey already establishing a buff on his own. So getting a +1 draw nice and early if they go ahead and conquer that battlefield, which makes sense. You don't necessarily want to go into the Void Gate unless you have to. But the Sentry will go ahead and conquer the Void Gate, which is a smart battlefield to conquer. You're almost baiting your opponent. You're saying, if you don't try to contest this battlefield, I'm just going to not only conquer for a point, but I'm also going to be able to hold for a point. So it gives Set players something to think about. You want the draw, but you also want to stop your opponent from getting some additional points. So it's a tricky spot. I'm leaning towards the draw, but part of me wants to go ahead and stop Kaiser from getting cards or getting any additional points, because Kaiser can kind of get carried away sometimes.
It's true, and both players, with the battlefield, essentially playing a unit that's going to draw them a card, hopefully, eventually. I'm not sure what the Kaisa player was doing with the red dice, but now just playing out Kaisa Survivor.
Yeah, not too shabby. Quite an ideal turn 2 for her. Passes back over to Set. Oh, why does everyone keep doing that, Ned? That is the 3rd time today in this Bologna tournament we see a channeled rune from the main deck. There's something going out. There's something in the water out in Bologna, because there's no way 3 different individual players have done the same thing. Because from today, but before today, I've never seen that happen. It's never happened at locals. It's never happened in the Chinese events. There's something going on in Bologna. Maybe it's the cramped environment out there.
So I will know personally when I'm playing, my deck and Rune deck are on the opposite sides of what the set has. I don't know if that's just set up that way for stream, but I could see that happening because always my rune deck is always on my left, and my chosen champion and deck are on my right.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. My rune deck is next to the runes. Just how the Kaiser player, that's the majority. That's how a lot of the players tend to play. So I think having your main deck next to the runes is what's throwing people off. But let's go ahead and see. The Sea Monkey does decide to contest the Void Gate to stop Kaiser from getting any additional points, which makes sense. And we're seeing a lot of infamous spells, the Falling Stars, the Retreat. It looks even like the Piercing Light, the Bellows Breath, the Time Warp, the Hextech Ray, and a secondary Retreat. That is a great hand. The only thing I'm not seeing is any units. That has a whole lot of spells, but nothing to get you points.
Is he going to Falling Star just to get rid of the Sea Monkey? Which is decently big at this point with the blade and the buff.
Yeah, I believe you have to. I mean, funny enough, the Falling Star will be doing an impressive 8 total damage. One additional one for that Void Gate, so 4/4. Doesn't decide to go ahead and use the set ability. Kind of foregoes it because Sea Monkey isn't too worth it. And another...
He does it
Wait,
again.
why doesn't he fix it? Why doesn't he just put the rune deck over there? It makes no sense.
If you look at the mats they're forcing them to play on, he has to have his main deck over there. Where it's like sectioned out to be.
That is so confusing. So confusing. I don't imagine. Why don't they have the same setup on both sides? You know, Ned, I don't know if that's 100% true because look at the Kaiser player. He has his main deck on the champion zone. So I don't think they're forcing anything actually.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I'm with you. I would have switched it because that's just what I'm more comfortable with, but
yeah, it is what it is. We'll go ahead and try to focus back on the game plan as the Set Brawler goes into the monastery, gets the buff, uses the buff to draw, and goes up to his second point of the game, of course. Does have to use every single one of his runes unless they passed it on. Let me see. Oh no, it is back to Set's turn. That's what it is. So he played the Set Brawler beforehand, and now the Sea Monkey number 2 coming down with the buff. Does he decide to leave 3 runes available? It looks like he's going to be using 1 for the Warmogs, and then goes ahead and passes his turn. Not too bad. I wonder if he wants to attach any of those additional equipments onto the Set Brawler. Or does he feel like it's big enough? Because right now he's defending for 5 might. Right in the window of a singularity. Maybe a Doran's Blade would have been quite beneficial, but hindsight being 2020, of course.
yeah, this Kai'Sa player has played both their 2-for-1 spells with Falling Star and Singularity. But the Call to Glory, I believe that's called, coming out to try and save this set, giving it an extra +3 might.
Yeah, that's exactly what he had in mind, and it does make sense why he didn't attach the Doran's Blade. Why waste any power when you could simply just invest one of the buffs on the Sea Monkey to benefit the same idea? Get the Set Brawler out of the range of Singularity. So that was a great, efficient play to leave the Set Brawler alive. Being able to hold up to 3-point is a good tempo swing, as Kai'Sa, we said, is usually a problem. We see the likes of Aurelia player having a very lackluster amount of units, and it still hasn't played anything out. So everything is free realm. You conquer or hold up to 3 points. I don't think they have anything to accelerate, but you know, Ned, I did see a first mate. You could retreat the Brawler, first mate the Brawler, and then push onto the Void Gate. Getting into that 4th point has to be feeling good, but instead it is the Ruin Runner, the Camel, as everyone loves to call him.
Camel that can't be targeted is just going to get beefed up with buffs and gears, and Kai'Sa really doesn't have like exceptionally strong units outside of maybe a Thousand Tail Watcher if they're playing it, maybe a Darius that can get up to 10 with a Blood Rush or a Cleave. That's going to be really hard for them to deal with.
Yeah, and something I just want to point out real quick, both of these players are actually completely undefeated, 4-0 in their regional run, so feeling confident in their positions going forward. Finally hits a unit from that deck, establishing out a Poro. not the best unit, but you need units to put any kind of points on the board. If there's something like a simple challenge, I wouldn't mind using it because it looks like there is a unit problem for Kaiser, and trying to catch wind of that and capitalizing on it does feel like an easier way to victory. But let's see, perhaps they don't necessarily need it. If you're able to just hold these battlefields, the Poro will never essentially be able to go into those battlefields.
Yeah, Kaisa player's in a really rough spot right now. Facing down huge units, untargetable units, and now Illusion, and just not having units of their own. Ooh, I would not want to be in this position. But as I said in set 1, I never count Kaisa out. Because they always have something. I'm just not sure what that something's going to be this turn.
Yeah, maybe not in this game number 1, but you're absolutely right. We are talking about the old school queen of the meta. She always finds a way. She actually just won one of the recent Chinese regionals. I believe the third one, was it Chengdu? It might have been Chengdu. It might have been another city, of course. But as you pointed out, there's just so much battlefield presence. There's so many board presence in general from the set player. And to make matters worse, that is a Fey Dragon +4 buffs on every single unit. I mean, at this point, every single unit. And then I think you get a gold. Or let me read the Fey Dragon. I don't get to see him too often.
When you play me, buff up to 4 units. Then when you spend a buff, play a gold token exhausted.
That's it. So things like Call to Glory will be netting you a gold resource as well, but sends in the camel. Basically, as a lot of people said in chat, an unkillable camel when it comes to the likes of Kaiser, because Kaiser doesn't have a Call of the Week. It only has targeted damage. So despite being on the Void Gate, that is the perfect card to conquer that. He goes up to 5 points, feeling comfortable, and does use the Monastery Haranas, so spend a buff, get a buff. And now I think you just keep everything nice and pretty in that back line. You're already so far ahead in terms of points. I don't think you have to overextend and try to hold stronger than you are already. I think this is sufficient enough, and he's looking in a good position. Set starting off very, very strong.
Right, I would agree. Because if you overextend here and a Watcher does come down, that could be potentially dangerous for Set. But, I mean, even if a Watcher comes down, they'd have to really hit the backline hard with other spells. I just don't think they have the resources for. This Falling Star going to come down, try and at least move this Set off of... oh, he does let it go. So that opens up the Poro to get another point and I believe a gold token?
Yeah, that is right. A gold token indeed. And Kaiser finally breathing a sigh of fresh air, saying, I get a point. It's been so long since I've conquered. So feeling decently good about that, but isn't feeling the best about seeing that entire back line. And you know, isn't that interesting that he decided to not use any Set legend ability to protect the Brawler? I feel like the Set Brawler is one of the MVP cards in the Set decks, period. So he had a buff because he gets a buff from conquering, and oh no, this Kaza has something in mind. The Time Warp, allowing her to get up to 3. More importantly, a Watcher with the Accelerate might be able to come down, and that could be a world taking down Ruin Runner, as Watcher doesn't necessarily target your unit. It actually does -3 on everything across the board.
Because right now this Watcher is 1, 2, 7 strong. So yeah, an accelerated Watcher would be able to get rid of it. But if it is buff, it will just be... Maybe that's why Set didn't save his Set unit. Trying to save the Camel in case a Watcher does come down.
Oh, that does make sense. So did it wants to prioritize, I guess there's just a stronger unit in these Set decks now, and the Camel is most likely the best card in the deck against the Kaza deck. So I completely agree with you there. I think that does make sense in hindsight. And funny to point out, this Camel is actually a main board Camel. A lot of the Ruin Runners are being most likely sided in. This Set deck, understanding that this is one of the better cards in the current meta. You can't get targeted by the likes of Kaiser, by the likes of Ezreal. And is that a GG scoop? Oh man,
GG
Kaiser,
scoop.
early concession, but an understandable one. And
yep, I mean, face down with what he got. He was trying to dig with those stupefies to try and get something going, but didn't hit what he needed to, which I'm assuming can only be a watcher at that point.
yeah, it looks like that was his only out. And real quick, Ned, if we want to do it between the breaks, if you want to join the little the camera thing so I could pull you up on screen. But for now, I'll go ahead and throw it back to the featured area.
I did not hit start. I was in.
Nice, nice. I'll pull you in here, but at least we have your your audio feed coming through.
So what does this Kaisa potentially have in their sideboard? I mean, you have to imagine those thermo beams are coming in. Maybe even smoke screens to deal with the bigger units.
Yeah, funny enough, I think you also, if you had it available, which I think we just saw the sideboard and is unavailable, I was almost going to say something like an unchecked power will feel good as Rune Runner doesn't get targeted from unchecked power, and every single spell in here is target damage, as we alluded to before. The Falling Star, the Raise, the Singularity, and wow, that is so much removal, Ned. Look at that, 3-3-3-3, 2 Bellows Breath, and a 1 Get Excited to pitch something like a Time Warp or a Progress Day. That is a lot. I could totally see why this Kaiser's undefeated. I just think this is a bit of a counter pick alone in a Rune Runner, but I think it mainly resided on the simple fact that there just was a lack of units, as we said before. But looking at the deck, I think the entire deck is more of that prison style, but you don't get the cheeky recruit tokens like Victor does. So perhaps not the ideal situation for Kaiser, but we'll see. I mean, he's undefeated for a reason, right? So I'm curious to see if the game plan works a bit better this game too.
Right, and I mean, just one thermo beam there, I think, changes the entire face of that match, being able to just remove all the gear that was pumping up the Lucian, the Camel. So we'll see if that comes into play. And Dreaming Tree and the Arena's Greatest. So I believe they're all going to start on 1 point.
Yeah, and with the new rules, you do have the entire turn, as Kaiser looked like they did. Oh, no, they did. It's production not catching up to speed, as Kaiser did show 1 point on the legend. And it looks like the set legend, or the set player, did indeed write it down. And the Sea Monkey curving out the best he can. It looks like to be the optimal turn, or the opening turn for the set player, as is a bit better than playing something like a pit crew, or a pit rookie, I should say, for nothing to really buff up. But this is feeling off to a better start. You do have your Pour to Conquer nice and early. You do get your gold generation to try to let those Falling Stars be a little bit more efficient than otherwise would. And does have a Stupefy to get 2 draws on top of that. So Fiska doing decently good to start things off for Kaiser.
Yep, choosing just to, this time, having units to actually play, and the Dreaming Tree getting card draw off. Is that Dreaming Tree Kaisa's, or is that Set's?
That's Set's Dreaming Tree, as he does benefit slightly with things like Challenge, which things like Punch First, because I don't think there's a world where Set would be running Arena's Greatest, and it makes sense for Kaiser. She able to establish with little guys like Poro, Yordle, perhaps even Raven Blue. And I know we saw the deck list, but I can't remember exactly what unit she had. But they're trying to just close out the game ASAP. And it looks like they have a little bit better hand this time. They do have the Watcher. They have a secondary Poro, but the Singularity might just be the card getting played out. But there's only the Sea Monkey. And what did the set player establish in the back? I don't remember.
The set unit.
All right. So Singularity is perfect, but set unit does have a buff. So it just costs 1 rune resources for the set player to keep that alive. Is that a worthy investment? I would believe so, even though it's early to do so.
I would agree, because you're going to make them spend their resources now. Push them off so they don't get a whole point. The challenge coming out to save without spending the buff is less than ideal, but they were going to use it one way or another. Now at least it's off the table.
You know, Ned, I blinked for a second. I got a little deja vu, and make that deja vu number 2. That is the 4th time that this player has done it in a single game. But the deja vu I was referring to was the singularity to the Call of the Glory getting saved. So it was the Sea Monkey getting the buff to Call to Glory the set, saving it from the singularity. The exact same play ended up playing out in game 1 and game 2, funny enough. And now I'm really getting a bit of deja vu as the Ruin Runner hitting the board for the 2nd time in this best of 3 series. It made the big difference going in game 1. Will it be the difference maker here in game number 2? I would only imagine so, because it's such a powerful card.
I would imagine as well. That camel's going to be rough for them to remove, but we'll see what this Kai set's cooking up. As you said, they're undefeated for a reason.
Oh yeah. And you know, Ned, if I'm this player, if I'm I'll call him Kara. If I'm Kara, I would flip my main deck with the ruin deck, right? Because you've done it so many times in the single game. Just go ahead and flip them. You obviously think your rune deck is on your left, so I know he's left-handed, so he wants to draw from his main deck. But I don't know if your brain is thinking that's the ruin deck, there's something going on. So I would imagine just flip that to make your life easier. But perhaps he doesn't mind revealing a single card, as it didn't really impact him in game number 1, as this 3rd Yordle, actually just the 2nd Yordle, gets played out, and the Kaiser Survivor. So just building up a bit of the back line, having to pass things over, but Set's feeling comfortable about this. You go up to 4, you're able to safely retreat your Set Brawler. If you want to go ahead and push the camel, you can. But honestly, being at 4 points versus Kaiser's 2 points, you're feeling decently good. I wouldn't blame him to go ahead and try to establish a bit more board state. Let Kaiser be the one to push onto these battlefields and then try to capitalize and take both of these units out as you can. But of course, there's so many combat tricks that you don't have it the easiest way. But I guess with the camel, it is a bit straightforward sometimes.
Yep, and spending the buff to buff up the set, playing Pit Rookie to give it a buff again, and then using Challenge to kill the Kaisa.
Yeah, the challenge on top of the Dreaming Tree trigger getting the +1. This is a beautiful sequence of events for the Set players. So taking out a survivor, and you know, Ned, we said it at the top of the take. We said his Set used to be called the Kaiser Killer, and is definitely looking to be the case in the Spiritforged meta because of this Ruin Runner, because of just the plays coming out. It looks like it's such a tough matchup. And he hasn't even really utilized the Set Legend ability all that much, if not ever. Did he ever do Set Legend yet? I don't remember.
I think he might have done a couple saves, maybe even just one. I think in the first game. He has not done it in the second game, I don't think.
Yeah, definitely not just. Perhaps you're right. Just one save or so. For those wondering how he didn't pay for Singularity, he paid 1 gold and then he paid the Legend ability for the 2nd power resource. So that's how he didn't tap any actual runes for Singularity. But speaking of the card, it looks like he has a 2nd one in hand. You know, it is so crazy. Kaiser has like the picture perfect cards in hand, but perhaps not able to use them to the best of this ability against the Set player, because versus any other deck, Singularity feels pretty good here. Watcher's Bellows Breath feels decently good here. But that Rune Runner just posing such a problem for Kaiser. Who would have thought that a single unit would change the entire game plan for a deck? It looks to be the case, at least.
Well, yeah, the Watcher's Bellows Breath, I mean, it doesn't get rid of the Set. All of that would get rid of is the Pit Rookie. Can't target the Camel. You need... Well, I guess if you repeated the Bellows Breath, it could get rid of the Set. That's a lot of investment.
And let's see if it's a worthy investment. So the Watcher does hit the board. Doesn't go with the Accelerator, as you already conquered both battlefields. Does have the option for the double repeated Bellows Breath. Can use one with the Legend ability. Bellows Breath will be doing... I mean, the Set Brawler is down to what? He's at 5. down to 2. So doubles Bellows Breath does take down the Pit Rookie. And what do you need Bellows Breath for? It looks like the Piercing Light trying to do the majority of the work. So up to Yordle, you get a +1 draw because of Dreaming Tree. And then you take down the Set. Actually, it's repeated. So you take down both units. But he does save the Set Brawler this time.
Wow. Yeah, and then having Bellows Breath.
Incredible, making him use the Set Legend ability just to go ahead and kill these units on top of it. And he's saying, wait a minute, do I have any kind of counter capability, something like a Call to Glory? But he already used the buffs available to him. So I think the Set Brawler and the Pit Rookie are destined for the trash. And with only a single Rune Runner, it might be the window of opportunity Kaiser needed to climb back into this game, as they're tying things 4-4, but you have a Watcher in the back. You have all the kill spells in hand, so you can't deal with the Rune Runner, but you should be able to deal with everything else coming forward from here on out.
I think there's a ruling question going on right now. If the Set Legend resets Set after...
The answer is no. If it works the same way as Zonya's Hourglass, the set Legend is a replacement ability, so you actually never see the trash bin. If it goes to the trash and then gets played back again, then the Watcher stats will reset. But the fact that Legend ability is a replacement, similar to Zonya's Hourglass, similar to Guardian Angel, he actually never sees the trash, so the Watcher still stays. The damage still stays because there wasn't a combat. Actually, the damage, I don't think the damage matters. Actually, the more important is that the judge call here is that the Watcher stays. In my opinion, in my understanding of the rules, the Watcher does indeed stay. I'm thinking about the damage, though. Does that stay? Do you know, Ned?
I don't think the damage stays, but I think the Watcher stays.
Chat, any judges in chat, let us know what your guys' not advice, but let us know what your guys' insight on this position for the Set player is. From my understanding, Watcher would be the Watcher decrease -3 does indeed stay. I think the damage does end up staying for the exact same reason why the Watcher's decreases stay as well. Okay, Rush is saying the damage clears. Okay, let's head back to the little intermission in the meantime, and we'll try to see clean things up with chat as well. Oh, and Ned, I have Dimitri's name on you. Let me go ahead and give you your nice Ned. There we go. Arachnid and Ned. Yeah, perfect. All right, so chat's saying damage clears. Watcher stays, but damage clears. Okay, that's kind of my understanding. Should heal up, but with -3 stays. Okay, fair play. Okay, so I think we're all on the right thing. Watcher stays, damage. No, perfect. So that does make a lot of sense. So it should be a Bellows Breath gets taken out because Watcher without the buff takes them down to just a single might. Bellows Breath all has to do is just a single might. So I still think he repeated it, but it didn't necessarily have to repeat. And it looks like they rewind the game state. They gave him the Set Brawler and the Pit Rookie back. Wait a minute, Ned. What are we missing here? Why did it get rewinded so heavily?
I'm confused. Okay, so they're playing out the entire process again. So he's saying, play Thousand Tail, play Piercing Light, hit my Yordle, hit Set. They save Set with the Legend ability.
So damage clears, Watcher stays. So right now Set's at 1 might. Bellows Breath. Oh, he can't repeat Bellows Breath. I think the Pit Rookie survived. Actually, no. The Pit Rookie still has the Watcher ability on top of it as well. So he's able to clear everything. He's saying the Piercing Light? I'm confused what he's arguing because it all makes sense to me. Piercing Light takes down Set Legend ability procs. And now Bellows Breath capitalizes on it. And yeah, you can see with his hand expression, he's not liking what the judge is ruling. But it seems to make pretty good sense in the grand scheme of things. It's just the Riftbound rules, I want to say.
Right, and nope, going back. We thought we had it figured out. Turns out we don't.
Yeah, I mean, we here at home have figured it out. It looks everyone out in Bologna hasn't figured it out. So, all right. I'll keep going back to the little intermission booth in the meantime. But I think collectively, all of us here in chat, me and you, Ned, we are all on the same page. I guess the Bologna judges can't really comprehend, and that's not a diss, shout out, big old love to the judges, but something's going on where someone is having a bit of a dilemma. Who can't get it together? Because it seems pretty straightforward, but okay, it looks like we all have got it together. Just leaving behind actually, they kind of sped things up. They fast forwarded it. There's a Fade Runner out of nowhere, or a Fade Dragon out of nowhere.
Yeah, so what we missed is the Camel went up, conquered Arena's Greatest, cleared off the Yordle, and then a Fey Dragon came down and buffed itself. As I believe the Camel already had a buff, but I could be mistaken on that.
It did. If I remember right, it did have a buff from the Pit Rookie. Yeah, Set Brawler had the buff from itself before, so Pit Rookie came down, buffed the Camel. And yeah, so Fey Dragon just comes down as a big, powerful might unit. And let's see, that is a double singularity in the hand for Kai'Sa, double smoke screen. Or I think that's a smoke screen and a sentry. But I think the same predicament that Rune Runner might just be getting a bit carried away, as you can't smoke screen it. And every single card in hand, you can't even use it to take care of the Rune Runner. And funny enough, without a Watcher, you can't deal with it. But I do think there's one Watcher additional in hand currently.
Yep, there's one Watcher in hand, but I don't think he's choosing to play it. He plays one Poro, he plays the Sentry, and I guess is happy to just let this Camel stick around. Maybe setting up for a Watcher next turn to be able to swing in with more than just the Watcher.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I mean, Watcher should be able to hold, but the Fade Dragon does indeed have 7 mind of his own, with the buff go up to 8. So you do have enough to take down the Watcher as it currently stands. And that is a challenge. If you're able to challenge before doing a showdown, all the Kai'Sa's action speeds won't be able to get deployed out, but attaches the Doran's Blades, floating 1 energy, saying it into the Watcher. So currently swinging in for 9 total might. Make that 10 total might, actually. So he's saying if you have a Hextech Ray, go ahead and use it. But a smoke screen coming down, I guess in this grand scheme of things, it's still reaction speed. So that still would have happened whether you challenge earlier or not. Do you have any additional might increases? I don't know if we saw them.
This challenge coming in to take care of this Watcher, but Kai'Sa does not have anything, as we can see the hand.
Oh, this challenge is phenomenal, right? Because 7-7 despite the smoke screen. So Fade Dragon, I take it back. This is beautiful sequencing coming out from the Set player. Knowing if he goes ahead and responds to something like a smoke screen, challenge comes out, leaving the window only available for any kind of additional reaction speeds. And you can't even target the Rune Runner. So that's 7 damage. Actually, 5, 6... Is that a Doran's Blade? I can't see the number in the middle or under the Ruin Runner. I could only imagine it's +2 because it makes sense.
Yeah, I believe that is a Doran's Blade.
Yeah, so it was 8 might versus a 7 might. So now Set find himself at 6 total might. And you have a Poro, you have a Sentry. Not the most impressive might units, but you do have that singularity we talked about before. But funny enough, these units are actually out of the range of getting taken care of. But pitches a singularity to do 6 damage for just 2 energy. Doesn't feel too bad. But the Set legend ability coming in clutch, saving the Fade Dragon for now.
But noticeably opening up that battlefield to be conquered, and 1 less that they'll get a hold point for, which with the Set at 6 points is very... Oh, the Showstopper coming in. Rebuffing and sending it right back in.
That's right, Showstopper coming down, getting that Fade Dragon. So you get up to 7, and then Kai'Sa put in the same exact position as before. You're having to deal with 2 units on that same turn. I don't think this Sentry or this Pouty Poro, I say Pouty Poro, but Pungering Poro will be able to get the job done. More importantly, I don't know any card in Kaiser's deck besides the Watcher to deal with the Rune Runner, and he almost thinks about sending it back. But thinking about it, Ned, is Watcher able to get the job done? Because -3 across the board, Watcher alone should be able to take care of the Rune Runner. And I believe
he just picked up a Falling Star, if I saw that correctly.
Yeah. Here he goes. The Watcher coming down. Let's see what he's able to accomplish. I think the Watcher alone should be able to handle the Rune Runner alone. The only caveat being something like a punch first. But actually, the set player holding his own hands, I don't think he has any additional cards in hand. That might be everything he has. So Watcher does go into the arena's greatest, it feels like.
Yeah, if this set has no cards in hand, this could be the swing that Kaisa was waiting for. Because I'll take care of that. I'll go to 6. It gets saved. Then Falling Starring the dragon twice will be a total of 6, 7 damage. Essentially.
Yeah, it seems to be the optimal line, I want to say. So Falling Star most likely will get played out onto the Fey Dragon. So yeah, Falling Star 6 total damage is going to be sufficient because I believe... Well, with the Watcher, I mean, I guess that Fey Dragon has to be around 9 total damage or even more than that to survive that. So a Poro taking the job done and Sentry pushing forward for the 7th Conquer. So both players tying things up. But right now, Kaisa just needs to hold on to one of these battlefields. And without something like a Showstopper would probably be the only card in the whole deck. You push the Rune Runner forward and then Showstopper over to the other one. What was the top deck? Because he hasn't conceded already.
Just conceded, I'm assuming something that wasn't a Showstopper, because I think that's the only thing he had in his deck that would have got it for him.
Yeah, GG. Kaisa will be tying things up, heading ourselves into that final deciding game number 3. Who's going to be remaining undefeated going into that going into round 6 going forward? Set player did a great job, but I think the one weakness of Rune Runner is, of course, the Watcher. In the world where he didn't have that follow-up Watcher, I think Set would have easily won, and perhaps why he ended up winning game number 1. But when Kaisa has more than one Watcher, it's going to be pretty easy for her to deal with those Rune Runners. So perhaps just going, as fast as you can, set a Rune Runner might not be the most advantageous game plan going out forward. I would imagine you're even mulliganing for Watchers because that is the only way of getting rid of the camel. What about you, Ned? Are you feeling like Watcher is that one key piece for the Kaisa game plan or anything else that stands out?
I mean, the Watcher is going to be your biggest key. Smokescreen also putting in a lot of work this game. That's what got their Fey Dragon at the end removed from the board. Noticeably, we didn't see a Thermo Beam come out, even with the amount of equipment. So maybe they didn't draw it. Maybe they didn't bring it in. Might not be worth it, but we will see from here. And didn't realize this, but the set is on 9 body runes and 3 order runes.
Wow, so it doesn't necessarily need any kind of order runes. I would imagine he only has order for... Actually, you don't really need it for anything. I'm trying to think. The call to... No, the Hidden Blade. You only have the Hidden Blade for the order.
Yes. Unless there was something in the sideboard I didn't see.
Yeah, almost a bit of a mono body deck. And thank you, Chad. I misspoke. Showstopper is indeed from base only. So down to the final battlefield selection. If it's Set, I would imagine... Wait a minute. They flip these around. They have Set as Kai. Wait. The production team with these battlefields have been all over the place. There is no world where Set was on Arena's greatest. But either way, we'll move on forward. Sunken Temple seems like a proper battlefield selection for Set, as Set Brawler easily conquers there. Rune Runner with those equipments, any unit with those equipments tends to get over that mighty threshold. Obelisk of Power seems like a decently good card for Kaiser, able to get up to those Watchers that much earlier, able to get to those Time Warps one turn earlier as well. And it looks like Sea Monkey, funny enough, was the opening turn for On the Draw both games. Will be the opening turn because of the Obelisk of Power, funny enough.
Yeah, this it's so weird to me seeing this Obelisk of Power being played in decks that are not Aurora decks. Because that's all I saw in set 1. But
Right.
now, like, I've seen like half the decks play it, but a Bone Shiver coming out. So when they conquer, they get a Channel 1 Rune Exhausted, as well as getting a +2 Might.
You know, I love it because Set is such an intensive rune economy deck, right? So allowing you to replenish your runes as easy as a simple conquer is exactly what Set needs to move on forward in this game more effectively, right? Because you don't feel that bad using your legend ability when you know you're going to be able to recover it with the likes of Bone Shiver. So I'm loving that addition from Spiritforged for these Set decks. Now the answer is, as you mentioned before, we didn't see any Thermo Beam. So if he gets a little bit itching to establish equipment, things like the Doran's Blade, I guess even more Bone Shivers. What else does he have? The War Mogs. That Thermo Beam might be massive for Kaiser.
Yeah, and we see look into the Kaisa's hand that Time Warp, Progress Day, both being top end plays as well as the Singularity. Again, not too many units. We saw that was an issue in game 1. We'll see if he can either draw into it or be more controlling this game.
Yeah, we'll see. Indeed, it looks like he doesn't have the most units again, as we saw in game number 1. He has a whole lot of combat spells, forced to go ahead and play out the Chosen Champion. Not the worst. And chat, we do have the legends. Remind me between this break, if we even get a break, because these have been non-stop. You know, I can't even catch a breather with how fast these matches have been going, which I'm not complaining because it's just honestly non-stop Riftbound action. We can't really ask for too much more than that.
Correct. And I will say I did see the legend spread. This seems like a super healthy metagame.
I love it, right? Just as I guess we could talk about it here shortly, since these guys aren't doing too much currently. There was 219 Draven players, so right about 15% Draven. The next up was Kaiser that we're seeing here on screen, so 165 Kaiser players at 11%. Then the next two, which those are the last two I'll touch on, Aurelia at 129 being 9%, and then 77 players bringing in Ezreal at 5. So those are the top 4 for the Bologna metagame. Draven, Kaiser, Aurelia, Ezreal, in that order specifically.
Yeah, and almost every other legend has at least 2 or 3% field representation. It's really great to see this early in a TCG that wide of a spread.
It really is, especially when we're talking about a 1,700. I believe it was 1,719 players today, and only 15% on Draven, which makes sense because you have the #1 target on your back. If you're bringing Draven to the table, you better be the best Draven player almost in the world, because everyone knows how to play against you, which 15% of the field did decide they are the best Dravens. They want to take it as far as they can, because that is the one reason you're running Draven. It's not like a guaranteed shot, but a really good clean shot of getting into day 2 for sure, as the Progress Day does allow Kaiser to pick up 4 additional cards on her turn. If she didn't have any units, hopefully she does have units now.
And the Sabotage coming out to inform the set as to what's going on in that hand.
And it should be an abundance of kill spells as we see before. So we're seeing a couple Time Warps.
Interesting to see what he values here, because he has the Camel that's untargetable. So is he going to try and take the Time Warp? Because we saw that used to great effect last game. Yeah, he's going to take the Time Warp. Not really scared of the Falling Star, Singularity. could be your other options, but I don't think the rest are worth taking.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in the light of having a camel, it does feel like it makes a bit of sense because we saw that time where it did enable him to kind of have some bit of a comeback mechanic. You get onto one battlefield, you time warp, and then that watcher follow-up play just feels a bit too strong sometimes. So I do understand why this time warp does get brought out of the hand. Now the Warmonks goes ahead and gets established as well. Most likely will be picked up on the Ruin Runner. Conquers gets a buff, so feeling good. Having the safety net of that Set Legend ability from that Warmogs. I think Set got considerably stronger in Spiritforged thinking about it. With cards like Punch First, cards like Ruin Runner, cards like Warmogs, and then battlefields like Sunken Temple. I wonder why we don't see more and more sets. This Set undefeated player is really bringing a lot of attention to Set.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I'm not sure I've seen more than 2 other people play Set since Set 2 came out. But like this Set player is running a clinic as to why it's good. Now he has a second camel out that is going to be really hard after the first one's removed to deal with that one.
Yeah, double camel crime. And yeah, like someone in chat said, even the Sea Monkey and the Bone Shiver as well. These are fantastic additions to the game plan Set wants to do going forward. So I really think we've been sleeping a bit on Set, perhaps leaning a bit too forward or a bit too heavy on the Fiora decks that are the kind of like the shiny new toys. They have the same colors, but nothing to take away from Fiora. Fiora is an incredible legend as well. I don't know. I want to see a Set versus a Fiora deck now because that would be a fun matchup. Oof. Who is the king of the body order domains? We will see if that comes up. But the Watcher does hit the board. We did say that was one effective way of dealing with the Ruin Runner. Let's see if it's effective in this turn.
Yep, bringing that Roadrunner down to, I believe, just 5. Does Warmogs give 2?
1.
1. So bringing it down to 4, but then right back up to 9. Does he have anything to increase this Watcher's might?
It looks like he doesn't have the most amount of cards, but he does have that Punch First, the monstrous Punch First. That's going to be perfect enough to get over the Watcher, as I believe the Watcher brought it down to 4. Now Punch First up to 9 effective might. Does he have anything to do? Because you don't have any might increases as Kaiser. You only have might decreases for your opponent. So forcing to retreat because you don't want to lose your pivotal Watcher, which makes sense. But at least it's not Draven. You don't get a draw for every combat win, because it almost feels like if you're investing a Punch First, you should get some kind of mini resource gain from that.
Well, and noticeably that did cost Set two body runes to be able to play out, and has all of his yellow runes out in his rune deck.
Yeah, all 3 of them, right? So
Yep.
you know everything remaining is all body runes from that rune deck. Hopefully he pitches it or picks it up from the right side rather than from his main deck. I think he caught win, right? He got it together after game 3. After both, oh no, I was about, wait, he's drawing before channeling. He's definitely from another TCG. I used to do that before Riftbound.
I've really had to watch myself and try not to do that, but I've also done it.
I know. I think everyone in chat has done it before, but yeah, you channel before you draw technically. I don't think any judges will matter too much, but it is just the ABC rules as we all know them. Sea Monkey goes up, getting a 6 point, spreading the difference in point disparity by double, 6-3, and now Camel feeling good. We know there's a Watcher in hand, so you don't want to overextend with the other Watcher. If there's something else you can do in the back line, but the Camel coming down, Kaiser Survivor, unless you have a second retreat, is going to be hitting the trash from here on out. And Watcher alone will only be able to conquer one of these battlefields, allowing you to go up to 7, and perhaps the Camel gets the job done, going up to 8 on this next turn. I am loving Set's position from here.
Yep, choosing to retreat the Sea Monkey as they know that there is a Watcher in hand. Well, Kaiser does have access to their full runes. We'll have to see what the plan is. First, going to start us off with a Watcher. Accelerated. with 1 rune available on the set side. Could still be another punch first. We'll have to see. Don't know what else the Kaisa player would have.
I mean, he does have something like a Falling Stars, able to clear the Sea Monkey, able to clear the pit crew, or the first mate, I want to call him. Or the first mate is his name. But clear both of those back. Clear the only targets available for the side of Set. Now, as we said before, if he clears both of those units with something like a Falling Star, that does mean there is a bit of an issue, right? But actually, I stand corrected. Of course, the Set legend ability allowing him to keep both of the untargetable camels for the next turn. So all you have to do is push in on 1, go up to 7, and then try to take care of the remaining Watcher. If you have something like a punch first, if you have any additional, actually, you already have enough with the Bone Shiver and Warmogs alone. Oh, I think Set might have locked this one out. Unless there's something we're missing.
I would agree with you. I'm not sure what is the Falling Star even targeting? It'd have to be the Pit Monkey twice? Or Sea Monkey? Pit Monkey.
Well, remember the Watcher's
Sea
online,
Monkey.
right? So it's -3 across the board, even the back
Oh,
line. So Falling Star can
you are
easily
correct.
1-2 pick off both of those units. And now it's just on the back of the Camel v Camel action. Go onto one battlefield, go onto the other one with the Bone Shiver and the Warmogs. I believe that's going to be enough. 5, 6, 7, 8 is right over the threshold of 7 from the Watcher. So, like I said, unless we're completely missing something, I believe Set locked this one out in a 2-1 close best-of-3 matchup. But Set should remain undefeated going into round 6. You love to see it.
Why did the Falling Star only kill the 1? Did I miss that?
3, 4, 5. Yeah, he could have killed both. Perhaps forgetting about his own Watcher.
Very possible, but yeah, I don't see a 2-rune option that saves Kaisa here. I think this set is going to go up to 5-0 here.
I believe so. I think Sea Monkey over to Sunken Temple. The Fade Dragon just going a little bit of extra salt on the wounds. He doesn't need to do all this, but just making sure he 110% gets the victory. Everything receives a buff. You could simply conquer with the Sea Monkey, but going for the harder conquer first. He's saying, I'm not going to go the easy route, because he could have just sent both run runners in. Or I guess it makes sense to keep one back. So make sure you conquer one, and then says, he didn't attach the Bone Shiver because the monkey never died. That makes sense.
Yeah, which might be no, I actually don't think that would have terribly mattered much. He attaches the Bone Shiver to the camel with the Warmogs, kills the Thousand Tail, and then moves the other one into the other battlefield.
And you know, that kind of answers our question earlier why he didn't decide to kill the Sea Monkey, because killing the Sea Monkey actually opens up the floor for that Bone Shiver being attached. So smart play from Kaisa, but still the Set player having the outs regardless, with the Fade Dragon hitting the board. And just like that, as you said, the Set player progresses on forward, remaining undefeated. So Set trying to make a big run and try to say, I am here to play with all the newer Spiritforged legends. I mean, he had a clean game against Kaisa. For anyone in chat, or I'll ask you, Ned, is there one legend that feels like is decently favorable against Set? Because Set might be one of those legends that has a decently good matchup versus everything, it feels like.
The only thing I can think of is maybe an Azir. You get Call of the Week. You get...
Oh, Dean saying Victor. Prison Victor. I can see it. Call of the Week. Call of the Week versus Room Runner. You guys are absolutely right.
Yeah, and Imperial Decree, something that Victor players play, so...
True.
I can
exactly.
see that.
So yeah, Victor does have a rough time. Any rebuke decks? Yeah, Feral Crab, I can see that, but you can't rebuke Rune Runner, right? And real quick chat, let me go on a quick little bathroom break. I've been I've been streaming for about 8 hours and I haven't even moved from my desk. Let me move these legs a little bit, walk around, use the bathroom. And Ned, if the game starts, you're gonna have to commentate a little bit before me, but it's gonna be 2 minutes. Just let me run to the bathroom real quick. I'll put it over to the feature match. And Ned, hold it down for a minute or so. I'll be right back.
I gotcha. I believe this is the second. This is the backup stream. Was that a Renata deck? This is a deck, chat, that I've been super interested in. I just haven't had the confidence to play. This deck heavily revolves around gold generation, making Ornn massive, and then taking extra turns with time warp and scoring points with the Renata champion unit. But the champion unit can only be used on base for its abilities. And is this an Ahri deck? An Ahri versus Renata. I think it's an Ahri. It might be a Ornn deck for all I know, but looks more stereotypical of a Ahri deck. Both decks that I don't see much. It is an Ahri deck.
All right, Ned, I'm back. Thanks for holding it down. And if it's indeed an Ahri deck, unbelievable. You know, I will say, if anyone's out in Bologna, I need you guys to do me a huge favor. Go ahead and give the Riot production team a big old fat wet kiss, because they are doing a great job of picking these unrepresented legends. We're seeing a Renata, an Ahri, a Lee Sin. We never get that in the regional moment, so I love to see this.
Yeah, I give big props to the production crew there. Not even just for like picking these smaller represented legends, but also like these are legends being piloted by good pilots doing well. The set was 4-0. I haven't seen the record for these two players, but this Bologna has been a really fun watch so far.
It really has, especially when we're talking about the heart monitors as well. That is hilarious to have. And these players aren't undefeated, but they're just X1. So on the cuffs of getting pretty much eliminated from day 2 odds. But, oh, you know, this is a matchup I am pretty unfamiliar with. I'm familiar with both of these decks individually, but already going against a Renata. It looks like it's a later game Renata going with the time warp shenanigans. Ahri tends to be a little bit of a late game build herself, so it could be late game v late game. In terms of conquering / holding, I have to give the upper hand to Ahri, but Renata is a type of deck that you don't really know what to expect because she's so underexplored.
Right, and this is game 3 by the looks of the scoreboard. And I remember, was it your last tournament you had a Renata that had an Ornn that just got massive with all the gold generation?
Right. Yeah, it was like token golem or the blue Ornn to benefit from those 4 gold tokens getting. I think this is a slightly different Renata deck because I don't think that Renata was playing time warp, but Renata time warp with the Renata blue champion seemed to be a good combo. And chat, forgive me, I don't know why the stream is slightly lagging on my end, but it seems to be fixed already as the card shop goes in, tries to conquer or tries to contest, if you will. But the -1 Ahri ability, so many people have forgotten about it. I would imagine Mag isn't too used to going against the likes of Ahri. I hope he didn't forget about the Ahri legend ability here, but doesn't get the conquer, so kind of just lets the card shop go, interesting enough.
It might just be card sharp once it's down, it's lived out its usefulness and wanted to get rid of at least one of the units there. And then had the Wages of Pain in the back to take care of the other unit.
And chat, I tried to refresh the stream real quick. I don't know what was going on, but thank you everyone coming on in. And yes, it was a charm. I wasn't paying too close attention. I am back though to pay as close attention as I can. Is the stream quality as high as I can?
It's also being a little choppy for me. I didn't see the charm either.
Okay, so perhaps it's not just my stream. If you're experiencing it too, perhaps it's just the regional stream in general. Chat, let us know for you guys that are also tuning in on the main stream. Has it been a little bit fuzzy for you guys as well, or is it just me? Because I don't lag ever on YouTube, so it's a little bit curious to me, but perhaps it's just a big event over in the other side of the world going down.
Well, also big event. Like this is our first regional for set 2 outside of China, if I am correct on that. So I imagine there's a lot of eyes on the stream as well.
This is the first European regional ever coming out from Riftbound. So yeah, so many eyes, so many great players, so many great Riftbound action as we've seen this entire day. And funny enough, we're not even closer. I guess we're approaching getting close. We have one more round 6 and then the final closing 2 rounds for the day following that. But it looks like Raven Bloom will be conquering that Grove. So 1 point apiece so far. I'm honestly just curious to see how this Renata will be playing things out going forward, because I have no idea what to expect. As Ned pointed out, I saw a couple Renatas from a few of our events, and each of those Renata decks have played so differently from one another. As we see the stream kind of catch up and the Renata getting played out to the Grove, if she can hold, those point generations might be getting out of hand. You already established 2 golds on top of that. Grove with the Godwillow gets you 1 card back. I'm liking this position so far from Renata, but I think it's way too early to call anything.
Yeah, it's just really risky putting out. I feel like Blue Renata is like one of the key parts of making your deck run well. I think it's a little risky to play it out this early, but they're 3-1 at a regional, so they probably know better than I do.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It does seem a bit rather risky, but perhaps, I mean, that's the one way you play around these champions like Ori, like Master Yi. The game plan for them is get onto a battlefield first and then just defend and get your hold points each and every turn. Now, if you flip the script and you do that against the Ori player, Ori's so much better at defending rather than attacking. The blue Ori champion kind of changes that around a bit because she does get their -2 ability on the attack, on the defense. So perhaps there is a world Ori backed up with something like a discipline plus. You're going to have to go even further than that to get that down, because Renata goes down to 2. Ravenbloom goes out to 3 with that hidden card. So that's 5 right there. So you're going to need a little bit more than that. Let's see what Ori has in mind, because I see a whole lot of combat tricks. Not too I guess the Watcher gets there. Let's see how many runes he has available.
For 7 runes. So he can't accelerate the Watcher, but he can play the Watcher. Choosing instead to just go over to, I believe that's a Vile Mauslayer?
It is.
The screen quality is a little rough for me, so I couldn't read it, but I'm taking an educated guess.
Yeah, just based on the artwork. You know, we have it at 1080p too, so because I know you're watching it on your end, right? You're not watching the screen share?
Oh, yeah. I'm watching it on my end.
Exactly. So yeah, a little bit fuzzy all around. It looks like it got a little bit cleaner, at least from this camera angle. So a block of Twong, 2 Watchers, and a not so fast is what the Ori player has in hand. Goes with the unaccelerated Watcher just to get the -3. But interesting enough, just plays it in the back, so it doesn't really benefit from that -3 regardless. Throws it back over to the Renata. I'm curious to see, does she want to get the additional +1? Or is that just way too many runes? You only have 2 gold. Let's see if he decides to do it, because once you're on a battlefield, you can pay, I believe, it's something like a respectable 4 blue runes. Let me pull up that champion card.
Yeah, you can spend 1 energy and 1 power, I believe, to draw a card, and then 4 blue to gain a point.
Yeah, so in this position, you could pay 2 gold, 2 mind runes to gain 1 point, which doesn't seem the worst. I feel like that's worthy, but it seems a bit better when you're closer to the victory condition as well, but perhaps not really prioritizing utilizing it right now. So feeling confident that he's able to hold going forward. You think that hidden card is Hidden Blade? Maybe he's not too threatened from Watcher?
Well, he just stupefied the Watcher and is now going to drop down a Singularity to completely clear Ari's board. So no, I don't think he's threatened by that Watcher at all anymore.
Yeah, he does have that follow-up Watcher as well, but I think that Singularity putting in so much work. I mean, Singularity might have been one of the bigger breakout cards coming from the Origin set, right? Because I think some people were playing Singularity, but I feel like everyone's playing Singularity now. Even in decks that aren't Kai'Sa, I guess Ezreal really makes great use of Singularity as well. And here it is, that we said there was another Watcher coming out. And very careful of that hidden card. Decides to go for Valmon's Lair. I think if there's ever a time, and he did get the point, right? Because where all the gold go? Oh, for the Singularity, of course, of course.
Yeah, he played the Singularity out. Yeah, I was talking to my local scene about this, that like there's really not, outside of a few lower to the ground decks, that play small units anymore. A lot of times it's now you skip turn 1 to play something bigger on turn 4 that gets out of the range of these smaller removal spells. That just has led way for Singularity's stock to just rise in set 2.
Yeah, I think a big thing to know is that Singularity most often than not takes care of the Draven champions in the back line. They go ahead and tap out for them. I mean, you could play something like a reaction speed spinning axe to get up to 7, but more often than not, it does pick away those Dravens. So I do see that's probably one reason why we see an increase in Singularity as well. But I will note, Ned, these players are in turn time. I believe Ahri might have been turn 0. Unless I just saw the timer, because I saw 0-0, so I believe Ahri 0, which would mean that this Renata player will be on turn 1 for the overtime. So just 2 more turns each, or actually just 1 more turn each. I think this game is effectively a tie.
So how does Time Warp work with...
You take the overtime turn. You take the overtime turn, so you go to turn 2. Oh, wait a minute. You hold and then Renata ability up to 5. And then your turn 2. So your opponent's going to be turn 3, which is the final turn of the game.
Huh. Maybe Renata clutches this out? Oh, no. He was turn 3, then played a Time Warp.
Or was turn 2 play the Time Warp up to turn 3? Because then you would just neglect your opponent a turn, and then Renata holds Renata ability. I think he had to be either turn 2 or turn 1.
No, he's turn 3. That's what I believe they were just talking about. That's why he just undid Time Warp.
Oh, that's a good observation. The dice in the middle is the turn counter, so this is the final turn. So why wouldn't you use the Renata ability now?
I think that's the plan. He's going to kill or attempt to kill the Thousand Tail, move in Conquer, and then attempt to do Renata's ability so that he has at least a 2-point lead.
And brilliant stuff coming at the very last moments of this Renata versus Ahri. So we didn't get to see too much of that matchup, as we did catch it in that final game 3. But Renata showing us some decently good stuff, showing how powerful that early playing of that Renata champion can be sometimes against the likes of some more mid to late game legends like Ahri. So doing what you can do best as Renata. So well done, well played. The Renata looking to be in a good position to get that best of metal card Renata, because I would only imagine there's not a whole lot of Renata players that are doing so good in today's tournament. But maybe there is. Maybe there's an undefeated Renata player, but we probably would have seen him on stream already. You know, Ned, are you still leaning towards Aurelia and Spiritforged, or what decks have you been really falling for so far, as we're like a week or 2 into Spiritforged?
So I tried Victor, and I fell out of love with that deck.
Okay.
I'm looking to try Misfortune Aurora.
Oh, real quick, hold your thought. We have the standings, chat. We have the standings. Let's go full screen mode and see the players holding it down. We have 2 undefeated. Actually, there is a grip of players that are undefeated right now. Let us know in chat if you guys recognize anyone. I'll pay attention. I know Ian Zhang. I believe I recognize him. Jose sounds really familiar. Marcus Patel almost sounds familiar, but that's 4 undefeated Dravens. Actually, out of the undefeated players, that's 7 Dravens, 1 Aurelia, 1 Sivir, or 2 Sivers. So not too bad. A good amount of undefeated players going into round 6. Or going into round 7, actually, because there's 6-0.
Yeah, Draven being 70%, but the tournament's not over, and it's not just undefeated that makes top cut.
Let's see if they have any more standings. Really? They only showed us the top 10? I wanted to see a couple other players. That is unfortunate. And MTG, Gianluca is a top MTG player. I would imagine because a lot of MTG players did get into Riftbound, and I feel like that's where they all kind of aggregate over in the EU scene. Some of them make their way over to NA, but you know, there's a lot of great Spanish players. There's a lot of great Italian players at MTG. I don't know why EU just produces such great, brilliant players. Chaos region 100% representation. Yeah, guys, Chaos decks are just a little crazy. I saw Prismat tweet that he was 6-0. Oh, Dr. Rick. So maybe they just showed us the top 10 and maybe 6-0 is like 20 players.
Yeah, probably the top 10 based on tiebreakers for now.
Yeah, I can see it so far. So undefeated. Hey, Dr. Rick, do you know what Prismat is playing? Is he doing his Miracle Draven? And guys, since it looks like we have a little bit of a break, I will pull up, or I will try to pull up the deck distribution. And chat, let me know if you have a screener. I could pull it up. No. I'll just have to let you guys know. So for anyone that doesn't know the decks that came to the Bologna tournament, it was out of 1,700 players, 15% of them are on the Draven list. And it looks like out of the 15%, a lot of them are still undefeated, right? And then Kaiser came in at number 2 for 11%. Aurelia number 3 at 9%. So far, very reminiscent of what we saw in the China scene. The only big difference, as I saw, is Ahri. You know, Ned, for me, Ahri being the 6th most represented, do you think it comes down to being the most expensive metal card? Do you know, it sold for 40,000 USD. It's been confirmed. That's been the actual sell price. I think these guys want a good payday.
I don't blame them. I'm trying to figure how Ahri plays into Draven.
No, I mean, they're not trying to make it to day 2, honestly. They're just trying to get that metal card in perfect timing. We get the deck distribution as we were just talking about it. And real quick, La Grita, I don't have the link for standings. If anyone in chat, you know, it's in the event locator, but you have to be registered for the event. If you're not registered for the event, there's no way of finding it. Or correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Is there a way of finding it? It's in the Riftbound Play Network. Thank you, Camille's. So chat, maybe if you guys have the link to standings, put it in chat, because I know a lot of people are hungry for those standings. I will patiently just wait for the results after the event, because we'll get into day 2 eventually.
Yeah, I'm very interested in that, Ahri. They must be trying to get that medal. Hey, probably the person who gets the medal, Ahri, might make more than the person who wins the regional.
Yeah, you would think that, but the person that wins the regional gets the best of Draven card. And I say best of Draven, and oh, that reminds me, Ned, we didn't get to do our caster's prediction. So shout out to our previous casters so far. BMU starting the show off with us. He predicted standard mid-range Draven, taking it all the way. And then we had Dimitri come down, and he actually did a bit of a twist on the caster prediction. He's predicting Aurelia to take it all the way. Now I throw the question over to you, Ned. What is your legend to pick? Who's going to be coming out as the champion of the first EU Bologna Regional Qualifier?
I'm tentatively gonna say Annie. I think we get a lot of Annie. Annie seems like a really good counter meta deck that if they can play well, I think we can see Annie take another regional. Yeah, I'm gonna lock in with Annie.
Okay, Annie it is. So one vote for Draven, one vote for Aurelia, one vote for Annie. So those are some high level plays. It looks like we have another Kai'Sa coming in round number 6. And by the way, chat, I just posted the link to the standings on YouTube, and it looks like shout out to Goob to posting it on the Twitch chat as well. So between Twitch and YouTube, you guys should have the standings posted right there in the chat. So shout out to you guys.
Oh, I'm so excited. I just put this Jinx deck together.
Oh,
this is one of the decks that I'm
goodness.
playing. I literally, as I was watching your other matches, I sleeved up this deck.
Nice. The Miracle Jinx, a deck a lot of people haven't really caught wind of. There is the Battering Rams, the Fizzes, the Switcheroo, the Ezreal that puts the glue and everything all together, the Rasas, the Bushwhack, the Last Right. This is as cookie cutter Miracle deck as it gets. I'm curious to know, imagine if this Jinx deck is undefeated. Jinx was the third, or I believe the second most expensive metal card sold. So if he's doing well, maybe even day 2 well on top of the metal card, that is a double win if I do say so myself. But I'm willing to bet these players are X1, maybe X2. I just don't know how I feel about Jinx, but maybe Miracle Jinx is a different beast altogether.
Technically undefeated. They are 401.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw this list. It's slightly different. They are splashing red. Mine is completely purple. I don't play any red runes, but
you know, I think the one card that does justify at least 1 or 2 red runes in there is Bushwhack. Bushwhack, when you're talking about Miracle decks, Rasta's coming in accelerated, Battering Rams coming in accelerated, and you could Bushwhack from Fizz if the Bushwhack is in the trash. So you get 2 Bushwhack for the price of 1 sometimes. That's the only reason I was splashing a little bit of red in there.
I see some people splashing in for Bushwhack, some people splashing in for the red Jinx leader. But yes, I'm very excited to see how this goes down. And I believe that's a treasure hunter. I cannot read Chinese, but I'm assuming that's a treasure hunter.
It is the Go generation, one of the best early chaos drops coming out of Spiritforged, of course. So nice little push onto it. And you know, having that Go generation for those Rosses later game. And who needs red when you have gold in your decks? But eating a Hextech Ray to the face. Now it looks like another treasure hunter hitting board, follow up by that perfect 1-2 play of the Noxus Hopeful. And you know, this is a whole Chinese deck, it looks like. Not a lot of English cards.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to get your cards early and playtest as soon as possible, I don't blame them.
Guys, it will indeed put her first point on the board as well. Sentry conquering that Void Gate. And funny enough, we saw a similar matchup against Set. So I'm curious if they have something similar in mind. Things like Arena's Greatest, and then you end things with, I believe it was the Obelisk of Power, crazy enough. But something's telling me this might just be a different Kai'Sa build. We'll see when they cut over to the hand cam. But now throwing it back over to Jinx, I'm wondering when this Jinx starts rolling in those miracle shenanigans. You think you would have to find the Ezreal first. Sometimes just with call shots alone are able to kind of initiate things, but I think it feels so much better if you have that champion online. I think he did hit the Prodigy, actually, funny enough.
Yep, he's stack decking right now and does choose to pick the Ezreal over, I believe it was a Battering Ram and something else.
A seal.
But noticeably, he doesn't really have much in hand that benefits with having an Ezreal on the board, so I don't think we'll see the Ezreal come down this turn, as Kai'Sa does have a few ways of sniping the back line, but will conquer one battlefield.
You know, you're so right. If there's one deck that gives such a problem to these Miracle decks, taking down the Ezreal as easily as they come down, it will be Kai'Sa. Those Falling Stars are incredible to deal with those things, and you don't have things like quick draw long swords in these non-Draven lists. So things, I think I think that's the biggest difference because, yeah, he goes ahead and establishes out the Ezreal, but we all know what's in the hand of the Kai'Sa. So something like that Treasure Hunter and the Ezreal Prodigy might not be sticking around too much longer. So try to squeeze out all the value you can while you can. If he has a call shot, I think it's a better time than never. At least you can react to it for the Falling Stars at the worst.
Yep, and conquering the battlefield let him discard a scrap heap, which drew him 2. And the battering ram coming down, a nice 5 might body for 2, I believe it was at that point.
And before chat goes off on me, I stand corrected. It's an action. For some reason, I thought call shot was reaction. So, of course, you can't literally react to it. So, you have to use your call shots if you have it. But I don't think Jinx has it in hand just yet. And, you know, the only reason I thought Miracle Jinx wouldn't really be too synergistic is because you're doing a counterintuitive game plan to your Legend, right? Miracle wants to draw. And then your Legend wants you to not have any cards in hand to get the +2 draws. I guess they're effectively trying to reach the same state of a lot of cards in hand. So whether you draw from your Legend ability or you're drawing from the Miracle stuff, I guess you just want more cards in hand, period. But then it leaves Jinx just having like a vanilla Legend ability, doesn't it?
So what I've heard from a lot of Miracle players is that the one downside to Miracle is that it can brick. If you just don't see the right cards fast enough, your deck can brick. Which is what I think Jinx is interesting is if you play out your entire hand, you're at least drawing 2 cards a turn.
Okay.
Which is I went up against a Miracle player that had 1 card in hand, ended the turn with 5 cards in hand.
Wow.
So I can see why Jinx could be a good Miracle shell. Do I think it's the best? Probably not, but I think it's a really interesting take on the Miracle deck.
Yeah, I think at the very least is a very underestimated Jinx. People stand in front of Jinx and like, oh, that's an easy match. I could definitely take it down. And then you bring out all these impressive combination of cards, the Battering, the Rosses, the Ezreals, the every other card in the deck. There's really no bad card in Fury and Chaos, especially in those Miracle decks. So I think catching a lot of players by surprise, and he has a good record at that. Technically undefeated, as you pointed out, 4 wins, 1 tie. Feeling comfortable about that. I guess the only downside with this Miracle package, it looks like he has a problem fully closing out games because sometimes when you're, I guess dirtling is the word, where you kind of look through your cards, drawing, you're not really pushing the board state. But Bushwhack is the card that kind of progresses the board state. Let's see how he capitalizes and what units will he be pushing at accelerated speed.
Yep, and spending the gold token essentially just gets him a gold token. And there's a question?
I guess it's a question about Bushwhack. I think Bushwhack actually gets a gold token as well, just exhausted. So I'm wondering what the question is. He paid a red. Oh, I think it was like he paid the gold just to get a gold back. Perhaps that would problems I is thinking about.
Yeah, I think problem I thought he tapped the gold when he in reality just spent the gold and got another one tapped.
And here he goes. He doesn't have an Ezra anymore, so doesn't have that picture perfect strategy of the repeated calls. I think he just went for a single call to glory, or not call to glory, the single call shot. Does get another Prodigy. Funny enough, these call shots have been quite fruitful for this player as he gets another Prodigy. Does he decide to play it out is the question, because I would imagine he played Bushwhack with an intention in mind, most likely trying to take down the Void Gate right in this very turn. Has 1 Battering Ram online, perhaps trying to use a couple cards to set up a secondary Battering Ram. So I think he's played out what? Bushwhack, call shot. Is there any cards so far?
He played out Bushwhack, called shot.
Was it a stack deck this turn too? Or was that the previous turn?
I think that might have been the previous turn.
Okay, so battering rams are going to be will be costing just 3 energy as it stands. If he plays another card, might be going down to 2.
Oh, and just throwing in the merchant will probably take out the Yordle, which will free up the battering ram to take care of the Kaisa and stay on board.
Oh, pitches the Prodigy, funny enough, saying, I don't have any use for this going forward, but as you said, trading 1 for 1 for the Yordle, now sending in the Ram to take care of the remaining, so conquering up to 4. Miracle Jinx feeling all but good in this matchup as you're going up exactly double the points currently, and looking at all the cards in hand, I believe he's saying, I will be playing out a Rasa this turn. Oh, no. He's saying how many cards he's played, so he could definitely play a battering ram for 1. Interesting. If he did the other way around, I guess it was 1 regardless. So I guess he played 1 more card than we were talking about. But either way, Arasa and battering ram. And this is to your point, Ned. Jinx is completely out of cards, so that makes sense. And I do think, thinking about it now, it is a very underestimated, underexplored type strategy. Miracle, let go of every single card in your hand, and Jinx properly replenishes that with 2 card draws per turn. Not too bad. I like what I'm seeing.
Noticeably, one slight misplay. He did play Bushwhack this turn, so that battering ram and Rasha should be readied. But the switcheroo that is hidden, and the Hex Tech in response. Well, the switcheroo will have to resolve first, leading to a trade. Yep.
Yeah, as you're saying, 1-to-1 effectively. 1 HP to 1 might. But you're totally right on that regard. Battering Ram and Rasa should be ready, but I think it's just a bit of an indication saying the Jinx player is saying, I'm not pushing in. I'm just going to keep these in the back. So I consider these effectively tapped either way. Looks like Kaiser leaning towards that Yoda to just see a bit more card draw. What's going to be hit off the top? Oh, a Get Excited. Not too bad. I believe that hits everywhere on the board, battlefield and the base alike. And he looks like he has a couple good hits to pitch. Something like a Ferris Forerunner. Do 6 damage onto the battering ram or the Rasa. Plays out a Pondering Poro for the time being. And it looks like he's leaning for that Get Excited. What's going to be the pitch? I would imagine the biggest card in hand. It can't be the Parker's Day because you want to draw 4 perhaps the next turn as you're running really low on card size. Or hand size.
Yep, that Ferris Forerunner is going to be what's getting pitched. Taking care of the battering ram, and now we see Jinx being able to draw 1 off the legend, channel, draw again.
Yeah, I'm corrected, guys. Thank you, chat. It was just Battlefields alone as we're seeing the battering ram getting hit from the Void Gate down to the trash. So out he goes, passes it back over to Jinx, and now gets 2 cards per turn. What will these 2 cards be is the question. I wish we got a bit of a sneak peek. It looks like a card that costs 4 energy. Make that 5 energy. Is she just going to be playing out the Jinx champion? And that she is. Is that the Arcane box set, Jinx?
I think so.
It has to be, right? Because the only other one that looks somewhat similar, if I remember right, is the Alpha Jinx from when it was called Project K. But no, that's definitely the Arcane shift, the Arcane gift box.
Going up to 6 to Kaisa's 2, having a card in hand, having pretty decent backline. Noticeably, I believe that's the discard battlefield, but because they didn't have a card to discard, the Jinx does not untap or get the +1 might. But they do get to draw 1 card.
They do draw 1, still keeping you in the range of drawing 2 cards per turn. As long as you have, is it 2 or 3 for the Jinx? I haven't played Jinx in forever. I think it's 3 cards, right? Or 2.
So if you have 1 card or less in hand, you get to draw 2.
Perfect, that's what it was. So 1 or less, basically 0 cards in hand, but 1 card won't be diminishing that, of course. Now Kaiser having a bit of a tall task, saying, how am I getting rid of a battering ram, a hidden card, and a Rasa with just 2 low little might units, a Yordle and a Poro? I think of Singularity would be phenomenal here. Another card that would be excellent is going to be the Watcher coming down, bringing those might totals down to size, 5 down to 2, Rasa down to 3, Watcher accelerated down, Rasa goes down, and then you just need to simply go with a Yordle over to the Void Gate, see what's under that hidden card. Oh, that battery ram just at a single might. Oh.
But the Fight or Flight gonna bring it back. And now Jinx still at 6, has this massive back line, and Kaisa only has 1 rune up.
Yeah, massive back line right there. Jinx, chosen champion, get +1 for every card discarded. You know, it's a bit of a tricky situation because usually you have things like Traveling Merchant to really benefit from that discard package, or you have cards that literally discard. But in a Miracle deck, there's not too many cards that discard besides the one we mentioned is the Merchant. Or what are you running in your list, Ned? How do you, or are you not running the purple Jinx, or are you running the red one?
I'm 12 purple runes.
Okay. All mono purple Miracle Jinx makes sense. So are you just using Jinx as a Jinx champion just to have in the zone? Or do you actually get to enable her ability a bit? Is it just merchants or anything else?
Ezreal also does.
Oh, true.
Discard 1. You have your Zon Warrens that lets you discard if, for at least one of your games. And I'm trying to think. I think that might be it. Those.
Hey, 2 options better than just a singular option, and it looks like he does have the Ezreal Prodigy in hand, so you're able to get that Jinx up to, I believe, 6 total might. But first things first, you have to clear the Yordle from the Void Gate. There's a sneaky little 1 rune on the side of Kaisa. Could signify a bit of a Hextech Ray, but only has 2 cards in hand. This Kaiser Survivor has been starved out of card draw. It looks like they haven't been fortunate without things like a hidden Dreaming Tree or any kind of card advantage battlefields. I don't know what it is, but I'm used to seeing Kaiser with a bit more hand size. It could change the very next turn as he has been holding on to that progress day and seeing the bigger picture being painted, saying this Miracle deck has been going crazy this game 1. And Jinx, who would have thought, guys? We would have never said that in the Origins meta. A Jinx taking down a Kaiser. What world are we living in, Ned?
The best one.
Right.
Interesting to see if another Lats Rights from the Jinx sideboard is going to come in, especially when going up against Kaisa, having the removal package, having 2 Last Rights to be able to replay your units might be very useful here.
And they're giving us a sneak peek at the entire deck. So it looks like the battlefield selections, we already saw the Zon Warrens. Reaver's Row feels decently good for both players. Minefield seems like it's only going to be benefiting Jinx, so I wouldn't blame him for going Minefield on the draw. Kind of equalize things in a sense, because Reaver's Row, giving it to Pondering Portal doesn't seem too ideal. So I would imagine Minefield might just be that game too. And they didn't get to show us the decks are interesting. What is that card? Is that another Gear Hate? The 2 card. What?
It's a very cheap kill for Gears, but the controller draws 2. I honestly don't know what kind of sideboard they're going to bring in against this G. Thermo Beam doesn't matter. The Detonate doesn't matter. They had 2 of the Thunder Songs they might bring in. Yeah, this Kaisa's sideboard is almost entirely Gear Hate. Say maybe Unchecked Power, maybe the Thunder Songs.
That's exactly what I was leaning towards, because in the situation where he kind of overextends, leaves a lot of units on the battlefields, just thinking, oh, I'm clear to hold. I have a Rasa, a Battering Ram, and an Ezreal on the battlefield. Unchecked Power can bring things completely around. So I think out of the sideboard options, because Jinx doesn't have too many gears. That being said, you do have gold to consider. You do have the seals that they benefit greatly from. So I don't think Thermo is a complete dud in the deck. So I do think you side in at least one of those Thermo Beams. So that's about all I can see from Kaisa, because the seals really do enable her to stay rune efficient throughout the entire game. So I think it's worth it. Will it do too much? Will it be super impactful? I don't think so, but it doesn't seem like a bad card nonetheless, as we are approaching this game number 2. Obelisk of Power Minefield will be those game number 2 battlefield to start things off. Can Kaiser bring us to game number 3 as she starts off with 3 runes on the play? This is the best curve you can do for Kaiser. Turn 1 Yordle, pick up a draw for your troubles.
Yeah, but you're giving Jinx 4 runes to play with on their first turn, which just led to a Treasure Hunter into a Noxus Faithful.
Right, Noxus Hopeful coming down.
Hopeful.
That's a 1-2 punch. That's both of these with the optimal curves you can do on their opening turns.
Yeah, and seeing Kaisa seems to just be trying to develop their board a bit more.
Yeah, not too bad.
Maybe
Does get the
leading-
first point of the game. And is that going to be something like a Survivor? No, it will be the Poro, double Poro at that. So as you said, developing out the board a bit further. So changing things up. Usually we would have seen something like a Falling Star nice and early out. But because Noxus Hopeful is at 4 might, changing the game plan ever so slightly. Doesn't want to invest on a double hit on just 1 unit. So giving a bit of a breathing room, just takes that advantage to put out units onto the board. But a decently good, but a decently slower hand for Jinx. We don't see the Prodigy. We don't see the call shots. We don't see the stacked decks. But you do, at the minimum for the Kaiser player, do have the traditional Hex Tech Ray, bringing that Noxus Hopeful down into the range of dying against the Yordle. But the hard bargain, that had to be a sideboard edition. Or did he have it in the main board? Because that is a perfect card here.
I think that's a main board. I don't remember seeing that in the sideboard. And then, off of playing the hard bargain, going right into another battering ram.
Yeah, not too bad. Having to pay 4 because it's just playing a single card, but establishing a 5/5 nice and early in that turn 2 doesn't feel all that bad. Passes it back over to the Kaiser player. And oh yeah, Minefield pitches 2 for the Conquer, so that's something to be mindful of. It does benefit Jinx ever so slightly because of those Rasas coming online that much earlier. You're able to get to that 10 cards in the trash, maybe by turn, or so much closer than you would otherwise.
Yep, trying to get Rasha's out quick, that 6 might unit, and again, if he brought in the last rights, which I believe is the correct call, you can just get those units you pitch back.
Yeah, exactly. And he does have, as you mentioned, the last right in hand, but the best card in this current situation, the Singularity coming down, doing work, taking rid of the Hopeful, taking rid of the Battering Ram, and the Pondering Poro, taking rid of the rest. This is a perfect situation, a perfect position for the Kaiser player. Not only is a double Conquer turn, that is a double Go Generation turn, so the future Singularities aren't going to be too impactful. The future Falling Stars, this is as good as it gets for this game number 2 for Kaiser in a dominant position, especially as we said before. Jinx didn't have too much gas in the hand, lacking a bit of digging through. And yeah, look at the hand, Ned. That's a Seal, a Last Right, and a Rasa. I guess you play it out and draw 2, or at the minimum, you do have the Jinx champion there.
Yep, this is going to be a little bit slower of a game for Jinx, but having last rights out, having an Ezreal in the discard, having, I believe he even has a Rasha in the discard that he can bring back with last rights, is really not a bad position for Jinx.
Yeah, you just have to be very mindful. Does Kaiser have any other kill spells in hand? Because a double up Falling Star does get rid of the Jinx. It's just a 5/5 body as it currently stands. The Poros get put back, and let's see, is there going to be another kill spell to get brought out? It looks like a Pouty Poro, a Stupefy currently in hand. I don't believe they have something like a Falling Stars, or else I believe they would have just slammed it down. Going to be developing the Survivor for the time being. Leaves 2 runes most likely up, unless these are the 2 runes for the Falling Star, but nope, goes ahead and passes it back over to the Jinx player.
Yep, and Jinx ability again coming online, getting him an extra draw for this turn. And now, interesting enough, could potentially conquer both with Jinx if they can get 2 discard effects. Which
yeah, let's
the
see. You're
Minefield,
so
he'll get
right.
1.
It does ready
And
the Jinx. It does get +1. So Minefield coming down as you realize the Kaiser player forgot the Minefield, saying, you know what, I'm going to let you be the only one, you know, benefiting / not benefiting from that battlefield. And wait a second, let me see that Jinx. Is it just +1?
I think I might have misspoke. I don't think Minefield discards. Does it say discard?
No, you're right, because then it would work like Scrap Heat gets the +1. It doesn't actually discard. It just sends the top 2 from your deck to the trash. Discard is from hand. It's an action from the hand to the trash.
But this Ezreal will come down, discard 1, draw 2, which will ready the Jinx, get it a +1 might.
And now we're seeing a bit more favorable cards for this Miracle plan. You do have the Call Shot in hand, I believe. A hard bargain just to try to counter anything out. And yeah, this is where the Miracle deck starts churning. Let's see if hit after hit. Funny enough, I'm surprised to not see the Nocturne package in Jinx. I feel like Jinx could benefit from the Nocturne, because Nocturne even lowers your resources even further. I guess it's more so in the rune economy department, but honestly, I think Nocturne is just a phenomenal card when you're coming down to the Miracle stuff. So perhaps maybe prioritizing other cards, and maybe Nocturne is a bit more of a casino deck where it's just more of a high rolly. When you hit, it's incredible. When you don't, you wish you had anything else in the deck. So I can respect both ways, but I'm kind of leaning towards, I'm liking Nocturnes when I play them.
I have the opposite, but that's just because I have terrible luck.
Right. It honestly depends on just your experience with it, which makes a whole lot of sense. But yeah, not too bad when you do hit him. But looks like he's floating energy, playing out the second Ezreal Prodigy of this game, allowing the Jinx to ready one more time. So he should be able to conquer that opposite power, going up to 4 points this turn. But I think Kaiser doesn't mind this whatsoever. I'm wondering though, does he want to go ahead and attach the last right before he conquers to try to bring back something like the Rasa in the trash? It doesn't seem like the worst idea.
I was like, 'cause I know he has 1 Rasha in hand. I'm assuming he has 1 in trash. But choosing not to equip and just get the second conquer that way.
Yeah, foregoes the equipment of the last right, sends it all over to the opposite power as we speculated. Goes up to 4 points herself, doesn't have any counterplay from the Kaiser, and looks like just putting on more pressure in that backline. Double Nox is hopeful, always feels good to play out. On top of that, to make it a little bit sweeter, the Rasa, the final card in hand. I guess you didn't necessarily need the last right, and this is how you just spam out the board. This is why Miracle gets his name from. You just do so much in a single turn. We're like, oh, there's no gas in the hand within a single turn difference. Once that Ezreal Prodigy came online, once the call shots were online, everything seemed to change. Look at how much might he put down in a single turn, and now he is drawing 2 cards. I really love what I'm seeing from this Jinx. I think you're onto something, Ned. This Miracle Jinx might make it to day 2. I was underestimating it, but I'm loving it so far.
Yep, and the Kai'Sa player does have that Rocket Barrage in hand, which will let them destroy either this Purple Seal or the Last Rites. But they still have 2 Noxus, 2 Ezreals, and a Rasha to deal with. Plus the 2 cards he's going to draw on his turn.
Yeah, the only way of trying to deal with this kind of monstrosity of a back line has to be that Watcher, Bellows, Breath repeated combo. You have the runes to do so. A little bit of a messy runes there, but you definitely have the runes to do so. The question is, does he have the card combinations to go ahead and get that done? You could be able to clear the Ezreal Prodigies. You should be able to clear the Hopefuls as well. You might be able to clear every single thing on the battlefield, funny enough. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Or we'll see, we'll see.
Hextech Ray, that's 3. Bringing the Jinx down to 2.
Yeah, not too bad. He's putting him in a range where the Poro could just trade just by pushing forward. So Miracle Draven's completely tapped out. Not just completely tapped out, completely out of cards. So this is just Kai's game to play. Whatever game plan you have going forward, you know exactly what to expect for your opponent because everything to expect is on the board. And actually, I stand corrected. There was a hidden card. So Fight or Flight coming down. And incredible stuff because you could have reacted to Fight or Flight on Hextech, Ray. A bit of a misstep from this Jinx player. I'm wondering if they just felt confident that Fight or Flight was going to keep him alive. That just goes to show Problem's Eye is really sequencing that perfectly, saying, I'm a Hextech Ray first. Make him use the hidden card. If he doesn't, I will punish it with the Watcher. And that punishment did come down.
Yes, they have 2 runes available on the Kaisa side, but that last rights being there can just get your purple Jinx back if that's the play. Or maybe another Rosh is just straight up 6 might. So I don't think this Jinx is in a bad position at all, even though they do need to keep them off both battlefields at this point, with the Kaisa being at 7 points.
Yeah, and we'll see. Do they go ahead and try to hold on to one of these battlefields with a hopeful Rasa hold? Potentially even a last right conquer into a Rasa on top of that as well. But because Kaiser's already at 7 points, there's very little stopping that Kaiser player from just trying to pack everything in on the opposite battlefield and just hold. They just need a single point from going up to 7th to 8th on the hold. Of course, you won't be able to hold both of these battlefields, but I could only anticipate something like a retreat on the Kaiser Survivor, accelerated the next turn, or if you even have a follow-up Watcher, it should be in a really decent position of bringing us into that final game 3. Can Miracle Jinx get it done against the likes of the old school queen? Actually, she might even still be somewhat of the new school queen because she's the second most represented in Bologna, so she hasn't fallen off too much.
Not at all. Kais is still very much so a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, definitely so. So let's see. It looks like he's having to plan things out in advance. You know you have the Watchers deal with in the backline to the Poros in the current backline as well. You have to be cognizant of the 2 runes remaining as well. Something like a smoke screen gets threatened out or gets represented with those 2 runes. I don't think this Kaiser player has the most to work with. Is it just 2 cards in hand I'm seeing? I believe there's just 2 cards. He's right next to the Pouty Poro.
I believe you are correct. I'm trying to see, maybe 3?
Maybe, right? If there's one more hiding under there. Once he picks him up, maybe flicks him around a little bit, we'll be able to tell. But I think he's running rather short on hand economy. 1, 2, yeah, it looks like just 2 cards in hand. So most of the cards are currently on board. So there is a window of opportunity. If those 2 cards aren't really too impactful, obviously another Watcher would be huge. Another Singularity could do decent work. I think there's a world this Jinx player might be able to hold, but you might have to split your might apart across 2 battlefields. Because right now, like we said before, there's not too much stopping Kaiser from just holding to victory from this position. So decides to finally attach the last right. He had it forever ago, but just attaching it for the first time now. Where is he going though? Maybe the hopeful to try to take care of the Survivor?
Yeah, because the in order for the last race to trigger, it needs to conquer, not just move. So he already has the other battlefield. It has to be this one. Triggering the battlefield, milling 2. And now being able to play something from their discarded pile. Have to imagine it's another Rasha.
Yeah, has plentiful cards to work with as that minefield really increased in the size of the trash. So really has about the majority of his deck currently in the trash. I mean, honestly, I think Rasa has to be the more ideal card. You just would like to play out a card before floating a rune for that energy, of course, or for the power, I should say. So I wouldn't blame him for getting out a 5/5 body in the Battle Ram, especially if you don't have any other cards in hand. Ned, have you seen, is he completely out of cards or does he have a hand?
Choosing the Ezreal. I think he still has a couple cards in hand. Yeah, he has 3. Playing the Ezreal, discarding card, drawing 2, draws into a Rasha and a Scrap Heap, I believe.
Yeah, either that or the Rasa was in hand, and that was a pickup from the Overzealous fan, it almost seems like. So 2 Overzealous, a Scrap Heap, and a Rasa to conclude that, or round out the hand for the Jinx player. Thinking about swinging in, or not swinging in, as the swinging has already been done, but most likely thinking about where does he want to invest in this Might defenses, because all Kaiser has to do is conquer both battlefields in a single turn, and we will be heading ourselves into that infamous game number 3. But I think 2 Overzealous fan is exactly what Jinx needs to keep these creatures, keep these units off of these battlefields. So I wouldn't blame him putting 1 apiece on both of these battlefields, and then just probably splitting the difference in might. But it looks like he's putting the majority of the might over to the minefield. As I say that, puts it over to the okay, it looks like he's choosing to go ahead and split a bit of the might difference as we're anticipating.
So he's got 11 on one of them, and now 12, 13, 16, 19 on the other. 10. 10 on one, 19 on the other, if my math is correct.
Yeah, 8, 3, 11, 2, yeah, add a little bit more on top of that. So what, 11, 17, 2, 19 total might on one of them, and then the 10 total might you said on the other one. Is there a world this is enough? Because the Miracle Jinx is at that pivotal 6 total points. They just need to hold both of these battlefields, but with no cards in hand, I think you have to do what you have to do. You have to send these Ezreals into battle. You wanted to prioritize them and keep them safe in the base, but there's nothing left to do. Everything has been done. Is this gonna be the holding moment? What's in the remaining card for Kaiser? Bellows Breath can maybe do something, especially to take out the overzealous fans.
2 Bellows Breaths, a Stupefy, and that Missile Barrage. So you probably play out the Stupefy to draw a card. Ooh, they hit a Time Warp, I think.
It seems like my stream's just slightly behind. I think maybe because I'm streaming, that the stream just, because I refreshed it every so often. I'll refresh it after this round 6 before we get into the backup match. But you're slightly ahead.
If I'm giving spoilers.
No, just it's like literally like a second beforehand, so it's not true spoilers. But I'll go ahead and refresh it as soon as we're done with this match. But does stupefy the Rasa with the last right, so bringing that total collective might down to 18. Just taking a bit of a scratch out of those Rasas. Still has to do a whole lot of heavy lifting, even for both of these battlefields. This is what Miracle Deck is known for, just holding down with a whole lot of units. The double Nox is hopeful, the double Ezreal, the double Rasas. I don't know if she's able to crack this nut here in this turn, but if there's anyone that could possibly do it, you just need a bit more kill spells. Bellows Breath, it looks like 2, 4, 5 invested with the Darius being readied. That's 14 total might, so you're able to clear the Obelisk of Power. Do you just hold from there? I feel like that's the path to victory. Hold Obelisk of Power. Jinx can't gank over.
It might be.
Let's see if we're counting that right. 10 plus 3, 16 total might. So 14 is just not enough. You have to send in the Darius, the Watcher, and one of the Poros to just tie. And then the Poro comes in to try to save the day and hold. That is a bit of a tall task, but if there's no accelerated pressure, but okay, dwindling down the size of Obelisk of Power, taking care of the overzealous fan.
I'm putting 2 damage, I believe, on each of the Ezreals.
Yeah, and you know what that effectively does? When you send in 1 Poro, you kill both Ezreals, because all you need is 1 damage apiece now that they have 2 damage on both of them. So I like this position because then all you have left is 8 total might. Darius and Watcher, you're only able to kill 1 of them. Is he sending in 3 at a time? I think that's unnecessary unless we're missing something. I think either way it goes, you hold Obelisk of Power for the win. Unless there's a bushwhack off the top. but Bushwhack is only for creatures being played, so it doesn't really react with the board state all that well. I think this is Kaisa's game to lose here because I'm seeing the sequence of events. I think she's going to get the victory here.
Yep, going with all 4 units, which totals up to 12, 14, 16 power.
You know, Ned, this is curious because why would you go ahead and do the damage on the 2 Ezreals if you're going to swing with everything first? At least kill the Ezreals before swinging because then you're adding the might for the Ezreals onto your units. I don't want to say this is a misplay, but you could have capitalized on the damage of Bellows Breath a slightly bit better, I want to say. 1 Poro, as we said before, takes care of the Ezreals because now both of your big units die. The sequence we said before keeps one of your big units on the board. Instead of defending for 4 units, you would have defended for at least 9, I want to say.
Yeah, but I'm curious what Jinx will have. Because essentially Kai'Sa's tapped out. So if they can get these... If they can do 4 damage to this battlefield, it buys them a turn.
Yeah, you are drawing 2 cards per turn. A Bushwhack into a Fizz, into a Call Shot, into a Battering Ram. Might just be what Miracle Package has in store for us. That's a Treasure Hunter and a Scrap Heat. Oh, Ned. I don't think there's anything you can do with that hand.
Pickup. Yep. I think either way the Kai'Sa player. Yep, and they're scooping it up.
You know, there was a world where that card combination could have clutched things out if you had that Bushwhack, but that just happens when you're running a single copy of a card. You don't get to see it at the most crucial moments of the game because, yeah, I mean, you needed more than just the Bushwhack, but GG, I was really rooting for that Jinx Miracle Package, but it just so happens that Kai'Sa, despite a bit of, I don't want to say pure misplays, I know chat is calling them misplays, but could have been optimized. I'll put it like that. A bit more optimal play would have been preferable to see. But at the end of the day, a win is a win no matter how you got there. So well played for the Kai'Sa player. And that means the Jinx player going X2 as it stands. Do you think this might just be the best of Miracle, or not the best of Miracle, the best of Jinx Legend? Because she still played decent, I want to say.
Well, we're not done with this match yet. We're going to game 3.
Oh, what am I talking about? This is a game 3. Oh, I'm so excited. I forgot for some reason, maybe because we're approaching the 9-hour mark. I don't know about you guys. Maybe it's starting to catch up to me a little bit. I thought it was all over. Kai'Sa won it 2-0, but of course, it is 1 game apiece. Let's head over to the feature match area.
So I believe Reaver's Row is the last one for this Jinx. And you were correct. The hard bargain was in fact a sideboard tech.
Nice. And let me go ahead and see if I could go ahead and catch up to your stream, Ned. Okay, we should be fully refreshed, so we should be on the same page. So yeah, I like the Reaver's Row for Jinx because as we've seen, that's the most optimal turn 1 for that Jinx player is the Treasure Hunter. So push in Treasure Hunter on a Reaver's Row, get the gold. Reaver's Row activation, get the gold. So on and so forth. You get so many resources for those Rasas, for those call shots. So I think Reaver's Row definitely benefits Jinx. But we can't discredit that it does benefit Kai'Sa as well with those portals of her own. And even Kai'Sa Survivor feels pretty good. I mean, there was one point where the standard battlefield was Reaver's Row for these Kai'Sa decks. But here we go, folks. Game number 3. I can't believe I was calling it short. Unbelievable, Ned. What's wrong with me?
Been a long day, homie. I understand. And someone in chat saying if Jinx played Flash, that'd be perfect draw. You know, I might be taking that into consideration. I think that's a really good tech.
Yeah, that is a good tech. I mean, anything that Andy does doesn't seem too bad. And real quick, yes, Jala, Leroy is playing in Bologna. He's playing Ari. I haven't kept up with him, though, because I think he's been busy competing. But he is competing, so good luck to Leroy. Good luck to anyone competing out in Bologna if you guys are hanging out in chat for the time being. Interesting enough, choosing a different champion, going with the more accelerated game plan on the play, perhaps looking to close things out sooner than later, it feels like.
Yep, and turn 1 play, recycling a rune to play the seal, to then play the Noxious Hopeful turn 1 is a great play. And I believe that's all but one of his red runes are now in play. Good thing he has the purple seal out.
Yeah, good thing, because if not, he's running rather low on that Chaos department. Does have the Ezreal to play out. Ezreal and Called Shot does feel good, but you only have one purple seal, as you pointed out. So could only play one of those cards realistically. Does get the first conquer of game number 3, so always feels good about that. That is the benefit of being on the play, and the Prodigy Child does come down, going for 3, 1 for the seal. Pitches, doesn't have a scrap heap. He almost has to pitch one of the more important cards, whether it be a battering ram, a stack deck, or a call shot. I'm almost leaning towards the stack deck, crazy enough, because call shot digs that much deeper. With the Ezreal online, you get 2 cards versus 1, and battering ram is just such a good card. But okay, you pick one anyways. What do I know?
I mean, if you're gonna get it back, why not? I would have leaned with you because, well, it's interesting because if your Ezreal survives, Called Shot is better. If your Ezreal dies, then it would have been better to have stack deck.
Right.
But if you're just going to get a battering ram back anyways, you might as well pitch the first one.
True, and I think in this circumstance, you always have to anticipate your Ezreal going down. So a Stupefy followed up by a Falling Stars, that is as good as it gets for the Kai'Sa player. Could have played around it ever so slightly, but I think he pitched down the right card. Now you have a stack deck, now you have a Called Shot. And the battering ram, you don't have enough cards to really make full use of a second battering ram. I say, oh, make that a third battering ram. You know, this doesn't look like a too idealistic start. You do have a stack deck, so let's see 3 more cards. That's a Hopeful, another stack deck, and a Fight or Flight. You know, I think just Falling Stars alone poses such a huge problem for these Miracle decks, because they really benefit so greatly from having that Prodigy in the back line. Without the Ezreal, it just slows down their game plan ever so slightly. That gives the breathing room over for Kai'Sa to just kind of get back into this game and kind of nullify being on the draw versus these Miracle decks.
Yeah, and really in the tank over this stack deck.
You know, Ned, I love this camera angle. They need to do more hand cam. You know, if anyone's out in Bologna, tell Riftbound, tell Riot production team, a bit more hand cam would be nice. I mean, I don't mind playing in the blind, but I love this angle. Whenever you can clearly see the hand, it makes for a little bit more of a dynamic angles as well. You kind of see a bit different views from each player. And that's another stack deck. So what was the pickup for the second one? I actually didn't see it.
It looks like an Ezreal?
Yeah, it looks like it, holding it all the way in the back.
Called Shotting. So what, that's 2... Was that 2 stack decks and a Called Shot now?
You're absolutely right.
Each battering ram is reduced by 3.
Yeah, which means you could technically play both, right? Because you play 1 battering ram for 2, and then that's 4 cards played in a turn. So the last battering ram would just cost 1. So double battering ram might be the chosen play. So plays 1 for 2, and as we said, plays the final battering ram for that final rune. So talk about a picture perfect play. Double stack deck. 1 stack deck finds the other one, and then you play the other card, the Called Shot, as we saw. And then into 2 5/5 bodies, feeling pretty confident because there's not a lot to do about that, but there is one insane spell that's most likely going to be coming down because Jinx is completely tapped out. I think this is an auto GG lose, scoop it up, but you have to play it out. This is a best of 3, and you're in that decisive game 3. I don't know, Ned. I'm low-key crying on the inside and on the outside in that moment.
I don't know. It's rough, but this is a Miracle deck. You still have the Rashas to play. You still have Ezreals. You have Last Rites. And Kai'Sa's only on 2 points. It's not like she's, you know, at 7 or 8 or 6 or 7 points at this point in time. So it's rough, but I think you can still survive.
Yeah, there we go. Let's see. I mean, is there a glimmer of hope for our Jinx player? But you know, Ezreal Prodigy is one step in the right direction, pitches out the Treasure Hunter as he won't be too beneficial going forward. What will be beneficial will be that call shot that gets picked up from the Ezreal. Now, let's see if he decides, as both seals are tapped, so having to pay double chaos if he wants to go on the repeated game plan. And actually single chaos because of the Ezreal already online. So it doesn't feel all that bad letting that go. But then you have 3 runes to work with on the remaining of the turn. I don't know. I feel like this Sentry might just be looking to hold turn and turn again, because I think there's just one too many kill spells. But in the base, you only have to lean on Falling Stars and Singularity. Perhaps he doesn't have any of those additional ones going forward.
Thinking about a Fizz here, but bringing it back. Now thinking about another... Oh, just the last rites. Waiting to equip it. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that deals only 3. You'd have to be careful of Singularity, you have to be careful of Falling Star, but it seems like a really bad rate if you're going to be dropping that much on just an Ezreal.
Yeah, it doesn't seem too beneficial. I wouldn't blame him, because maybe I was just memeing a little bit that the Sentry might be able to hold his way to victory, but if you keep getting rid of the backline units, there's nothing going to be contesting the Sentry from moving away from start to peak, and that is the start to peak as we see from Kai'Sa players sometimes here and there. You're able to channel a rune, and we do see that time warp in hand, so if they get to the point where they're at 5 to 6 points, double conquer situation, that's a time warp for victory, catching the Jinx completely by surprise. And I think he's going for it, Ned. Oh, no. The Fair's Forerunner, making it just that much harder to take over that battlefield.
Yeah, bringing the Sentry back, and now you have a 6 Smite unit that, even if you get rid of it, 6 Smite is still going to be on their board.
Yeah, absolutely. So sends the Sentry back, doesn't prioritize getting the extra draw, just doesn't want to offer anything, would rather get the additional conquer capabilities the next couple turns. So I like these plays coming out from Kai'Sa. Looks like she's cleaning up her play plan, or her game plan going forward, and taking a look at the discard. Has some great cards in the discard. Let's see if he has some great cards in hand. Okay, not the worst. Stack Deck and Call Shot pretty much represent 2 to 3 other cards. And 2 to 3 other cards in a Jinx deck, in a Miracle deck, mind you. Those could be all you need. So first things first, let's see what he's going to be hitting off the top. That was a really quick pickup. He must have really loved what he saw from there.
Yeah, 1 power to look at 4 cards, pick 2. Grip full of cards. And to answer a chat question, no, there is no Vi in this Jinx list.
Yeah, running a little bit short on that Fury domain, so perhaps Vi isn't the strategy, but I wouldn't blame him. Vi kind of replenishes your, if you're running super low on your deck, because Miracle decks tend to look through a whole lot of their main decks. So you kind of replenish it. At the minimum, you're able to swing in for like 1,000 might if you don't get rebuked or fight or flight. But as I stated, those are the reasons you tend to not run Vi these days, because everyone in the current meta is running cards like that. Is a rebuke heavy meta, is a fight or flight heavy meta. I think fight or flight alone might have been the most played card in the entirety of all the Chinese regionals, and that alone really scares Vi. Granted, Vi Ride the Win is a different beast because you're ready, so fight or flight wouldn't do it. But now we're just talking about hypotheticals. So we'll head back to the real game here at hand. And let's see how Jinx tries to climb back, because right now she's not feeling in a great position.
Yeah, but you do have a Rasha online. You have all your purple seals. So, again, you can just play out your hand without worry of energy cost. But choosing to accelerate the red Jinx... And oh, I didn't realize Ezreal discounts the accelerate.
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, it is repeated cost and accelerated cost. So it just comes out for a single Fury and 3 runes. So pretty efficient play there. Can't really accelerate over to the Ferris Forerunner as you don't have, I think it's just Assault 2. So you're swinging in for 6. You're going to have to trade 1 for 1. But Kai'Sa has 2 runes at the ready that could indicate something like a simple Stupefy. Bring that Jinx down to 5 total swinging might. So he has to tread very carefully, keeping everything in consideration. Spends the seal, attaches the last right. Oh, that's a way of getting over the Ferris Forerunner. So I think he will get the Conqueror. And crazy enough, we are heading. This is the first table in round 6 where we're using the entire turn timer in a best of 3 series, because we've been seeing so many backup matches. I don't think we're getting a backup match here as we only have 4 minutes remaining in this game.
I would agree. And this has been a really fun match. It does seem heavily in favor of Kai'Sa right now, but yeah, I really don't like discounting a Jinx deck, which got rid of the Forerunner. They're going to get 2-3 power mechs, but now the Jinx players can be able to play something from their discard. Which I have to imagine is either going to be their Fizz or one of their battering rams.
Yeah, either that or a Rasa that I believe should be in the discard about now, but I wouldn't blame him. I think he played what? It was a Seal, a Jinx, a Call Shot.
I don't think there is a Rasha in the discard. He's got one in hand, but I don't think it's hit the discard yet.
Oh, really? Okay, I only imagine because he has so many cards in the discard so far, but sends in because you're feeling rather safe with Reaver's Rose. So sends in the Ezreal Prodigy to attack, getting 3 points. So trying to catch things up or actually effectively tying things at the moment. I think this is feeling pretty good so far for the Kai'Sa player. I only say that because I know what's in hand. There was a follow-up Singularity. I thought he was going to play it the previous turn, but this turn is just so much better. Now the last right only brings up the Jinx up to perfect 6 number. Ezreal's, of course, at 3. You can't Reaver's Row out of Singularity. So taking care of 2 huge impactful units like that. Again, I almost thought it was over when he did the Singularity the first time. If he goes Singularity the second time, can't feel too bad about that. Going on. Oh, wait. No, he was reacting to the showdown. I see.
Yeah, I think he was debating on Hextech Raying the Ezreal, but decided against it. And now has... See, now I think Jinx is in a pretty decent spot, because even if they Singularity, you can get rid of the accelerated Jinx and you can get rid of the Rasha, but then that still leaves you with a battering ram in the back. Gets rid of the Ezreal, so they're going to be spending a lot on removing cards, but they're still going to be potentially left with a battering ram and a last rites to contend with.
Right, so it doesn't feel all that bad, but I do think a Singularity would be huge here for the Kai'Sa player. Let's see what they decide to do. Unless you feel like double mechs takes care of the Jinx, you double mech into start tip, you trade 1 for 1 or 2 for 1, you send in the Sentry to conquer up to 4, Singularity both units in the back line, and you leave Jinx with absolutely nothing available for the next turn. If they don't have something like a Bushwhack, first things first, Singularity comes down, Rasa and Batarang hitting the trash more than likely, as I don't think they run any reaction speed combat tricks. And now let's see if they go for the line we're saying. Do they want to go ahead and invest both of the mechs? Because I believe Jinx is at 6 might currently with the last right, no?
Yes, and going to Hextech it for, I believe that's 3 damage?
Mm-hmm.
So they could just send 1 mech in, clear it, send another mech in to conquer it, and then send the Sentry into the other one to conquer it.
He learned his lesson, chat. He learned his lesson from before. He's sending units 1 at a time instead of sending all 3 at a time like he did in game number 2 or was it game number 1 now? Either way, we know what he's talking about. Double conquer turn, beautifully played. I think Kaiser has definitely cleaned up their play, maybe realizing that they made a bit of 1 or 2 missteps in the previous game, but so far feeling good. And as we said, this is a Jinx deck with no available units. You have to hard cast a Scrap Heat. You know you're running out of answers. You know you're running out of resources, period. When you have to raw cast 2 Scrap Heats in a row, make matters worse, that's 2 units not being able to get accelerated. So Kaiser will be able to go up to 7, as we do have the active turn player being Jinx. So currently Miracle Jinx is turn 0. So 3 more additional turns following this turn.
Yeah, I think things look bleak because they're going to hold up to 7 on turn 1. Jinx will have to conquer both battlefields, stop them from scoring, and then score both battlefields again, or at least one, to tie.
Honestly, that is a double Watcher in hand. I wouldn't blame him putting out 1 Watcher now, and then Watcher to close things out the next turn. Another option would be the Progress Day, just to see 4 cards. You can never go wrong with seeing 4 cards, but I like going for the more guaranteed play. As you said, kind of recall both of your units, develop out a Watcher. You're not really benefiting from the Watcher. You're just establishing a good, strong 7-mite unit, and then because you have that secondary Watcher comes down at accelerated speed, and you pretty much close out the game. A Sentry will trade 1 for 1. The Mech could take 1. The Watcher could take the other, and then the accelerated Watcher, whatever kind of combat tricks / sneaky little things come out from Jinx, you take over the other one. So yeah, I think this is as good as over. He's just kind of checking all, or what's the saying there? Crossing his wait, what's the saying? Checking his T's, dotting the I's. What is the
Crossing
saying?
T's,
Do you
dot your
know?
I's. Cross your T's, dot your I's.
Yeah, just going for a little bit of that, making sure he's not missing anything to lead himself to close things out in this game. Final game 3 of this round 6. And okay, goes for a bit more of the riskier line, but is it ever risky getting 4 cards? Because you could hit something like a Falling Star, and then you don't even need the Watcher. Your Sentry and your Mech might just hold it all the way to victory.
And as someone in chat pointed out, I had my turns wrong. So Jinx will need to conquer both this turn, go to 5, and then stop Kai'Sa from scoring any points just to tie. So it will be impossible for him to win.
I mean, I think it's impossible off the simple fact that Kai'Sa's going to win within the next turn. She's up at 7. Oh, they're calling it? Oh, they're calling it.
Yeah.
Wait. Maybe there was an active player sooner than later.
Yeah, I think so. But this Jinx, I while it didn't win, I do think it looked very impressive. It always feels rough hitting those scrap heaps late in the game after all your discard shenanigans. But I'm still a believer in the deck. It is a deck I look forward to playing. But we do see that Kai'Sa is still a very strong deck.
Yeah, very strong nonetheless. And Heart Crew, I believe the judges counted it out with the amount of turns that the player had remaining, that the Jinx player had remaining. They were only at 3, so if they scored double battlefield each turn. And real quick, let's hold the thought as we get the interview with the Kai'Sa player. Let's go ahead and see what he has in mind. And let's see what kind of questions Leo asks him.
How are you feeling, man?
I am feeling great, thank you. I didn't think I would get this far, but I'm happy I did, especially against a couple of these decks that I have never seen before.
Yeah, I mean, you just played versus Jinx Loose Cannon. That's a pretty interesting choice for a leader. What were you thinking when you saw it?
I thought it was Immortal Phoenix, like play stuff out of the trash removal deck at the start, because that's how it was played in set 1. But as the game went on, I started to slowly realize that this was a miracle version of the deck, and I kind of crashed in that first game, I'm not gonna lie.
So when you saw it was more of a miracle version, do you just thought, okay, well, I'm just going to play it like it was versus Miracle Draven?
I was thinking about that, yes, but I also realized I was really looking for a moment to play my progress day, but I never got to that moment because it was they played Bushwhack and went really fast.
What was, do you think, the most pivotal moment in one of the 3 games, in game 2 or 3, that you won?
It was in game 2, where he was at 6 points and he put all his units on the board, because the turn before I played a Watcher. And he probably expected that since I played a Watcher so early, that I probably had another Watch in my hand. So he was playing around both boards, getting wiped by 2 Watchers.
Okay, bluffing the Watcher. I actually didn't realize that. That's pretty cool.
I didn't have a Watcher in my deck, so I just eventually just removed one side, the weaker side on the board, and then took that over. And he couldn't recover from that.
Very nice. I mean, I want to talk a little bit more about your deck list, actually, because we have seen Kaiser had great success over in China as well with a deck list that has reduced units drastically. So there was no Darius, no nothing, basically only the 1,000-tailed Watchers and some 2-drops. You're playing a Darius and you're playing a Ferris Forerunner. Why is that?
Well, it's mostly because I expected a lot of Kaisers to show up, and in a mirror matchup in Kaiser, you really are dependent on those bodies. You really need to see that that from one card they have to throw out at least 2 cards or like more cards, so you outvalue them. That's why I decided to add the Ferris Foreigners, and the deck currently runs not a lot of accelerate units. So against the Kaiser matchup, you need to score that point fast. So I run the Darius to get that point in when they're all out and they have to like spend more.
Did you play a lot of Kaiser mirrors so far?
I played a bit in at the start of set 1, but I eventually switched to set. So I played Kaiser for like 2 weeks, and then the week for this event, I also played Kaiser.
And in this tournament, did you play some mirrors or not yet so far?
I only played Kaiser in this tournament.
You know, Ned, I'm catching word that set player we saw on stream is still undefeated, guys. So I think that set player is
continuing. It's going on rapidly, so we're going back to the live coverage and round 7
I wouldn't
soon.
be mad at that. But that's an interesting question there about the Ferris Forerunner mostly getting cut. I'm kind of surprised by that. That card seems nutty. A 6 might unit that even if you remove it, you still have 6 might on the board. But you know,
I'm trying to think back on the China list that Leo was talking about. I don't know if they completely cut the Ferris Forerunner. And are we getting ourselves a round 7 already, or is this just a card slinger? Because I think we might have the next cast, because we committed to 2 rounds, didn't we, Ned?
That is correct.
Man, and these rounds have been flying. Like I said before, somehow this stream has been 9 hours, but because there's so many back-to-back action, it's kept me pretty entertained where I don't even feel too tired. But it is a backup match. Oh, it's a backup match, so it's still round 6.
Darius.
Interesting. Are they really going to show a 40-minute backup match? You know, it is Marshall, though. I'm a fan of Marshall. Let me know, Ned, if it's getting a little bit later on your end, because I know that was plenty of time. If you're down to do this one backup match with me, it's still technically round 6, but I think because there was an extended break. But let me know how you're feeling, Ned, because I know I don't want to go overboard with you.
I'm good.
Okay.
I can stay in. I'm interested to see if this what this Darius does. I know they're in game 2 with Draven taking the first match, but we got brother versus brother here. But I'm curious to see what this Darius can do. Has to be doing something good because they're 4-1.
Yeah, 4-1, I love to see it. And by the way, guys, I was just hinting at, that's Marshall. If you guys don't know Marshall, he is the owner of Riftbound Report. For anyone live, or not live, for anyone that keeps up to date on things like on Twitter, I think he's mainly on Twitter, funny enough. Maybe there's that other platform, Blue Sky. I'm not too familiar, but he's mainly a Twitter platform. He has like the biggest fan-made Riftbound content. So if you guys don't know Riftbound Report on Twitter, I highly suggest him. Probably the best thing. Second best. We're the best. I kid. But Riftbound Report is an amazing source to follow. So shout out to Marshall. I met him out in Houston, and we talked up a storm for like an hour straight, just coming up with ideas we want to try to execute going forward. So he's playing a Darius. He's definitely going for the best of Darius card.
Yeah. would make sense. I'm curious if this is still baited hook Darius, or if they've moved on to be more like mid-rangey equipment based.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more. I don't think it's a baited hook strategy. We saw the Darius out in China when he played against Omega Zero, the Kaiser build. They did impressively well, and they had things like the BF sword. But I could kind of see what you're hinting at. A baited hook into a BF sword unit is always guaranteed some high quality cards, no matter what cards you hit off the top. But the decks I've seen before, I don't think are running things like baited hook. Doesn't want to take a bit of the gamble. So let's see if Marshall's able to get things done with his Darius, because he does have quite the opponent. As you said, a little bit of brother rivalry, sibling rivalry. And Draven, is that a lot of rusty crusty on his cards, Ned? Is this just me? Because I'm seeing a lot of crusties in the card. He needs to wash those cards a little bit.
Some people get a lot of use out of their sleeves.
Oh, yeah.
But sometimes, it's just time to update them.
It is, and perhaps it all happened in this event alone. You're going through all these rounds. You're meeting so many people. You're showing them your deck. So perhaps he did get new cards, and that is a triple 2-drop getting established down the Hoarder or the Hunter and the double Overzealous Fan. Nice board to have. And the Draven is definitely in the base, right? Because I know where these guys are positioning their battlefield / their main deck areas. Draven isn't in the zone, right? He's definitely in the base.
Yes.
It has
to be.
Very
odd place if he's not in the base.
Yeah, just looks suspiciously readied and didn't want to go ahead and try to conquer one of those battlefields, but does decide to stay put. And I love this position from Darius. Goes ahead and establishes even further control of that arena's greatest. Because honestly, what was stopping Draven? The reason I asked that, Ned, is because what was stopping Draven from conquering up to 2 points on Obelisk of Power? I guess because he was tapped out, perhaps.
Probably would be my guess. But we see another Ferris Forerunner here.
Yeah, we do. It's probably the MVP out of the Fury decks. That and maybe... No, honestly, Ferris Forerunner is the first Fury card I think of when I think about the new Spiritforged meta. And chat is pointing out perhaps it is a baited hook strategy. I didn't get to see the hand of Marshall just yet, but someone said they saw a Spectral Matron in hand. If that's the case, this is 100% a baited hook. Imagine playing baited hook shenanigans in Bologna. No one would ever expect it. It might just be good enough to take it all the way to get you that metal card. I don't know if it's perfect enough to get you all the way into day 2, but Marshall is a heck of a player, so I wouldn't put him past it to make it far. Kaiser Survival comes down first, though. Perhaps looking to attach something like a spinning axe on top, because now it looks like Darius is the tapped out player. So Kaiser plus a spinning axe to get the double draw, one for the conquer, one for the combat victory. Doesn't feel all that bad.
Instead, just gonna rebuke the mech back to hand and get that conquer point and double draw.
Double draw, feeling good. It almost looked like he was drawing from the rune deck, but no, he will be drawing 2. One for one for Draven, one for Kaiser. It looks like a falling star, double falling star from the top of the deck. Luckily for Darius, doesn't have enough runes to utilize that card this turn, so sends in the Draven. Most likely has to pump up from that Fury ability. And 6-4 as Darius is completely tapped out, so will be benefiting getting up to that 3rd point. And now just a hopeful and the puppers in the back line. I don't know the official name, but all that card does is you get +1 if you have another unit next to it. So right now he does have that +1.
Yeah, Trusty Hound, something Hound.
That sounds familiar. Trusty Hound.
Yeah, things already kind of looking rough for the Darius player, but a good baited hook could swing back in this. I know baited hook seems to be more of a Fiora thing, a fringe Fiora thing right now, but I know that's what Darius were running in set 1.
It definitely was. It was the most prominent version of Darius in set 1. So trying to bring it back, taking us back in time. Not that it was forever ago. It's still so early in the Riftbound history. It technically just came out in October for us of last year. And, funny enough, a lot of people are just joining the Riftbound party as early as 2 weeks ago when Spiritforged came out. They're like, wait a minute, product is actually in stores. I don't know about you, but I've seen a bit more. Still not as much as I would like. I would, a little bit of a side note. I was standing in line for almost an hour to get into this LGS, and the last cutoff to get a Spiritforged box was the direct person in front of me. They cut it off right in front of me. I was one person away of locking in at least one box because they did one box per person. So yeah, I wish there was more product going around. I know chat would possibly agree with me as well, but at the minimum, it's better than Origins.
I've had the exact opposite. We have so much product here.
Wow.
That I was able to buy 3 boxes, no problem.
Oh, that's amazing.
I could buy more. It's just I got what I needed out of 3.
Well, I'll ask you this. How much are they selling the boxes? Because that box was going so fast because it was straight MSRP. They were selling the boxes at the same price as Riot.
Some places are marking them up. I know I got one for 120, and then I think 2 of them for around 150 each.
That's not bad. That's perfect. That's as good as it gets. Ned, aren't you from Florida?
No, I'm in Ohio.
Oh, Ohio. Okay. Ohio has some good LGSs because I know, one of the locals near me are selling boxes for 250. I'm like, good luck selling those, but maybe they're going to sell it. But okay, for the viewers at home, we'll go ahead and return back to the game. It looks like Darius trying to take down the Oblas of Power, sending all 3 units, taking down most likely the Draven and the Overzealous fans. But first things first, the defensive player has to activate his triggers. Does he want to go ahead and send one of these units back? And more importantly, which unit will you be sending back? Will it be the simple, straightforward answer as the highest mighty unit being the Darius, leaving behind the Trusty Hound, leaving behind the Noxus Hopeful, and his 6 might, will it be enough to take down or defend that battlefield? Because Draven, you're fearful when Draven has 2 runes available, but when Draven just has a single rune available, they effectively have nothing to do with that 1 rune. It's as good as 0 to me.
Yeah, it's just gonna be, do they... Oh, okay. I'm not sure what they did there.
They're activating the Overzealous.
Oh, okay. So now Draven is still a 4 to the 4, 3.
Well, if that's a BF sword, that's 3, 3, 6, 7, and then 4 will be bringing up to 11 total might. So 11 is 6 currently, so he will be able to get the Conquer. More importantly, though, you do take care of that Draven champion, no longer available to him going forward. And there's a little bit of a judge call. Wait a minute, guys. We were just talking about LGS prices. Did anyone catch the judge call? Because I didn't see any judge call shenanigans going down. Did you, Ned?
I did not, but it seems to have been resolved.
Okay.
The Draven player took out the Noxus Hopeful, leaving the pup behind. And then conquering up to 5 for the Darius.
Not too bad.
They have 5 marked on the Darius, but the UI is still showing 4.
No, they'll catch up. They'll catch up to speed. That is 5 total points for Marshall. And I'm wondering why he's called Marshall 2. Actually, no, that's player names because look, it's Elmore 1, Marshall 2. So perhaps they just copy pasted player out and then left player 1, player 2. Yeah, that's definitely what happened.
Very, very good possibility.
All right, let's see how this clapback will be rounding out for the side of Draven. We saw there's not just a single falling star, there is a double falling star in hand. We'll be recycling 1 and paying 1 with the gold. So falling star taking rid of the baseline unit for Draven, or for Darius, the other one, and does take care of that because now if you take care of this puppers, there's so little to be done. I mean, with that card in hand, I wouldn't blame Marshall. I don't want to say a concession just yet, but Treasure Hunter coming in, going up to 5 total points. And I think Kaiser can just sit pretty. You're feeling rather safe with that overzealous fan. You have a Ride the Wind, a Tide Turner, and I couldn't catch what that final card. I couldn't make up. I can't make out what it is. But I'm more curious to see what are some cards in the hand of Darius. Because if this is a baited hook strategy, we haven't really seen any cards that really indicate that strategy. Maybe the Spectral Matron is just chilling in hand, but we haven't seen it this game. We haven't seen baited hook. So show us a little bit of the extra sauce baited hook is known for.
Yeah, full grip of units in hand for this Darius, but not much else.
Yeah, kind of bit of a heavier hand, right? It all depends on what's on the discard. What is in the trash pile for those Spectral Matrons? Can you get those impressive combos? Things like the Captain Vanguard, get those recruit tokens. And I think you have to do what you have to do. Spectral Matron comes down. We know what's in the trash. We haven't seen any Captain Vanguards. You can't get back Nox's Hopefuls because they're 4 energy units. So you're having to return back the Trusty Hound. Not the greatest Spectral Matron, rather of a low tempo play, because now Draven player will be going up to 7 total points this turn. And honestly, what's stopping Draven from just retreating all his units and then looking to push for a final closing push? I say that, no, I think it's safer. I think you do just recall back both the units.
I would agree. Because that also gets you a treasure, right? Because there's a treasure hunter.
Mm-hmm.
So get you a gold. Yeah, I don't see really a reason not to. Unless you're going to try and say, hey, you have to push me off both of these battlefields to win. Which looks like is what they're going to try and do. Probably going to move the Kaisa up or another unit up to the other overzealous fan. Basically saying, I don't think you can push me off both of these if I have an overzealous fan on both.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think he does go for the hold one of these battlefields game plan. I almost thought he was going to go for an overzealous fan on both, or not both, on one of these battlefields instead, and then just try to stack it up. But I guess a Tide Turner is almost like you have an overzealous fan on both of these battlefields, which is probably what he wants to do. If this is the game plan, it almost seems to me that you probably might as well push the Kaiser into one of these battlefields to just increase the collective might defending. And I don't know.
Well, I think that's what the Tide Turner is for.
Oh, true.
Reveal Tide Turner, switch it with Kaisa, overzealous fan, one thing away if they're going to put both things there. That's how the stack works. I don't know if you can... Because if you're defending, you'd have to have... Would the defend trigger happen before?
You know, it's an interesting question because you could technically react to the defend trigger. So it goes on a stack, and in the reaction or in the activation of the overzealous ability, you can react with Tide Turner, bring in Kaisa, and then you can still use the overzealous fan after that reaction resolves either way. So it is an intricate thing. It still ends up being overzealous trading for the pushback, of course, but the Brynjar Thunder Song not allowing the Tide Turner to get played out unless you're going to play it out right now, which wouldn't be the worst, but perhaps a bit unnecessary. You just need an overzealous fan, both of the attacking units, and there's nothing you can do. There's no hidden blade, there's no bellows breath, there's nothing right now coming out of the hands of Darius. So it's very straightforward. Spectral Matron tries to go in, you overzealous it back, but actually, because you can't Tide Turner one of them, never mind, he's at 7, so you just need to hold one of these battlefields.
Yeah. And I believe playing Tide Turner in response to the Thunder Song.
Right.
I think that should all but lock it up.
Yeah, pretty much 1,000%. Draven will be going 2-0, continuing his almost undefeated streak. Just X1 has to be feeling pretty about that. Only 2 rounds remaining in today. Can he continue on with this momentum? He is playing one of the better decks in the current format. Draven, as we've known before, a lot of the undefeated players are indeed on the same package. I'm wondering though, is there a split between Miracle and Traditional? I think honestly, my heart's leaning towards the more traditional mid-range Draven. After seeing a lot of Miracle decks, I think there might be time. There's just too many decision points, too many things to do in a single turn. Maybe if they're playing super fast, they can get the job done. But I think the majority of those Dravens at the top tables might just be the more traditional, straightforward ones.
So this might be a little bit hypocritical of me, as I was a big proponent of Jinx Miracle. I actually don't think Miracle's that great of a deck.
Okay.
And I'm starting to see a lot more results go to non-Miracle decks. Like you just said, I think mid-range Draven is much better than Miracle Draven. I think Sivir might be a decent Miracle deck, but even then, I think the Aurora package is better. But we'll have to see what the results are.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. And I know people I almost say people chat. I think that's a meme on streams, but people saying Prismat is undefeated 6-0 with Miracle Draven. Prismat is another beast in himself, right? If there's anyone to go undefeated with Miracle Draven, it will be him. But I was just hinting at, I think the majority of the undefeated Dravens are probably like 3/4 will be the traditional package. But that's just a little hunch that I have. So we'll see. We need to chrono break. Skydola, what are you saying, a chrono break? But real quick before I forget, Ned, you know my mind is going everywhere after these 9.5 hours. But Ned, thank you so much for joining us for these 2 rounds. That was awesome. I hope you enjoyed those 2 rounds. Not too bad. It seemed longer than before, but how did you feel about them?
Great. I got to see a deck that I'm very hyped for play. Didn't win, but I'm still hyped to see what it can do in the future. I had a great time.
Yeah, it was awesome
These
to
matches
have
are
you.
super fun.
Yeah, I know this is cutting in your Saturday, but it was great to have you, as I said. But for the time being, I can let you go. But before we do so, where can these guys find you online? Oh, but do you want to stick around for the little Dave interview real quick?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, guys. We gotta see the Dave interview, and then we'll let Ned do some shout outs, and then we'll call it.
This event is the first in Europe.
I mean, it's great. Honestly, I know, like, in my heart and intellectually that, like, yeah, TCGs are huge in Europe and players here love it, but it's a whole different experience to be here and see the enormous passion that everyone has for it. It's really cool.
I think that must be like your baby coming to life. You see it spring in front of
I mean,
you.
I wasn't the only designer of Riftbound, but I did run the team, and it is really awesome to kind of finally see players kind of playing with their strategies, kind of making them their own, and it's really cool.
Was there anything in particular that you were surprised about when you came into this event originally?
I think not necessarily surprised, but I think like maybe pleasantly surprised, if you were to put it, of like just seeing the diversity of what everyone has come to play with, right? I think sometimes I get nervous, you know, we can't predict everything, and it's like, oh, is everything going to be a single deck, right? Like, is it going to be all Draven or something? And I do think that there was some risk coming into this tournament that was the case. And what I'm seeing in side events and even the main event, just like people getting excited to play their own legend, the one that they have a lot of experience with, and still being competitive with them. I think that's really awesome.
And I think that's a sign of a really well-designed game. That is something that has been so at the forefront of Riftbound and something that has been so celebrated by players. And you can feel it in the room today. Not everyone has chosen a champion that is expected to do well. They've chosen their favorite champion. I think you've done such a great job, you and the team, of bringing that to life.
Yeah, thank you.
So with Draven being, like, I say, a bit of a concern for the meta.
Right, public enemy #1, perhaps.
Right. Was it something that coming into this event you kind of did think to yourself, oh, is that going to be a problem? Or did you expect people to go against the grain and go, no, I'm going to solve this?
Yeah, I think, you know, there's so many different kinds of people who play TCGs, and it's really awesome to see that also being true in Riftbound. So there's people who are like, well, I'm just going to play the best deck. And there's people who are like, well, I'll never play the best deck. I want to beat the best deck. And I think we do have that in our audience too. I think that, you know, I was a little bit nervous, especially with like the tournaments happening in China prior to this event, that, hey, maybe there'll be some runaway success with some version of the the builds. But yeah, I think that players are finding ways to attack it, and I do think that because you see different people with that different outlook, you get a lot of diversity. Plus, like the best of prizes help kind of direct people in different directions than they might otherwise do. So all that is coming together, I think, in a good way.
I think it's really harmonious that's worked together with the theme of Riftbound as well, with having these champions. They're all there for a reason, and they're all great in their own right, and I love that we get to celebrate that together as people who have never played TCGs to very coveted TCGs and other games have all come together in a hall that is packed, and more people would be here if they could.
Yeah, honestly, that's true. I think we're very grateful that Riftbound is so popular, but I think the kind of flip side of that is, there's like way more demand than seats that we have at the table. I think that's something that we'll probably be able to make some improvements on over time, but I think over the course of this next year, it'll be a question of, hey, how big is this competitive scene going to get? How much do we want to make sure we support the people who are coming, just play and have fun, and maybe like meet new groups and new communities. So all of that is like big factors moving into the next few events.
That's absolutely spectacular. I'm so glad to hear. Have you got a really good feeling about the future of Riftbound when it comes to these events and the scale that we're going to be able to get to?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're still, it's funny, Riftbound's still kind of in its infancy, right? The game just came out basically less than a year ago. And so we're seeing now with these regional qualifiers is like the only place to play at a high level other than a few kind of third-party events. And I think as we start to introduce the regional championships and eventually worlds and bigger third-party tournaments, you'll see, I think, a much richer and healthier ecosystem that is still developing right now, I think. So there's a lot. I think it's been going well so far. There are challenges, and I think we're approaching them in a reasonable way. And then I think there's a lot of distance to still travel there.
Well, I'm so excited for all of the events to come. We've got a bunch of sets as well that we're ready for as well, and that a lot of people are already really excited for. But I barely feel like we've touched on Spiritforged. I think there are a lot of decks, even in this room maybe, that people will not expect to see, but actually could do really, really well in this event.
Yeah, agreed. I think I've seen a few builds of Rek'Sai that I think are really interesting. I've seen a few Lucian and Aurelia and Azir builds that I think are, sort of like tuned in ways to maybe deal with the meta that's expected.
Absolutely.
I think Ezreal is still a little bit of an underdog, so I definitely see that turning out. And then, there's still some set one, Origins Legends and Rivergrounds Legends that I think are still quite strong, especially with the new additions from Spiritforged. There's a lot of equipment that slots quite nicely into decks like E or decks like Annie's. So.
We have so many more surprises to come. Thank you, Dave, for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the day and the thrills and spills that come from this event.
I am very excited to see what happens.
Shout out Dave holding it down on the development side of things. So good stuff to hear from him. And he kind of hinted at that the regionals might be getting bigger and bigger. Guys, from your previous experience on TCGs, what is the biggest type of regional event these events can do? Is it realistic to shoot for like 3,000 players in a single event, or am I getting a little bit carried away? What's your experience with that, Ned?
Oh, man, I think it's very possible. I want to say Magic has had, where I come from, has had some huge tournaments in the past for regionals and worlds. I would love to see Riftbound get up to that size. I didn't try and get a ticket for this regional because I knew I wouldn't be able to go. I am going to try and get one for Atlanta.
Yeah.
Did this regional sell out? Like, I want to say other regionals like sold out in like a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
Leo, I heard, was better because of the website. Instead of relying on UVS website, they switched over to Ticketmaster. So Ticketmaster a lot more reliable. And real quick, Ben Sosa, I was the Temtem guy ever so long ago. But hey, Ned, I'll go ahead and let you sign out. Thank you so very much for joining the commentary booth. Like I said before, you absolutely killed it, and that was a pleasure to work with. I think we just locked things for day 2, so enjoy your Sunday tomorrow. If you catch a little bit of tomorrow's action, it should be good nonetheless. But if you had any little bit closing remarks / little shout-outs you want to show, now's the perfect time.
I mean, if you want to follow me on Twitter, I'm Arachneds on X. Looking to about 3 decks I'm going to be trying out here soon, giving my results. But yeah, I'm super excited. This is a super diverse TCG showing it so far. I know that day 2 is what kind of matters a little bit more for the meta game, but it's been super fun to see this set 2 at this level. So.
And Ned,
I look
before
forward
you
to the
go,
rest of the
remind
matches.
me one more time. What was your caster's pick? Because I wrote everyone's down except yours. What did you decide on?
I said Annie.
Annie, that's what it was. Annie. So we got a Draven, a Norelia, and Annie. I'll go ahead and ask our next caster after this. But like I said, Ned, thank you. And we'll be in touch as always as we do for any future events.
Yep. Look forward to it.
Okay, Ned, take care. Thank you so much, guys. Say peace out to Ned. He's heading out of here for now.
See ya.
All right, guys, we should be getting into that round 7 momentarily. Let me go ahead and contact the next caster. So we'll do this live. Normally, I would throw us to a little bit of a waiting soon screen, but let's do this live. We're just hanging out for the time being. And no LOL or League of Legends mid-blade. It is the final 2 rounds, round 7, round 8. We still got some more action in store for us. And yeah, guys, I know Lurkana gets up to 2,056 players. I hope that's like the starting point for Riftbound. I hope that's like the minimum. 2,000 players seems like the minimum for these regional events. Let's go ahead and tag NA. And guys, one more time, I want to take this chance to give a huge thank you to these casters helping me out today, because I know some of you guys enjoy hearing me yap the whole time, but if I'm literally yapping the whole time, it would get a little bit old, of course. So big old love to BMU on the first 2 rounds. Big old love to Dimitri for rounds 3 and 4. And of course, we just had Ned for rounds 5 and 6. And then you guys know him very well. NA45 will be joining us for the final round 7 to round 8. What legends will be rounding out those rounds, as it looks like we will be getting here very momentarily. And we haven't seen these players at all. Let's go ahead and start setting things up.
Hello.
And mic check. How are we doing at NA?
I'm doing great. How are you? It's been a long day for you, right? Almost 2 more rounds.
Yeah, 2 more rounds. And you know, whenever we get to the tail end of these events, it kind of gives me a blast of energy, because I'm like, I am so close. But yeah, it's been about 9.5 hours, but it hasn't felt that way because there's been very little breaks. Have you been watching a little bit here and there?
Yeah. I've been watching the last few rounds. I've been angrily shaking my fist at the monitor for some of the plays that have been made on stream, but hey, you know, it's the first European event, right? So these players are potentially, it's their first big tournament, right? So you got to give everyone a little bit of slack. And yeah, excited to see how things top off on day 1.
Yeah, I am super excited. And if the screen is showing us correctly, real quick though, NA, do you have the screen share on your end, or do you have the stream on your end, or whichever one you like?
Yeah, I've got your screen share up. So yeah, I do see it looks like a Victor deck with some equipment, which is interesting. I think I even see an unsung hero in there, which is traditionally more of a Fiora card. So pretty interesting.
That is interesting. I was just honestly so caught up on the first deck they showed. Did you catch a little bit of what that was, NA?
Oh, I did not. What is it?
A Rumble. Is a Rumble player doing decent out here in Bologna? Because most people would anticipate Rumble strictly being played for the best of legend. But here we go. A 5-1 Rumble, NA. I did not expect that from the likes of this legend.
Yeah, and it looks like... Okay, so I feel like I remember seeing the signature spell on there, and if so, maybe it is more of the unit-based Rumble, which is big beat stick deck. My units are better than yours. My units have more stats, which would definitely be pretty interesting to me, because the lists that I've seen more success with are the ones that are just Kaisa with a different leader.
Yeah, honestly, you just have the same colors, but might as well get the more useful legend. But this has to be a course of mech-centric build. I'm curious because it seems rather straightforward, but there's some kind of method to the madness, right? You can't go X1 in a tournament like Bologna without having some kind of different spice, some kind of different variations on the deck building. So I am excited to see how this Rumble has been able to accomplish. I already see something rather different from the traditional, I guess you can't even say traditional too likely, but Rumble tends to play the blue champ, not the red one, right? Or have you seen both?
I am not gonna pretend I've watched the most Rumble gameplay. I'm me and my testing group tend to play the more like upper echelon of decks, like trying to win the event rather than maybe go for like metal cards. So I haven't seen this myself, so I'm pretty curious as well. I do like the Xin Zhao in the Victor though. This is definitely different than the more spell heavy builds. It does play the equipment and looks like it's playing more units, so that's a cool start to this one. Bilgewater Conquering gets a gold token.
Yeah, you're so right. This is a non-traditional. Funny enough, we're so used to seeing those prison-style decks from Victor, so it's almost a big breath of fresh air when you see something that's not a recruit token. So I like seeing the Xin Zhao, but it looks like for the Roman player, they love seeing that blue champion +1 might on every single one of your mechs. Right now, it's just going to be holding down Valmon's lair for, I believe, 5, 7, 8 total might currently. Actually, Rumble's just 4, so 5... Actually, no, yeah, 7 might. 7 total might, because I don't think that Portal's a mech, is he?
No, it is not.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting choosing to play both the champion units, right? And I guess I'm kind of curious what ratios opting to play the other one, the blue one at. If it's like just a one of, so you can swap it, or if it is just, hey, I'm going to play 3 of this, and it's just a solid unit in my deck.
Yeah, we'll see. Perhaps he's just playing a single version of the red one and then has the remaining ones in the main deck as a 2 or 3 of, I could only imagine, because the red one is decently useful, but in a particular situations, which is why having it in the champion zone might be perfect for those specific situations, because as you guys know, I'll pull it here on screen, and interesting enough, the production team of Bologna hasn't been the best at pulling out the cards on the screen. They pull up the blue champion, but they don't pull up the red one just yet. I'll go ahead and try to pull it up for you guys. When I conquer, you may recycle another friendly unit to play a mech from your trash. Reduces energy cost by the might of the unit you recycled. So a bit of an intricate type of card, but I can see in the right hand and the right strategy, it could be pretty beneficial.
Yeah, with some setup, it's a pretty powerful card, right? Like if you do have, let's say you have a couple of the blue rumbles in your trash, then if you do conquer with the red rumble, you can just go ahead and oh no, sorry, I'm misremembering. So it's you recycle from the field, so you get to switch them out. Okay, that's what it is. So it's
you kill a unit basically. You kill a unit from the field, and then the might from that unit you discount it from something in the trash.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, that is interesting, because I feel like the blue rumble is just straight up better. Maybe it's because the red rumble is a 4 cost and there are a lot of obelisks going around in the format, so you could just play him on turn 2 if people are playing obelisk. That is a thought.
One card we are very familiar with, it will be that Kaiser Survivor, of course. So looking at the Xin Zhao on that war camp to take down, as Victor's completely tapped out to take care of that Rumble. What was it? Was it a double call of the week, or what did I miss there? It was a call of the week to take care of it, and Stupefy to bring that Xin Zhao down into the range of not trading with the Kaiser, so it gives a +1 draw. And I'm liking this position so far for Rumble, but I'm wondering if this was more of a prison style deck, would Rumble even stand a chance? But I mean, they're both 5-1, right? So there has to be something to these decks.
I mean, I think that a lot of these unit heavy decks are going to struggle against the heavy removal decks, especially decks like Rumble, where at least so far it looks like it's just been like 1 to 2 units per turn. And decks like Victor and Kaisa are very good at dealing with that. You just say, okay, I'll Falling Star your 2 units, I'll Singularity your 2 units, and you can just never stick anything and you lose. But if you play against, I mean, more combat-focused decks, I think you have a better chance, because you can just say, I have these big units, and they're tough to deal with because they got good stats. That being said, I mean, the deck lineup for day 1 was pretty spread, so there's a good chance you just can dodge all the Kaisas, dodge all the Victor, removal Victors, all these bad matchups.
Right, I think the best of legend pricing goes such a long way in these regional events, and this Victor is so spicy. We're seeing a Forge of the Future. We're seeing an
Ooh.
Under Titan in the hand. I don't think I've ever seen an Under Titan anything other than Rek'Sai. Why would you play the Under Titan? Is it just a way of playing a body grand stratagem? Because you're never going to see it from anywhere from your hand. It's just +2 might. Why would you play that over something like a grand stratagem? I don't know. I'm confused about the Under Titan, but maybe there's something I'm missing.
That would be my guess as well. It is that it would be a specifically just to have a body on it. It does cost less power as well, which is something.
You know, chat's saying it might just very well be a hook Victor. That's definitely something we've never seen. On the deck list they showed right before this match, though, did you see any baited hooks? I didn't get to look too keenly.
I don't believe it. No, it doesn't work with baited hook, right? Because you look at. Does it work with baited hook? Let me look at the exact wording. Under.
Is it reveal? I think if it works from Rek'Sai, it might work from baited hook.
No, because baited hook says look at, whereas he has to be revealed.
Oh, true. It definitely is different. It's like Under Titan wouldn't work off a stacked deck or something. If that color combination is even real.
Ooh, it will be in set 4, which
right.
Looks like Rumble is using a Bellows here. Pretty strong card against the Victor. Traditionally, it does make things really tough for these small and wide decks. But and this is funny. We actually do get to see the Forerunner in a mech deck, so he does get the Rumble buffs.
All right, does get the additional shield 1 on defense with that Rumble Legend, of course. And, you know, I was just kind of I squinted for a second. I thought we were seeing a Kai'Sa versus a Victor going down. We see the Survivor, we see the Ferris, we see the Bellows Breath doing so many things so similarly to the Kai'Sa build, but a bit easier to get that best of metal card, of course. I think being X1, you had to be at the forefront for that metal card, don't you?
I mean, it's definitely a good spot. There are a fair number of rounds on day 2, so you do have to continue to play it out and continue to do well, because I think with these numbers, it's pretty likely that at least every leader is going to have, maybe besides Garen, is going to have at least a couple decks going into day 2, so you do need to finish solid, but definitely a Forerunner. Haha. A Forerunner for the metal card.
Right.
Okay.
But let's see how this Victor could try to climb back into this game, because they started off fast and off to the races, going up to 6 points nice and early. But ever since those Kai'Sa came down with that Bellows Breath, eliminating the entire back line, they haven't really been able to progress too much going forward. Does get that one conquer with the Recruit, but that Recruit won't be sticking around too much longer, as he's looking for the draw before committing to anything, because Victor is kind of representing a Hidden Blade with the final 2 energy. And if he's going to Hidden Blade, might as well hit a Hidden Blade that fares Forerunner. So sending it over to the Valmon's lair. I don't think Chaco has anything available, so gets that 5th point. Now, does he start playing more of the mech-centric things? Because we haven't seen too many mech stuff besides that Rumble Champ. He's paying 6. Is that another Forerunner?
It looks like it is. This is a little bit spooky, as Victor is pretty good at outing the units here. Though that being said, the Victor deck traditionally does not really have a lot in the way of accelerate, so you are dealing with 2 units plus maybe like a Xin Zhao, or if he does play it, like a Sprite Mother, which, I mean, it looks like it's a yellow heavy version of the deck, so probably no Sprite Mothers.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see things like Sprite Mother, Sprite Call. I think Xin Zhao, it enters ready when 2 recruits are online, right?
I believe it's when you have 2 other units, yes. Okay. So it would be able to be played accelerate here, but that is only 4 might, and there's quite a bit of might on these battlefields. And, you know, it's definitely something to think about as a when you are playing Rumble, people might forget that Forerunner is defending for 7, because that's not something you traditionally have to think about.
Yeah, you're totally right. That might just be a bit of an oversight from these Victor players. It might have been a bit of an oversight for a lot of players, which could be a strong reason why he's X1, because just forgetting that +1 is almost very similar to how people forget the Master Yi Legend ability as well, just completely slipping your mind. But perhaps Victor has it in control, because right now in Trifarian War Camp, you're defending for 8 with the Forest Forerunner alone, and then with the Kaiser on top of that, I think that's 13 total might. These battlefields are getting impressively hard to take down. If you don't have the removal, because this is looking like a more unit heavy build from Victor, you can build out these units, but that's going to be 7 points coming up for the side of Rumble. Just one more hold, one more point to get that game 1 victory. If Rumble beats a Victor, that's something I never thought we'll say.
Yeah, I think if I'm Victor here, maybe I'm just trying to load up the battlefield, go like play BF sword, attach BF sword to Victor, go on to the Forerunner, and then go 8/7. You do need to be aware that you lose to like a Stupefy then, which would be pretty rough. Oh no, it'd be 7/7, so that doesn't even work. Okay. What is the game plan here?
Yeah, look at us already missing that plus shield from the legend ability, right? So this is tricky. You're not wrong. So let's see what he has in mind. Does attach the BF sword with the seal. Let's see if he's thinking the same thing we were thinking here. Does he send it into the Valmond's lair before any kind of Stupefy? Granted, Stupefy will be reaction speed, saving the day, of course. Sends it into Valmond's lair. If he says pass my priority, that's gonna be a killed Victor. He says pass, it looks like.
Yeah, so it should be 7/7, right? Yeah. Yep. 7/7. Maybe just gonna shove up a. So the problem is you can't even just shove up a recruit, because the Forerunner is spawning the extra mech tokens, and you know a Rumble deck is probably playing the Gem Jammer, right? So you do need to be aware of that as well.
Definitely, Gem Jammer is way over to the Valmond's lair, and that makes it so much more reasonable why he's playing Valmond's lair. So he definitely does have things like Gem Jammer. I'm wondering though, are we ever going to be able to see the Red Rumble champion this turn, or he's going to save it down the line for one of these other games in this best of 3? Let's see though. Victor has the option of conquering, so traded 1 for 1 doesn't feel the best, getting rid of your chosen champion just for 1 trade, and not really an effective trade at that, because you do have the mech tokens in the back, so basically didn't accomplish too much. But you have to deal with them one way or the other, and I think Riftbound or Victor alone doesn't have a good way of putting those cards back to hand. So you have to do it the good old hard way. You have to take them down with might, with those kill spells, and you're always guaranteed to get those mechs. The question is, does he want to conquer up to 7? Or does he want to just hold as many recruits as he can for something like Imperial Decree / Grand Stratagem to close things out perhaps?
It's kind of funny, because unless he has a plan here, and you know, I'm sure he has a plan, but actually crashing the Victor into the Forerunner, it makes things harder for him to end the game, because now the 2 tokens are going to have shield. Each are going to have shield if the Rumble does decide to go for a pushing them both up. So it's like more might that you have to go through. And the Victor deck is pretty good at killing individual units with the Hidden Blades, with the Cold the Weeks and stuff. But the more stuff there is to deal with, the harder it is to out everything.
Right, so it is a bit of a trigger situation. You're so right. Rumble is the only legend that benefits strictly, objectively benefits from having 2 mechs rather than 1 because of the shield +1. So you're defending for 4 might each. 8 might over the 6 might, or the 7 might, if you will, the Forerunner. So sends 1 in. Nice little simple conquer up to 7. Now, do you want to go ahead and invest any more units onto either of these battlefields, saying, come at me, Victor? Even with your Grand Strategians, are you able to take it down? A singularity should be huge in this moment, taking down 2 of those units, leaving behind the lonely recruit. You could Grand Strategy all you want, but that's just going to be 6 total might. I feel like he feels pretty confident taking this game number 1 away from Victor. This Rumble player didn't do anything insane, but did enough to get that victory in game number 1, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, it was well played. It was a pretty tight game. Not a ton of stuff going on, but it's kind of expected when you're playing these unit-based decks where it's just, I put big idiot on the board and you have to out my big idiot. It's kind of similar to how Yi played in set 1, where you just had big guys, and it was like, deal with my big guys. And you had the buff spells like the Rumble signature, and it does look like the Rumble does take game 1. So good start for Rumble here.
Yeah, GG. I know we have a lot of Rumble fans in the chat because Rumble is a legend. I'll throw it back over here. And oh, NA, I don't have your thing. Here, let me get your camera going. But hey, Zephyr, welcome on in. Yes, Rumble is on the feature table. And he's looking to do good. He's X1, giving a lot of Rumble fans hope for the future of Vegas coming up shortly. You know, I don't know, like I said, if he did anything kind of out, extraordinary, but perhaps just doing what Rumble wants to do is enough to take care of things enough. And hey, we said we wanted the deck list. I'll throw it over to the feature match so you guys can screen print the whole deck list.
Yeah, it's sometimes, especially when you're playing these lower tier decks, it is enough to just play play your deck to the absolute best of the capabilities. And sure, your ceiling might not be as high, but unless your opponent is playing, I'm not going to say perfect, but unless your opponent is playing up to a certain standard themselves, you can still win. And that's something that you see a lot with these low tier deck specialists, is they know their deck in and out, and they are not going to make mistakes on their deck. And when you're switching from meta deck to meta deck with the meta, you aren't going to know your deck as well as they know their deck. They're going to know every single matchup, every single card in their deck, every single interaction. And it's something that, I mean, it's a pretty big advantage for you. And it's why you're able to see some of these people do so well on decks that might not be seen as good.
Yeah, I think you make a great point. Because these guys have so many numerous reps on this legend alone, they tend to know how to approach every single matchup in the meta, as most are expected. You know how to play against the Dravens, against the Aurelias, against the Ezreals, but on the other side of the coin, a lot of people don't really understand how to play against Rumble. I mean, there's not so much to think about, but sometimes the simple fact of adding that +1 shield or playing around that red Rumble champion, looking to recycle units on the current board for a unit in the trash, perhaps a lot of players aren't really expecting much from them, and sometimes when you underestimate your opponent, it ends up biting you where it hurts. So let's see if Rumble could get it done one more time in this game number 2 of this round number 7. It's an arena's greatest from Victor, so he's trying to go as faster than he did in that first opening game.
And it looks like it is the, I want to say this is the obelisk. These blue ones always trip me up. Which one is the obelisk? Which is the single one? Yeah. This is what I said in the previous game, is that it looks to me like it is just a 4-drop no power that you can just play on turn 1, and it's going to attack in for 5 on the obelisk games. So that could just be a reason to play it, is how mana efficient it is, and you could just play it for free.
Yeah, it doesn't seem too bad. Perhaps on the Draven matchups when they do start things like Obelisk of Power, but most Dravens are going second on Obelisk of Power, but perhaps he's doing a bit of similar things like the Dravens, where, as you said, just establishes Knight 4/5 body with that blue Rumble coming in the mix, because it's 4/4 currently, but with the Rumble coming in, I mean, it depends for 4/5 on the defense as well. But nice and steady conquering game plan for the Victor. 1-2 unsung hero, and then the Captain Vanguard getting some more board presence in the back line. He is going fast and away. Let's see if Rumble's able to slow things down, because next turn is going to be 6 total energy. We know what came down the previous game 1 was the singularity. It doesn't seem too fruitful to do it because there's just so many little units What are you taking now? A Vanguard and an Unsung Hero? That doesn't feel the best.
I mean, this is a scary start for Victor. If I'm Rumble, I would be most afraid when this deck does have access to like a really wide board. And when they do have the wide board, that means that cards like Decree are a lot more powerful. When they are stuck playing a small board like they did last game, they just didn't see like the Captain Vanguard. I think they did have a Matron in their hand, but they didn't like have the combo with the Vanguard, obviously, which is the ideal use of the card. So it's a lot less units, and then the removal, like Singularity, can be a lot higher impact because you're just hitting multiple good units instead of just having to deal with a very wide breadth of tokens. That being said, we do know that the Rumble is on at least one Bellows, and a Bellows is a good answer to the very wide Victor board.
It really is, and we're seeing a couple cards we didn't see before in that game number 1. One of them being, I believe, the Evangelion. What's the mech? The mech that spawns 3 recruit tokens on Death Nail?
Yes. It is. Yes. I don't think we didn't see one game 1. I didn't see did they show his side deck?
I don't think they did. They might have shown the side deck, but it might have been a main board. So it almost feels like this should be something like a baited Hook Victor, but nothing else kind of signals to that, because there would be at minimum something like a Spectral Matron to bring back the Captain Vanguards, or perhaps he's just getting incredibly unlucky. But I don't think he is. I think he's just playing very unit heavy, a couple sprinkled in kill spells like Vengeance, and no, that is a spell we don't see too often. Let's see if the Riot staff pulls it up, but I'll go ahead and pull it up for us here at home. Are you familiar with the name of that card, NA?
Rally the Troops.
That's what it is.
What was played. Yes. So Rally the Troops, for anyone unfamiliar, is going to make every time you play a unit this turn, you buff it and you get a draw 1. So essentially it cycles, as well as when you do get to combo it with the Matron or the Vanguard Captain, you get a ton of bigger tokens. That being said, it's pretty funny because it doesn't like put you out of Bellows range, but it does mean that the Bellows has to be repeated on the same units, right? The same tokens. So you can't clear 6 one might tokens. You have to only clear 3 2-might tokens. So, I mean, it seems pretty good in this version of the deck. It does make the tokens more threatening. 2-might definitely a much better breakpoint than 1, because now you're trading with most of the 2-drops.
Yeah, it does seem like a bit of more formidable problem, of course. That is so many recruit tokens that are basically 2-might recruit tokens, and it looks like he played out... I mean, wait a second. He did a manufacturer. He played 1 recruit with Vic. Okay, that does make sense. So 2 recruit tokens. It almost looked like he established 3 recruit tokens that turn with buffs, but no, everything's got it together. And it does look like he has a lot of great mech cards in hand. We're seeing the Forecaster most likely coming down, so gives every mech vision. Looks at the top of the card. Do you want to keep it there or put it at the bottom? It looks like the answer will be at the bottom of the deck. Now, every mech following this does get vision as well. What comes out the top? That's another red Rumble champion. So it looks,
that's interesting,
puts it at the bottom. So perhaps he's running something like 2 or 3 of both of the Rumble champions, which we don't really see too often in a lot of decks.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I wonder what the purpose is. I am not super well versed with the Rumble deck, so I don't know. It is interesting though, because I expected it as just a one of in the champion zone, so you can play it efficiently on an obelisk game. Playing multiple of it, it seems like there's some sort of combo there that I just don't know. Maybe it's just mana efficient. Like it does play, it's card efficient in that it does play a card from your trash. So you can change out a 2-drop for like a bigger, like the Blue Rumble or something from your trash without using any cards from your hand. Maybe that's the purpose. I am not well versed with
trying to follow up what you're getting at. I'm wondering if there's some kind of synergy. You know, very similar how Victor with Rek'Sai with the Immortal Phoenix. You ever seen the combo where you call of the week your own character, and then you kill your opponent, of course, but because you killed your own unit, you kill your own Immortal Phoenix, and that same Immortal Phoenix is able to get brought back out from the trash from that single kill spell. Have you seen that?
Yeah. The Rek'Sai deck's really cool. I think it's one of my favorite set 2 decks.
I'm wondering, oh no, it gets recycled. That's the one
Yeah.
caveat. I was trying to hint at, what if you kill the Ferris Forerunner and then you bring it back? But no, there's a big, huge nuance that you don't go to the trash. You go back to the bottom of the main deck. So, okay, forget what I was hinting at. I thought there was some kind of 5-head play. But no, Victor going to go on the established, even more unit game plan. But for now, just goes ahead and conquers up to 5. I do think there's no way, no world that Victor's not running things like Imperial Decree or Grand Stratagem. We just haven't really seen them in the hand, because with this much token generation, it's only the right thing to run in the deck. I wish I was paying a bit more close attention to the Victor deck list they showed on stream. Chat, let us know, is he running those cards or is it all units?
There's a couple Under Titan, but I don't see any decrees. I think that Under Titan has just kind of taken that role, as it is like the decree with the body, or not decree, sorry, the stratagem with the body. I didn't see any. No, there are 2 decrees. Okay, 2 decrees in the main deck, so they definitely are there, which very powerful in the wide board state like this. This is such a minor complaint, is that I wish they just used dice for the buffs, because there's so many cards on the field.
Right.
It's so hard to track all of the buffs on the units, because it just looks like a stack of tokens.
It really does. I wouldn't mind. I like the dice, keeps it nice and simple. I think the tokens get a little bit redundant when it comes to the recruit tokens, because I believe if you flip the recruit tokens, they're just a buff token sometimes, right? So it's really confusing as the Vengeance coming down, taking down the Forerunner. And for every mech that spawns its vision, this is a way of filtering through the bad cards, putting the good cards at top. But it looks like he likes the card that he will be picking up the next turn, so keeps it there. I like that synergy. I haven't seen the Forerunner into a Forecaster before.
Darius in the hand. That's interesting. So Darius Stupefy. Curious how many Darius he plays. We didn't see any in the game 1, I believe, but that is a nice little 1-2 combo there. Efficient 6 mana accelerate to swing in for 7. That being said, not super fun into the Victor deck, as the Victor deck does tend to have a lot of little units, and you don't prefer to spend the mana for these big units because they just get owned by stuff like Decree. Looks like swinging in here with the Manufacturer and the Captain Vanguard. That's going to be 4, 5, 6, 7 into 4.
Looks like he will be able to get it done. Even something like a Stupefy won't be enough. So trading the Captain Vanguard for that Red Rumble, and has the Machine Evangel and the Under Titan. So even if he doesn't have the Imperial Decree, at least he gets +2 on every single one of these units. So all those buffed up recruit tokens will be swinging in for 4. So despite having shield 1 for every single one of your mechs, I think +2 on top of the buff for those recruit tokens, it feels pretty powerful. Now that you're chilling at 6 total points, you made it to that 1 threshold where you just need to conquer both battlefields in a single turn. You have at the minimum, at the worst, the Under Titan that we're kind of hinting at there. Do you go ahead and just play Under Titan and hope for the best with these recruits? Because it almost looks like he's leaning that way.
I would have to guess so. I mean, it looks to me like this is kind of like the make or break turn. You do need to, Rumble does need to set up a pretty good defense here, as the Under Titan's going to come down and they're going to swing in for what? Quite a bit, right? So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10,
20,
12, and then +2. Yeah, it's a lot.
It is a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
I'll let you take care of the map for now. And real quick, chat's asking, is this tournament open deck list? It is not open deck list from my understanding, because there was 1,719 players. I don't think they allowed every single deck list to be available. Why they're showing the deck list is these are technically pre-recorded matches. They're live to the globe, but if you're out there in Bologna, we're actually 1 round behind. Bologna's probably finishing out round 8 as we speak. So they're showing the deck list because no one can take advantage of those deck lists because they're only showing it on the stream. So good for the viewers, but doesn't really hinder the players all that much. unless we're talking about day 2. It does kind of impact the day 2 numbers, but maybe they make open deck lists for day 2, but I'm pretty sure day 1 is never open deck list. At least it wasn't in Houston.
Yeah, it does make me kind of wonder about players accepting feature matches, because I definitely would not accept a feature match if I knew they were going to show my deck list on stream and I was trying to go for a deep run rather than like a metal card. But I there is like the, oh, it's cool to be on stream, but I don't know. It kind of depends what you value more.
Yeah, imagine we get an Alan ZQ stream. We get to see the insight on what he's cooking with Ezreal. I would love to see that. But I think they do get permission from the players. They have to, right? Because sometimes keeping that deck list is so important. Sometimes you just have those spicy 1-ofs, those spicy 2-ofs that no one would expect. In an open deck format, it changes everything. People know what to play around. So I can respect players saying no, but I would love to see. I mean, for day 2 especially, I cannot wait to see those higher level plays. Perhaps they're not going to be showing the deck list on day 2, but they're already setting the tone, right? I think they will just show the deck list for every feature match going forward.
Yeah, I would imagine that they're just doing it, and I'm sure they ask as well the players. It's just like I said, you got to choose kind of what you value, and a lot of players, it's cool to be on a feature match. I've been on a feature match at a YCS, which is the Yu-Gi-Oh equivalent of one of these events, like 2,000 people, and I got owned. It was bad. I got
blame the stream nerves or something.
But it happens, right? Like and some players like don't have that kind of nerves, right? It's just a cool experience. You'll think back about it for the rest of the time you play the game, and even longer. You'll be like, yeah, remember that time I was playing in front of thousands of people? It's cool.
It is cool. I think overall it's a beneficial thing to be on stream. You get your face recognition. A lot of people go, oh, you were that guy from Riftbound on stream. Great games. Win or lose, you get a little bit more familiarity in the community. So I do think there's a bit more upside to downside. The one downside that we're hinting at is, of course, your deck list getting revealed. But you still have to play the games. You still have to match it to the opponent that somehow caught wind of what you were running. So it's very little downside, at least in Swiss. Now in a top 8 situation where there's only 8 players, I'm pretty sure all 8 players are open deck lists. At least that's how it definitely was in Houston. Whether it was on purpose or not, they accidentally ended up being a full top cut of open deck lists. We could talk about that during the break, though, as the Under Titan does indeed hit the board, +2 on every single one of the recruits. I've never seen this strategy go down, but it seems to be an effective one nonetheless, as that is a +2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 total might distributing across the board. I think if you play it correctly, there's no way you're not double conquering, unless this 3 might represented from Rumble stands for something I'm missing. Void Seeker, I don't know what those final 3 runes can be from Rumble.
There is the Bellows, which isn't going to do too much now. There is, I believe I saw a cloth armor in the deck list. So that is a quick draw gear. I saw a longsword. There is the Rumble signature, which I want to say is a reaction speed. Just pump 1, repeat to pump 2.
Okay, true.
So there are actually a fair number of cards you need to watch out for. There's also a smoke screen in the deck. There's stupefies. So these 3 runes could represent a fair amount of change to the math. Right now, as the board looks, it does look like Victor would win if there are no cards being played from hand, though.
Yeah, as just straightforward math, he has the numbers, right? He definitely has the overwhelming amount of sheer might to take down both of these battlefields in a single 1-2 punch, going up to 8 point, bringing us to that final game 3 of this round 7. But there's things that can change the battle, of course. I wish we could get a little bit of glimpse of the hand one more time for the Rumble player. But I can respect this. Sometimes when it's your opponent's turn, you already know what's in hand. You put your hand down and you really think carefully what your opponent's going to do. It's almost like you're studying him in a sense, seeing if he has any kind of tells, any kind of indications of what he wants to do, or how to best probably defend if you can. Maybe he just doesn't have any defense and he's just waiting for his opponent to kind of make any kind of blunder.
So it looks like starting to commit to the plays. So this is defending for 9, I want to say. So 4 plus 1, 3 plus 1. So it has to swing with 10 might of units here.
It looks like the production team shaking it up a little bit as the screen is kind of shivering. But yeah, you are defending for 9, so it's going to take 3 total recruit tokens to get the job done, because that's going to be swinging in for 8 total. 4-4. You need 1 more recruit going up to 3. I think he's doing an overkill, anticipating something of the like as you mentioned before, the pumps coming out from the Rumble player. So committing with a total of, what is that, 4, 8. I think those recruits don't have a buff, right? So that's 3-3. So 8 plus 6, defending in for 14 total. Or not defending, but swinging in for 14 total might. Let's see what kind of counter player combat tricks capabilities does Rumble have in mind. He has 3 runes to work with. And oh, he's kind of going through his hand. There it is. Thank you, production team.
I see a stupefy. Is that it?
That's it. A stupefy in 3 units. So you just get to -1. And honestly, NA, if that's all he has, we're going into game 3.
So he's thinking. I mean, you could draw something off the stupefy. Is there? Oh no, there you go. There's the danger.
Oh yeah.
It is danger zone, I want to say. Okay, this is a pretty big buff. So this is going to be +2 to everything. So now defending for 4, 5, and defending for 7. So defending for 12 here. So this is going to 3, 6 plus
12, and then the minus stupefy, bringing it to 13, right? Or am I missing something? Because every single mech is +1. So he was defending for 9, now defending for 11. Or am I missing something? Wait. 5, 6, and then 4, 5. Yeah, 11.
Did you mean to post the VOD Ninja in the YouTube chat?
Oh, that's definitely not what I meant to post. I thought I was posting the leaderboard. Chat, I mean, you can't really do anything with that without a password. So I didn't mean to post that. Someone asked, is there a page for the current leaderboard? And I had it in my little clipboard, but it looks like I changed it up. Oh, it's repeated. Of course. Why am I forgetting that? That's +2 on each of those. So yes, 13 minus the 1 is 13 to 13. So everything trades out. And now you just have a Victor that's at 6 total might. You have 2 recruit tokens that's swinging in for 4 apiece. I still think that's going to be enough. Let's see. Victor does get up to 7. And now you have your chosen champion. You have a recruit swinging in for 4. That's right. Actually, that's not enough, NA. The double repeated danger zone getting the job done. This Rumble showing us what Rumble is made of. I'm loving what I'm seeing and surprising so many people. You thought Under Titan and all those recruit tokens could get the job done, but never breaking a sweat is what the Rumble player had in mind.
Yeah, at this point, it looks like he's just going for a hold. He's saying, I'm going to go for a hold, and you aren't going to find your Gem Jammer. You aren't going to find... at this point, you need like a bellows, something to actually fully clear out this battlefield. So we will see what did he have a bellows in hand? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so. Yeah, the only spell we saw was the danger zone and of course the stupefy. But let's see if he gets a little bit fortunate off the pickup. And I actually think I do see a bellows breath. The Watcher coming down. That is the perfect card to come down at accelerated speed, bringing everything down to just a single 1 might. So 1, 2, 3, 4 total might versus the 7, and that is a conquer up to 7 indeed for the Rumble player. And you just need to hold one of these battlefields with a single Under Titan. It looks like Rumble, insanely enough, might be walking away at a 2-0 victory in this round number 7, which a lot of people would not have believed it.
Yeah, I mean, the Rumble deck did well this game. That last turn was like the pivotal turn for Victor, and he was not able to find the win. I mean, it's pretty rough here, and it looks like, yeah, just does scoop it up. And Rumble player going to 6-1, just one more round. Would be pretty incredible to see Rumble go X1 into the final into day 2.
Yeah, honestly, great stuff coming out from Rumble. Who would have thought, guys? Hands up. It is the Rumble Army coming to play out in Bologna. As NA said, he is just one more game away from locking in that day number 2. I do think because that match finished rather sooner than later, I think we might be getting a backup match. So we'll see what they get. And Broken Hearts, what's going on with the audio? What do you mean? And NA Fig, this is 1080. I believe if you guys go to the mainstream, this is the same cast that we're seeing from the mainstream. So I think it's just the fact that it's from Bologna over to the other side of the world, right? So this is the same HD resolution we're getting for everyone's getting. There's no higher resolution unless there's another feed we can get.
I mean, it looks fine to me. Pulled up the YouTube stream and it looks like good quality to me.
Guys, refresh your page. Not how the internet works, dude. Y'all need a tech dude. Broken, give me some better feedback. You can't just say you need a tech dude. Give me some constructive feedback. What's wrong? Because I'm my tech guy. I can fix a lot of problems when it comes to stream. You just have to give me a little bit more constructive feedback. They don't do ID because it's top 8. Yeah, Benjamin, they probably don't. And we might see some IDs in round 12, round 13, but none in day 1 because you have to qualify into day 2.
Yeah, you do need to. Qualifying for day 2 is excellent, but you do actually, if you want to go for the top 8, I mean, you can't really afford to be IDing already. At least in my opinion, I would not be IDing already. I would, like you said, only ID in the last couple rounds if I'm absolutely guaranteeing that I get top 8, or if I'm going for a medal card and I know what all my medal card competitors are at, and if I'm guaranteeing that I'm getting my medal card by IDing. Those would be the only scenarios I'm IDing here. Definitely not at the end of day 1.
But you're so right. We're talking about there's no longer top 128. There's not top 64. It's top 8. IDing is such a risky strategy. I'm trying to win as many games as possible, so I'm right there with you. And I don't believe an ID is a good strategy. And funny enough, it looks like Sepher RB in chat saying if Rumble wins, I'm going into a coma. So I guess we'll see you when you wake up. What is he saying? After I'm done jumping up and down and screaming happiness, yeah, well earned to the Rumble player. I think in this day 1 regional alone, we might have seen virtually every single legend coming out to play. We saw a Rek'Sai, we saw a Lee Sin, of course we saw those perfect top tier legends, Ezreal, Aurelia. We saw a Renata. Chat and NA, if you were watching some of the stream before, what legend haven't we seen? We saw a Jinx. What haven't we seen? We saw a Darius.
Ahri,
we saw a
Darius, Azir, Draven, Jinx. Have you seen a Yasuo yet? I don't think so.
Yeah, right? True. We haven't seen a Garen, a Yasuo. We got hinted. We got teased with a Garen. They showed us a Garen deck list, and then they went ahead and showed us something else. We saw a Annie, Master Yi, Garen, and Yasuo, and then Jax. Thank you, Matt. So, okay, there is a couple legends. So let's see if we get a nice secondary backup match. And it looks like the caster's playing Guess the Flavored Text. Are you good with these? I know you're a bit of a reader. Do you read the flavored text on some of the cards?
So this is actually something that we do on the podcast. Me and my friend Aaron do is we actually have a segment every podcast where we do Guess the Flavor Text. I have not gotten any yet, so
nice. But let's see if anyone in chat knows. A fluff is where you make it. That sounds like the Ornn card, right? Forge of the Fluff is the only thing that rings a bell. So I would be terrible with these, but perhaps someone in chat knows. And Humber, we did see a Teemo. We saw a Teemo today.
Oh, Poro Herder. Okay, yep, that'll be it. Anything with fluff is going to be Poros.
Right, that does make sense. We'll see if they're throwing anything else. And NA, I forgot to ask. I've been asking every caster that came on. We're doing a little bit of caster predictions. BMU starting the show off today. He said traditional Draven, not the miracle package, but traditional Draven. And then Dimitri said Aurelia. Caught me by surprise because a lot of people wouldn't expect Aurelia to go all the way. but I do think the best Aurelia player we've ever seen is out in Bologna. We might be able to get a chance to witness him tomorrow, so maybe there's something going on in Bologna. And then Arachnid, or Ned I should call him, just previously he said Annie. Where are you leaning? Are you going straight forward Draven, or do you got something else cooking?
It's Kaisa. It's easily Kaisa, because Kaisa is good into traditional Draven, and it's, if you have the build for it, there's certain cards in your Kaisa deck like Unchecked Power that can make the Miracle version way easier. I think Kaisa is easily my choice. The only bad matchup is Aurelia, and Aurelia sucks, so you should be able to push through pretty good.
Wow,
You have
I did not
for the
expect
equipment
that.
matchups. Yeah.
Okay, have you been
It's
testing
Kaisa.
a lot of the Kaisa versus Draven matchup, and you guys are leaning towards, you and your team are leaning towards Kaisa?
If I was at this tournament, I would be bringing Kaisa.
Wow, that is unexpected. I swear you would have said something like Draven, but I love it. All the casters we had on stream today picking different legends. I was kind of leaning towards, because I know Prismat was running Miracle Draven. I was like, man, Prismat's going to kill it this tournament. I'm going Miracle Draven. On top of it, if you guys remember Bologna, that proxy tournament that happened perhaps maybe a month ago now, it was Bologna that went down, a 323 player tournament. That's where the winning debut came down. It was Draven Miracle coming down and winning it all in that 300-man tournament. So I thought the best Draven Miracle players are in the current room over in Bologna. So I had to put my money on Miracle Draven. So one traditional, one Miracle, a Annie, Aurelia, and a Kaisa. We'll see who makes the best pick going forward. No one's picking Ezreal, chat. Who in the here believes in Ezreal?
So cool. Ezreal's so cool. I don't believe, though.
He's a good legend. I mean, there's so many great players on the Ezreal package. I mean, we didn't see any pit crew Ezreals. All the Ezreals we've seen on stream, they've been the Miracle package. Granted, I think we just saw one Ezreal, thinking about it now. Yeah, it was the guy that looked like Randy, for those that were tuning in at that time. Oh, we have some Victor believers. And Bandit, welcome on in. Good to see you. You believe in the Ezreal supremacy? He's good. I mean, the World Legends of Runeterra champion is on Ezreal. There's not, a world champion is onto something for a reason, right? He wouldn't bring a legend to Bologna without having his eyes set on the first place prize. In Houston, I believe he got top 8 with Kaisa. Actually, he got better than top 8. He got the best of winning Kaisa medal card in Houston. So he's no stranger to competition, no strangers are coming out ahead of his competition, and he's working with Ezreal, so maybe he's going to teach us something in this Bologna event. I am excited. I know today's been fantastic. Day 2 is going to be incredible. I cannot wait.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it too. It's very interesting to see how the West does things different than the East. And I mean, we're already seeing some different stuff, as that victor list was very different than any of the victor list we had seen in the Chinese regionals that we casted, right?
Yeah, and Victor being X1 at that Victor, I never want to put down a player, but it looked like he was cooking too hard. When you overcooked, that was a burnt, overcooked, extra crispy deck. He overdid it, in my opinion.
It was definitely interesting. The main board Forge of the Future was definitely cool. I can see the thought behind it with all of the purple decks going around and the fizzes. I think it's a little too targeted, and you kind of saw by the deck spread that, I mean, there aren't going to be that many Miracle players. There are going to be a lot of them, but I'm not meme boarding cards for that deck.
Yeah, I don't think so. But it looks like we have a lot of Victor and Rek'Sai believers. Those are great decks. 2 great decks we've seen today. We saw an earlier, more traditional prison style Victor, and then the Victor we just saw with NA on the cast. I'm leaning more towards the Victor style, or the prison Victor style, but it looks like we're heading into that backup match. Unless we're jumping right into round 3, that would be a nice little pleasant surprise. But let's go ahead to our featured area, and let's see if this is a backup match for round 7, Or we find ourselves already in round 8. It looks like Draven, so this could be the higher tables.
Right.
Cheese and rice. That is funny little play on Jesus Christ, of course. But cheese and rice, or Jesus Rice. All right, I'll let the name go. It kind of just caught my attention.
Yeah, it looks like a... So, yeah, it just looks like a more traditional Draven. Has the one Mind Splitter, no Fizz. Looks like no called shot, no Ezreal. So yeah, just more traditional Draven, and it's versus the Aurelia deck. And it does play the Yasuo Windrunner, cool card. I like that card a lot. Opting for that over like the purple Draven, which is kind of the other card we see in that slot generally.
Yeah, honestly, I love this matchup. I know a lot of people in chat don't necessarily love Draven, but I love the Aurelia v Draven matchup because I'm leaning towards Aurelia as my locals pick for the deck. So I've been playing this matchup quite a bit with my brother, and it's been fun. Of course, Draven can get off to the races as he normally does, but Aurelia has a lot of tools available to her. It looks like the deck we just saw on stream is more the traditional Protect the Queen style, having very few units. Some of those units being the Stellacorns. We saw, as you mentioned, the Yasuo Windrunner. That's something I'm not included in my own deck, but I've thought about it because I'm running things like Siren. Siren makes it decently easy to move around the board, getting that additional point, but it is Draven on the play, and it is the backup match. Round 7, it looks like.
Right. I mean, definitely a cool matchup. I would expect to see a lot of these, and this is a matchup you should know if you're playing either of these decks, because I would expect a lot of them. It definitely is more Draven favored for me, at least in my experience playing this. But I mean, Aurelia unfortunately is a high rep deck, and it does get results. So I would not be surprised to see Aurelia able to take it. I think it's going to come a lot down to the player's skill. So
oh, and a main board Gus, you love to see it, perhaps in anticipation of those overzealous fans. You can react to the activation of overzealous fan with a Gus, so it's almost as effective as the Cannon Barrage from the likes of Fiora, but you have a nice little Gus to use it in a lot of variety of situations. So I like a main board Gus. I might consider it going forward. It's so good in certain situations, and then it feels like it's useless in others. So better as a sideboard, but perhaps anticipating the majority of the field being Draven, it does make sense to include it.
So yeah, chat is calling this out, and it's funny because they say round 7 on the bottom thing, but the players' records are 7-0.
Oh, you know, the production has been all over the place today. It's been excellent, but I only mean the UI. They've been flipping battlefields, but yeah, Cheese's Rice is 7-0, so undefeated Aurelia, undefeated Draven. You couldn't have it any other way to close out the show for this Bologna Regional. If they're 7-0, this has to be round 8, but I'm here until it's over. So let's see where they end up playing out. If that round 7 turns to round 8, we will see. But you know, to the point you were making out earlier, NA, I do think it's slightly Draven favored, especially when we talk about a Draven on the play. Aurelia has some good tools, but it all comes down if Draven's able to play around your Aurelia Fervent as good as you can play around your Draven, not, you know, kind of starving them from card draw. It poses such a problem because Aurelia Fervent, he could get really tall and conquer any battlefield she chooses. But if there's not a lot of units to kind of take down on those battlefields and you rather keep them on the base, the only base interaction she has are charms. She's not going to be able to draw every single charm in the deck if she's even running charms. So as long as you get ahead and then just establish your back line turn after turn, it makes it really difficult towards the end, especially with closers like Bring Your Thunder Song not allowing a lot of cards to be played near that end game.
Yeah, that Thunder Song card is just really brutal to deal with a lot of these decks, especially something like Aurelia that's so reactive, right? It's like, I'm going to buff up my Aurelia, and then I'm going to have the counter spells, the buffs, the whatever's in hand. I mean, late Aurelia turns often are just like, play one card and pass with like 5-6 runes up. And Thunder Song just says no, like the game's over when you do that.
It really does. It's such an amazing card. And what's up with these battlefields? Did Kai'Sa conquer and then bring the Reaver's Row towards the player? Because I almost didn't see where the Reaver's Row went because he's looking to attach the Guardian Angel, most likely the Boots of Swiftness as well, allowing her to gank on over to Reaver's Row, or perhaps doesn't want to use all these rune resources, but decides to do so, but actually forgoes the activation of the Aurelia Legend. Interesting enough, perhaps doesn't want to get the Reaver's Row, but or just being conservative on the runes, of course.
Well, you don't want to go into Reavers here, right? Because the Reavers is just going to have Kai'Sa retreat, and then that leaves Kai'Sa in base, so you can just push up onto Draving with Kai'Sa on the next turn, and you get a draw for free.
Right.
So it's just kind of playing into the cards on the board properly and trying to starve the Draven out of cards. But this is an incredible card in this matchup, as you do get to have perfect hand knowledge, and then you can rip their perfect card out of their hand. I mean, it's like, it was so good in set 1 with the MF Aurora decks, and a lot of the purple decks were using it as like kind of a crutch for beating Kai'Sa. So it's not super surprising to see it be so powerful here in set 2 again.
Yeah, it definitely is such a powerful card. And interesting enough, investing the discipline, even though you're going to reveal 2 more additional cards, it looks like he values getting that fervent just that much greater in that might department. So defending enough for that Darius to be scared away, might just join the Kai'Sa on the other side of the battlefield, or just sitting tight in the back line until the best opportunity. And I'm looking at that Defiant Dance is such a problematic card. Not so fast gets rid of the rebukes as well. Yasuo might be the one card to kind of end things towards the end, and he's eyeing the unit. Interesting enough, are we really that worried about the Yasuo? I feel like that's the last card I'm thinking of.
Yeah, definitely thinking it is more the Defiant Dances. You can, like, we see the Thunder Song in hand, right? So you can, by getting rid of the Defiant Dance, that kind of removes the only good response to Thunder Song, which is just chain their Defiant Dance and buff up your Aurelia a ton. So now it is a lot more vulnerable to removal after hitting that. And Perfect Hand Knowledge, I mean, should be able to play pretty cleanly from here out, because we also know that he doesn't have any draw in his hand, well, besides the draw for turn.
Yeah, honestly, having perfect hand knowledge in these high level, high caliber type games pays so much dividends going forward, especially in the right hands, right? With these undefeated players, they wrote those cards down. Even though I didn't really see them take any notes, they mentally wrote those cards down. They know exactly what to play around, what to anticipate going forward. And a little side note, I see someone saying they could have not so fast the Mind Splitter. It doesn't target a friendly unit or a gear. So you can't not so fast, unless you meant take the not so fast instead of the Defiant Dance.
Yeah, I think they meant discard the not so fast.
Okay, that does make more sense.
Which is like not an awful pick, but I mean, knowing his hand, because we saw the Draven's hand. There's like nothing in there that can get not so fasted. He has like double Thunder Song. Like what? Unless you're like thinking that maybe we'll draw into a rebuke. Yeah, just fight or flights. So
yeah, and picking up a counter of her own or counter of his own, the hard bargain in the hand. That's a double Thunder Song. So there could be a bit of an oppressive turn or set of turns. You go bring your Thunder Song number 1. When you're at maybe 4, trying to close things out to 6 points, you bring your Thunder Song. And then from that 6 to 8 point, you Thunder Song one more time. Let's see if he's able to maneuver his way to find himself in that situation. Because now Aurelia is, funny enough, on that dreaming. Wait. What did I miss? I must have been looking at chat or something. How did Aurelia make it a Reaver's Row? Did she retreat and then... I think that is what happened, yeah.
Boots of Swiftness.
Oh, of course. There's a boost of Swiftness there, and the Ride the Wind trying to surprise the Kai'Sa. There is a whole lot of runes available, though, for Cheese's Rice. Is he going to be able to deploy one of these combat tricks in hand? Leaning towards the fight or flight, but you do have to pay the deflect cost. But is it a bit of a necessary evil? And he does decide to go for it.
Aurelia here, considering if they want to not so fast this. I
And you know, with all the knowledge we have, and Not So Fast might just be eating a hard bargain because there's just 3 runes available. A repeated hard bargain. You're not able to pay out the 4 runes. Let's see. I think this fight or flight might resolve, but it's going to be a decently big investment. That's going to be 4 runes, not allowing you to do anything, any follow-up plays. So 4 goes the hard bargain, which I think is the correct line, especially when we think about there is a second fight or flight pushing that Aurelia back. I actually didn't see that second fight or flight in hand. Did you, Ane?
Yeah, I did. I like this. It does guarantee the draw off of the Dreaming Tree, and it means that the Ride the Wind didn't cheat any points, which is like the best thing you want to do with that card is cheat points. And now the Draven, I believe he hasn't scored on Reavers this turn. This turn is, I kind of got distracted, but if he is not scored on Reavers here, you can just go to even points, and now you're in the points lead, which is definitely where Draven wants to be, especially when you start on. You were going first this game, right? You don't want to find yourself behind. And now that there is a Thunder Song, and I think I see a switcheroo as well, things do get pretty hard for Aurelia here with the hand knowledge that he does have, right? Like there is no, at least from the cards that we saw, there's no answer to the switcheroo besides fight or flighting your own unit backwards, which I want to say there is one. I forget if it's been played already, but
yeah, it doesn't even have. Oh, I think he still has the fight or flight in hand, but what he doesn't have is any kind of pump spells, because if you switch your Rue and then you pump it after the fact, you are able to get the +3 might on your Aurelia. So you're swapping in, what is that? Aurelia Readies goes to 5, Boots is up to 2, and then the Guardian Angels +1. So that's 8 total might, swapping for 4. Actually, that's not even enough. You will go up to 7 might. 7 to 8 is roughly one might shy of getting the job done. So I see why Aurelia has a bit of that strict face saying, wait a second, I'm slipping control of this game. Invest as a fight or flight before anything's said and done. Kaiser having to reveal the switcheroo, that is a feels bad moment. Having to reveal the switcheroo, sending it to the trash for nothing. You love to see it as the Aurelia player. You hate to see it as the Draven player. But now you have the option of going into Reaver's Row. But that seems like, as we said before, not too ideal. But have to do what you have to do. Scare back the Darius so he doesn't get any additional points for the hold. And let's see if they decide to ready her with any kind of choosing spells to try to gank on over to the Dreaming Tree. I don't even know if he has any of those cards because we haven't really seen the card from the cards in hand for Aurelia just yet. Or perhaps I don't remember.
We know the Yasuo. Oh, there, yeah, Sneaky. We did know the Sneaky. So this does keep him on the scoring 2 a turn. That being said, it is odd points, so this doesn't change anything besides maybe if you do miss a conquer on one of these turns. I definitely don't hate it, as it is. I'm not going to say insanely unlikely, but you're getting value out of that Sneaky. The problem here is you are just giving Draven a draw. That being said, do you care? It looks like he does not care in this case. And another switcheroo. Okay, so the double Thunder Song I think is going to make a lot of impact here in these next couple turns, as this kind of guarantees that you're able to double conquer for 2 turns in a row.
Exactly, kind of what we were getting at before. And now with the resolution being, or with the Thunder Song being resolved, you know, is as straightforward as straight map. So the Kaiser will be able to conquer the Dreaming Tree. Now you have to deal with the Aurelia, and you know the Guardian Angel will be keeping her safe for at least one more combat. So you do get the double draw. Let's see what he hits. It looks like a Treasure Hunter and perhaps something else I didn't get to see.
Did not see either, but looking pretty straightforward here. Only 1 card was played this turn with the Thunder Song, so Darius does not have the extra might. That being said, it shouldn't. Okay, yeah, so opting to just trade it off, which is totally fine here. Save the GA. Aurelia deciding that does need to actually clear up the board a little bit there instead of retreating off the Reavers. Makes a lot of sense. Things are going to be tough with the Thunder Song dropping again next turn. I believe there was another Thunder Song. Was I misremembering?
2, unless there was one getting pitch on the side. Yeah, there it is. The Thunder Song in hand. Yeah. And that's a quite healthy hand. 2, 4, 6. I think 8 to 2, 4. Yeah, 8 cards, 8 cards. I was like, he kind of was spreading them slowly, but yeah, 8 cards currently in hand. One of them being the closer, the Bring Your Thunder Song #2. Has some great cards as well. The Switcheroo, you know, where one not so fast is unlikely for the Rally player to have an additional not so fast. We know here in the commentary booth that he doesn't have a not so fast, but even if you were here on the board, you would understand that it's a bit unlikely to have a follow-up not so fast, but either way, interesting enough, commits to the switcheroo on the Reaver's row. Perhaps he's really, or perhaps it's a bit indicative that he wants to stay put and just double hold for the victory. Seems a bit unrealistic, but Aurelia doesn't really have the fantastic hand as we've seen a lot of Aurelia players in the past. I mean, let's see what's in the hand. I wish we could see the camera angle.
Kind of curious. So I expected more. You just say, okay, this is fine, go ahead, and then I'm just gonna Thundersong next turn. But unless I am counting runes wrong, or maybe there's one stacked, he doesn't even have enough runes for Thundersong next turn.
Yeah, I think he hasn't been the most efficient
no, he
on runes,
does.
right? 2, 4. He
It'll
goes
go
up to
to
6.
It'll go to 6. It's fine. Okay.
Oh yeah, that is just not a good. That is just not the greatest hand, as we kind of alluded to. That's a Tide Turner, boost of swiftness, and a Yasuo won't be able to accomplish too much. More importantly, to note from that hand, there is no might increases, so this Aurelia player can't even activate the Dreaming Tree, and more importantly, you're not going to be able to defend. You got to bring your Thundersong, even if you had combat tricks to react to the activation. It doesn't seem too likely, so I feel like Draven in a firm controlling position going forward, especially we know the other card in the deck, or the other card in the hidden zone, that's going to be a switcheroo.
Yeah, that's pretty strong here. This does look like it is a pretty clean victory from Draven.
Yeah, he's going through all the permutations, saying, okay, what can I possibly do to stay away from that 7th to 8th hold? So as the Boots of Swiftness readies it with the Legend ability, allowing her to gank on over. But we know what is lurking in the hidden zone. That should be a switcheroo, as he had it in hand. The 4 might getting traded for, I believe, what is that? That's 4, 1 for Ready, 2 for Chosen. So 6, 2, 10 total might. So that is a big switch of things. And the Noxus Hopeful should be able to hold. And then that's the free lane on the Dreaming Tree. But forget about it. Okay, that was a Tide Turner. So saving the switcheroo, crazy enough.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I thought that he would have... Okay. I mean, either way, it should be... This does make it pretty funny in that you can... use the switcheroo offensively if you would choose to, though probably don't want to play into the one unknown, right? There's one unknown in the hand. He doesn't know the Tide Turner. He knows the Yasuo. So you do need to play around one unknown, which... Oh, okay. Looks like choosing to stack the battlefield then. Okay.
Honestly, this is even more telegraphed that you're completely out of answers. You go ahead and hide the Tide Turner, perhaps having cheese and rice double think about conquering the Reaver's row cores, because you can't play the, oh, you're gonna hold one battlefield, I'm gonna go ahead and hold the other one, because of the simple fact Aurelia's at 7. All she needs to do is hold one more time. But I think with the Bring Your Thundersong, making it rather straightforward. But perhaps in this situation, maybe having energy for the switcheroo feels a whole lot better. Sees more cards in the deck is never a wrong choice. So sees one more card, and that's a Spinning Axe. I don't think you need the Thundersong. Your opponent doesn't have any cards in hand. Let's see what he decides to do. I don't think you send everything at once, sir. I guess you do. Maybe you send everything, whatever he reacts with what he believes to be a fight or flight, then you Spinning Axe the remaining units as a reaction. Because I would imagine he's trying to play around a fight or flight again.
Because what? He's attacking for 12 plus 14, 15, 16. Oh, okay. It really just scoops it up. That makes it simple. There I was trying to think. I was just wondering if it... And my brain works a little bit slow. I need to think things through. And I was... Do you see... So, did he have might on board to just win if he put a Thundersong on the board and said full swing up?
I believe so, right? We could do the math. I think
Okay.
Yasuo is just a 4. So Aurelia was at 4, 6, 8 with the 2 boots. The Yasuo brings it up to 12 might, and then the Tide Turner brings it up to 16 might. So if you said the package he was putting forward was 17 might, that was just might on board dead.
Yeah, and then you don't have to worry about the set, right? The only set that matters is something that could... I want to say the only set that could matter is Tide Turner for extra might on the battlefield, but I could be forgetting something. It's very possible. It is there's a lot going on in these
counted the
games.
Tide Turner there. It
Yeah.
was up to I already forgot what I said, but look at the sideboard. 2, actually 3 Adaptatrons won't be too beneficial in this situation, but 1 Audacious, you know, the reason I feel like we don't see too many Yasuo win riders is because Draven Audacious has pretty much taken the spot. You don't have to kind of maneuver and skate around the battlefields 3 times. You just kind of conquer where they least expect it, and you effectively get the same result. But he is undefeated, so what do I know? He is killing it out here. And you know, I wasn't the biggest fan of sneaky deckhands, but it seems to be working for a lot of players that he just has a single lonely Poro, and then having his low drops be the Tide Turner and the sneaky deckhand. I didn't love it, but I definitely understand why it's good.
Yeah, I like the sneaky deckhand a lot in this deck. I think it's one of the better adaptations that has been made recently. I mean, that being said, okay. Oh wow, is this a double obelisk game? Oh, that's a crazy one. Okay,
it
no,
should
never
be
mind.
right, because Draven's gonna be on the draw. Every single Draven we know of goes for Obelisk of Power on the draw or going second. And they kind of just flash the Obelisk of Power for Aurelia, as a lot of Aurelia players do indeed. And you're totally right, Nate. That is an impressive double Obelisk of Power. Draven's going to be starting with 5 runes. Aurelia could play a Stellarcorn Herder on her opening turn. Will she be okay, Tide Turner follow up by another 2-drop. A Guardian Angel, still a pretty good optimal curve to start things off.
It's an interesting... not often you see double obelisk. This makes the runes pretty interesting here. You could choose to play the Draven out. Still don't hate it. It's a good starter. But when you do have 5 runes, maybe there is a better option. You could go like 2-drop plus Hopeful, which it looks like is what is played. So opting to hold on to the Draven and passing it over. So very accelerated game with so many runes available so quickly.
I will say I think it slightly benefits Aurelia that much more, because she tends to be a bit more power hungry rune costing type deck. So having more runes to work with as the game progresses, or I guess in the initial state of the game, you're right here on turn 2 able to play out your Aurelia champion. And because you already established the Guardian Angel, you're able to keep her safe from the likes of falling stars. I wouldn't blame him to try to establish the Fervent as soon as possible. But perhaps I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. I just haven't seen the hand, and that seems like a really ideal play, and it looks like he's having the same idea in mind. Plays the 5. I think it's important to play out the Guardian Angel, and it's not because I know there's a falling stars in hand. Oh my goodness,
no.
Mamma Mia from
no.
Bologna, folks. He and I had to say it throughout one of these casts. I had to throw out the Mamma Mia for the Italian folks. But let's see, does he invest the 2 runes for the falling stars? I know it's double deflect.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to pay, but it's a pretty high payoff, right? Because the Aurelia deck does not play a lot of units, and I mean, are you really winning with like sneaky deckhand beatdown? I don't know.
Oh man,
gosh.
it was just a single rune. You had the extra rune from the Obelisk of Power. You always put a GA there. And it's not just because I knew, I mean, perhaps hindsight being 2020, but invests a defiant dance. That is what he has in mind. But the hard bargain, that is a full punish, if I do say so. That is tough pill to swallow for Aurelia. As you lost your Fervent, you lost your Mojo. I don't know how Aurelia is going to get out of the situation, but it's still 0-0. So there's a lot of Riftbound to be played.
Yeah, definitely a lot of Riftbound to be played, and you still can win the game. Like, it's very possible to win the game with Tide Turners, to win the game with the Yasuo, maybe the Draven Audacious. Like, it is possible. You have to find these pieces. You're still going to have to find your units, and The deck doesn't play a lot of them, so it's very possible, but you got to play very efficiently with the units that you do have and utilize the fact that you're so far up in runes here. The Draven is playing with, what, 3 runes here, and you're up to, what, started 4, 6, 8? Paid 1 for the, so 7?
I know, which is why it's a little bit frustrating for all the Aurelia fans. You know the GA was established. You know it was just a single rune. You had the extra, but he just really did not play around the hard bargain, despite the fact that it was revealed in game 1. He's just kind of playing the odds. He's like, no way. There is no way he has a hard bargain in hand, or perhaps just completely slipping his mind, as it has been a long day for these competitors. But as you pointed out, Aurelia has what we've coined to say a bit of an Aurelia problem, which simply means a lack of units. You draw spell after spell, equipment after equipment, but you have nothing to push the board state with. At the minimum, he has a Tide Turner, so that's something he can look forward to, and he should be able to conquer up to 1 unless there is a combat trick coming out from Draven. This Draven in full control, funny enough, despite the fact that he just has 3 runes currently.
I'm surprised he's even choosing to commit into this. I guess he wants to draw cards, and this does say I get to draw a card. If I'm Aurelia, I might just not so fast this. I do see a not so fast in the hand. Yeah. A deny card draw from the Draven. Say you have no cards. I'm going to win just through the pure card advantage here. So, I mean, that is a way to win. I mean, Draven has 1 card in hand. You still have time. You can play out the Draven champion. It's like pretty rough actually though.
Yeah, you know, I don't absolutely hate Aurelia's position. As you pointed out, the card economy overall for the side of Draven is in the gutters. 3 runes, 1 card in hand, 1 unit on the board. I think as long as Aurelia is able to hit off a unit off one of the top decks, if he hits on Audacious, a Stellarcorn Herder, perhaps a Stellarcorn Herder might be the best hit, but keeps one of the Tide Turners, and interesting enough, the one that had the discipline for the turn, things are looking rather juicy, rather up for the Aurelia player. She goes up to 2 points, and more importantly, takes down every single unit from Draven. I guess you could play out your chosen champion. Okay, you have some decently good cards. I feel like the Kai'Sa doesn't feel all that bad. Double draw is what you desperately need in this situation.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to accelerate Kai'Sa, go for double draw here. Like you said, you just need cards at this point. Yeah, you just need cards at this point. So, and getting to clear one of the few units that Aurelia has access to feels pretty good. So probably pushing up the Kai'Sa. The question is, do you want to clear the GA or do you want to clear the non-GA'd? I think I'm going for the non-GA'd one here. Yeah, just to get rid of the unit. Say you're not going to have units. I know your deck doesn't play a ton of them. Yeah, I like this a lot. I think this is pretty good. It's not impossible. Actually, you know what? I'm thinking about this more, and I feel like maybe you do go for the GA one.
Just to kind of get rid of the GA. I could see both sides, because then Aurelia has 2 units to work with. So I do like eliminating outright a straight up unit, you know, nonetheless, right? So I think this was the correct line, but you do always have to be considerate of that GA going forward. Those plays, as we saw before, you use some might increases on that GA target. You trade it in, GA triggers, you keep your mites, and then you send it in with the Aurelia Legend. So it kind of leads to a bit more play capabilities from Aurelia, but I don't mind it either way. I think either way it was correct, as long as you're getting the 2 cards in hand. But it is tough to say what was truly the best play. I guess we could find out as this game progresses on.
Yeah, what I was mostly scared of is like a top deck Boots of Swiftness into then just attach Boots of Swiftness, and then you can gank over, and then you cleanly kill with the GA plus the Boots of Swiftness, putting the Tide Turner the 5 might. And then that's another 2 points. And we know that he plays, I think, 2 Boots of Swiftness from game 1. So it's not the most crazy thing, but stacked deck. This is good.
Yeah, not too
bad. Try and find cards. Yep.
And real quick, as Draven figures out what he wants to do, guys, one of you guys had the event locator link for this Bologna event. If you guys can post it either on Twitch or on YouTube one more time, these guys are going crazy saying, show us the standings. Guys, someone help me out. I don't have it copied down. I had it at one point, but then apparently it went out the window. So if one of you guys have the standings, aka the Bologna event locator link, post it in the chat for some of these guys that don't have it. And thank you, Seep. Thank you. Seep, I'll go ahead and copy this on YouTube for the guys on YouTube as well.
So Aurelius still in this, choosing to go up to odd points here, though. There's a lot of runes up. Had 3 cards in hand. I think I see a fight or flight, a discipline, and a ride the win. Those are some pretty good combat tricks.
Yeah, I do believe so. So let's see how they're able to maneuver going forward. Passes it back over the Draven. Has the tempo lead so far in terms of points, so 5-4, but that is a Bring Your Thunder song. You said he has some great combat tricks. Let's see if he's going to be able to use them out right here in this very moment, because you can't ride the win as it is an action speed spell. All you can do is react to the Bring Your activation, so things like Discipline, and you don't necessarily want to discipline in either way. I think little by little, Draven is kind of getting back the ball in his court, ball in his favor, because at one point, having so little cards, it almost seemed like he was out for the, out for the count, but he's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, this is really rough now, because you just lose, and you don't fully lose. Like, you still have the GA on the tide turner, so you are going to keep your 1 unit. But, like, you lose your sneaky, and now we're at the point where, again, Aurelia just doesn't have units. So it's just really rough. And this is why one of the many reasons I am not a big fan of this deck is you're too one note. Your deck was one thing.
I know.
You don't have this, like, flexibility.
Which is why it blows my mind when you have such a singular strategy in that protect the queen. Why wouldn't you protect the queen with the GA? But that's just me getting a little bit angry about things. I know, of course, they had the Defiant Dance. They're like, I want you to bait out the Falling Star to dwindle down your rune economy so drastically that it's going to hinder you going forward in this game. But just slipping the fact, honestly, I probably wouldn't have played around hard bargain. But hey, it does end up happening. Undefeated player, most likely still locked in for day number 2, as this should be the last round. It says round 7. Production hasn't fixed it, but it says 7-0. So honestly, I don't really know what to believe. The fact that this round is going the distance, I do think we are indeed in round 8 for sure.
Yep. So I do have updates from someone in my testing group. So we have a Marcus went 8-0 today. So shout outs to him. Yep. So things are getting done. Hoping to see him finish it out for day 2 and make top cut.
Awesome. And are you saying Marcus is part of your testing group?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. Do you know what legend he was running?
I probably shouldn't say. I don't know what's available and what's not, but yeah, no, shout outs to him.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So Marcus, we might be seeing him in the feature table, undefeated player. My best guess has to be Draven, but keep it under wraps for the time being. On guard, coming in, trying to go 4-4 against the likes of Draven. Actually 6-4 currently. I don't believe Draven invested with the Fury activated ability, right?
No, I don't think so. I didn't catch it. I was talking about hyping up my homeboy.
Me as well. But it looks like that is a hefty investment on the Tide Turner. 2468. I guess he did activate it, paid the Fury rune. Does he have intentions on charming something over? I believe he only has the Ride the Wind we mentioned before, and then I think a fight or flight, or I have to take a look again. It looks like he's hiding something, so most likely will be the fight or flight. Oh no, the Ride the Wind for the Kaiser. Not too bad. You do go up to 7, but now you are right there for closing out the game. All you have to do is hold with a single Tide Turner. But man, what a crazy big task that is. You don't have any more combat tricks, as you just invested every single one, last of them in hand. You have one fight or flight, but Draven has 2 units, right? This is tough. I don't know if Draven could win, but I don't think Aurelia could win either right now.
Yep. So it does look like And there's a rebuke in hand. That makes this very simple.
There we
Thunder
have
Song as
it.
well.
GG, Cheese and Rice, the undefeated Draven player, going XO, going 8 wins, 0 losses. Who would have expected it? Played it very cleanly, punishing the naked Aurelia, not getting attached with the GA. So unbelievable stuff. Because that round was decently speedy, I would only imagine there's a backup feature match. Unless that was it, chat. Let's head back to the intermission for now. If that was the end of it, perhaps it is, but I'm seeing a little bit of misinformation in chat whether what day 2 will contain tomorrow. Guys, if you guys read the tournament rules coming out, I believe that came out maybe... NA, when did those tournament rules come out? Like 3 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago now?
It was the first week of February or the last couple days of January. I remember because we covered it in the podcast. I don't remember what day it was, but yeah, it's been a while. It's been a
little bit, but what I'm getting at is that for day 2, there's no longer top 128, there's no longer top 64. The only top cut they're doing for every single major Riftbound event going forward is top 8. So tomorrow it will be 8 rounds, just like today. And you know, if it's anything like today, I love what I witnessed today. There was very few breaks. I love it and hate it because I was expecting one of these breaks to go a little bit longer so I can grab some food mid tournament. But no food for me, but it's perfectly fine as we're approaching the tail end of the stream. So we'll see. But what I was getting at, it was 8 rounds today. Tomorrow is going to be another 8 rounds. And let's check out the final closing remarks from Leo. I think it might be over, chat. Let's see if they're saying the stream is over. I'll turn up the volume.
I've enjoyed every second of it. Have you, Leo?
It was absolutely amazing. Those games, almost all of them came down to the wire, really. We've seen so many comebacks, just like in this last game. Almost a Tide Turner comeback. Not quite, but there were so many games that have been turned around. When we thought all hope was lost,
they're closing out the show.
Last trick
I anticipated a little bit more, but I
we've
can't
seen
be
a really
too
diverse
upset
set of games
as it
today.
keeps us down under the 12-hour mark. Anything under that, I'm happy. So I'm actually pretty surprised by this.
I was walking by the top tables earlier. I know you were too. I saw Lux performing incredibly well.
I'm lucky.
I
I
know
was
that
only
one
here
of your
for a
friends
few
has performed quite well today on a deck
but you
that
were
we weren't
checking
really
out the
expecting so
gameplay
much from.
nonetheless.
We have a team
But we will be back at it one more time tomorrow. NA will be joining us one more time. Some of the casters from today will be back at it. Let's go ahead and turn this down as we know they are concluding the show for the time being. Again, NA, as always, it's been a pleasure to have you on stream. You were kind of telling us a bit about your podcast. Do you have any more info about the podcast? Maybe what these guys are able to catch it at?
Of course. So, me and my good friend Aaron, he is a high-level Yu-Gi-Oh player. He actually just got, I want to say it was 11th place at a 1,500 player Yu-Gi-Oh event. So very good competitive player in Yu-Gi-Oh, and he also plays Riftbound. We have a podcast that we do bi-weekly on Sundays. Might end up doing weekly now that we actually have Spiritforged. And if you are interested in the competitive Riftbound metagame, if you're interested in how rule changes and erratas and stuff affect the competitive event, you can come check us out at Seal of Insight Podcast. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you so much, Plus, for continually letting me yap on stream. So really
of course, we love it. I love it,
and
you know that. And I'm looking forward to doing a little bit more yapping tomorrow. But yeah, chat, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, if you guys are watching the main cast, I'm pretty sure the stream is about to close things out rather sooner than later. So I think we're going to join suit and close out pretty soon as well. But guys, show some love over to NA. The stream, the links are right there on the Twitch chat, right there on the YouTube chat as well. But hope everyone enjoy. How many players are in the main tournament? 70-20 is 1,719 total players today, and I believe that number gets cut more than 50% for day 2. They allow everyone that X2 going into day 2. So it's going to be 5 rounds of Swiss. So this was 8 rounds. So round 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And after round 13, it cuts to a top 8. So that's how it's going to be. So guys, if you guys enjoyed today, tomorrow should be a whole lot better. I mean, it depends, because today we got so much diversity. A Lee Sin, a Rek'Sai, a Rumble even joining in. Tomorrow, we're going to see the best of the best, the Aurelias, the Dravens. Apparently, there's a X1 Teemo as well. So maybe we'll see Marcus NA. I'm looking forward to seeing him on the future match, perhaps.
Yeah, I am hoping that he does well as well. So
yeah, but with that said, guys, we're going to go ahead and call it a day. That is an 11-hour stream. I'm going to go get some food and relax for tomorrow, but we'll be back at it one more time. For anyone that was here bright and early, we start at 5 a.m. EST, or just pay attention to the Discord. We put up all the notifications there. And yeah, it looks like day 1 was 6 wins to advance. And yeah, 5-round Swiss cut up to top 8 is exactly as we said before. So man, I cannot wait. I almost want to go straight to sleep so I can just head and wake up and find day 2 right in front of me. But yeah, guys, let's go ahead and call it a day one more time. Thank you so much to NA, and thank you to all the casters that helped us out today. BMU was awesome. Dimitri, a new caster to the commentary team, thank you for that. And then Ned killing it down, and then closing out the show, NA45 doing what he does best. So thank you one more time. But chat, we'll catch you guys tomorrow. Day 2 Bologna Regional Qualifier, finding who's going to be the first Western Spiritforged champion. We get all that tomorrow, guys. So see you then. And yep, be back tomorrow, chat. See ya.
See ya.